Hello everyone and welcome back to the start of our F124 My Team Career Mode. Yes, we're here today to set up the team and to dive into the first round of this campaign. Of course, Driver Career Mode is going to be, I'm sure, the main focus for most content creators on this year's game, but I still enjoy the My Team journey, and 212 Motorsport couldn't go anywhere. So this second channel, at least in the first few weeks, is probably going to be mainly focused on this series. I'm going to try and keep the uploads as daily as possible whilst I can, but of course, yeah, if you're interested in kind of like the really in-depth series, that is obviously going to be done over on the main channel. Get yourself subscribed though if you're new. At the time of recording this, we are very, very close to 1,500 subs, but of course with all the hype surrounding F124, I would love to try and get closer to 10k by the end of the year. But I'll be honest as well, obviously the first My Team video on the main channel will have already gone live. I'm actually recording this one, sorry, the first Haas Career Mode video will have already gone live. I'm actually recording this one first though, just so I can sort of get an idea of the game before we dive into that series. So, of course, if you've watched any series from myself in the past, a lot of the setup is probably going to be very, very similar to what we have done in previous games. There will be timestamps linked down below if you just want to head forward to the bit you are most interested in. But, of course, I love doing these series as a proper, you know, nothing to zero to hero, if you will, kind of thing. So we're going to be setting up as a newcomer team. With tight resources, the team is expected to build before challenging for competitive results. So we're going to probably spend a lot of our time battling, you know, your Williams, your Kick Saubers, you know, your Haas, and all of those other cars. And obviously, you know, we're going to be doing full seasons as well. I want to try and keep full seasons on this game as best as possible. Now, there will be a couple of little tweaks relative to our normal career mode. Of course, we've got no assists whatsoever. I'm still just figuring out what AI level we want to run on this game. So I'm going to put it at Ultimate 101 for the moment. And we're going to be using short qualifying session. So it is just one session of qualifying on a Saturday, and then we are going to be doing still, of course, the 50% races that really kind of allow you a bit more strategy in the game as well. There any other settings we really need to look into? Of course, driver moves we're going to have, R&D, facility upgrades, all that good stuff, as you would expect. Safety cars obviously on. I'm going to leave the formation laps off, though, for this series, and you don't get many red flags unless you put it on increased there, so we're going to do that as well. Hard fuel mode, manual race starts. Car damage is going to be on full, but I believe car damage rate will mean that we want car damage on full. So I believe that, I believe that means obviously we can have mechanical failures as well there. And obviously the car damage rate, we're going to leave that on standard just because otherwise the game can be incredibly sensitive. And I believe that's everything in that regard. All good to go then. So let's head forward. Let's confirm those settings. I personally have got no real interest in using the My Team icons. You know, as much as I love Kamui Kobayashi, I think we're going to skip those and try and keep this series a little bit more simple early on. And we won't bother with the tutorial because, of course, we've done so many My Team series in the past. Let's go through all of the customizing options, and I'll see you guys at the other end. Well, if you were hoping for more customizable options inside F124, it doesn't seem that anything has really changed with the driver or anything like that, so we're keeping it normal for anyone that's been around these series in the past. You know, Mr. Monaco, because for some reason Matt isn't in the game still. But in terms then of the team, I think obviously we need to just do some customizable stuff. You know, you guys that have been around here for a while will know I pretty much just go all orange for most of these things because orange is my favorite color. And of course, you know, we love the orange team as well there. So seems like we can't really sort of change as much as I would like. Can I actually change anything about that? I don't believe I can. We've only got one race suit in the game at the moment, which is a little bit of an odd feature. So I guess we'll buy that. Maybe we need more customization down the line, but again, I'm not going to worry about that all too much there. So I guess we'll leave pretty much everything else as we would expect. Our podium emote and our victory radio call is going to be... I mean, let's listen in.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys! Nice one. Very lovely drive. On to the next one.
Well, I guess that's very much the Max Verstappen response, so we'll leave it with the default there as well. And in terms then of our car team details, I mean, nothing's really changed, has it? So, of course, as always, you know, we've got to be 212 Motorsport. But obviously, you know, the bigger things are going to be some of the other customizable options. Now, it's always a bit of a difficult one, Season 1, because you don't want to set your goals too high and miss out on a huge bonus heading into Season 2. But I reckon we basically want to try and just bag as much cash as we possibly can. So we're going to tell them that we reckon we can finish 8th or better in the Constructors' Championship this season, which will give us a $4,400,000 sign-up. Or staggeringly then, Red Bull Powertrains, actually the cheapest one in this year's game. That is a little bit odd. But I normally tend to go with Renault E-Tech, just because it's like the most realistic one that a new team will be able to get. Weirdly, is the second most durable engine, despite the fact it seems to be the only one that tends to go bang in real-life Formula 1. Well, Théo Pourchaire then, of course, winner of the Formula 2 Championship in 2023. I think he'll be a very, very popular option, and we actually had a lot of beef with him over the course of last year. I feel like Ollie Behrman will be another incredibly popular choice. I could be tempted by Zane Maloney, just because he's a little bit cheaper. But I'm going to actually get a Yuma Iwasa. I think he's a good driver. I think he's got a lot of promise. Has a little bit more experience than Behrman. Equal on pace, better awareness, slightly lower racecraft, but has the highest focus points as well there, and that will be useful early on as we try and maintain momentum early in the season. Well, there we go then, taking a look at our all-new Formula 1 car. We've gone with the orange theme, but we've also got quite a few little bits of space technology, if you will, as well there. So happy with how the car is looking as we head into the first round of the season. Of course, I'm sure when the full game does release, there's going to be a few more customizable options with that as well. But I'm happy with the car for now. It certainly is striking.
Hello and welcome to a very special Formula 1 live stream. Now, usually we run events like today to reveal a new car, but today is much more than just the car. It's about a brand new team, and one in which the owner also happens to be the lead driver. That's right, for the first time in modern F1 history, we're going to have an owner-driver on the grid. And it's been a Herculean effort, a huge amount of resource and staff recruitment, and a brand new factory, one in which we are standing right now. And the small matter of producing a car that can take on the big names on the grid. So let's take a look at it now. Okay, let's introduce the person everyone is talking about, Formula One's new owner-driver. Now, I would have thought being an owner was stressful enough, but you're driving as well. So how are you going to approach taking on both the roles at the same time?
Well, for those of you that don't know, basically these questions do actually affect your early performance inside the game. You know, if you pick options that are going to hopefully emphasize different aspects, it'll mean, say, for example, your chassis department is going to be stronger or weaker. So there is actually a little bit of strategy to these little things early on. I'm just staggered inside this game. I've got as fantastic a head of hair as I do. I mean, his hairline is absolutely mad right towards the front. But let's actually get on then with some of these questions. So how are you going to approach taking on both roles at the same time between being a driver and the owner? Nothing easy is worth doing. I live for challenges. This isn't just about me. This is about the team, and I'm behind them 100%. Together we're unstoppable. Or I won't lie, it's been a lot of work, and there's even more to come. But if I wouldn't have taken on the task if I didn't believe in myself and my team, we're gonna try and hype up the team. We want to give ourselves the best standing position.
Track, you've signed a teammate too. What made them the right fit for this project?
Well, we'll be honest. That they looked good on paper, and Yumo Asa, has done very very well in FI Formula 2 last season. So yeah, we'll see. We'll say we got potential.
Tell me about the work on the car. Plenty done, plenty still to come. What are you prioritising in terms of development?
So, this actually means that you get a couple of extra upgrades for free at the start of the game, depending on which department you go with. Normally, powertrain has been the one you always have to focus on in these games. It gives you the most performance. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Until I remember that tyre management this year is going to be really, really important. So we're actually going to go with the chassis.
Now, your competitors are vastly experienced. You, by contrast, are a total newcomer. So can that be a good thing? What do you bring that's unique and special to the table?
Again, this is another one that just affects some minor performance tweaks to the start of the game. And we are going to focus, I think this time around we will go with the power unit side of things. A lot more complexity into the power unit, but we've found plenty of room to innovate our ERS system.
Now, ultimately, your success this season will be determined by the positions you can take from other drivers. So what's your focus in terms of clawing time away from the opposition?
And again, obviously, I believe one final one that might affect performance as well there. So we expect incredible top speeds on the straights. We're going to show up with a dragster with a bit of luck.
Now, ultimately, Formula One is a team sport, and you've had to assemble a team from scratch. So who are you most excited about working with this season?
And I reckon we'll try and keep it even. We'll go with the aerodynamic department. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and I think I can speak for all of us when I say all the very best for the season.
Well, here we go then. Back at base then. We'll get a proper look at the car and the team and everything like that and just see what we are coming into this first season with, of course. We've got, the simple things, your R&D management, your cash management, everything like that. And it looks like we have got 1,000 R&D as well heading into this first weekend.
And that's where these activities come in. Manage everyone's time as efficiently as possible to maximise the team's performance.
So we have got to be careful, of course, with all those kind of things. To anyone that obviously has played the game before, I don't really believe any of this has been changed, so we'll throw on a couple of extra things and taking a look at our inbox. You can see they're just getting some emails through about various bits and pieces as well. Then, of course, generally speaking, I try and do a lot of this kind of thing behind the scenes. So let's take a look at how we're looking performance-wise.
Some of our cash into upgrades for these facilities.
So, of course, yeah, these current results are subject, obviously, to change as well, as there will be tweaks and modifications made early on the game as well. So, Alpine obviously down with Visa, Cash App, and Haas. Just like we saw in the couple of preview videos I did last week as well, though. It looks like Williams and Kick Sauber have a bit of an advantage over everyone else. McLaren only P4, just ahead of Aston Martin. But you can see we have got some upgrades on the car. Upgrades seem to be slightly more expensive this year as well, so we're going to have to be very, very careful with those. We are going to try and get our first one on the car ready for the second weekend out in Jeddah. So, of course, yeah, it was, early on in the game, all those upgrades will be trying to go on thick and fast, and I don't believe we've got enough money to do anything early on with anything else. Maybe we can try and get a slightly better simulator or something. No, not quite. So we'll need to try and get some cash on hand from the first couple of weekends as well there. Maybe we can earn some more R&D to try and get another upgrade. No chance. We're only earning 150 a week, aren't we? As we head towards Sakir then. So sadly, there's still no winter testing or anything like that. I think could be a really, really cool feature to add down the line. But yeah, let's head then here to the Bahrain International Circuit. Here we go then. We get a bit of a look around the team hospital facility area as well. So we've got a couple of people either side. We've got a Yumu obviously on the other side of us as well. We'll try and take a look at some data from the team so we know what we're going into. But yeah, I think everything is all set up, ready to go. Obviously, we've got tutorials, that kind of thing. Double check. Luckily, yep, there is no rain heading into this weekend as well. But yeah, 212 Motorsport then at the rear of the field, at the bottom of the standings, everything like that. I'm excited, though. I feel that we're going to have a good journey ahead of us over, of course, a 24-race season. Clearly, they slightly need to tweak how that works as well, because apparently Qatar is the final race. The flags may be slightly too big for the calendar.
The long wait is over. This is it, a brand new season. And before the show gets well and truly underway, we've got the all-important matter of a free practice session. It's great to be back. So much unknown before we get underway. So what will be going through the drivers' minds as they get ready for the new season?
The faster you can work around the circuit conditions and get the car tailored to your liking, the better, and then you can just focus on the job in hand in terms of lap times. But first of all, you've got to get the car feeling right.
Well, it has been a very, very long time since I drove what feels like a very, very basic Formula 1 car. But of course, yeah, free practice, a good opportunity to try and earn more R&D, and also just get used to the car as well, of course. I'm going to be working on some setups that are going to be going up over the next few days and weeks as well. So obviously, when you guys dive into the game, hopefully you'll have a better understanding of what you are looking for in terms of car performance and how to hopefully try and make the cars a bit more drivable as well on this game. So plenty of things to hopefully make your lives a little bit easier as well. But hopefully these free practice programs aren't going to be too difficult. Obviously, first round of the season, I do like to put a little bit more emphasis on them. So obviously we get an idea of how the new car handles. But of course, as I mentioned in those two preview videos last week, the traction on F1 24 definitely seems, well, a whole lot easier than recent years. The braking down there, though, absolutely doesn't. So managing that front right tyre is going to be... that inside front tyre, is going to be really, really difficult over the course of the weekend. I'll make sure I move the HUD around as well before we go into qualifying. But so far, this first practice program, you know, we want to try and get as many R&D as we can. First lap then on the board, I believe we're going to get about 450 points. We only need another 20 if we want to try and get that purple score. So we just got to try and get turn 9 and 10 tidy this time. Well, one thing I'm immediately learning then, as we try and get some laps under our belt in this car, is although there's a lot more mechanical grip, and the car's, you know, it's a lot easier to handle, definitely still feel like if you get the car upset, you know, you upset the balance, it can be really, really difficult to try and get it back in line there. As second time round, we are going to get the purple score. But yeah, this game, I think more than any other we've seen in the franchise, is going to absolutely favour smoothness in your driving. So this test not only obviously lets you kind of work out how much battery charge you're going to be able to use, but also actually gives you a really, really good indicator of how much straight line speed you've got. And our answer so far is not much at all. 3/4 of a second down by the end of the first couple of straights. But hopefully we'll make up some of it through the twisty bits. To be fair, once we've made it through those first couple of corners, we've actually been able to keep up with the Delta pretty well over this lap there. A little bit of a snap oversteer through the final corner. But what you can do, sacrifice one lap you know you're not going to be able to get the speed on, and then basically mash the battery up towards the start-finish line there to hopefully carry a bit extra into your second attempt. Well, definitely seemingly running a lot more downforce than the game would like me to, but I'd rather have a more stable platform in this first round of the new season. Want to try and get to the end of our first race in one piece. Is this going to be enough, though, for the second practice program? Yes, it is. Half a tenth in it. But the overall pace is not looking fantastic. Awasa definitely still quicker than me. Well, final practice program then. I always like to leave the race simulation run until last, although really struggling there through the final corner. Yeah, now obviously you basically just got to try and do 3 laps at a decent pace towards the end of the session. Battery usage is back down to normal, so we're not going to lose loads of times down the straights. But it is just about consistently trying to manage things, so then the game knows what to recommend in terms of a strategy for the GP. This one feels a little bit more grindy than the others, but is probably the most important one to do when you head into a weekend. Well, making our way through the final corner then, definitely starting to build up more confidence with the car and appreciating how it's going to handle. I can't help but feel we might struggle a bit with qualifying pace, but hopefully this final program is going to be quite easy to do, and we'll get the maximum R&D. That's not a bad way to start this series. Well, again, I know I mentioned this in my preview videos last week, but at lowest speed, the front end still seems way too sensitive on this game. It feels like it will rotate around on you so aggressively, even with just a minor kind of correction. But making our way down in towards the final couple of corners, though this free practice session has gone pretty well, actually, in the grand scheme of things. I'm really happy with how, you know, we've been able to rack up some R&D. Only thing I am concerned about, tyre wear has been atrocious. We've put about 30% wear through these tyres in 3 laps, and the pace is still looking a bit away from the other cars, but I guess we'll only really know what the true pace is as we move into qualifying.
Under the bright lights of Bahrain, it is time for qualifying. Grid position up in the air. Who is going to seize the moment?
Well, I think the car looks pretty good then under the floodlights here in Bahrain. Our very first qualifying lap about to begin, and we're already having some beef with Valtteri Bottas, who was going to let me by and then clearly decided he didn't want to in the end. One of the good things about the one session qualifyings is, of course, you only really get the time to do 2, maybe 3 laps if you're at somewhere like Austria. But it really does obviously kind of prioritise getting a lap in and getting it done clean and tidy. It also does provide a little bit more drama. If someone messes up and things like that, it really can change the dynamic as you head into a race as well. Then you can already see Bottas pulling away so much down the straights. Sergio Perez, instantly in his Red Bull, goes top of the board. After a tough 2023, he'll be looking to try and kick on strong in the new year. Desperately trying to keep it inside track limits down at turn 9 and 10. It is not a corner that I'm having much luck on so far. So that's definitely, we know there's going to be a bit more time to find in the second lap. Top speed, though, actually doesn't seem horrendous, obviously, when we're, you know, using the battery, everything like that. But I definitely feel, yeah, this first round of the season, we might struggle against others, as Fernando Alonso, Aston Martin, clearly have brought some pace here to the desert. Fastest on the board so far. One more corner for us to navigate, though. Felt like a fairly tidy lap. I'm a little bit alarmed by how much we've lost to Valtteri Bottas, to be honest. As Verstappen goes fastest, we are going to be a good 3-4 seconds away. A 1:31.1, only good enough for 11th. And I think that's as many cars that have gone round. Well, less than a minute left then on the clock, and myself and a Yumo Asa at the moment look like we're going to be filling up the back row of the grid. I don't know what's worse, that fact, or the fact that I was a second slower than our Japanese counterpart after the first run. We definitely made some mistakes, though, but we were consistently about 3/10 down in every single sector around the lap, and now somehow I'm even slower down the straights. What is going on with that? Right, come on, turn 9, turn 10. Get it a little bit tidier. We know there's a good chunk of time to find through here. If we nail it, we found the apex, but it's still not a particularly good run. I mean, we are just not anywhere close enough to a Yumu at the moment. I think we're having to use a little bit of hot lap mode down the straights as well. Overtake mode even. Just try and carry a little bit more speed. I don't know how much of a difference it really makes, but 3/10 up though as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. Oh, running wide there. That would be a lap invalidation IRL, but we'll get away with it. Clearly the game believes I lost a little bit of time by doing that, but one more corner to go. Yeah, overtake mode definitely does make quite a big difference then. We're going to find half a second. It is still not good enough, though. It is going to be last on the grid here in Bahrain.
Qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid line up for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
Well, I tell you what then, as qualifying sessions go for a new era of Formula 1, that's not bad going. Max Verstappen, less surprisingly, takes the pole, but 5 cars from 5 different teams inside your top 5 there at the end of that session. Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, as well as Norris, Hamilton and Russell, all not far away from the Dutchman there. Albon inside the top 10, just ahead of Bottas, as clearly Carlos Sainz has had a bit of a stinker. Those are the kind of little quirks you get by running these one-session qualifyings, obviously, because it means Carlos Sainz, he would have made it into Q2, and he probably would have got back up to pace by the end of that session there. But it's last and second to last for 212 Motorsports to kickstart the new year. So we have got our work cut out, and maybe, just maybe, we can try and keep up with Kevin Magnussen.
Months of rumour and speculation all comes to an end today as we return to racing for the opening event of what promises to be an enthralling season. Welcome along then to round one of this year's Formula One World Championship. Formula One returns to the desert today and this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Albon, Bottas, Sainz, Sargent, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Tsunoda, Zhou, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Iwasa, and Mr. Monaco. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Shakes. Alongside me, a real authority on all things motor racing. It's a warm welcome back to Anthony Davidson. Well, welcome back. Let's start with a nice, easy question. How do you stop Max Verstappen?
That's what they're hoping for. And that's what we're hoping for as well in some ways, because we don't want to see just one driver or one team running away with it this season like we had last year or even the years gone by in this sport. Can we get to see a two-way or even a three- or four-way fight throughout this race today? Fingers crossed we'll get that.
Back of the grid, not great, I know, but let's just try and use the first lap to push your way up the order.
Well, I think we're all hoping, a bit like Anthony Davidson, that someone is going to be able to stop Max Verstappen over the course of this season. And look at that, the team not confident in my tyre-saving abilities, instantly recommending either a 2 or a 3-stop strategy here. We might try and go, soft and then medium to the end of the afternoon, but I really do feel it is going to depend on what happens early on with those soft compounded tyres. If we say do 8 laps on a set of softs, I don't know. We'll basically just try and go as far as we can on a set of softs and then go mediums from there. And of course, safety cars, red flags, everything like that could still happen as well over the course of the afternoon. I've got no idea how thirsty this car is going to be. It doesn't seem that the cars use as much extra fuel as they have done in my testing. So hopefully we're not going to run into a problem where we're trying to fuel save towards the end of the afternoon. But for the first time ever then in our F124 My Team career mode, it is 5 red lights. And it is lights out, and away we go there. Oh, hit the anti-stall almost as we went up into second gear. Daniel Ricciardo not getting a good start in his V-Carb car as Iwasa trying to look down the inside in towards turn 1. We're going to try and find an avenue around the outside there. A little bit of contact with the Dane of Kevin Magnussen. Somehow we don't pick up any damage in that moment. There's even more contact again with the Haas driver through the first couple of turns. Damage is definitely on. You watched me turn it on in the intro, so very, very lucky that we haven't suffered any problems there off the start as around the outside of my new teammate. So just making sure, of course, even if we can't really fight with anyone else this weekend, that we try and get the better of Iwasa then, as down the inside finally of Kevin Magnussen, and this time round, hopefully there's not even going to be some contact
Let's focus now for the rest of the race.
in the process, as he's not wanting to give up on it. Oh, I've got to be so careful of not locking up there as Zhou Yu. I don't think he was expecting me to have a look round his outside. Short shifting definitely doesn't seem as powerful as it used to be as well. And I must admit, that's been something I've been begging for years. So hopefully, we're not going to see that kind of slowly stamped out of the game as well further down the line. But we've made up some progress then. We're up inside the top 20 as we round our way through the final couple of corners of lap 1. But, you know, like we've kind of said, this first race is going to be a real testing experience. Kind of work out what the car's like, everything like that. You know, there's going to be a high emphasis on tyre management as well. Bahrain, this circuit really does absolutely destroy the tyres. I need to make sure as well for future episodes that I enable the full track map. Of course, yep, DRS now obviously enabled just on lap 2, so that's good. Especially obviously because we got a DRS zone down at this first corner. But yeah, there we go. No, it hasn't, apparently, so I don't quite know how that works. But yeah, Charles Leclerc leading off the start of this race, so good news for Charlie boy. As we are defending from Zhou Guanyu for all my life. At the moment, he's having to look down the inside of basically every corner he can, but we'll hang on for now. We're trying desperately to stay in the slipstream with Daniel Ricciardo up the road, but I think that V-carb is just about going to be able to pull away from me. Zhou Guanyu, oh, big lock-up again down at turn 1, and of course this year it means so much more. It's not just about maybe having a little less control in towards that first turn. Look at that tyre wear on the front left already up at 20%. After just 2 laps, Zhou Guanyu with that DRS will make the move happen. We think DRS as well seems more potent this year. But also not helped by the fact this car genuinely feels like it has no power whatsoever. We're going to keep trying to move the brake bias around just a little bit early on. Just so we can try and figure out, you know, these first few races I'm sure are very much going to be about trying to gain data as much as anything else. Working out what works with these cars. And obviously just trying to fine-tune everything we possibly can. I was hoping we could try and stay in the range of Zhou Guanyu early on in this race as Magnussen looks to be getting closer and closer. But I'm worried we're actually going to drop out the range. I mean, we simply put just don't have any pace early on this afternoon. My only hope, of course, is that some of the other soft compound runners are also going to be two-stopping, as I'm adamant those 2 spheres weren't there in previous versions of the game. But here comes Magnussen, another pretty simple DRS move for the AI. We're now back down to 21st and 22nd place then in this Grand Prix. I really don't hope this first round ends up just being myself versus Oasa as we watch the rest of the field pull away.
Okay, be aware, the grip levels are going to start falling away soon.
That's not the message you want 5 laps into a Grand Prix. I mean, we are trying to be so careful on those tyres. Really trying to just make sure we're cadence braking in and being smooth on the steering as well. But I'm trying to keep up with the other cars in front. We're going through so much battery as well early on in this GP. But we might just have enough to stay with Magnussen. Oh, locked at the rears there slightly. Well, one of the things I've definitely noticed as well on this year's game, I didn't know if it was just something specific to Qatar, but it seems to be something that carries through. Battery management is a whole lot easier. You can use a lot more charge on this year's game as well. We were running down at like 5% going down the front straight in a desperate bid that I think has now failed to stay in Kevin Magnussen's DRS range. But immediately then at the first couple of corners, we were back up to like 30% charge. So you can be more aggressive with that, but certainly less aggressive on the tyres, as already then seeing cars into the pit lane. That is good to know. AI struggling as well then, so Joe Hulkenberg and Pierre Gasly, as well as Oscar Piastri, into the pit lane very early on. And some of those guys were on mediums. I think sensibly then, we've done as much as we can with this first set of tyres this afternoon, although I have now finally got a Yuma Oasa out of the DRS range. But yeah, tyre wear warning light has just flashed up as well, so we'll confirm to the team we're boxing. We'll go over to a set of mediums and see how far we can take them into the afternoon. I would assume we might see some other cars into the pit lane as well. As one good thing then, I guess, is it looks like Magnussen started to struggle a bit with his tyres right towards the end of the stint. For a first ever pit stop, I'm pretty happy with that. But seemingly, yeah, the AI struggle as well a little bit with the wear on their tyres. So that's going to make things very, very interesting as Alex Albon there just tucks in into the pit lane behind one of the Hasses.
I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put that behind us now and get back into this race.
First ever pit stop on this game, and it goes wrong for us. That is just my luck inside these games.
One stop left.
Well, I was also hoping that maybe the battery pack would charge up in the pit lane, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Now we've got to try and get some laps under our belt and close back in on Zhou.
This is our true place here. They've pitted as well, so we've got to warm up our tyres and get the most out of it. Come on.
Interesting new radio message there from Mark. That one is going to be useful to know in the future. But hopefully our true pace isn't... I want to not finish last. That's all I really want from this first race. Well, a Yumu then has been confirmed in the pit lane.
We're on the same strategy. They've pitted as well as us, so warm up your tyres and make the most of this stint.
Mark, we get the idea. That's actually the third time he's told me this lap. So hopefully, despite the pit stop problem, we're still going to be ahead of our teammate, who makes his way back down the end of pit lane now. Yes, we are. So undercuts definitely seem to still be the way to go on this game. It was quite a nice little feature last year, but very quickly it felt like people worked a way around it. But we got 1.5 seconds over our teammate.
Reminder that you can play around with the RS modes in the MFD, or lift sometimes and ease onto the brake pedal for some manual recharge.
Yep, you know what we're doing, just leave me alone. I guess one of the other good things then, if we look at the 3 cars in front of us, all of them on different tyres. So I don't think the AI really know what to do in terms of strategy either here. Ricardo, he's definitely going to have to pit again. Magnussen is, because of course he started on the mediums. Zhou could theoretically go to the end of the race, but I would be surprised if we saw it happen. Well, there is a huge gaggle of cars just in front of us then. I believe that extends probably to about P13, P14 in the train. So we've got to be a little bit strategic with Owasa here and really try and help each other out. Because we have actually got the pace to close in on this group. The mediums feel a lot better than the softs did, as that is not the line I needed through turn 1. I'm sorry, Ayumu. Just squeeze him out over the exit curves of turn 2. Will he be able to get a run on me still? I don't want to crash with our teammate in our very first outing. Oh, come on, that is a terrible line up the top of the hill. And Ayumu is having to give me the space. This time round, Owasa might have me down in towards turn 1. No, he actually decides to sit in. So I don't know whether the team have told him just to hold station at the moment, let me drag us along, or whether he'd rather wait. So he's got the DRS up the hill, but Owasa seemingly cannot make the move on me. And he gains. But again, he's going to sit in behind. Oh, here we go. Owasa this time round surely is going to have me. So we make our way up to the top of the hill. We'll try and brake a little bit early. I just want him to actually make the move happen. But again, on round the outside, seems to be a lot of grip there at the top of the hill. The problem is now, is the AI have kind of sorted themselves out again. The gap is opening up. We cannot afford to spend all day battling each other. Oh, I mean, look at that. The sensitivity of the steering through there, I'm not convinced, is close to accurate. Here we go. Ayumu Owasa, third time's a charm, maybe? He has no confidence in the brakes up the top of the hill there. And you can just see again, this time around it's a bit more of an even run. We are going to be side by side into the S's. Whoa, as we run a little bit wide there. Backhand got a bit loose and lively. But every single time we're costing each other more time than we did the last lap. I mean, I don't want to just back out of it, because I'm not convinced he's got the pace to close in on the cars in front. That was scary. That could have been game over. Right then, that's my first really big mistake of the afternoon. And Owasa finally will say thank you very much. And for the first time since the beginning then, apart from obviously the pit stops.
In the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push.
I wonder if we're going to be able to try and move back past Ayumu in towards turn 1. But yeah, I've definitely upset these tyres with that little slip up there. Are we going to be able to try and use the DRS to get back past our teammate? It is the battle of the wooden spoon at the moment. Team want me in slightly earlier than I am intending to. To the outside of Owasa again. Maybe we can switch him off of turn 1. But of course, the problem is now the traction is so good. Very, very easy for him to put the power down despite being on the inside. We'll use the battery. We'll go to the outside up the hill. We've been here many, many times before, but this time around we've got the momentum. And I think as well, we've kept track position again. Magnussen, Sonoda, Esteban Ocon all into the pit lane then. As we cross onto lap 17. I want to try and get these tyres to the end of next lap before we decide to dive it into the pit lane.
We expect you'll be noticing a bit of grip loss in the tyres around now, so just be careful.
Yep, I certainly have. As once again, Owasa trying to make it happen, and once again, not going to make it easy for him. I've been very lucky this time round in the fact that we've ended up with the DRS. Maybe the one stop, you know, if you got a bit more information about the tyres, is viable. Maybe actually could have catapulted us up the order. Well, are we going to see a Yumu into the pit lane then as we start lap 18? Yes, we are. So it's a good job that I didn't want to box this lap, because we're going to get past Sergeant Ricardo and Sir Lance. Carlos Sainz, I don't actually think is still in the points so far this afternoon, so he's having an absolute stinker down at Ferrari. He's behind Bottas in that Kick Sauber car. I mean, Bottas, if this game is realistic, is due a 45-second pit stop.
Box now, please. Box this lap.
Yep, we are going to be box pit confirm, box pit confirm. I mean, what a percentage of these tyres where it's up to 70% on that front left. It has taken an absolute pounding again. But luckily, this final stint should hopefully be a tiny bit easier on them. I mean, unless we get a safety car, I'm not expecting anything crazy to happen towards the end of this race. I'm actually a bit worried that Awasa is going to get quite the undercut on me as well before we are done and dusted here. So we might be on a bit of a fight back towards the end of the race against our teammate. We'll run over some Haas mechanics as well, apparently. As where is Awasa then? To make our way back out onto the pit lane. Awasa is nowhere to be seen. There he is. Wonder if he had either a slow stop or just really struggled to get temperature into those hard tyres. But we are on the mediums again against his hards. So we've got to try and pull away, get out of the DRS. 9 seconds to Zhou Guanyu up the road though. This has been a tough opener and a bit of a wake-up call. But it is always nice to know that you're quicker than your teammate at the start of a new season.
The car ahead by 8.2 seconds.
Took almost a second out of Zhou on that lap. I know we lose a lot in the DRS zones. But maybe, just maybe, we could see him again before this race is over. We've really just got to try and lock in now. Well, I'll be honest, all those hopes and dreams of seeing Zhou Guanyu before the end of this race.
The pit window, you're going to be on softs. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 1.9 seconds.
Well, I was hoping Mark then might let me get a word in edgeways. But yeah, that hope was pretty much evaporated immediately. Clearly it was just obviously the new pace on the fresh compounded tyres. The AI up the road is still just DRSing each other right towards the end of this race. So as long as we beat Awasa, I guess we can't be too disappointed. But yeah, we desperately need those early upgrades on the car.
Gap to the car ahead, 8.0
No.
seconds.
No! If that had been a mechanical failure then, I would have been really disappointed. DRS, though, issue late on in the day. I don't think that's going to make much difference at the moment. Well, making our way then down in towards the final corner to start the last lap of the Bahrain Grand Prix. We have certainly learnt a huge amount from this opening race of the new season. How to manage the tyres, just how beaten up that front left tyre has been, and also a lot about the car as well. I mean, I famously, throughout all of F1 23, would rather run a slightly higher downforce car to provide a little bit more stability that maybe comes at the lack of some top-end speed. That might be quite difficult to do, though, because this car certainly has got very, very little in a straight line. But despite perhaps making a wise choice to go on the mediums to try and break away from a Yumu, we've actually hung on very, very well, and I reckon had we been a little bit luckier today, we probably would have had the pace over Kevin Magnussen as well, because that gap has continued to either stay the same or drop towards the end of the afternoon there. Max Verstappen, though, to the surprise of probably no one, is going to come through to take the first Grand Prix victory of 2024 there. I could not tell you what the running order is at the front of the field, but as the fireworks are out here in Bahrain, you know, we got to look at the positives. We've been able to get both cars through to the checkered flag with not too many issues. The only kind of technical gremlin we had was that DRS failure a little bit earlier on in the evening, but the team were able to get that fixed. And as the night sky has descended upon the Sakir circuit, P21 and P22, not the ideal result. I'm sure we would have loved to try and beat at least anybody in this first Grand Prix, but we've learnt a lot, and I'm ready to come back stronger next time out. Through the final corner, we are going to survive the Bahrain Grand Prix, and honestly, I think as a new team to F1, we should be happy with that.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
Smiling faces on the pit wall then after that superb win here at Sakir, and rightly so. A brilliant effort from the whole team.
It's always great to kick off the season with a race victory. You hit the ground running, and it's really good for your confidence as well moving forward. It's so important to set off on the right footing, and that's exactly what they've been able to achieve today.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team. Been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. Can't wait to see what's next.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Bahrain Grand Prix, and it is Max Verstappen who takes the first dub of the new season there. Pole position, fastest lap, and race victory then. Although Charles Leclerc was able to challenge him early on, I think pretty quickly the Red Bull driver was able to walk away at the front of the field. There, Hamilton was able to move through as Fernando Alonso and Aston Martin clearly struggled a bit with race pace there. Joining Charles Leclerc on the podium with Perez ahead of Norris and Fernando, Russell ahead of a recovered Carlos Sainz, Oscar Piastri, and then Valtteri Bottas actually able to beat Lance Stroll to take the final point for Kickstake Sauber. So they've actually got as many points as they do IRL in Formula One, at least prior to the Monaco GP. Albon beats out both of the Alpines in the end, narrowly missing out on points ahead of Sonoda, Sargent Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Joe Magnussen, and then of course the two 2-2 motorsport cars at the rear of the field there. We did have a faster lap than Iwasa, and we were less than a tenth away from Magnussen as well this year. I reckon had we had a bit more luck, we probably had the pace to match him, and actually probably had the pace to match a lot of the midfield runners once we kind of got into a bit of a better groove towards the end of the race there. Of course, Drivers' Championship exactly the same as the race results there, and constructors-wise, Red Bull lead the way, Ferrari 1 point ahead of Mercedes, with McLaren ahead of Aston Martin there, and still Williams, Alpine, Visa, Cash App, Haas, and ourselves, of course, yet to get out of the starting blocks. But thank you all so much for watching this video. Quite a bumper first episode, I'm sure, of our all-new career mode. We'll be back, though, hopefully tomorrow, where we return to the Jeddah Corniche. That one, hopefully, is going to be a bit more fun, but I'm a little bit apprehensive with the lack of straight line speed. You guys will have to be there, and hopefully we'll score some points soon. As the sun has now set here on the Jeddah Corniche, we are ready to start my first qualifying lap. Once again, the orange does look good under the floodlights. I will give them credit. The game graphics do always look pretty good there. We got one of the Mercs just in front of me. I don't know, I think he must obviously just be starting a lap time as well. So we'll try and use him as a bit of a benchmark. I haven't done a lap yet, Mark. Give me a chance. First sector has felt pretty good as we try and make our way through the back end of the lap. I mean, it's so difficult, even now still, even with how much more grip this car has on this year's game. That never means to say that Jeddah is still an easy circuit by any stretch of the imagination. This place absolutely messes with your brain. You've obviously got to try and be so precise with it there. Don't do a Lance Stroll. So we make our way in towards the final sector. But I tell you what, if this first lap time still puts us last on the grid, then I'm in big trouble, because this has honestly felt pretty good. Not expecting, to be way up the order, but I'd like to be sort of in the fight with, your Hasses, and your V-Carbs there as we make our way out of the final corner, though. What is the time going to be by the time we get back round to the line? It is going to be a 1:30.6, and we go between Albon and Ocon then, even with that little mistake. Oh no, I put myself out in a load of traffic as we try and get ready for our final qualifying run. Russell just going past me then as he comes around the final corner to finish his lap. Problem is, of course, I can't let everybody by, otherwise I'm not going to have enough time here. But what a difference a day makes. Yesterday, we were half a second slower than Yuma Iwasa. Today, after our first run, we are 8/10 up on our teammate there, as that is not how a Formula 1 car should handle through that first turn. Did you see just the way it pivoted then? No kind of drama. It honestly feels like it's got no weight at all. It sometimes feels like the cars are genuinely floating on this game and kind of can levitate around, and the resistance through the tyres simply isn't there. A little bit wide by the end of the first sector, and I nudged the wall for good measure as well. So any time we had found has immediately been thrown away. Russell and Sonoda gonna try and hopefully move out of the way. Russell does a good job. Haven't quite seen Yuki yet peel out, so wait and see what blue flag procedure is like. So just lacking a bit of confidence still. Get up towards that wall. Come on, Yuki, give me a slipstream if anything, buddy. Thank you. I think we went a little bit aggressive with the battery in the first half of the lap, so let's wait and see. So we try and make our way through that final corner. Again, you just struggle with the tyres as you absolutely abuse them going all the way around this Jeddah Corniche. But up towards the start-finish line then, it's going to be a quarter of a second improvement, and that moves us nowhere. We stay P15.
Qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid line up for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
Well, Max Verstappen then back-to-back pole positions to kickstart the year. Just 300th, though, between him and Sergio Perez. Let's not forget last year here, IRL, they had a brilliant battle trading fastest lap times throughout the Grand Prix. Same couldn't be said in 2024 there. But sights ahead of Oscar Piastri. But yeah, P15 for us. I mean, we were less than a second off the pole, which is a huge improvement from what we managed last time out there. Unfortunately, Ayumu Iwasa will stay on the back row of the grid once again. Dare I believe that points are possible today? I think we're still lacking a bit too much against those McLarens and Aston Martins.
It's one of the fastest races in the entire calendar. It's Jeddah, it's the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and it's next. So let's take a look at a topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Sainz, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell, Stroll, Norris, Bottas, Sargent, Joe, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Gasly, Ocon, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, and Ayumu Iwasa. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, delighted to say joining us for this intriguing race is Anthony Davidson. Well, they say you're only as good as your last race, and on evidence there, that was very good indeed. How do they carry that form through to today?
You've done it once, can you do it again? But, you know, if you start believing in yourself and the confidence starts to build, that inner confidence is what you need. And you can carry that through to future races, including this one, and you set that ball rolling. That's the critical thing that they're looking for here. And I believe if you've got that first race win or a win at any stage, it can start to roll with you in a good way.
I've got no idea who Alex Jakes and Anthony Davidson were talking about there. It certainly can't be us, because we haven't won. Was it Max Verstappen? If it was a very, very odd quote to give. But here we are then, trackside 25 laps ahead of us here from Jeddah. I'm going to try a one-stop. Yes, it sounds risky, it sounds brave, it might even sound stupid, but if we can keep it out the walls today, I don't think tyre wear is going to be too bad. There aren't many places where you can lock up or do any serious damage to the tyre unless you hit the walls. So we're going to take that gamble, and we're going to see as to how we get on. Looks like a lot of drivers following in kind. It is 5 red lights here on the Jeddah Corniche, and it's no hold at all, but it is lights out and away we go. As trying to put the power down there as everyone trying to move around that Stroll in towards that first corner. Alex Albon giving me the squeeze of my life in towards that turn 1. Actually ended up getting out qualified by his teammate Logan Sargent for the first time ever in qualifying last night. So I'm sure he'll be looking to try and move up the order as we go into the race there. Of course, Williams as well, desperate. Whoa! To try and score a point after their big rivals Kick Sauber managed it last weekend. As how on earth has Alex Albon done that? He slapped the wall through the S's and still made the move happen around my outside there. That was honestly why I backed out of it in the end, because I was worried as to where Albon was going to end up. Has he picked up any front wing damage from that? I have noticed around here that front wing damage seems to be, you know, the cars seem to be built a little bit tougher now, which I think is probably a welcome addition to the game, because of course we've had years gone by where you just graze a wall and suddenly you're, you know, a second a lap off the pace of what you would have been. So maybe, yeah, that has been altered as well. For the joy, of course, once again. I've just remembered, obviously, we get DRS on lap 2 now on this year's game, so maybe we can try and start hounding Alex Albon here. I mean, P15 is a pretty good position for us after qualifying, so we're going to try and be a bit patient. I'm not going to feel too desperate to make moves happen early on, but if opportunities come our way, then we've got to take them. Even if it's just for trying to beat other teams on countback, it could prove very useful indeed. We really are getting the full F1 24 experience early on this afternoon as we try and have a look down the inside of Alex Albon. Luckily, we've got a train of cars in front of us that we're just able to try and just stay in the slipstream of. But even more lucky than that, Lance Stroll has dropped off the tail of the big boys at the front of the fields. Oh, that's not what you want to do to the tyres. Luckily, we hit the wall square, but you can see instantly puts a little bit of wear through them. But yeah, that means, of course, that everyone else now is still trying to fight for the final points-paying position. But I've just taken us all out of the DRS range. Oh, there we go. Stroll and Bottas side by side still up the road. Zhou Guanyu gets a very, very good seat to watch that all unfold. There is Logan Sargent now going for the final points-paying position early on. He's down the inside of Valtteri in towards the S's. I think Bottas, though, has made it work the long way around. But thank you to all of you guys for battling, because we're now back inside the range. So we're watching Bottas, Stroll and Sargent all battling it out at the moment. I must admit, yeah, I really do, you know, as much stick as I do give this game for some of the odd changes and quirks, I really do like now how much more conservative you have to be with the car. You know, how much you got to look after it and, you know, not nudge the walls or things like that. You know, it really is going to make a big difference this year with league racing and things like that. And, you know, it does definitely in that regard feel a lot more realistic. You know, you have to drive this thing a bit more like you would a Formula 1 car in that regard. As, almost into the back of Zhou Guanyu there down at turn 1. Somehow we keep that at the wall as well, as Alex Albon tried to have a look. And just as I'm talking about some good qualities of this game, you once again get to experience the bizarre grit levels at low speed. I mean, we are just watching those three go. Are they 3 wide up in front? I think Bottas unable to quite get alongside Logan Sargent, but I mean, Zhou and I at the moment, yeah, are just sat watching this all unfold every single lap, basically waiting to see if one of them is going to make an error, or maybe that they're ruining their tyres early on, as I can see Zhou Guanyu maybe anticipating there that Lance Stroll was going to struggle, and that's really allowed Logan Sargent just to break away a little bit. I wonder if one of these cars, if they can get out of this group, whether we might never see them again. Well, I don't feel like I've been particularly gentle with the car so far this race, and have nudged the wall a couple of times. But still, as we come towards the end of lap 8, the front right, sorry, only at 27% wear, so I reckon sensibly you can actually do mediums to soft here if we can keep it tidy all the way to our pit stop. We get these tyres to like the end of lap 15. We've got every chance to make that possible. And of course, Mark instantly telling me the exact opposite of what I want to do. Zhou Guanyu trying to go defensive from me. We'll try and send it around the outside up at turn 12. Are we going to be able to get the throttle down on the exit of the corner? Clearly, the Chinese driver starting to lack a little bit of confidence maybe on his tyres. We feel like we're pushing him along a little bit more as we get towards lap 10. Come on, can we just get a wheel alongside? Yes, we can. And now with the DRS, surely we're going to be able to carry the speed right the way through this sort of avenue, it feels like, around the back half of the lap. Just trying to brake, though, on the inside there. Really does upset the balance. But we make it through. We are slowly but surely making progress here. But we've got to try and keep up with these three in front. Oh, I mean, that's so scary. Sargent goes one way of Bottas and then instantly switches to the other. I know obviously they're only AI, but even just following that gives me just that little bit of anxiety as they make their way up towards the start-finish line then. We're only on lap 10.
Now we're boxing this lap.
Now lap 11 as the team want me in. But yeah, these three, I mean, they've just been relentless right since the get-go. I basically wouldn't have edited this video if we featured all of them battling going on. As once again, Stroll tries to make something happen. But once again, he has left a look at the back of that state car. Well, although the team want me into the pit lane then at the end of the lap, we are going to throw caution to the wind here. We're going to try and extend this medium compound stint. The tyre's still feeling pretty good at the moment. As only now we start just to get a little bit of locking. But I'm thinking if these three are going to continue to battle, which immediately Bottas decides he doesn't want any involvement in, we can try and overcut them and have some quick tyres towards the end of the afternoon. As Logan Sargent now running in P5. I genuinely don't believe he's ever run that high, so he might have a nosebleed. Stroll's going to get a very, very awkwardly timed run there on Logan. AI really don't like to go side by side. Down at the end of this straight seems to be the one place on this lap they don't want to do it. Are we now going to be able to get a run though, as I'm hoping we're going to see, oh, both of them into the pit lane. Lance Stroll wants to defend from me, but it might actually be looking to try and attack Logan. As down the inside at the final corner, can we get ourselves inside the top 10? Yes, we can. Oh, a little bit of contact there. I thought Sargent had fully backed out of it, so maybe I've spent too much time watching Lance Stroll today that I've started to drive like him. As all the other AI into the pit lane then, so we are the only one taking the gamble. But for the first time ever on F1 24, we are going to lead a Grand Prix. Well, we've been so focused on our own race early on this afternoon that we haven't had much time to talk about him, but looks like finally Verstappen has got a bit of a breakaway from his teammate and the rest of the front-running group. Looks like our battle pack, though, still all bunched up together. Bottas actually maybe has been overcut slightly, but we've got to try and get these tyres to the end of next lap. Then I'm prepared to risk it.
If we exceed it, keep that in mind as you approach.
Yep, diving into the pit lane then at the end of lap 14. I'm just so worried that we're going to come out way further down the order than when we pit. I've been trying to sort of monitor those gaps as best as I can by looking at the mini-map. We'll definitely get undercut, but the real question is just by how much here. It's got to make sure we get our car slowed into the pit lane. Careful over all of the white lines as well. I only remembered at the last second then that it's 37 miles an hour into the pit lane here, but as Verstappen's going to fly past me, Alonso now, as well as Perez and those Ferrari cars locked into battle, so could see another team on the podium this weekend, but hopefully we can try and get a nice, clean, tidy stop, which we will.
Fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
And hopefully as we make our way back out the pit lane, look at that, we've not done badly at all. Oh, we will almost do there. But as we return to the circuit, we're still in this train of cars. And now we have got slightly fresher, two-stage softer tyres. We've got to try and utilise the advantage whilst we've got it, though. We've basically got two choices between now and the end of the afternoon. Either we slowly and methodically try and move through this group and make sure that we got the tyres towards the end, or we really try and go for it, see if we can move our way to the front, and then pray that the tyres can hang on. Interestingly, though, as well, something must have happened to Bottas. He might have had a slow pit stop, because he has actually been undercut by both Zhou and Pierre Gasly here.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
We've got so much more grip on that fresh rubber, and we're going to try and utilise it to the best of our ability. Sargent as well seems to have dropped back, so no idea what's happened. But now, all of a sudden, it's Alex Albon at the front of this train. Stroll is hounding Albon. We are trying to hound Zhou Guanyu just a little bit further back as DRS once again enabled. This seems to be the highest speed part of the circuit. I mean, look at this. Everyone frantically trying to move around to get their own piece of real estate here. Albon will defend from Lance Stroll. We're going to try and complete the move on Zhou Guanyu, and we've got to try and stay on the battery here as we're going to get a run on both the Canadian and the Thai driver. What is that by Lance Stroll? Awareness stat of exactly 2. inside this game. We're going to have to dive him down at the first corner there. I don't want to be battling wheel to wheel with Sir Lance all too long. And more clearly, his AI is incredibly accurate on this game. That was scary, but now we've got to try and get out of the DRS zone as we navigate our way through these next few corners. Because, of course, if we can get out of that DRS, leave them to battle, then hopefully we can nurse these tyres towards the end of the race there. And look at that immediately, utilising that advantage we've got. Purple first sector as well. Now we just got to try and keep all of these guys as far back as we can. But as we start lap 20 then, it's been nice to actually spend a couple of laps not fighting tooth and nail for every single position. We're losing a little bit of time now to Lance Stroll, as I think he's actually been able to break free from that gaggle of cars as well. But the one thing I'm worried about is still the tyre wear. These soft compound tyres, they're going to be very chewed up by the end of this race. Oh no, Lance Stroll I think's about to have me here. This was earlier than I'd ever anticipated as well. And look at that Aston Martin. Definitely has got a lot more straight line speed than we've got, despite the fact he's actually recharging the battery pack. So yeah, now we've got to try and play really strategic here. Jeddah, I've said it before, Jeddah, it's like having a chess match with the AI. You've got to be really, really strategic with where you go for your moves towards the end of an afternoon. So it might be worth, in our best interest, sitting behind Lance for now, because the last thing I want is the likes of Zhou and Albon getting back to the pair of us. This is what we've got to do then towards the end of the race. Use that DRS, charge up the battery pack, and make sure that by the time we get to the final lap, we've got the tyres still to fight, and that we've got the battery to try and fly back past Lance Stroll. I don't want him to know what we're doing, though, so we've got to be very strategic, because that was so close to the inside wall. Max Verstappen then looks dead set to take another commanding race victory early on this season. The final result, I don't think, will tell the full story, but basically every position behind him is still up for grabs, with maybe the exception of Ayumu Owasa. I've got no idea what's happened to our teammate, but he might well have had the loneliest Formula 1 Grand Prix I have ever seen in my life. The only other thing I'm a bit worried about is that our tyres really do seem to be falling off late on here through the final corner to start the last lap of this Grand Prix. We've just got to go for it on Lance Stroll, because honestly, I'm not convinced we're going to get another chance around the lap time here. We are losing so much. Down the inside of the Canadian will go at that first corner there. Absolutely send it in towards that first chicane. And luckily, we keep it between track limits there. And that means as we make our way in towards the S's, we can't lose as much time. He's going to have to do something very adventurous if he wants to try and get around the outside of me through here. But could, in just our second ever race as an owner driver, we score our first Formula 1 World Championship point. Tyre wear warning light has finally flashed up as well. We have really, really struggled towards the end of this stint. Funnily enough, Mark, I couldn't care less what the car in front is doing at the moment, because we are only interested in that car behind us. I am a bit worried, though, as to the amount of speed that Aston Martin can carry down in towards that final corner here. So we're going to have to try and drain the battery pack in the right places to make sure that we have got enough there. But Max Verstappen, he is going to make it 2 from 2 to kickstart this campaign, just like he did IRL in 2024. Now we've got to try and go on the battery pack, though. But Stroll, I'm sure, will be doing the same here with just one more corner to go of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Stroll's not closing in on me. I reckon he used his battery in the wrong place there as we make our way through the final corner. I was expecting more drama on this final lap. Now Stroll's going to try and use all of his battery. Is he going to get me? Yes, he is. No, I cannot believe that. Just when I thought I was safe, Stroll snatches it.
A sterling effort from the team and a magnificent drive to secure victory here at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
And that's 2 wins in a row now. It's the start of potentially something special, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. It's a long way to go.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
I cannot believe that Lance Stroll was able to bait me like that in towards the final corner of the Grand Prix there. I genuinely thought when he was 6/10 back, making our way through that final turn, that he was never going to get close enough to me, but I completely overestimated how much straight line speed we'd have and just how much battery the Canadian had in the charge as well there. We have lost out on our first ever point by just 0.5 of a second, and how critical could that be come the end of the year there? Max Verstappen takes home the dub, an even closer finish up at the front of the field there. Just 300ths between Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez. It is the Mexican that takes home the fastest lap bonus point there. Alonso less than 2/10 away from his first podium in the new campaign as well. They're beating out Sainz, both Mercs, both McLarens, and yet Stroll, our final points paying position there. And after such a ballsy strategy that I really thought was going to pay off in the end, we are going to walk away with absolutely nothing there. Ayumu Oasa having a bit of a disaster of a Grand Prix as well. No idea what happened to Sargent to fall so badly off the pace come the end of the afternoon. But P19 is a far more realistic result to what we were expecting from the American driver there. And take a look then at our Drivers' Championship. Well, we're up to P12 by virtue of being the highest driver still yet to score a point then. Charles Leclerc jumps, stays ahead, of course, of Sergio Perez, doesn't he? After 2 second-place finishes in a row. Perez jumps Lewis, Alonso in P5 ahead of Carlos Sainz. They're tied with his former teammate Lando Norris, 2 points ahead of George Russell. But yeah, we've got our work cut out. This is always a really, really big opportunity to try and score points early on in the season, and I'm not really sure when the next big chance is going to come like that. We are up, though, to 7th in the Constructors' Championship, so that would be enough to pick up the bonus reward at the end of the season. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we will be back tomorrow when Formula One returns ready for the Australian Grand Prix. Well, we had a really, really good qualifying session last time out in Jeddah, Of course, Bahrain, absolutely one to forget on the other hand. So how kind of is Albert Park, Australia gonna fall for us? The sun is shining here on Saturday. It is definitely raining again, though, come Grand Prix Sunday, but hopefully we can try and get a good lap on the board. Suddenly the car feels very different again, because obviously we're back in the dry conditions. What is that? Just tried to turn in towards an apex there and have way more grip than I was ever expecting. Not the ideal start to our opener. Apart from that little weird moment down in the first sector, this lap's actually felt pretty good, and I must admit, Albert Park, Australia, often been a venue of very low traction. This weekend, it feels very different. Unfortunately, we're the only driver not able to go under 80 seconds, so all my confidence from qualifying, from free practice, has immediately eroded. Well, maybe my confidence then from Jeddah and free practice might be coming back to haunt me here, because, well, so far Ayumu and I unable to get within 7/10 of anybody else here. We're going to start our final flying lap of the session.
We've dropped to P22.
I'm hoping there should be a little bit more time to find, especially down at turn 3. But we're going to have to really go for it here. Trying to manage the battery is no mean feat either. So let's just really try and put it all on the line. Oh, way too deep there. Didn't do much of a better job than I did last time round there, as the car wants to try and break traction through the next couple of corners. We are 6/10 up, though, so we definitely found a little bit more. And suddenly, you're getting a mix of oversteer and understeer. I didn't realise we brought the old Ferrari SF14T from 2014 to this weekend, but apparently we have. We're not going to be able to get anywhere near that, but we might get near to some of the other backmarker drivers, as there is way too much grip through that corner. We're running pretty low levels of downforce around here, as once again the car tries to break free from me. Open at the battery, though, on the run to the start-finish line. It's going to be a 1.6 second improvement. Where is that going to put me? I think it's P16. Well, for the first time then this season, it is not Max Verstappen on the pole there. He can only line up 4th place on the grid, slower than Russell, Oscar Piastri and Fernando Alonso. So Mercedes power units seem to be working very well around this new power-orientated layout here in Australia. Oscar Piastri, though, front row start for his home Grand Prix. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and snooker away a victory this weekend. But P16 for us, 9/10 clear of Ayumu Iwasa. We've definitely built up some one-lap confidence in the car, but how are we going to get on as the rain falls in the race?
Few places embrace Formula One like Melbourne. It is a truly brilliant sentence to say. Welcome to the Australian Grand Prix. We're close to Port Phillip Bay for today's race at the 3.28 mile Albert Park circuit. It is very bumpy out there on the surface of the racetrack. 14 corners, some of which were remodeled in 2022. We have wet conditions today, so watch out for a safety car at some point during the Grand Prix. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Norris, Hamilton, Bottas, Stroll, Joe, Albon, Sargent, Gasly, Mr. Monaco, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Ocon, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, and Ayumu Iwasa. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Joining me for this one is Naomi Schiff. Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now. That's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level?
Absolutely. We're certainly seeing a driver that feels a lot more comfortable and confident within the team, and that comes from that stability and being settled into what we can now see as a clear role within the team. It's so important for a driver to know where they stand, because sometimes when you don't know exactly where you stand, you can easily overdrive or even put too much pressure on yourself. So I think they'll be able to focus on the smaller details during the race today.
We're hoping you can get some points this race. Good luck.
Well, there we go. Team looking for points this weekend, and Naomi Schiff clearly doesn't understand that I'm the team leader here. I'm the big dog within 212 Motorsports. We line up P16, though. I was hoping that maybe we might start seeing some grid penalties for other drivers this season, but that hasn't happened just yet. This is going to be an interesting test, though, to see how the cars are going to handle and how bad the tyre wear is going to be in these slippery conditions, because if there's a chance to no-stop this, I'm probably going to try and take it as well there. But front locking and things like that are going to make things very, very scary early on as we try to find a rhythm. Waiting on the grid, though, for those 5 red lights. It is lights out, and away we go. Of course, don't have to regulate the throttle as much as I would expect to. In fact, we're even able to use the battery there as we try and launch forward in towards that first corner. Zhou Guanyu trying to have a look down the inside of his teammate there as we're going to try and move past both of the Williams. A little bit of contact with that Kick Sauber car out of the first couple of turns, but I think we've just about been able to pull it off. And again, though, got to be really, really careful here. In fact, we're going to actually take an active management approach of those tyres early on here, just to kind of see what they are going to do in these conditions. As we discovered in Jeddah last time out, they won't actually wear that much if you're being gentle with them. But of course, you know, it is just going to be a case of seeing how they're going to cope in all the spray here around Albert Park. And look at that at the front of the field, though. I'm sure if this was the real life, we would have heard the crowd roar as Oscar Piastri makes a move for the lead of the Grand Prix right at the start of the event. So good key move for the McLaren man. Are we going to see the AI struggle to put the power down out of the back straight? Not nearly as much as the Delta was leading to suggest this weekend. But have Red Bull just compromised their setup to try and suit their car in race trim, or do they just simply not have the pace around the long straights of this Albert Park circuit? Looks like we're going to have to manage the rear tyres as well a lot throughout the afternoon, but a one-stop might be possible. Without DRS then, this weekend is going to be a lot more about just trying to manage your own pace and see how you stack up. It's often actually been a really, really good way to move forward here in Albert Park in recent years, was just sit behind a faster car and claim all 3 of those DRS zones around the lap. But that's not going to be possible whilst the rain is still pouring. I don't believe track conditions are meant to change whatsoever, even if we got a red flag or anything like that. It is just steady rain showers right the way through the afternoon.
Let's use overtake and burn off some of this energy.
Oh, here comes Zhou Guanyu. A load of extra top-end speed as we make our way down the back straight. Not enough confidence on the brakes are on the outside, and who can blame him unless you're prepared to really hook it up the long way around. I don't think moves are going to be possible there today. Starting lap 5 then, desperately just trying to keep up with Valtteri Bottas early on here. But it is very, very clear as well, a no-stop strategy is not going to be possible. The curbs. I'm starting to wonder whether the curbs actually on this game don't factor in weather at all. Because that inside curve there just seems to drag me in no matter what the conditions are like around this place. Either that or the cars just absolutely love pointing towards them. But yeah, we're able to keep up with Bottas at the moment. Zhou Guanyu, only when he really nails it, is able to keep chase. But I'm just not convinced we've got much more pace than where we are. There we go. If we get the line nailed through the chicane, though, see how much speed we gain on Bottas. I mean, it's basically a freebie for us. Down the inside on the exit. Ooh, a little bit of wheel banging there between myself and the honorary Australian, I guess. And we are back into P11 once more. As Stroll, once again, I'm sure it'll be the case a lot this year. He's going to be our foe for P10. Well, I don't know whether sort of in stormy conditions or something like that, the wet weather physics are going to feel any different at all. Because honestly, at the moment, it genuinely on this game, to try and give you an idea, if you haven't played it yet, what it feels like.
Right, we need to get past here. Use overtake. Use overtake.
It's like driving in the dry on F1 23. That's kind of where we're at with the grip on this game. I mean, if you went from F1 22 to this, you would have an absolute field day. Because there is just such an insane amount of grip. But yeah, that's honestly, I reckon, the closest comparison I can give is it feels like F1 23 in the dry. How early you're able to carry the throttle
Try to keep up this momentum.
is absolutely insane at the moment. But Stroll is still losing time to the Mercedes of Hamilton in front of him. But far more importantly than that, Oscar Piastri is still leading the way at the front. I mean, so far, this episode feels like I have just been throwing a lot of shade at EA and Codemasters here as well. We'll finally get a run on Sir Lance. That being said, though, the graphic, you know, you can absolutely work out where the circuit, you know, where the spray's sort of been moved off the racing line and where is a little bit damper. I mean, I can't really feel much difference in it at all. But it is a nice little feature, of course, to know kind of where the AI goes. Look at this, Lance Stroll, every single lap through that final corner, it looks like he's drifting that car there. A little bit of a mistake there by Lance as we make our way out onto the back straight. I sense an opportunity here. And we try and get past him. I'd love to be ahead of him before the pit stops. So, I mean, you can just see the AI probably dropping down one gear too many. And they just get their line wrong through there. That time around, actually, he's been able to get the power down again. It seems that Lance, every time he senses I'm going to be able to get past him, suddenly speeds up a little bit there as well. A bit of front lock-in down in towards the next corner. We cadence break the car in, though, go the long way around. And for the second weekend in a row, we are up into the points. Oh, interesting then. So, AI boxing a little bit earlier than I was expecting here in this Grand Prix. I don't believe any of them are going to two-stop. There's Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Alonso, I think I saw Charles Leclerc as well, all diving into the pit lane then. Surely they can't be two-stopping. It would make no sense with the grip still on these tyres. But I'm fully intending on extending the stint to half distance. I mean, how are you meant to save the car like that? It feels like I moaned too much on previous F1 games that it felt like you just get into slides that you couldn't save. This year, it's like the car doesn't want to spin at all on you. There's absolutely no way I should have been able to keep that out of the wall with the throttle I used. Okay then, clearly the AI aren't splitting their strategies. They just want to try and go aggressive on the first pit stop here. So for the second weekend in a row, we are actually going to lead a Grand Prix. Piastri's still out in front of everyone that hasn't boxed. Looks like Zhou Guanyu has joined me. But yeah, the AI strategy is very peculiar here. There we go, Zhou Guanyu, one of the last cars into the pits. I think there's still a couple of others lurking around. One of the Alpines there that needs to box.
Teammate behind, 34.8 seconds.
I'm just trying to see if the undercut has worked for anyone, because that's the only other thing I'm a bit nervous about, that maybe Stroll will get back ahead of me. But honestly, I looked at the weather coming into this weekend and I thought, this is going to be a really, really bad one for us. On the other hand now, if we end up with wet races in the future, I'm probably going to have to up the AI difficulty. Because, I mean, Sonoda, new fast lap of the day. What is Yuki cooking? Confirming to the team then that we are going to box at the end of lap 14. So we're able to take our tyres just that little bit further than anybody else. I mean, even if a lot of the front runners were planning on a 2-stop, I think they would probably still get the better of me by the end of the afternoon. But trying to navigate our way into this Albert Park pit lane. Horrible pit lane entry now. You got 2 walls on either side that will really catch you out. Luckily now, obviously, it's 50 miles an hour, though, because the pit lane has been made a whole lot wider. So Oscar Piastri, then homeboy, is going to return to the front of the order. But hopefully, if we can get a nice, clean, tidy stop, which we will, are we going to be out ahead of Lance? It's going to be close. I forgot then for a split second about just how much you can match the throttle on exit. But Stroll has got the jump on me. But, I mean, hopefully we should be right back with him very soon once I got the tyres up to temperature. I mean, the other thing I've been trying to keep my eye on wherever possible is actually Iwasa. He's still beating, I believe it's Kevin Magnussen in this Grand Prix, and I would love for him to not finish last for the first time this season.
With tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of them.
That 7 extra pace stat now means he can keep up with one other driver in this series. But yeah, we have rocked up to the back of Lance Stroll again. So I'm hoping it's a matter of when rather than if. Here we go then, trying to get a run on the Canadian. Are we going to be able to get a wheel to the outside? Yes, we are. Oh, a bit of rear locking though. Not able to get the rotation through the front end. Well, I don't want to leave it to the last minute like we saw in Saudi Arabia trying to make a move on Lance Stroll, because he could very easily just try and switch me again. That time round.
Use overtake, use overtake.
Trying to be very, very aggressive with me. We're trying to have a look to the inside, but you can see just off the dry line there. Didn't quite have the confidence, didn't quite know what the brakes were going to do, so took it a little bit easy. It's all still a learning experience for us, but I really do believe our first points of the year are possible today. This time out, we've got to be a bit more careful, slow in, fast out, see if we can try and switch him, but again, Lance Stroll there, I think, just starting to push the envelope a little bit more at how aggressive he wants to be. Trying to brake a bit later again. You hear the fronts locking. But Lance Stroll, rather than running me off the road, actually gives me the space around the outside. And we are through once again. Mark loving that one. But yeah, we are finally back inside the top 10 then. Now we just got to try and bring it home. There's all eyes, I'm sure, here. Still on Oscar Piastri at the front of the field. We're trying to use a bit of battery this lap, see if we can... Yes, we have! We've snookered away. Fastest lap bonus point. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think if we see that we've got a wet race coming up in the future... I mean, anyway, I am moving around the AI, so I'm going to continue just to increase it until we get to a level that I am happy with. I think now we're running like 104, so we know if it's in the rain, I can probably bump it up close to 110.
Light rain conditions for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, that rain is meant to be here to the end of the afternoon. So I guess really the only other question we've got late on, are the AI going to pit again? Or might they absolutely ruin their tyres? Well, if the AI were going to pit again before the end of the Grand Prix, we'd start seeing them in around about now. They're definitely struggling though on their tyres. Lewis Hamilton, that gap has come down to about 5.5 seconds. Admittedly, a lot of that, of course, is still coming through that chicane. But at the other end of the field, Iwasa still ahead of that Haas car. Oh, there we go, Lewis. Lewis struggling so badly, he's into the pit lane. So are a handful of other drivers with just 3 laps to go. Here in Albert Park, Lewis, Hamilton, Verstappen, Alonso, Leclerc, 4 of the fastest and most experienced drivers on the Formula 1 grid, all are into the pit lane. They don't believe their tyres can go to the end of the race. That's how much the AI is struggling. But will we see some of our other front runners pit? I mean, both McLaren's still out there. Every other team, though, they could afford to pit here and not have to double stack their cars. Surely not. I mean, if we see any of those top 3 into the pit lane at the end of this lap, who knows what is going to be possible by the end of the afternoon here. This has really come late on, and just after I'd given up hope that the AI would dive into the pit lane before the end of this Grand Prix, clearly none of them can make the one-stop work. Sergio Perez has gambled it. He has stayed out there, but Oscar Piastri from the lead of the Grand Prix. McLaren are double stacking. What on earth is this late on in the day? I don't know whether Perez and Leclerc will dive into the pit lane with just 1 lap to go of this GP. But Piastri, I was about to bring up the stat that no Australian has ever got a podium in their home Grand Prix. And with the way things are looking at the moment, somehow, with just 2 laps to go with this Grand Prix, that stat looks to be staying. Well, this race might be about to win the award for the dumbest race you'll see inside F1 24. The game's only been out 2 days. How on earth have we already ended up with such a ridiculous result here in Australia? Are we going to see Perez and Leclerc into the pit lane? Sergio Perez is in! Will Charles Leclerc join him? I think he has. Oh my. As we start the final lap of the Australian Grand Prix, we have got no concerns with our tyres still. Ours are only at 58% wear. And we are into the lead of the Australian Grand Prix. Like I said, you know, Verstappen and Piastri are still absolutely ploughing along here. Piastri at the very least, is back onto the podium late on in this Grand Prix. But how ridiculous is this? Not only are the AI pretty poor in terms of their raw pace in the wet, they also can't look after their tyres. And, well, usually this takes seasons. We got lucky inside F1 23 in our My Team career mode that we were able to win a race in Season 1. This time round, though, it is going to take us 3 Grand Prix. I say that, Oscar Piastri is actually still closing in on me at a rather rapid rate of knots, so we've got to be very, very careful as we make our way through the chicane for the final time there. Nice and easy on the way through. Be gentle with the car. Be gentle with the tyres. But as we roll on the throttle, I don't think anyone was expecting this when we came to Albert Park, Australia this weekend. We narrowly missed out on points last time out. And I said that was likely going to be our only real look-in in the opening stages of the season. But here in Australia, a little bit of luck, a little bit of magic, as we round our way through the final corner. I'm sure the Australian fans are gutted to see it, but somehow, in just our 3rd ever race, we are a Formula 1 Grand Prix winner.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys! Oh, superb driving. That is the race win, my friend. Well done.
A great race then, and a fantastic victory here at Albert Park.
It's not every day that we get to see such incredible wheel-to-wheel racing. Next time, they might consider making it easier for themselves, but today, we absolutely loved all the action that we got to see out there.
Here comes your top 3, making their way down to the podium for what can only be described as a fantastic day for Formula 1. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula 1.
Well, there we go then. The Australian Grand Prix, just our 3rd ever race. The team's 3rd ever race. From 16th on the grid, it is P1. We will never, ever have another race like that inside F1 24. So, as maybe ridiculous as it is, we've kind of got to cherish it all at the same time there. like we said, 16th on the grid to first at the end of the day. Max Verstappen, the first time this year, he is not going to be on the podium there. And Oscar Piastri, well, absolutely gutted for him. Because honestly, I was going to be so hyped if he was able to win this race as well. There, Russell in P3 ahead of those Red Bulls. Ferraris in 6th and 7th ahead of Alonso, Hamilton, and Lando Norris there. Albon actually got the jump on Valtteri Bottas and Lance Stroll towards the end of the GP, but we were the only driver to make the one-stop work there. And Iwasa, he did beat Nico Hülkenberg. Admittedly, he came 21st when we came first, so far, we've come 21st, 11th, and 1st. I was going to make a joke about that coming into this episode, but I thought, no, it sounds too stupid. And guess where we are at the end of the weekend there. Taking a look at the championship standings. Well, I'm pretty certain that's going to be that P8 in the Constructors pretty much locked up. Verstappen with a 21-point lead over Charles Leclerc. 4 points between him and Sergio Perez. We're just 2 points back behind George Russell, tied with Hamilton and Fernando Alonso as well there, with Piastri and Sainz tied just a couple of points further back. Still Stroll and Bottas with points on the board. 12 drivers after the opening 3 Grand Prix have been able to get some points there, and it's still sadly Iwasa at the bottom of the table. Constructors-wise, we're up to 6th. I mean, we've got 24 points more than Kick Sauber, and we're 1 point still behind Aston Martin, so I think 6th place is pretty much locked down for us, unless we get some more crazy races later on this season. Is that going to be the new norm? Probably not. Are we going to take it? 25 points is 25 points at the end of the day. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns for the first sprint weekend of the year in Shanghai.
This is a circuit where sometimes you see something truly exceptional behind the wheel. We've seen it from Vettel, we've seen it from Verstappen. It is a remarkable place to watch a car at speed. Welcome to Suzuka. We're qualifying for the Japanese Grand Prix.
Yeah, big weekend for Yuma Iwasa, with it being our teammate's home Grand Prix, but I'm hoping we can try and get the better of him once again. I believe, though, no, he hasn't out-qualified anyone. It was just we were waiting on that Red Bull behind us to finish their lap time. Then Sonoda as well. So we have got 2 Japanese drivers on the grid. He'll be looking to try and get that V-Carb car as high up the order as he possibly can. But yeah, I've got no idea where we're going to find ourselves by the end of qualifying. What I do know is the curbs through this S section, incredibly sensitive. I've mentioned it before on a couple of occasions. Exit curbs are fine on this game. Apex curbs, not so much, as I've left the battery on overtake all laps so far, so we've got no charge at all. This lap is officially a write-off. Yeah, that was a really, really stupid mistake there. We're 1.5 seconds back of Yuki Tsunoda by the time we make it into the Casio Triangle. Guess it's good just to have the Delta time up anyway, as that's probably the nicest apex curb I've had through there. You really feel the car bottom out and squat on the exit of that final turn, and a 31.3 is a long way off anybody. Well, often is the case in Formula 1 that after the highest of highs, you then often suffer the lowest of lows. I don't think we could get much better than winning last time out in Albert Park, but as we make our way then to start our final qualifying run, we were exactly a second off a Yumu after the first lap, so we're actually going to remember to remove the overtake mode this time round. We'll sacrifice a little bit of time in this first sector, but there should be a lot to be had on the rest of the lap there, as nice and easy through turn 1. Just trying to keep the car balanced and square and true. Maybe that'll explain why the car felt so sensitive over the curbs through here. It definitely feels better that time. You can see we are 2 tenths down. It's through the exit here and Spoon Corner I've noticed you really can carry the speed. And yeah, even by the end of Sector 1, we're still pretty much even. First Degner, just a lift and down 1 gear as new fastest times popping in all over the show. And now around the rest of the lap, we're expected to find a whole lot more. Trying to make sure we use as much battery as we possibly can then down in towards these final few corners. But we are not finding the time at the moment. We might just be able to beat our teammate here. But I don't think we're going to elevate ourselves much further up, as we've got to try and get a nice line through the Casio Triangle. Clip the bollards on the inside. Not ideal, but use that battery pack on the run towards the line. We are going to be about a second up, but it's still last place on the grid.
Qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid line up for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
Well, I had not spotted that. Fernando Alonso on the pole here for the Japanese Grand Prix. Less than a tenth covering our top 7 drivers at the end of qualifying there. We really have instantly got quite a decent looking title fight early on this season. Will he be able to convert it though, as Max Verstappen will line up 4th place on the grid again? But yeah, qualifying here in Japan is quite notorious. And after we were exactly a second away from Iwasa, we have set an identical time to our teammate at the end of qualifying. If you don't believe the AI is well balanced, I don't know what more to show you. The other Japanese driver, Yuki Tsunoda, will line at P18, so I think it's going to be a long weekend for them. But hopefully we can try and move some way up the order as the race goes on.
Welcome to the Japanese Grand Prix. It's been away for a couple of years due to difficult circumstances, but I'm happy to say it's now back at the heart of the F1 calendar. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Hamilton, Norris, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Bottas, Sargent, Joe, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Ricciardo, Iwasa, Mr. Monaco, Albon, and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And so we welcome you to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this race, and it's going to be some race, is Anthony Davidson. Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now. That's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level?
Well, that's the thing, you know, as a driver, it's easy to feel like you're the individual, it's all about you, and, you know, you want to further your career the best you can, but you have to have the team hat on as well and play the team game, work with your teammate as best you can. It's not an easy balance to figure out.
Okay, we might be at the back of the grid and it's not the best place to start, but keep your chin up and push hard. It's Formula One. Anything can happen.
Well, I'm loving Mark's enthusiasm as we head here to the grid. But yeah, honestly, Suzuka is one of the most difficult tracks I find on the F1 game. There is no room for error around this venue, and, well, if you've ever come to any of my streams, you'll know that errors are commonplace for me when I play the Formula 1 game. But, you know, hopefully by racing more, F1 24 is going to be the year where Matt stops bottling it. Let's do this thing, though. Japanese Grand Prix. We've got Albon and Ocon with grid penalties behind us. It is 5 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go. Unless your name's Kevin Magnussen there, both myself and Iwasa would immediately say thank you very much, as Iwasa going to try and look to the outside of his Japanese counterpart down in towards turn 1, and we're going to try and send it around the outside of absolutely everybody there. Very brave move, almost contact with our teammate who I don't think spotted us. We're going to try and get ourselves into a Japanese sandwich, which we will successfully complete. Sargent there, and I believe that's Bottas side by side up the road. Logan Sargent seems to make a lot of good starts in this game early on. His heartbreak, of course, as well for Alonso. Pole position on Saturday, and grid penalties mean he's way down the order come race day Sunday, and even further down the order now, relegated to P13 then. So it is still Russell that leads the way at the front of the field. We'll go down the inside of Yuki. I guess he wanted to turn into an apex there, but we said absolutely not, as I think every single car I've seen is on a set of the medium compound of tyre. Trying to close in, though, on the Japanese driver. Don't want to make a move into Spoon, and well, Yuki clearly felt the same way there. Happy just to go a little bit defensive, but gathers his car up nicely. Of course, the other thing I've always got to remember now, where this game is still new, where I haven't played it too much, really, really difficult. You know, you've got to make sure you come into every single race with the mindset of conserve the tyres, be gentle with the car. Even just little front lockups will all add up by the end of a stint here, and might mean the difference between getting overcut or not. Of course, luckily, we are just about hanging inside the DRS range of Tsunoda at the moment, but only just. Actually, it's going to be mighty close by the time we get through 130R. I do like the fact that DRS board now is a lot more prominent. You kind of know where you're aiming for, as Russell still leads. But I think he's under pressure from Verstappen, who has now moved up his inside and into the lead of the Grand Prix there, I can see on the mini-map. But yeah, Mercedes, Ferrari, even Aston Martin, if he names Fernando Alonso, I think they can all fight for wins. And let's not forget McLaren either. Should have won last weekend in Albert Park. Well, I guess after the highs of the last couple of Grand Prix, it was always going to have to come crashing back down to earth at some point. But it is so painful. We feel like we are working so hard at the moment and just losing time to Yuki Tsunoda. I cannot stress still the importance of the DRS in this year's title, especially up against the AI. They really do just bunch together and pull away from you. But yeah, I mean, the good thing is Iwasa doesn't seem to be any quicker than me at the moment. So he's kind of acting as a bit of a rear gunner. Well, the AI seems to be able to get fantastic drive off of Spoon Corner. Here comes Iwasa and Daniel Ricciardo as we're going to go side by side with our teammate through 130R. Very, very scary stuff though. I don't actually know who picked up the DRS, as Ayumu gives me a fantastic squeeze. Good, hard, fair racing by the AI. I haven't got the DRS though, has our teammate. Let's wait and see. Don't think he has her as 3 wide temporarily. Daniel Ricciardo and Kevin Magnussen will say thank you very much as the AI still 3 wide. Iwasa cuts in and slams the door on me. I'm going to do the same to Esteban Ocon. And suddenly now, Iwasa and I have gone and lost 2 and 3 places respectively. Well, I've only been following him half a lap, but I'm already concerned that Iwasa simply does not have the pace to keep up with Ricciardo and Kevin Magnussen here. He will just about stay in the DRS range, which I guess is good. But yeah, I think we're going to have to try and move back past him on the run down towards turn 1. The DRS, there is only one DRS zone here, but it still seems to be very, very powerful as over the Casio Triangle curves we go. They are not easy to navigate. I cannot stress that enough. Unfortunately, though, Iwasa, of course, does still have that DRS. Are we going to see Ricciardo duck out of the slipstream? No, he doesn't.
Levels are going to start falling away soon.
That's not a reassuring message to get on just lap 7. We have shredded these tyres. Oh, I can see Ricciardo down the inside of Magnussen through 130R. Of course, the wall's in the way. So you see him go through side by side and then no idea what the outcome is. I think, though, that means, yep, Iwasa should have lost the DRS this time round, so we've got to go for it. Got to try and get a run back on my teammate here, as we've just got no charge at all, though. I really have used way too much battery early on, and we're again not going to be able to do it. Because look at that, Ricciardo, a brave manoeuvre down the inside of Kevin Magnussen. These two are putting on a show. But yeah, such a difficult circuit to try and find a good balance in this car still at the moment, and clearly that is being showcased by the lack of pace that either driver has got there. Iwasa, you can see, very temporarily trying to recharge the pack. Around the outside of our teammate, though, back down towards turn 1, and that time around we are comfortably through. But it might be a bit too little too late to try and get back to Ricciardo and Magnussen. Well, end of lap 11 then, box pit confirm to the team. Yeah, these tyres definitely boxing slightly earlier than I wanted to, but certainly, yeah, these things feel absolutely wrecked. So we'll try and get it slowed down, which we just about do there. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough old afternoon. My only hope is that, well, Magnussen and Ricciardo right now, I can see on the minimap going side by side, that we can try and undercut them and basically just try and hang with them for the rest of the race there, trying to escape from the cars we were battling.
Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
It would be nice to see Ayumu not finish last again. That's the other thing. But yeah, we've really, really got to nurse this set of hards. So we'll try and take a fair bit out of them to undercut. And then I think if we can, we'll basically just sit behind Magnussen and Ricciardo. End of lap 11 though, Magnussen has peeled into the pit lane then, as well as a handful of other cars. So are we going to be able to try and get the jump on Kevin, or at least are we going to be close to that Haas driver? We've taken a lot of time out of them, but I don't think we're quite going to be there. Yeah, Kevin Magnussen, who definitely closed in a load, but unless I can get inside that DRS window, this is not looking good. Well, one of those Red Bulls has opted to stay out at the front of the field. I believe that is Sergio Perez that is going to get some laps led under his belt. Says it all this season, and even I've won a race, but Sergio Perez hasn't. Admittedly, it has only been Max Verstappen and myself that have. I mean, what is that?
The car behind you's just come in for the hard tyres. Car behind, running hard tyres.
Such a weird handling model.
17.2 seconds.
So had we not made that mistake, we might have been right there with Danny Rick as well. This race just goes from bad to worse at the moment. Oh, here comes Ocon. Nothing I can do. Nothing we can do at the moment. We've got to look after these tyres. Here comes Albon as well. 3 wide into 130R. What is that? I was so lucky I backed out of that. I spotted Albon just at the last moment there. He will slot back in behind Esteban. I don't know who's got the DRS. I am one of the lucky ones. So has Alex Albon here. But yeah, now we need to try and stick with these two. So Albon, is he going to try and have a look for a move? Yes, he is. Ocon's going to go defensive in towards that first corner there. And Albon with a very, very aggressive double overtake. He does make it happen. I'll try to do the maths then in my head. We want to try and keep these tyres at less than 4% a lap. So far, we're averaging just under 5% a lap. So, yeah, we're just... I mean, the other big thing is I want to stay with Albon and Ocon, at least towards the end of the race. Because, yeah, that gap to Magnussen is starting to come down. I feel a little bit bad for Owasso. We're running like a second a lap faster than him at the moment. And none of that basically is courtesy of my own pace. It is all just getting dragged along by these two in front. But we will continue to be dragged along as much as possible, because that seems to be the key. This has honestly felt like such a quintessential Japanese Grand Prix today of we have not got enough pace to match the AI. They seem to just have that little bit extra down the straights. But using our battery strategically, I mean, I'm still not convinced the tyres are going to be particularly fun right towards the end of this one. We might drop out of the range right towards the very end, but we are still pulling away from a Yumu. Yeah, the tyres, I mean, they should make it, but they're not going to look pretty. Oh no, we've just lost the range to Ocon just as soon as Albon gets inside the range of Magnussen and Ricciardo up the road. You can see still they're battling, but are we now going to be in a real world of trouble? Ocon, that gap is still only 1 second. Come on, we can do this. These are critical corners in this Grand Prix, so we're going to have to really try and push on. I feel like I've actually been pretty good at keeping the hard tyres in check this afternoon, but we want to have at least some kind of fighting chance to get past at least one of these guys at the end of the GP. I think the other problem we've got as well late on here is how do we kind of move our way through? Unless Ricciardo and Magnussen really battle side by side into the S's, it kind of seems like you can get close and the front car in a group can make a move happen. Everyone else though behind kind of just has to sit back and watch unless someone makes an error. So we kind of found it in Jeddah as well, didn't we? And I said that race felt like a little bit of a chess match. Japan is certainly no different. But unfortunately, yeah, this is a chess match. Well, I suppose as well, neither venue have really got much room for error. But round here, we are really, really struggling late on. Drain the battery just to try and hang in that DRS range of Esteban Ocon. It's going to be mighty close again by the time we get to the detection point. But we just, I mean, it was exactly a second. Are we going to be close enough? We usually gain a bit of time through here. Oh, you can just see how much we're fighting the back end. And again, we were exactly a second and we don't get the range. Yep, that one moment though, that one snap of oversteer and the lack of DRS, I think is going to be the difference maker at the end of this afternoon. Oh, we cannot drop the car off that curbing, can you? It really does like to unsettle the balance. 3 laps to go at the Japanese Grand Prix, and I guess, well, unless Magnussen and Ricciardo go side by side everywhere, just don't think we're going to get a look back in. Tyre wear warning light has flashed up as well with 2 laps to go, so any chance we've got has been completely evaporated here. Honestly, I think what I'm going to do, we're just going to box and we're going to go for a glory last lap on a fresh set of the soft compound tyre. I mean, we'll come out a few seconds back from Owasso, I think, but we hopefully are going to be able to get him before the end of the race. Could we try and go for fastest lap here? I mean, it's not about strategically trying to stop anyone else having it. But, you know, it is for our own, you know, maybe just help us feel a little bit better at the end of another tough afternoon. Plus, if I don't get a Yumu, then for the first time this season, we're going to finish in a position that doesn't end in 1. Because I'm slightly concerned by that tally.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Right, Awasa, maybe we're doing this for the Japanese fans as well.
We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
6 seconds the gap back to our teammate now. Let's charge up the pack this lap, and we'll try and go for a glory run around in the final corner then to start the final lap of the Japanese Grand Prix. We're going to try and even use some hot lap mode as well. Haven't taken much out of Ayumu this time round, but let's see what we can do then. I believe, though, it might be George Russell.
Keep your concentration and let's bring it home.
Looks set to take the victory here today, but can we try and snooker away? I mean, obviously we won't get the point for it, but if we could get fastest lap, goes to showcase that this car, despite being right at the back, has got a little bit of speed. Still the grip as well. I must admit, the high-speed downforce, although it doesn't feel particularly realistic, can still be quite fun around a track like Suzuka there. But through the final corner, George Russell is going to make it the second non-Red Bull win in a row, clearly showcasing that they aren't the dominant force that Verstappen looked like in the opening couple of races there. I believe it is still going to be the Dutchman that is going to come through for P2 there, and it is still, at the end of the day, another Red Bull double podium. But as we try and close in on Ayumu on this final lap there, we went green through the first sector. I don't actually know what lap time we're aiming for at the end of this race, but we're certainly not going to get him. Sacrifice just a bit too much on our banker lap here, but as we make our way through Spoon Curve, they're trying to attack the curbs everywhere possible. It has certainly been a fun race. It's been a race where we've learned a lot as well still about what we need to be doing longer term in this game.
5 seconds.
But yeah, disappointing result for both of our drivers this weekend through the Casio Triangle, though we are going to survive the Japanese Grand Prix. Are we going to pick up the fastest lap point? Well, not the point, but you know what I mean as well. Are we going to claim fastest lap? I don't think we did.
Another action-packed Japanese Grand Prix comes to an end then, and a magnificent drive to take the win today.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Mercedes are on top form once again after an excellent race weekend. It's great to see them up on that podium once again. Well, what an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who's joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Well, there we go. It is George Russell that takes the victory this weekend ahead of those Red Bull cars. And Oscar Piastri, well, P4. I mean, he's starting to rack up some decent results this season, seemingly getting the better of Lando Norris quite reliably there. Carlos Sainz in P5 ahead of Hamilton. Bottas in 7th in that Kick Sauber car. And somehow Alonso still able to beat Lance Stroll, despite the grid penalties this weekend there. Leclerc picks up the final point. We are not far away from Logan Sargent being an F1 point scorer as well, which is a scary idea of reality. I mean, he was only, what, 6 seconds out come the checkered flag there. No other major surprises. I wonder what Lando and Charles did. Did they have a crash with each other? Or did something else happen? They crossed the pit exit line. So that's a very, very odd one. But both picking up a 10-second time penalty at the end of the afternoon. Alonso as well, contact with Bottas granted him a warning. Just because I'm a bit interested, our pit stop times are pretty good, actually, compared to a lot of the other drivers there. Awasa must have had a problem, so must Nico Hulkenberg. But that means taking a look then at the drivers' standings. Verstappen now with a 28-point lead over his teammate there, as 1 over George Russell. We get relegated back down to P9, but we're still ahead of Lando in the Drivers' Championship there. And those Kick Saubers, if Bottas keeps scoring points, I'm going to start getting a little bit worried as we head into the second half of the year. Constructors-wise, well, we might end up just staying P6 throughout the entirety of this season as well. They're Red Bull with a 49-point lead over Mercedes, who still are ahead of Ferrari. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back when Formula 1 returns for the first sprint weekend of the year. This time round, we're actually heading to Shanghai.
Oh, here we go again. Welcome back to Shanghai. Welcome back to qualifying in China. And this is a technical, tricky track. Whoever takes pole is going to deserve it.
There we go then. I wonder how it would work here in sprint qualifying, and it's a very, very interesting format they've enabled for this shorter session. Basically, you get 2 sets of mediums like you would in the normal sprint qualifying for Q1 and Q2, but also the 1 set of softs as well. So what you're going to have to basically do is a banker lap on your set of mediums, like Zhou Guanyu has just done there to move pole for his home Grand Prix, and then basically last-ditch attempts now are going to have to go onto a set of the soft compound tyres. So once again, the main reason why obviously I wanted to use this short qualifying format was to try and mix up the grid a little bit more. That's absolutely going to be the pace over these sprint weekends. But we've got to try and get our medium lap banker hooked up there as well, locking up and putting a huge amount of engine brake through the motor. And the high-speed grip through there clearly doesn't happen when you bobble over the curbs. That's going to cost us even more time then on this lap. I've said it countless times before, and I'll say it again. Apex curbs you cannot use. Well, loads of other drivers then getting ready to kickstart their lap times. I don't know if anyone else has actually done a lap yet, because Zhou Guanyu is still on the pole as of right now. Haven't seen anyone else go purple at the final corner. What are we going to be able to do? It's a 1:34. With that mistake, of course, and everyone else has gone softs. So they've really just tried to get on with it early in the session. It's exactly what we mean about the mixed-up grids. So currently, Sergio Perez down in P20 here.
In about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep, rain is, you can see there, brewing over the circuit as well. So we've got to try and get on with it on our second qualifying lap here. I don't even know how much time we need to find. But my guess is a good 2.5, 3 seconds. I mean, you just don't know how much speed you can carry into turn 1, how much the nose is going to grip up. That time around, though, we probably went a little bit aggressive on the way in. We did gather it up nicely, though, on the exit. So battery management around here as well is actually quite difficult to try and get right. Obviously, because you want to save as much charge for that back straight. But trying to be nice and careful with the car as well. Again, a little bit of time up the hill, but surely it's going to be these couple of corners where we make up a lot. Get close to, but avoid that curbing on the inside. So make our way through the second part as well. Look at that, the Delta flying up. Getting nowhere near the racing line, though, on the exit of that corner. 1.5 seconds up at the moment, but this is still a long old way from where we wanted to be. You can see 2 tenths down on Esteban Ocon. Plenty of curb through there, but didn't really gain anything from it. Ride that throttle nice and early. We know how much traction you've got on this game, and which you can lean on the rear of the car as you make your way out onto this monstrous back straight. I believe when it came to Formula 1 was the longest straight of any on the entire calendar, but just 2 more corners to go. Braking just at 100, or a little bit of front lock-in on the inside there. Gather it up nicely, put your foot to the floor again. 1 more corner to go. Where are we going to end up here? Really think it's been a particularly great representative for us. 1.7 seconds up. Last, P22. We could not find anything. Well, there we go. Carlos Sainz on the pole position. It's a Ferrari front row lockout for their first pole of the new season. We've seen Mercedes do it. We've seen Aston Martin do it. And even Ferrari now as well. So it really is a mixed up looking season. Verstappen down in P5. Much better than his teammate, though. Sergio Perez. 20th place even on the grid there. But yeah, we made a few mistakes on our final lap as well. So definitely there was a little bit more in the car. But of course, yeah, we get the other qualifying session as well. So unless something crazy happens, I don't really see us scoring points here.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone for turn 14. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, Charles Leclerc alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Norris, Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Albon, Stroll, Joe, Bottas, Sargent, Tsunoda, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, Ocon, Magnussen, Perez, Iwasa, and Mr. Monaco. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Try to put the starting position out of your mind and just focus on the race ahead. We can still do a good job here today.
Well, I think, yeah, realistically, we're probably going to be using this sprint race to basically work out how we're going to drive the car ready for the main event as well down the line. 10 laps worth of sprint racing action ahead of us. For some reason, the game thinks a one-stop strategy could be viable as well, which I absolutely love. What I actually do genuinely love, though, is how enthusiastic Anthony Davidson seems to be on this year's game. But let's get things rolling then here in Shanghai, waiting on those 5 red lights. We need to be aggressive at the start. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. And I responded very well to the lights there. Sergio Perez did not, on the other hand. So immediately, Iwasa and I are going to get past the Mexican. Where on earth do we go down in towards that first corner? We need to be aggressive. Oh, a little bit of contact with our teammate, but we're going to try and sneak down the inside of absolutely anybody and everybody that will let us there to the outside through turn 2 and turn 3. Zhou Guanyu up inside the top 10 in his home race, but he needs to be top 8 today if he wants to score some points there, and making good progress off the start. Oh, got a little bit there worried about Yuki Tsunoda down at the bottom of the hill. I thought maybe we were going to careen into the back of the Visa Cash App car, but luckily we got away with it. We can see Sargent and Yuki still side by side in through the S's there, and they've actually done very, very well to keep it side by side. No one, of course, wants to sacrifice track position in this sprint race. There is Logan Sargent, a brave manoeuvre to the outside through that double left-hander. Can't quite make it happen, though, and just wiggling around a little bit more than I would like. Oscar Piastri. I know he had a bit of a bad qualifying, but I never actually saw him at the start of the Grand Prix, as we'll try and go around the outside of him through the snail section. We will hang on then to that P15, but I'm expecting us to lack some straight line speed here, to be completely honest, as Sargent, yep, tucked up in the wheel tracks. We know that McLaren as well as the Haas car are both pretty quick in a straight line. Here comes Hülkenberg to the outside. We're all just trying to be the last of the late breakers. We'll get back around the outside of Piastri again, as I believe it is George Russell. Clearly got the taste for winning last time out at Suzuka, because he is leading this one.
DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
I think the race tomorrow is likely going to end up being a 2-stop strategy. To be honest, I think tyre wear is going to be very, very high round here. See, we've only done 2 laps so far, and those fronts already at 9% on the front left. You do put most of the pressure through the front left round here. Obviously through turn 1 and through the S's as well. So you've got to be very, very careful with it. What you've also got to be very careful of, again, second lap in a row, almost into the back of Logan Sargent. I might be being a little bit too brave down in towards that penultimate corner. Desperately trying to hang on to Logan Sargent at this stage of the day, but lacking that ultimate top-end speed there, as here comes Oscar Piastri again. He's trying to have a look down the inside absolutely everywhere, and we're desperately trying to defend from him as best as we can. I mean, like I said, unless we end up in the top 8, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference. Maybe, for some weird reason, the AI could try and pit in this Grand Prix. I don't think that's going to happen, though. But yeah, we are pretty much perfectly averaging 5% wear on those fronts a lap. So that's good information to take into the Grand Prix. Makes me believe it is going to be a 2-stop strategy. Oscar Piastri has got to absolutely hate me so far this season. We took his home race win away from him with a bit of a cheeky strategy in Albert Park. Now we're just refusing to let him by here in Shanghai. Of course, you know, always the meme now, isn't it, with Oscar, bless him. That, of course, he is, I think that's actually true, isn't it? That he is, I think, 1/4 Chinese? So he was trying to obviously claim that obviously this weekend was his home race. Only other problem I've got here is I have probably used a bit too much battery over the last few laps. We're pretty much down at 10% there, and that means the car starts trying to recharge again. Here comes Oscar in that McLaren. How many times have we seen it before? This time around, though, will he be able to make it happen when I'm a bit more vulnerable? I'll try and hook it up. We have got the inside. Oh, for the final corner, and Oscar Piastri. Nothing I could really do in that situation. Clean around my outside and makes the move stick. Well, I am still trying to fine-tune and tweak setups on this game. Because so far I feel like I'm basically going to be known as the tyre killer on F1 24. We are definitely struggling with them a lot today. Somehow I just about kept inside the range of Oscar Piastri, but always seems to be the case so far. Oh no, that is way too deep there, and I'm sure Hulkenberg will sense an opportunity. Yeah, seems to be the case far too often early on this season. We can keep up with the AI throughout the first half of a stint, and then just kind of reach the limit of what we've got.
1.7 seconds.
Yeah, you can see Hulkenberg down the inside at turn 1. He's going to really get the elbows out there. We'll try and hook it up the long way. See, Hulkenberg, though, I think has made that happen unless we get down the inside. Nope. He's going to chop across my nose. Well, looking on the mini-map, once again, the sprint race drama seems to be up at the front of the order. With the DRS, though, and Hulkenberg not having any of his own, oh, we've been able to try and hang with him there. We'll try and do what he did to me last lap, down the inside, through the first part of the snail. You can see the AI able to put the power down on the exit. We'll use a bit of overtake. Try and maybe have a look down the outside. We're trying to put on a show for the Chinese fans. And again, Hulkenberg there will try and cut across my nose on the exit. This time around, we'll get to the outside, though, so we make our way up into the S's. And we've just got so much grit and so much confidence through there. Clean around the outside of that Haas car. Here we go then. Come on, Nico Hulkenberg. I'm sure we might even see Esteban Ocon having a look for it as well. There goes the Haas. Yeah, 3 wide further up the road, so we might be able to close back in a little bit as Ocon, trying to make the move happen there. Plenty of wheel banging. No love lost between us three at the moment. Well, as sprint races go, I'm happy this one has been pretty dramatic to the outside of the Hulk once again. I feel like I've been side by side with an AI into this corner basically every single lap this afternoon. I think I only had one where we weren't battling with someone around this place. Is Hulkenberg going to try and maybe take inspiration from Oscar Piastri? Definitely going to get my elbows out a lot more, though, with the Haas. One more lap to go, then, of the sprint race. Who is going to be our first sprint winner of the all-new season here? As you can see, Ocon now trying to make a move on Nico Hulkenberg as well, down at turn 1. So maybe the Haas driver just burnt through his tyres a bit too much towards the end. We sense an opportunity, though, to try and break free from the pair of them here. If we can get that gap over a second, that'd be absolutely wonderful, as Piastri's made the move on Logan Sargent. So he's going to be trying to have a look past the other Alpine the AlphaTauri, isn't it, of Yuki Tsunoda before this race is down and out, as hopefully we'll try and gain a bit of time through the S's once again, as, yeah, it's certainly been a happy hunting ground for us, not only in the wet, but also in the dry conditions here, as that gap to Ocon up to 0.8 of a second, but we're going to have to just save a little bit of charge
2.1 seconds.
in case he gets the run through this snail section. It looks like, though, it is going to be a drag race there, as George Russell has once again completed a move for the lead down in towards that final hairpin here. The sprint race fans are being delivered an absolute barnstormer as Carlos Sainz on the inside through the final corner. It will be Carlos Sainz, I believe, that takes home the victory in today's sprint race, the first of 2024. George Russell gave it everything, but it wasn't quite enough at the end of the afternoon. And as we make our way through the final corner, 6 places gained over the course of Saturday's sprint. We can be pretty happy with that.
So that wraps up the sprint race, but there's still more action to come this weekend. Still to come, qualifying, and of course, the Grand Prix.
Well, there we go then. Carlos Sainz takes a win, and it actually ended up being a Ferrari 1-2 at the end of that race. 0.02 of a second between Charles Leclerc and George Russell come the checkered flag there. So that must have been an absolutely crazy end. 4 cars covered by just half a second here. But it is Ferrari that complete a 1-2. Lando Norris losing out to Verstappen. Otherwise, our top 7 would have all started and finished in exactly the same order there. Stroll beats out Albon to pick up the final point as well from that sprint race. But Zhou Guanyu, 10th place by the end of that. He, I'm sure, will be looking to try and get his first point of the year as we move into the Grand Prix there. Standings-wise, well, Verstappen still with a 28-point lead over Russell. As obviously, yeah, Perez had an absolute disaster there. Loses ground to both of those Ferraris. How much longer are we going to be ahead of Lando Norris in the driver's standings as well? That is a question that I'm really wondering the answer to at the moment. And could we beat Lance Stroll by the end of the year as well? That would be quite funny, even if it is just with the points we got for the win in Albert Park there. Constructors-wise, no changes as well. For us, Mercedes, that gap to Ferrari gets cut down to just 3 points, though, so that could all be changed by the end of the weekend there. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon, ready for the Chinese Grand Prix.
Well, here we go again. Welcome back to Shanghai. Welcome back to qualifying in China. And this is a technical, tricky track. Whoever takes pole is going to deserve it.
Well, Alex Jakes there repeating what he said yesterday. Clearly has only got so many lines that he can use inside this game. But of course, yeah, for this short qualifying then,
P19.
We've only got the 2 sets of the soft compounded tyre. Normally, anyway, we've only got the chance to go for 2 runs here. As George Russell all over my gearbox down in towards turn 1. Yeah, probably wanted to time that a little bit better, didn't you, George, to be honest, as he's going to have a look down the inside. We cannot afford to waste time battling each other here, so I'm going to pinch him to the apex through that first corner and try and get the power down. But, yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously, once again, we have only got the 1 session to try and make the magic happen. I've also opted, yeah, for a slightly lower downforce package, as that apex curve is lethal. So hopefully that's going to give me a little bit more straight line speed. As we said, these S's are normally where you really want the high downforce, and of course, especially with now how easy traction is on this year's game. Oh! You know, we can obviously afford to sacrifice a little bit more through the snail sections as well. As yeah, Russell, I mean, these laps have not been ideal. Also not ideal, as I completely forgot to use the overtake mode throughout the entirety of this lap, so I'm sure Russell now is probably going to fly past me with a slipstream. But we're going to drain the battery right the way down this back straight. 210 miles an hour, that might be the quickest I've gone so far inside F1 24. I don't actually know where VMAX is or anything like that on this year's title, but through the final corner, attack that curb on the inside, drain the battery on the run towards the line. 133.7. We do go quicker than George, but once again, slower than a Yumu. Trying to find some real estate to get back out then onto my final lap. Everyone else here, I think, is on a lap, so we've basically got to push on through these final couple of corners, otherwise we're not going to have enough time to get round. I feel like George Russell might have been completely screwed over here, but he has moved his way up the order. We only need a couple of tenths if we want to try and get past a Yumu, but the rest of the fields are down into the 132s. But maybe with George Russell out of the way, hopefully Lando Norris, yep, he's going to completely ruin me. Love that, thanks Lando. Come on, move out of the way, sir. Blue flags still on this game. They're better, but they're not fantastic, as what is that? How can the AI see that I'm on a lap? We are 6 tenths up, though. But I'm sure we're going to lose a bit of time around the second half of the lap. And why of all people now is George Russell the one that actually gets out of the way? Tell you what, it would be nice to see like the AI have like 5-place grid drops and things like that for illegal blocking and qualifying. They can do it to each other a little bit, but they don't tend to do it to the human player. So we'll try and drain the battery as much as we can out onto this back straight. We're going to watch that delta slowly seep away from us though, as are we going to be able to go quicker than anyone that isn't my teammate, braking nice and tidy in towards that final couple of corners. Try and use a little splash of battery once again. It's so important that you end up with no charge. Oh, Lewis really threw me off there through the final corner. We'll sacrifice a bit of time, but it's a 1 second improvement. And it's still only good enough for P21.
Goodbye for now then. We are really just getting started. Make sure you join us again for Lights Out tomorrow.
Well, a very, very different grid to yesterday's sprint race then. This time around, Lewis Hamilton taking the pole on a 1:31.3 there. Charles Leclerc only good enough for P3 at the end of the session. Perez does a much better job, gets himself back hopefully into the points by the end of the GP there, but still quarter of a second away from Daniel Ricciardo. The car still is lacking that ultimate pace, but with changeable weather conditions on the horizon, anything can happen as we go into the Grand Prix.
The Chinese Grand Prix then is upon us once again. A race that saw Michael Schumacher claim his final Formula One victory in 2006, as well as Red Bull's first with Sebastian Vettel in 2009. There's no doubt plenty more drama to come here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone for turn 14. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who will start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Russell, Perez, Sainz, Norris, Stroll, Albon, Fernando Alonso, Bottas, Magnussen, Zhou, Gasly, Ocon, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Mr. Monaco, Iwasa, and Logan Sargent. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me, a real authority on all things motor racing. It's a warm welcome back to Anthony Davidson. Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now. That's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level?
Well, that's the thing, you know, as a driver, it's easy to feel like you're the individual, it's all about you, and, you know, you want to further your career the best you can, but you have to have the team hat on as well and play the team game, work with your teammate as best you can. It's not an easy balance to figure out.
Right, back of the grid. I mean, there is literally only one direction we can go from here, so try and move forward and see if we can get something out of it.
Hang on a minute. I qualified a Yubu and Logan Sargent's got some penalties, so Mark getting some sass on before we get into the Chinese GP, maybe getting me a little bit fired up. And honestly, I'm not convinced a one-stop strategy is going to be the way to go this afternoon. I'm going to start on the mediums and really try and extend them into the afternoon, and then we might try and do either a double soft stint or maybe, I mean, we haven't got 2 sets of mediums. I think that's the real problem here. So we'll try and take those mediums as far as we can, and then maybe we'll look at seeing if we can take the softs 8 or 9 laps ago each towards the end of the day. It's an aggressive call, but it might be the one we have to try and make here. We're definitely not going to be able to take him 15 laps though, but that rain towards the end of the race is going to make things very, very interesting depending on how heavily it falls. Let's do this thing though. Chinese Grand Prix. We need to be aggressive off the start. It is 5 red lights. A mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go there, unless your name's Oscar Piastri. Not a good start by the McLaren man, who's on that set of the hard compounded tyres. So we're going to have to try and have a look down the inside at turn 1 of absolutely anybody and everybody we can here. It's a very, very aggressive manoeuvre, but we've got to make it happen. Local boy, Zhou Guanyu, make just a little bit of contact with him, make sure we don't do anything too bad, as Magnussen and Alonso getting the elbows out just up in front. And we go all the way the long way around the Kick Sauber car as we make our way down to the hairpin. Alonso, I hope you see me. He just about did. And it's not normally the Aston Martin car we're battling with, but it is the one we've chose today. 8 places gained on lap 1 this time round, so we went 2 better than we were even able to manage yesterday there, as Bottas and Kevin Magnussen trying to have a bit of a squabble. Albon in that Williams car, I believe. Yeah, Williams, of course, still looking for that first point of the year, but I'm sure Magnussen the same over at the Haas Formula 1 team as well. And of course now, this is the only series we see Kevin Magnussen in inside F1 24 for the time being. Having a lot of fun in the driver career mode the driver career mode, aren't we? Over on the main channel, but it looks like Hamilton's had a stinker of a start. I'm expecting Alonso to get past me here. We might have less downforce, but certainly still not less than the AIs. Here goes Fernando. Try and force him a little bit defensive, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do a lot against the Aston. He does get a little bit scared, though, around Kevin Magnussen, and once again, just like we seemingly be doing every single lap in the sprint, we go around the outside of an AI at the hairpin. I can already see a very, very interesting pattern forming this afternoon. It's way too deep down at the end of Sector 2. I believe Stroll has just about been able to hang inside the DRS range of Lando Norris in front of him. But with Fernando and Oscar Piastri down the order with grid penalties, if we can all stay in a bit of a DRS train here and hope that the Aston Martin disconnects from that front group, suddenly there's actually a good few places inside the points that, you know, the likes of Magnussen, Albon and myself are all going to be trying to eye up. It really does depend on how the long-term strategy works, and trying to nurse the tyres is doing that through the final corner, mounting a lot of curb, not going to do us any favours. Oh no, here comes Fernando again then. We've still got Zhou Guanyu as well waiting in the wings. This time round I'm not sure we can do a lot against the Aston Martin, just way too quick, especially in the hands of the Spaniard. We'll try and switch him through that final corner, and that actually didn't work out too badly, because I think we've lost the DRS to Magnussen as well, but Fernando should be able to get back in it.
5.4 seconds.
Ayumu, maybe to the surprise of no one, has now dropped to the rear of the field. But yeah, those hard compound tyres definitely take a lot longer to fire up as well. But we are really, really trying to keep our head above water early on, trying to manage the battery to make sure that we don't run out of charge like we did in the sprint. I think now, though, Stroll has officially lost the DRS to that front-running group, so Lando Norris shouldn't be under any pressure from behind him, but hopefully our gaggle of cars are kind of going to bunch back up a little bit, maybe, especially if, you know, Albon tries to go for a move on Sir Lance or anything like that. Need to be way more careful, though. With the tyres, I was hoping we could try and extend this first stint to about lap 12. That would mean then we could do 8 laps on each set of the soft compound tyres. But so far, we're averaging closer to 6% wear than the target I kind of set up for myself at 5. Problem is, I find all of the low-speed corners really do put a lot of pressure on that front left, and of course all these snail sections as well. Oh, there we go. Alex Albon as well now. Didn't actually see that move happen in front, but has got around Sir Lance then. And I'd much rather that Williams be at the front of the train than the Aston Martin. I mean, inevitably Alonso will make his way through this group at some point. But, I mean, what I really ideally want at the moment is just to be able to kind of sit back for a couple of laps. You know, look after the tyres in this train, and then know, obviously, when we get to the pit window that we can try and, you know, do something different.
No rain expected. No rain expected for the time being. Okay, dries seem like the best tyre for now.
Well, obviously, we're going to stay on the dries, as here goes Zhou Guanyu, but that's very interesting then that the team don't have any information on the radar yet about the rain, so I think if it does arrive, it is going to be right towards the end of the Grand Prix. There is, oh, that curb on the inside. You cannot mount on this game still.
Gap to your teammate behind, 9.0 seconds.
I've only just noticed on the mini-map, Owasa has completely fallen off the back of the grid. As Magnussen there now finally trying to make a move on Valtteri Bottas to get Haas into their first points-paying position of the year. The problem everyone's now got is anytime you go for a move, someone else is going to be there trying to capitalise. It's starting to shape up. This Shanghai Formula E race was last weekend, and they have a real problem now where the cars basically just bunch up for 90% of a race and then go all out in the final 3 laps. That's honestly the vibes it's giving me at the moment, as Bottas will hang on, but they both drop back from Albon and Stroll in front. The tyre wear warning light has now flashed up as we go on to lap 11, but again, I feel like because I've said it so many times, where there's so much grip and so much traction and high-speed downforce on this year's game, unless you really unsettle the car, it's actually alright to drive these tyres, you know, in towards the 70% range as a stint goes on. We need to get this first set to the end of lap 12, just so we can try and split the other two 8 and 8. I'm going to showcase how much we really notice it. Zhou Guanyu now trying to look to my outside in towards the final couple of corners. It's only when I get a bad run Does the local boy actually get an opportunity? He's going to try and switch me on the exit. Gets a bit of a wobble himself. His mediums can't be in much better shape. And again, can't quite complete the move. Well, confirming to the team then. We are going to be boxing in the end of this lap, and I'm sure we might see some other medium runners diving in. Don't know if anyone in that front group is on the mediums, as once again, here comes Zhou Guanyu. Maybe a little bit more confidence this time round. Again, though, can't quite complete it. As we'll get around him. 73% front wear on that left. We have absolutely destroyed this set. It's first time round making our way into the pit lane then here. Nice and easy, thank you. Yeah, obviously we're going to be out at the rear of the field. I'm staggered though. Every other medium compound runner has been able to go just that little bit further than me. I'm also hoping that this set of softs that they're going on to doesn't have much, if any, wear at all on them. They are a used set from qualifying.
Okay, off we go, back into the race. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
Well, that is really bad. I'd forgot to factor in, of course, all the laps we do in qualifying on these soft compound tyres, so we're either going to have to nurse this a whole lot more, or really pray that the other set is no worse off, because that has put a spanner in the works.
Okay, this is not your true position. They haven't pitted yet, so don't waste time fighting them. They're going to be coming in soon.
Mark, there we go. He did also confirm to me that they are on a one-stop strategy, so I think most of the AI are either going medium-hard or hard-medium, which is a bit of a shame for us. All I can really hope for, of course, is that that rain falls before we make our final pit stop, and we might be able to capitalise. Are we going to get the jump on Bottas here and Yuki Tsunoda? We should still hopefully be with Bottas, if not ahead of him, which we will. So, yeah, these soft tyres, they've got a lot of grip off the start, but it's just about how far we can pull away. Yeah, we've made quite the strategy error here. I forgot the soft tyres pretty much just rip themselves apart. The fact we've put 25% wear on them in 2 laps means we might get 2, maybe 3 more laps on them before we're going to have to bail onto a set of the hard compound tyres anyway. So what we've really done here now is basically thrown a pit stop away. I can't get over the fact we've effectively chewed up a set of soft compound tyres in literally 3 laps here.
6.2 seconds.
We might re-emerge in the points before we box. But, I mean, yeah, at the moment, effectively now we're an entire pit stop behind Bottas. Would we have been able to hang on a set of hards? I don't know. I think always the tyre wear is going to be difficult here. But I just cannot believe the way this is unravelled. Well, if Awasa isn't pitting them at the end of this lap, we're going to have to dive in again. 65% wear, 50% worth of wear in 4 laps here. I have never seen anything like it in this game, and we've actually been pretty gentle with those tyres as well. Ayumu is boxing, so we are going to have to do 1 more lap as well, which is even more painful because these tyres already feel pretty wrecked.
Ayumu is in the pits now.
I cannot believe we, just didn't expect the wear to be this bad. We are going to be up to 9th. Bottas has got the ultimate breakaway from all of the drivers he was battling with, so he looks set to pick up more points for Kick Sauber. But, yeah, for us, this is pain in a nutshell. I mean, yep, I said the mediums don't fall off too badly here. These soft compound tyres have absolutely been wrecked. Oh, that's not what I needed. It's not what I needed, Mark. I'm sorry. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong button. Come on, man. Albon's just pushing me for some reason.
Okay, radar is clear. Weather is looking good for now. Okay, dries seem like the best tyre for now.
The team don't even think then it's going to rain before the end of the afternoon, as we have created the ultimate logjam here. Albon's the only... So stupid. So stupid. That was completely my fault as well, I know it, but I was not expecting Albon to slow down as much as he did there. Hopefully, the team are going to put a new wing on the car as well, and well, the only person we might be able to beat is our teammate. Please say they're putting a new wing on the car. Please say they're putting a new wing on the car. This has been an absolute disaster. Are they? They're not putting a new wing on. And we've got problems trying to get the front left off as well. Right even. So stupid. So stupid. I cannot believe that. 10 laps to go. No chance of rain either.
Right front wheel. I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put it behind us now and get back into this race. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
I mean, we're on fresh tyres, so understandably the loss of downforce isn't going to feel bad yet. But especially being on that side of the car as well, where the tyre's taking more of a pounding. I mean, if we can beat a Yumu, fantastic. But this is basically now just a lonely trudge to the end of another race. Problem is, of course, we've got to change that front wing. We've lost a second this lap to our teammate, despite being on fresher tyres. There desperately needs to be an option on this game to not change the tyres in a pit stop. Because, of course, I can't use this set of hards again, or I'll have the box again to go back on them here. So we're going to have to go onto a set of softs so we can change the wing, and then at some point have to go back onto another set of hard tyres before the end of this race, because we won't get to the end on the soft compound. This race has just been a complete and utter write-off in the end. After we looked so good early on, one little strategy blunder, and well, we are just paying the ultimate price. Come on, go, go, go. Yeah, look at that.
Go, go, go. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that. You only have to stop once now. One stop left.
Yep, we'll be lucky to get four laps out of these tyres. Of course, now they're telling me this. I mean, we're probably not going to see it before the end of the race. It might just be the final lap we start getting a sprinkling, but the other thing I've got, of course, is when I inevitably pit again, we're going to go a lap down. And we're kind of just hanging out here for a safety car. I don't actually think we've seen a single DNF so far this season as well. Reliability amongst every single team has been fantastic. So if someone wants to go for a spin or a crash or anything late on in the day here, it would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Otherwise, we've got about 2 more laps before we need to box. And I mean, then after that, yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do under safety car procedure to try and get a lap back. So it might end up being we just try and save the mileage on the engine. But I think you get a good idea of the dependency we had on the DRS early on here. The fact that, obviously, now the tyres are cooked again, but even on a fresh-ish set of the soft compound tyres, we've still taken nothing out of Oasa over these last couple of laps. Really makes me believe, again, we likely weren't going to be scoring points here. Maybe it's a little bit of copium for myself as we dive into the pit lane for the 4th time this afternoon. Yeah, this race, I mean, I thought Japan was bad in the end. I thought we were a little bit gutted with the way, obviously, we just kind of fell off the pace of the other cars in a way that we haven't really seen since Bahrain. But we've still got a long way to go in this series, as Max Verstappen will lap me. I believe all of the other front runners as well are going to be long gone.
Okay, go, go, go. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
And this is basically just get to the end to keep our finishing tally up. But yeah, what an absolute disaster. Well, there you go then. Fun fact for you all as well. I try and make sure I learn as much as I can every time you play.
10 to 15 minutes.
Even if you're a lap down on a car, you do still get DRS on them, which is quite funny, because we've now closed back in on all of the front runners here. I mean, I think that's Hamilton and Perez still duking for P2. Verstappen, to the shock of nobody, is long gone up in the lead of the GP. But I guess we'll watch these guys battle it out towards the end of the afternoon. Maybe Ferrari can try and hound George Russell. Well, we've said it so many times before over the last couple of years, but if Max Verstappen wasn't in Formula 1, the series would be absolutely insane. Currently, we've got, a 6-car fight for P2? Almost 5, as I so nearly careened into the back of Lando Norris.
Let's use that overtake button a bit more.
But as everyone rounds their way then to start the final lap of the Chinese Grand Prix, well, since we won that race back in Albert Park, I'm yet to finish not last in a race. No idea what that was down towards turn 1. I think someone went through a braking board somewhere, but I don't quite get how. But are we going to see Hamilton defend from Checo Perez? Are we going to see anybody else try and get a run here as they all start using their battery towards the end of the race there? We've definitely had the pace over Ayumu and all of the other back markers towards the end. But it's a shame, of course, it took us 3 extra pit stops to try and get to that point today. I think one-stop strategies are still likely going to be the way to go inside F1 24, even in a car that is really, really struggling on its tyres here. But yeah, we've got to, we've got to dig deep. We were expecting to have a lot of tough races early on in the campaign. Albert Park, if anything, just kind of gave us a false sense of hope, especially at the Jeddah as well. But of course, we'll return next weekend to Miami, a circuit that I do quite enjoy as well there. But Sergio Perez trying to wind up to get a run on Lewis Hamilton. He's a long way back, though. He might find himself more under pressure from George Russell, which he will. Russell is going to get to the inside of the Red Bull car, and looks like one of the Ferraris is going to follow him almost 3 wide down in towards the hairpin for the final time, and it is all going wrong for Sergio Perez. More contact made as Charles Leclerc will try and make it through. Max Verstappen will win the Chinese Grand Prix and a return to the top step of the podium. Perez will hang on, making it a Mercedes double podium, and Charles Leclerc only P5.
It's a performance to be proud of from our Chinese Grand Prix winners today.
Well, another race victory today, and you can clearly see they're starting to believe in themselves more and more. You get to a stage where you become very hard to beat as a driver when you keep putting in performances like this one.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. With that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
Well, there we go then. Ferrari might have had the advantage in Saturday's sprint, but it is Red Bull over the longer run that clearly still reigns supreme at the top there. Max Verstappen taking home victory here in the Chinese Grand Prix there. Hamilton just under 10 seconds back in the end ahead of Russell and Sergio Perez there, with both of those Ferraris 5th and 6th. Lando ahead of Bottas, Alonso and Albon able to get Williams' first point of the year there, with Alpine and Haas both narrowly missing out come the checkered flag. A disappointing day again for ourselves and Iwasa there, a little way off the pace for him. And as we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, then Verstappen opens up that gap to 39 points there, as everyone behind him still trading points off of one another. Lando Norris now tied with me for P9 overall in the standings, and I'm still expecting Bottas by the end of the year to get the jump on me as well, with just how strong that Kick Sauber car still seems there. I'm staggered Zhou Guanyu hasn't scored a point either. Constructors-wise, Red Bull with a 51-point lead over Mercedes there, who build up a little bit of a buffer once more from Ferrari. And again, our battle this year seems like it's going to be with Kick Sauber, but Williams getting off the starting block means it's just Alpine, Haas and VCarb who are still yet to score. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula One returns, ready for another sprint weekend next time out in Miami. You guys do not want to miss it. First and foremost then, this weekend as we head into qualifying, the aim has got to be to try and beat out Ayumu again. He had a really good run actually throughout Shanghai qualifying. Shame you can't seem to convert it into the races still just yet, but I've been a little bit reassured that Hulkenberg is getting better in the driver career mode, so maybe we're going to see a little upturn of fortune for our teammate. Of course, we have to do the first run on the mediums, so hopefully you're just going to try and get a decent banker in. Cannot attack the curbs with confidence around here, just with how pointy these F1 cars are inside this year's game. But as we make our way back out onto the back straight, using plenty of that battery, going to take it all the way down to about 15% before we get off it again. 208 miles an hour. We've also running a lot less wing. Hopefully will carry us and make us a bit more comfortable in the racing there. As oh, big drift out of the final corner. Try and get back on that battery pack again, up towards the line. P14, we go quicker than Iwasa, but still half a second away from Yuki and Lando. So the surprise then of maybe nobody, everybody else is still a good 5-6 tenths quicker than us. We need about a second if we wanted to be right in the cusp. You know, kind of battling with a lot of the cars that we want to try and keep up with. We know our car is still down a little bit on performance, so we're going to try and wring the neck out of it here. Put it all on the line for our final sprint qualifying run. Of course, we know we've got the wet weather in the sprint, so track position could be really, really vital there, as instantly finding 2/10 through the first sector. Let's try and just keep that up. 7th gear fully pinned through the first part of the S's here. These are some really, really fun corners when you get it nailed. Ever so slightly wide, but we gather the car back up. Use all of that exit curve as well, and 3/10 up. Surely there's some time here. Avoid the inside curbing. Get on that throttle nice and early. Utilise that battery. We are going to find a good 6/10 or so by the end of the lap. Will we beat Yuki? No, we don't. It is still P21, but boy oh boy were we close. Well, Max Verstappen then actually getting out-qualified by his teammate here, and as well as Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Charlie boy able to get into the 1:25s there, as Sargent and Stroll, identical lap times by the end of qualifying. We were just 8 thousandths of a second slower than Yuki Tsunoda as well, though. So clearly we have got the pace and the fight to keep up with some of the other runners. 8/10 clear of Ayumu there by the end of qualifying, so certainly not a session to write home about for him. But yeah, we aren't that far away from being able to keep up with some of the other cars. It is just finding those final couple of tenths.
It's wet here today, and we're expecting the downpours to continue. This will make for a difficult sprint for all the teams. Well, it's certainly not sunny here in the Sunshine State. A lap of the Miami Grand Prix features 19 corners and 3.36 miles of track around Hard Rock Stadium. These conditions should prove especially difficult for our drivers today. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole, just ahead of George Russell, who starts his event from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Perez, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Bottas, Fernando Alonso, Joe, Gasly, Ocon, Sargent, Stroll, Hulkenberg, Albon, Norris, Magnussen, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Mr. Monaco, and Ayumu Iwasa. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. We welcome to the commentary box Anthony Davidson. I'm Alex Jakes. We're both looking forward to a really intriguing race today. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Back of the grid's not what we're aiming for. See if you can make up a few places at the start.
Well, it's always reassuring now when I head trackside, and we're actually in the intermediate conditions on a set of the intermediate tyres. 10 laps ahead of us, though, here from the Miami circuit. It might be nice to actually do one of these sprints in the dry at some point. But yeah, obviously, the last intermediate conditions we had in this series, we took the win back at Albert Park, Australia. Not expecting that to be the case today, but we're certainly going to try and fight our way through the pack. It is 5 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go there as always. Actually seem to be able to get pretty good starts inside F124. So we're going to try and navigate our way down the middle of those V-carbs. Follow Kevin Magnussen into turn 1. He's a bit like a battering ram. So we'll try and utilise him to the best of our ability there. As Lando Norris, yeah, really so far it has been a weekend to forget for McLaren's chosen one. Won this Grand Prix a few weeks ago IRL, and yeah, can't seem to deliver anything so far this weekend. But as we move into the real Grand Prix, maybe they will fix out their problems there. But as we try and navigate our way through this first sector, got to capitalise on the AI's hesitance on lap 1. Logan Sargent making a move on Esteban Ocon as we're trying to stay alongside Kevin here. We've opted for quite a low downforce setup, but still haven't quite got the speed to match the AI down the straights. As all, I just saw in my mirror there, Hulkenberg slapped the wall behind me. Don't believe Ayumu has made much progress at all there. As Stroll and Albon side by side in through the hairpin. Are we going to be able to go the long way around Kevin? No, not enough grip there. But we will try and get down the inside into the chicane as everybody, Constantine, is up. Magnussen's going to cut the chicane there to try and hang on to the position. That surely has got to be an illegal overtake. Easy does it. Kevin Magnussen is not someone I really want to have a crash with early on. And luckily, this time around we haven't. Expecting him to blow back past me, though, down this straight. The Haas car definitely working well. So Hulkenberg wanted to make it 3 wide, but I think decided better of it, as we'll pinch Kevin to the inside. Leave him to battle his teammate there, as Charles Leclerc has pulled out a huge lead on lap 1. Well, I certainly feel, yeah, our slightly higher aero is really helping us out against the AI around this venue at the moment.
Okay to use your overtake button.
Also trying to make sure we don't fall into the same trap we did in the Shanghai sprint, where obviously we used way too much battery early on and then never really was able to fight our way back through the order. But closing in on Albon and Stroll, it's so difficult. You know, obviously we talk about the DRS trains on this game, but yeah, obviously in a sprint in the rain, no one seemingly can do much at all against each other after lap 1, because of course you don't even have the DRS to kind of let the top 2 cars in your group go side by side. We do gain a lot though still through here, so we are going to have to try and, you know, sort of get the elbows out, take a few risks. I think Albon is just starting to struggle a little bit to keep up with Lance Stroll in front of him. I mean, what is that straight line speed? How is Albon able to get that much on me when I'm on the overtake as well there? I mean, he's gained like a second on the Aston Martin. Oh, almost into the back of him. Clearly trying to figure out the witchcraft that is powering that Williams as a straight line. But clearly I'm not going to be able to make a move there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Down the inside of Alex Albon. Oh, we had to try and send it on the Williams. Now we've got a drag race with him on the exit of the corner, which obviously we're going to lose. We just got the run we needed through the chicane there, so we had to try and go for it. As look at Alex Albon, that straight line speed. Absolutely phenomenal, but down around the outside into the hairpin, almost banging wheels again. Still side by side on the exit of the corner, but we should be able to get the power down, and around the outside we'll go. Will he be able to switch me back in towards turn 1?
0.5 seconds.
He's going to look for it there, as, yeah, Albon really struggling around a lot of the laps, so we'll make the move happen. Now we've got to run away. Oh no, here comes Alex Albon. We're starting to come under more pressure towards the end of this one, as I think the Williams driver getting a little bit fed up after my audacious attempt at an overtake. I mean, yeah, I'm looking on the mini-map as well. Alonso seems to really be holding everybody up behind kind of that top group of cars. So this train really does extend pretty much all the way backwards. Ayumu just struggling to keep up with the back of everybody now, but yeah, I don't think we've cooked... Oh, yeah, we've cooked the tyres again. Just like we did in the other series, you can get the tyres about 6 laps, and then they just get absolutely shredded as the track starts to dry out a little bit. So we've really just got to try and manage them towards the end of this race, and basically just pray that Albon can't find a way around me.
Final lap, push.
Oh, here we go. Stroll trying to look suddenly for a move on Pierre Gasly down at turn 1. Are we potentially going to be able to utilise this to gain ourselves a little bit of advantage there? Look at that, Stroll trying to squeeze Pierre. Pierre fighting back with a load of oversteer. This is beautiful for us and Alex Albon, who potentially sense an opportunity here right towards the end of this sprint race. I mean, can we try and have a little bit of a sniff up the inside of the Canadian? Yes, we absolutely will there, and I thought we were just trying to bring the car home in position.
Brilliant, nice move, keep going.
That was rather aggressive with Stroll on the exit of the corner. It was very much a, this is my corner and my position, and then with the P14 we go then, so we have moved forward quite well throughout the course of this sprint. Here comes Stroll and Alex Albon as well. But I don't think this time round they're going to get close enough to us. There's a little bit of lock-in again. Really struggling on this final lap of the GP. They've absolutely cooked the tyres, but at least this time round we know what to expect. There is all. Pierre gets a bit of a wobble down the inside. Will go. A split-second decision there. We put him, I think he ended up hitting the wall on the outside of the corner, but a double overtake on the final lap of the Miami Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc is going to take the victory in a dominant display. George Russell, I believe that is going to bring it home in P2. Here comes Pierre Gasly, though, fighting right to the checkered flag. Can we try and hook it up the long way around through the final corner? I think we just about will. And from 22nd on the grid, we made 9 overtakes in just 10 laps.
So that wraps up the sprint race, but there's still more action to come this weekend. Still to come, qualifying, and of course, the Grand Prix.
Well, there we go. A very, very dramatic end to the sprint, but that's exactly the kind of fight we need early on in this series there. Charles Leclerc takes the victory, 5.5 seconds clear of George Russell there. Perez in P3 ahead of Sainz and Verstappen, with Hamilton, Piastri and Fernando Alonso picking up the final points there. Kick Sauber, another good weekend so far by them, but not enough to score the big ones there. It does mean in the championship, Verstappen now with only a 36-point lead over George. So yeah, certainly obviously in this series, nowhere near as dominant as he is in the other one. And we are still ahead of Lando Norris in the Constructors as well there. We're 14 back from Aston Martin, 14 ahead of Kick Sauber. But yeah, now it's time for the Grand Prix. Carrying that extra bit of confidence from the sprint race that we know now we are going to be able to compete with some of the other AI. You know, not for points or anything like that, unless something crazy happens, but certainly, you know, with a lot more of kind of our backmarker rivals, you know, your Williams, your Alpines, your V-Carbs, your Hasses, all that good stuff. Of course, Kick Sauber, seemingly OP at the moment inside this game, or at least in comparison to what we would expect from them. So a little bit of out of shape there through the first sector. Again, you've only got 2 sets of softs. Yeah, this lap is not going to be good. 6 tenths up then on Ayumu as we make our way out onto the back straight. If he's still about a second off everybody else here, despite getting a few more laps in, then I'm going to be pretty gutted. Wouldn't quite say he's on the chopping block just yet, simply because we don't really have much money for anyone better. There is a big amount of rear locking down at the final real corner. Just struggling a little bit to find the balance of the car there as powering up towards the start-finish line. Then shortest run, 27.5. We go quicker than Yuki, so we've beaten both Japanese drivers there, despite a pretty sloppy lap. Getting ready then for our final lap here in Anger. We're about 3 tenths off a big cluster of cars, but I'm sure we're going to see the AI continue to ramp up their pace as well. Then we need a tidier first sector, and we need to try and make sure that we get the entire lap hooked up as well. Braking at 100 meter board down at turn 1, trying to take a bit of a tidier apex through there. And of course, where you've got so much grip this year, you really can try and hang the car over the curb through those first couple of corners. Half a tenth down though, not the ideal way to start the lap as we just try and get the nose tucked in. Oh, you can see Carlos Sainz dips back into those 125, so pretty much matching the time we saw from Charles Leclerc earlier, but really starting to struggle with some understeer at the moment. Then is maybe now just, I mean, we continue to try and take front wing off the car. I think now we've reached the point where we're starting to struggle with it more than it's worth. 2 tenths up though. I would love to find, you know, a good sort of half a second on this lap. If we keep it a bit more tidy through here, then that might just about be possible. There is even it, hanging it through, trying to thread the needle a little bit wide there, but it'll actually help us carry a bit more speed into the chicane. We'll get away with it. Oh, slap the curb on the exit. That's always a good way to unsettle the car, but purple in the middle sector. The AI really are weak through that middle part of the lap, but we've got to try and carry the speed down in towards the final corner. Can we try and get this hooked up and potentially start a little bit higher up the grid? No rear locking that time around. Able to modulate the brake just a little bit better, and as we ride the throttle out of the final corner, 6/10 improvement. This could see us vault our way up the order. We have. It is P17. Not fantastic, but much better. Well, Ferrari then really do seem to have the 1 lap pace here. Pole position this time round for Carlos Sainz. Charles Leclerc lines up P3 on the grid. Lando Norris with a much better qualifying effort than we saw for the sprint earlier on. And Logan Sargent again, quicker than Alex Albon there, just outside of the points. Valtteri Bottas quicker than the Aston Martins. We were just 200 slower than Esteban Ocon as well. So clearly we have got the pace to fight, but let's see what we can do in the Grand Prix.
Welcome to the Miami International Autodrome, home of the Miami Grand Prix. This exciting track circumnavigates the Hard Rock Stadium, home to the NFL outfit, the Miami Dolphins. Sitting at the southeastern coast of Florida, the Miami International Autodrome has 19 corners and 3.36 miles of racing. It's a circuit designed to encourage close racing while meeting the highest safety standards. Either way, I am sure it's one which will please the fans. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who will start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Leclerc, Norris, Hamilton, Russell, Bottas, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Joe, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Albon, Gasly, Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, and Ayumu Iwasa. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. Things seem comfortable. They seem stable right now. That's a positive. But do they need to be pushed to the next level?
Well, that's the thing, you know, as a driver, it's easy to feel like you're the individual. It's all about you. And, you know, you want to further your career the best you can. But you have to have the team hat on as well and play the team game, work with your teammate as best you can. It's not an easy balance to figure out.
Right, I know you're hot in the cockpit, but your tyres are going to be even hotter. You're going to have to work extra hard today to keep them cool.
Yeah, tyre wear management is going to be tough here. And of course, I hype up Logan Sargent, and immediately he goes and picks up a penalty ready for the GP. But trying to manage the tyres, yeah, is going to be essential here. And also, you know, like I said, I think we might be running slightly too little wing ready for the GP as well. So maybe we're going to have to be careful to some understeer. But it is 5 red lights here in Miami once again. Mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go. There is Sergio Perez also with a grid penalty further down the order than he would like. We have Alpines. They're desperate to try and cover me off into the first corner. I will raise that, and I will try and send it around the outside. Through turn 1 we go, and we've gained 3 places then off the start, still side by side with Oscar Piastri in the second of the McLaren cars. Of course, already upset him on more than one occasion this year as Perez and Albon, Red Bull's former and Red Bull's current there, wheel to wheel through the middle sector then, as Bottas looks like he's dropped back from his strong qualifying positions. We'll try and get a run out to the back straight though. But yeah, decent little start. I did wonder for a split second with how aggressively I went back to the outside at turn 1, whether I might find myself getting collected. Clearly, despite my lack of downforce here, the AI running even less as Gasly will go around the outside, but we got the confidence on the brakes to try and make the move happen. Careful not to pinch him through the exit of the corner there. But yeah, up 2 places then off the start of the GP. And like we said, you know, we're really just trying to fight as best of the back markers here. Williams and Kick Sauber, they've definitely got a bit more pace still than us early on this season. As it looks like Max Verstappen, surprise, surprise, finds himself at the front of a Formula 1 field again. But we've done pretty well off the start. Oh, here we go. Gasly trying to look back down the inside again. Down the back straight there. And this time round, the Frenchman will complete the move. I'm a little bit worried. Yeah, we've already seemingly dropped out of the range of Oscar Piastri. But of course, we know how important it is to save battery here early on. Looks like one of the Mercs as well seems to be struggling. So once again, Miami is the return of the full-blown trains.
Use overtake.
Could not tell you whether that's George or whether that's Lewis. But yeah, he's got both Aston Martins, both Kick Saubers, and basically every other car on the grid now locked in behind him. Easy, easy. Really am struggling to find the perfect brake bias position. We've got to defend. We've got to defend more this time around. Hulkenberg forced to the outside. Of course, normally I wouldn't be too worried about him, but he's not my teammate in this series. I did almost let him by a minute ago until I remembered. But yeah, got to remember, Hulkenberg, friendly ally there. Dangerous foe here. Oh no, we've gone and lost the DRS to Pierre Gasly. This is not good for us. Hulkenberg again trying to have a look for a move. I think we should be able to get back in the range by the time we go through this section of corners again. We seem to have a lot of pace through the really high downforce sections, so gives me a little bit of confidence for Imola and Monaco next time out. But yeah, I mean, round the most of the lap though, we really are just struggling to match these times. Oh, Hulkenberg, he might just have dropped out the DRS window from me there, because we did such a good job through and he was a bit offline. Has he dropped out? I think he has. That is good news. So maybe we'll be under less pressure from him if Ocon can start hassling the Haas. Well, that really isn't good news then. We've now lost the range to Pierre. Hulkenberg is back in the range of us. I think, yeah, unless something crazy happens, we're likely going to wave goodbye to the front runners now, or at least the top 14 cars for a little while. There definitely, at the time of recording, is a bug or a glitch or something, because no one has mechanical failures, and I've not even seen a yellow flag yet on this game.
By a few tenths per lap. Get your head down.
Never mind, you know, a virtual safety car or a red flag, anything like that. You seem to get none of it. Yep, not even sure there's going to be any point defending from Hulkenberg this time round. Let's make our way down the back straight. Look at that straight line speed, that Haas. I mean, we've definitely still got a slower car than them. But, you know, we've compromised the setup so much to have a fighting chance in those faster sections. And it still just feels like this car has got way more grip through the lower speed stuff. I mean, I don't really feel like I could run much less wing. What annoys me, though, is through the end of Sector 1, often where we've been strong, because I've compromised the setup so much, we've now got no fight through there either. Oh, no, Esteban Ocon. I mean, how on earth has he got that much straight line speed over me? We're in both with the DRS off the car in front, and still, Esteban there able to get alongside me into the corner, so I think, yeah, we really need to just spend a lot of our R&D now on power unit upgrades, just so we got that bit more fight in a straight line. The downforce, the grip feels pretty good in this car. I think, yeah, power unit and chassis are the big ones we need to go with over the next few rounds, so at least we've got some development focus. But yeah, at the moment, I'm quite happy to sit in the range of Hulkenberg. Oh, Hulkenberg, huge moment there by the Haas driver as he absolutely flung it over the curbing, and, well, yeah, I'm monitoring the gaps. I'm starting to feel he's just costing us a bit too much time here. I feel like if we nailed it, say perhaps over the pit window or something like that, then we might be able to try and break free from him and potentially then try to latch back onto the group of cars in front there. As back to the outside again. Outside of that final corner is not working for me. I've got to stop trying it. Oh, Esteban Ocon, every single place now. Every single chance he's got an opportunity to have a look, he's going for it at the moment. It is very, very frustrating for my own race, Esty. But I guess it's giving us some entertainment. Esteban Ocon clearly must think I'm his teammate the way he's racing me right now. Dive bombs everywhere. Well, this game more than any prior feels more like a game of chess. And you've got to be really, really strategic with where you're making your moves. Sadly, Logan Sargent and Esteban Ocon clearly don't feel the same way. Both trying to have a look for a move there. 3 wide down at the end of the straight. But I think what we need to do, hang close to Hulkenberg and then try to get past him down that straight if we can. Or here. And then really just try and pull away because he is so unsettled in that Haas car over the curbing. Oh, Hulkenberg, yeah, is definitely now starting to struggle on his tyres. Team want us to box at the end of this lap. But I think we've got to try and take the opportunity now to get past the Haas car and potentially open up the window that we need through this middle sector. I mean, look at that. So much straight line speed. But I've had to use so much battery in the process. Hulkenberg will try to defend down the inside there. We get met with a little bit of understeer into the corner there and even some oversteer on the exit as we really just try and find the limit of the car. It's basically all dependent on whether he gets a wobble on, which he hasn't. So as we make our way through the gap 3/4 of a second.
Distance to the speed limit line as you approach and make sure you don't speed.
We are boxing now. We're going to try and extend this stint. I mean, looking at it, we're not going to fight for points here. So I want to try and take these tyres to like lap 18 and then go a set of softs to the end. It should work. I'm still slightly skeptical, though, about how good the tyre life's going to be. Or, of course, I mean, it's not going to happen. But maybe if we stay out longer, we'll get a safety car.
ERS is low. Consider changing mode on your MFD or lift a little with gentle braking into corners to recharge it.
Always got to be happy when we're in the points, even if it's just for a short period. Maybe no, we're not quite going to get dragged along by Max Verstappen. There we go, Hulkenberg into the pit lane. So he's basically able to go half race distance on that set of the mediums. We're going to move up into P2 then. It worries me the gap Verstappen's been able to build up on every other car so far in this race.
Is in the pits now.
And didn't obviously want to double stack with our teammate either, but yeah, if we can get these tyres to the end of 18, I should be confident we can see the end on some softs. But they will have done some laps in qualifying, so hopefully they're not absolutely obliterated like we saw in Shanghai. But it's always quite difficult to gauge just how good your pace is when you're going up against much faster cars, as here goes Charles Leclerc, able to just fly around my outside down the short chute. Not really, of course, going to try and fight these guys, because it's just not really in our best interest right now, but hopefully we can claim some free DRS off him down the back straight. I mean, surely through here still we're going to have the pace, but yeah, I'm not going to try and find a way back past him or anything. Well, this was the group I was a lot more worried about. Charles Leclerc getting past me is fine. Now we've got Sainz, Hamilton, and I believe a whole cluster of cars. They're going to try and make a move happen there. There goes Carlos. Here goes Lewis with way more speed. Oh, that was really scary then, just for a moment. But yeah, tyre wear warning light has just flashed up. We are going to peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap, so we're not going to get in too much of the way of the likes of Lando and Fernando. Shout outs to Fernando Norris, of course, our new favourite person inside F1 24. But you can just see, yeah, finally, I really am starting to struggle now with the balance of the car. I think Sargent, though, has moved his way to the front of the back marker group, so slightly worried that we're going to be disconnected from them when we make our way out of the pit lane. There is look at Hamilton and Carlos Sainz then. Whoa, hello. Maybe spending too much time looking at them rather than what we need to be doing. Absolutely destroy this set of tyres, but we're not going to need them anyway. Maybe Carlos there, not happy with the man, of course, taking his Ferrari seat as well. But yeah, I think we might just be in a little bit of bother here. Zhou Guanyu's dropped back down the order. Ocon's actually broken away from that group as well. But 10 laps to go on the set of softs. And then we've got issues, I think. No.
Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. All right, we'll be doing one more stop today. One stop left in this strategy.
Well, I promise you we're not going to be doing one more stop on this strategy. Tyre wear, that's pretty good anyway, so we don't need to worry too much about that. We've just now got to try and get back in the range of Yuki and move our way through this group. Well, I'm looking on the mini-map then with the way the AI have kind of finally started to spread out this afternoon. There might still be an opportunity for quite a big result here. We've got Bottas and I believe Lance Stroll battling right at the tail end of the top 10. We've now finally got back inside the range of Yuki, but I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult to try and find moves. I guess we just really got to pace ourselves, but be very, very assertive with the overtakes we try to make, because these are going to be some critical laps here if we can carve our way through. Come on then, let's try and see if we can get a run on Yuki as we make our way through the S's. This is still when you've got two stages of softer compounded tyre where you can be stronger than the AI, but you can see it's not enough. Really are struggling with some understeer through there, desperately trying to avoid the wall on the outside of the exit. See, we've nudged that a couple of times, hence why that front left tyre wear is so high. Struggling a little bit as well with that front temperature, so we have got to be really, really careful. But yeah, as we make our way in towards the middle sector, I mean, anything higher than P21 is a bonus here. We are still lacking out-and-out performance in the car, and maybe qualifying masked it a little bit. Maybe this aggressive strategy is still going to pay off in the end. Oh, we just made contact with Yuki at completely the wrong point there. That's going to compromise us. We do actually get a warning.
Please, we don't want to lose places because of a penalty.
Oh, we haven't got many places we can actually afford to lose today, Mark. And again, the DRS trains of F1 24. No. Rearing their ugly head, as now we've finally got a couple of cars side by side. I believe that is Sargent and Hulkenberg. Sargent hangs on. Oh, here we go, here we go. Down the inside of Yuki. Oh, we wanted to try and make it happen there. Couldn't quite do it. And now I'm a little bit scared that we're both going to lose the range to the cars in front. Yuki Tsunoda gets back on the battery. We're going to have to do the same, though. I was trying to charge up the pack. Ready for a late race attempt here. Can we have a look to the inside? Big dive-in maneuver there. Will pretty much slow it into the apex, but Yuki will try and get me on the exit. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. We're ahead of someone else that isn't just my teammate here late on in the day. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We lost the range to Magnussen. It was only about half a tenth in it, but it makes all the difference there as Tsunoda says thank you very much. We'll go back up my inside, and now maybe we've just screwed over ourselves and the V-carb driver right towards the end. If neither of us can have a look at anything more, don't run into the back of him. Well, it looks like our top three then today have absolutely broken free from the rest of the field. But still, there are battles going on left, right, and centre here. One more lap to go of this Miami Grand Prix, and certainly, again, it has been another tough one for us. But we continue to learn, we continue to improve on this game. I was adamant then I was inside the DRS window of Tsunoda in front, but apparently not. Yeah, I think I would ultimately say, unless you're feeling very brave, soft medium or medium soft is probably not the way to go around this circuit. Have definitely absolutely destroyed this set of tyres through the second half of the race, but that's also been as we try and manage temperatures on it. But very, very confident over the curbs, though, this car, which I'm very happy with there. Is almost understeer even, into that outside wall. It's all kicking off in front, though, as we're going to try and drain the battery down this back straight, just so we're close enough to have a look down the final straight of the Grand Prix there. Sargent to the inside of Nico Hülkenberg there. I think Hülkenberg now having to defend from Daniel Ricciardo as well. Whilst all this is going on, Max Verstappen is going to win another race in this series. I think they were still side by side. Hülkenberg's gone and lost 2 places on the final lap of the race. We're going to send it to the inside of Yuki after... Oh, no! Oh, we tried it. We tried it on Yuki Tsunoda there right at the end. Tried to force him out, thinking he might back out of it, but apparently not. Looks like he's run out of battery as well, though, so we might be able to try and get a run on him down in towards the final corners of the Grand Prix. No, I've absolutely fired it in too far. We had to go for it. We had to go for it there right at the very end, and you can't say we didn't give it everything through the final corner. Only P21 in the end. That is heartbreaking.
They've done it then. A truly magnificent win here at the Miami International Autodrome.
Well, another race victory today. You could clearly see they're driving out there with very little pressure. You know, they know they have the performance. They know they've got the car under them as well. And this has done no harm, of course, for their championship chances.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go. Max Verstappen, race victory once again then to further extend his title lead. Both Ferraris coming home for P2 and P3 there. And rather impressively, George Russell taking 7 points from each of this weekend's events there. But yeah, you can see Lando Norris, a very good recovery after a terrible sprint ahead of Hamilton, Alonso and Russell there. Bottas does get 1 solitary point on the board for Kick Sauber, and Williams once again. That opportunity goes begging there. But yeah, we gave it everything. You know, the final result doesn't quite paint the full picture. A bit gutted that, yeah, our qualifying pace, we weren't able to carry over into the Grand Prix there. But I think it goes to show with a few more upgrades, we are certainly in the fight. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow ready for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix.
Welcome to the circuit named for Ferrari. It is qualifying at a special arena for motorsport. Welcome to Imola.
Well, I really am hoping as we return to one of Formula One's more higher downforce circuits that is going to be a good sign for us here. This car, like I said, in the wet conditions felt really, really good in Friday. So I'm hoping we can try and carry that pace into Saturday afternoon there. As with a new paint scheme, hopefully that is going to, you know, add some new pace to the car as well. Maybe a bit less paint. Perhaps we should have gone, you know, kind of exposed carbon everywhere just to try and bring the weight of the car down just a little bit more. But as always, of course, the first goal is to try and beat a Yumu. But I really do want to believe this weekend we can try and beat some other cars as well. Like I said, when you get a lap nailed around here, it is super satisfying. It's a 10th up on Iwasa in Sector 1. That's often actually my weakest sector of the lap as well. Slide on the exit of Aqua Minerale. I think I've used a little bit too much battery, though, over the course of this lap so far, as we do a hop, skip, and a jump over the curbs. Nicely on the throttle on the exit there. 3/10 up currently on Iwasa, who, to the surprise of nobody, is down in last place. But yeah, definitely have used just a little bit too much battery around the first half of the lap there as we make our way through the Ravazzas. At the final turn, power up towards the line. What is the first time going to be? 16-1, P21. Lance Stroll, though, only in 18th place in that Aston Martin. Well, to be fair, after the first runs have been all done and dusted, we're only about 4/10 away from a big cluster of cars. So I think 4/10 would leave us like P13 after the first runs here. So if we're just a little bit more proficient with our battery management, maybe, just maybe, we can find that time there. We'll save a little bit of extra energy down in towards turn 1. See if we can try and gather it back up again. Then we need to concentrate though on this lap. As you can see, immediately then trying to use a little bit of that charge up into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Imola, yeah, it's so fun. It feels a little bit unrealistic on this year's title because you can take so much curb everywhere. But yeah, over one lap in a car that's struggling. And I'm expecting as qualifying 1 comes to an end, that's going to be completely irrelevant. Obviously this series, we only do have the one-shot qualifying as 4/10 up at the moment. So this would be a really nice improvement if we can hang on to it. Sorry, not one-shot qualifying, one session qualifying even. It is just that 1 18-minute chunk. As over the chicane we go again. See if we can try and roll on that battery a little bit early there, and you can see the time we're able to find. Half a second up at the moment, then a Stroll still down on a 1:15.9. So hopefully we're going to try and boost ourselves up the order here. One more corner to go. Don't bottle it like we did in the driver career mode. 6/10 up as we make our way towards the start-finish line. That's a big improvement. It's P12. I am happy with that. Well, I think we can be pretty happy there at the end of qualifying. Half a tenth away from Max Verstappen, who has an absolute disaster here, as Sergio Perez will take pole ahead of both Ferraris in their home race. But yeah, Verstappen down in P10, Stroll down in P19. Shame Ayumu's still in last, despite all of those other drivers having issues, but so close to points, theoretically, by the end of Saturday. Let's hope we can try and keep the pace up.
Welcome once again to the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo and Dino Ferrari. The clue is in the name. This is very much Ferrari home turf, and the locals will be out in force today to support their team in what we hope will be a magnificent spectacle of motorsport. On then to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. 3.1 miles of track at Imola, featuring 19 turns, 9 to the right and 10 to the left. Remember that Imola differs from most other Formula 1 tracks as it's driven anti-clockwise. Let's hope nobody forgets that today. The exit from turn 18 will probably be the setup for many of today's overtakes, leading as it does into the longest straight on the circuit and its only DRS zone. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. It's Sergio Perez on pole today. A very happy Carlos Sainz will start second. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Bottas, Verstappen, Joe, Mr. Monaco, Gasly, Albon, Hamilton, Magnussen, Sargent, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Stroll, Ocon, Ricciardo, and Ayumu Iwasa. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. We welcome to the commentary box Anthony Davidson. I'm Alex Jakes. We're both looking forward to a really intriguing race today. Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now. That's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level?
Well, that's the thing, you know, as a driver, it's easy to feel like you're the individual, it's all about you, and, you know, you want to further your career the best you can, but you have to have the team hat on as well and play the team game, work with your teammate as best you can. It's not an easy balance to figure out.
Right, well, here we are then, trackside for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix with Lewis Hamilton with some grid penalties. We are so close to that top 10. In fact, I can even see it. If we get a good start, maybe we could find ourselves in a P10 position very, very early on today. I am expecting qualifying to maybe have been our highlight of the weekend. But, like I said, if we can get ourselves in a DRS train, things like that, and hang on for dear life, then that is exactly what I'm going to do here. Waiting on those 5 red lights here on the grid for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. It is lights out and away we go. They're just trying to manage the wheel spin, and we actually do a pretty good job there as Bottas going nowhere. Alonso desperate to try and hang everyone in on the inside. So they're going to go 3 wide in front of me down towards turn 1. Contact with Verstappen there as he backs out of it against those 2 Sauber cars. So we made up no progress at all. Zhou Guanyu, though, who started alongside me, absolutely has here off the start of the GP, as I think Verstappen just in a little bit of self-preservation. So we're going to capitalize on that one down the inside. He's going to immediately think, no, thank you, and gets down the inside of Zhou Guanyu himself then. So actually quite a dramatic start here at Imola, as I believe Carlos Sainz has made the move on Checo Perez as well. Up at the front of the field, Verstappen again really, really struggling. So we are going to try and capitalize here on the Dutchman maybe being a bit vulnerable at the start of this one. And down the inside of Aqua Minerale will go. We are into the top 10 of this Grand Prix by putting the move on Max Verstappen on lap 1 there. He's under even more pressure as his former teammate Pierre Gasly fancies a stab at it. So yeah, really, really good start though for us and Zhou Guanyu, both into the points at the Dutchman's expense. Well, that might already then be a bit of a problem here as new fastest laps pouring in up the road. I haven't got the DRS on Zhou Guanyu. I think Verstappen has on me. Oh, he's gaining, he's gaining, he's gaining. Max, what's he going to do? Absolutely stormed to my outside there down at turn 1. Little bit of wheel banging with the Red Bull. We'll hang on again. It's probably sensibly in our best interest to let him by and just try to hang with him here. But yeah, I'm not sure I want to. Yeah, I think this time around we're probably going to have to let the Dutchman by. I'm hoping, though, Pierre Gasly won't find a way through.
0.2 seconds.
Oh, Max wants to make it very clear he's going to the inside that time round. As, I mean, we did fight a Red Bull today. I guess that's my clickbaity title sorted. Oh, come on. Just try and hang the car there. We've got it. We can't let him get away. That's the other big thing. Well, Max Verstappen then, between this year and the driver career mode, has been the only man that seems to reliably be able to somehow break the laws of physics when it comes to the DRS trains inside this game. So I'm intrigued to know if he can do that today. Looks like Bottas actually and Zhou potentially dropped out of the range of the cars in front of them. But we've actually got enough pace to keep up with Max, at least for the time being. So I'm going to try and recharge the pack slowly. But he might be our key to those Saubers. Oh, there we go. Lap 7. Whoa, okay. I just saw Bottas almost put himself in the pit wall there, as him and Zhou definitely helping the rest of us out further back. I guess, yeah, with Verstappen, Hamilton, and Stroll at a position here, kind of a bit like we saw in the driver career mode, it only takes a couple of the front runners to be at a position and unable to make moves through the order before suddenly there's a few of us that actually get a look in at some points. Obviously, we have scored already this season, but it still has only been the win back at Albert Park. I would like to get some actual hard-earned points. Oh, there we go. Verstappen now well inside the range of those two Saubers. So are we suddenly going to see the tables turn and maybe him dragging them along? Still side by side, back down towards someone. Here goes Verstappen, though. No, he doesn't. Tries to have a look to the outside of Zhou, but maybe thinks better of it. And I'll be honest, I wanted to try and get past Max if he was going to try and get past them. Admittedly, yeah, it still seems absolutely ridiculous that you can try and do this with the AI, but we're going to try it. Are they all backed into each other down through Aqua Minerale? Are we going to see a window? Verstappen's going to go defensive. Around the outside of the Dutchman. Oh, he gives me a big old squeeze. He actually runs off the circuit. Surely he can't keep hold of the position like that. Max Verstappen does what he wants, apparently. Able to hang on, so a futile attempt there. Say, I mean, I don't know whether he'll be able to get the run on Zhou down towards someone. The straight line speed of that Red Bull is like nothing else you'll see in this game. They've still, it feels like inside this game, they've still got a lot of the advantage we saw IRL last year. As Bottas and Zhou once again swapping. Maybe that's their plan. Just keep swapping with each other, so Verstappen never gets a look. I mean, in many ways, I'm happy that both Sauber cars did drop away from the group behind, but on the other hand, it is basically just two trains now in this Grand Prix, and I think Awasa, the V-Carb's absolutely fallen off in terms of pace.
Approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time.
Oh, we are gaining on Max, but are we going to get close enough to Bottas to look for anything? Have a look to the outside as Verstappen's going to send it. What on earth is that? Verstappen will make it through. We wanted to try and have a look at the other side of Bottas there, and somehow both kick Saubers. Too busy fighting each other down at turn 1. Verstappen and I will both say thank you very much there. So we are back into the points. Can we still use him to try and get up towards the cars in front? Or is Verstappen about to check out? And are we going to get stuck battling Bottas and Zhou? I have no idea how both of us were able to make that work. Thing is now, I don't actually really want to go for the move on Verstappen because I want to see if we can use him to pull away from those cars behind there as Zhou Guanyu closes back into the braking zone. I'm not convinced that's going to be the case, actually. I just don't think Verstappen's on it today, which is a very odd thing to say, I know. But the Dutchman, yeah, is really struggling. Yeah, starting to get a little bit worried about our tyre wear.
Push now. Gap to your teammate behind. 11.1 seconds.
Verstappen's just backed out of that. He broke early down in towards turn 1. He did not want to be in front of me in towards that first corner. His team already talking about pitting. Not too sure how I feel about that one. Seems slightly early.
6.0 seconds.
I could be tempted to come in next lap though and try to see if we can undercut. But this race has just been so weird so far. Pretty much all thanks to the Dutchman. Well, are we going to see some of the heavy hitters then into the pit lane, or is it just Mark potentially being a little bit too aggressive on the strategy? None of our front runners are going to dive in, so we are going to join them and stay out for another one then. This is our chance for Verstappen and I to get away from Zhou Guanyu behind. We'll let the Dutchman by. Zhou Guanyu is still going to be 9/8 of a second back by the time we make turn 1. Well, Verstappen and I then have just about got Zhou Guanyu out of the DRS range temporarily there, so at least we know that between myself and the Dutchman we have got the pace to get away from that kick Sauber. As into the pit lane will come then. Maybe Max will get held up a little bit here as plenty of cars diving into the pits. The McLaren there making his way back out behind the Ferrari. I think it is still Charles Leclerc. And Carlos Sainz fighting for the lead as why on earth is Iyumu pit?
Iyumu is in the pits now. Okay, let's go now. Come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
I love the fact that's the second time across the series recently that I've been able to jump Max Verstappen in the pit lane. I might genuinely be his worst nightmare in Formula 1 right now because we keep stopping him from having an easy time of things, and I embrace that. He will get straight back past me, but we do need to work together because we might have the gap on Pierre, but everyone else then into the pit lane at the very next lap, so I think it is going to be, yeah, that Ferrari car out in the lead.
Tyres are approaching the cliff. Let's push and see if we can use this to our advantage. Come on.
Yep, they've all boxed anyway now. Marks, that's pretty irrelevant, as here goes Max again flying past me back down towards turn 1. I mean, we're in P9. I would take 2 points from this Grand Prix rather happily. But, you know, always trying to think of what more can you get. Could Max carry us to that next group? I think this race absolutely just personifies what is kind of the issue with F1 24. With a DRS zone like this at Imola that is so powerful, as long as I'm less than a second a lap slower than Max, which we are, because obviously the performance deltas are so close between every single team, we can just romp away from the likes of Bottas and Gasly behind that are still locked into battle and close in on some of those cars in front, just because Verstappen has got those extra 3-4 tenths over everybody else in this series. I mean, we're working together, kind of. I think he'd desperately like to get rid of me if he could, but he's not normally an ally of mine. But if he is today, then I'm not going to knock it. As the engine warning light comes on, all I'm going to say is the second half of this race could be very, very boring unless we can actually try and go for a move, because otherwise it's in our best interest just to sit behind him until the very last lap. Verstappen then, just following him around for a couple of laps here, you can absolutely see why he seems to have that advantage over everybody else. It's the way he's able to just pull off the corners. You know, it's probably just an element of, you know, kind of what the AI do in this game.
4.8 seconds.
But it honestly feels like he's got either slightly more grip or slightly more power, or even a combination of the two. Now, obviously it's a game, so it's kind of how it allows him to usually deliver better than any other driver. But it is quite funny, because it's harder to keep up with him in the traction zones than anybody else I've ever seen on this game. And maybe also will explain why we did quite well in Canada, because of course there aren't that many really low-speed traction zones around that venue. Oh, here we go. Might actually get a run on the Dutchman down towards turn 1, around the outside of Verstappen. Oh, that time around he wanted to fight it a little bit more, but we'll get clean around him. And that's the worst possible thing for him. he is dragging me along right now, so unless I don't feel I've got a chance against any of the other AI, it's now ideal for us to overtake him. If I feel like I've got a shot against anybody else, then probably better off letting him get on with it again. But I'm here for my own race at the end of the day. As here comes Max again up the top of the hill. No chance there, sunshine. We've given Verstappen a lot of stick today about struggling to make his way through the order, but Hamilton now, he's not been very good either and has finally made it to the front of kind of the back markers, if you will. So just monitoring to see if he's going to be able to start closing in the gaps on us again. I'm sure I'm just about to wave goodbye to Max Verstappen, so I'm going to make it easy for him. I don't want to make myself too much of an enemy too early in this series. Dutchman will make it back through again. But yeah, we're both taking a lot of time out of Russell. 7 laps to go then, and now I'm really, really interested to see what Verstappen's going to be able to do. Is he going to be able to start carving his way through this front group? He's had no extra pace over me all day long.
Yeah, the car in front, let's get past them.
I mean, down the front straight, he does have a lot more pace than me still at this point of the afternoon. But yeah, have we just been kind of dragged back in by Perez and the Ferraris? Or are we now going to see that actually Verstappen's been rapid and we have just been hanging on to him? Well, I think, yeah, it's Perez and I believe Carlos Sainz that are just constantly going side by side down in towards turn 1 then. I haven't really heard any confirmation about either of them, to be honest. Oh no, I don't know what I said! Mark, I'm sorry if I insulted you. That's not what I intended.
Okay, you're in 9th position. Verstappen's ahead of you. Less than a second separates you. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. That's Hamilton behind. Okay, so gap to the car behind, 8.7 seconds. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. Okay, so gap to the leader, 3.2 seconds. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Okay, just 5 laps until the end.
None of what Mark just told me there was useful at all. None of that was helpful information. I love F124. Well, I think then very late on in the day, the only way we might be able to find a way around Verstappen is if we charge at the pack and try and go for a run back down towards turn 1 there. The AI get pretty much past the kind of start lights and then come off of their battery. So it's a little bit odd the way they do things around this venue. And of course, you know, one of the benefits of being at the back of this train, we've just been able to kind of study things and work out where they're strong, where they're not. I do very much feel like we've kind of ended up in a group that I don't belong in this race, you know, battling it out with Mercs, Red Bulls, that kind of thing. So thank you to Max Verstappen for that. But you can see, yeah, pretty much now, Verstappen's going to start trying to recharge up his battery. So next time round, we're going to continue try and drain the battery pack down in towards turn 1 and see if we can make any last lap maneuvers. Well, about to start then the final lap of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Will it be Red Bull? Will it be Ferrari at the front of the field taking the victory here today as we're going to roll on that battery at the final corner? And I'm not going to come off it until we get into that braking zone at turn 1. Staying closer to Verstappen this time round. As you can see, I think he's worked out what we're doing. To the outside, though, of the Dutchman. Are we going to be able to make the move happen? Yes, we are. And Max Verstappen, we have battled him from the start to the finish this afternoon. But, well, unless we do something stupid now, it looks like we are going to be the one able to capitalise. Imola has been very, very good to us in both series inside this game. But ultimately, you know, it has taken a lot of strategy. And I think especially with this car, it has really, really suited this venue. Gives me confidence as we head to Monaco next weekend that this thing actually feels very, very raceable on the higher downforce circuits, which of course we haven't had many of in the first quarter of this season. But trying to use the battery as well. You see Russell struggling. There might be more freebies to have here by the end of the afternoon as locking up. But around the outside we'll go with George Russell as well. And now are we going to be able to get close to Fernando Alonso? Looks like he's maybe has just kept a little bit more energy in his battery pack as well. Final couple of corners though, Charles Leclerc is going to win here at Imola for Ferrari. Their first win around this venue since 2004. Leclerc back on top. We come through for P7 and big points.
It's a performance that our Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix winners can be justifiably proud of. And I'm sure there'll be celebrations tonight.
to come here and take victory as a team today on home soil was so important. You can see how much it means to them. The drivers there doing their part, the team's strategy was perfect as well, and the fans really embraced that. What a great atmosphere we had here today.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit, familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari, do it again.
Well, once again then, I think Imola has delivered itself as pure F1 24. Yeah, no way, no way, really, should we have been able to get there right at the end. But we did kind of see out how things were panning out between the AI, so happy we were able to get past Russell and Max Verstappen on the final lap of the GP there. Charles Leclerc, though, I'm sure ecstatic to finally win around the circuit that bears Ferrari's names for the Maranello-based organisation there. Sergio Perez P2 ahead of Norris and Carlos Sainz there, with Oscar Piastri, I'm sure, a little bit disappointed after getting the better of his teammate in qualifying. But finally, more points for us. We are absolutely going to take it and run there. And as we head to Monaco next weekend, hopefully we can try and continue that run of form up. I'll be honest, we're basically just trying to make sure that we finish P10 in the Drivers' Championship this series. But even if we'd, taken out those 25 points for the win, we'd still be tied with Lance Stroll as well there. So I reckon if we're more than 25 ahead of Bottas by the end of the year, then I'll be really, really happy with that as well. They're still 6th as well, obviously, in the Constructors. I think that one's looking pretty well locked down as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the jewel in the crown. It's almost time for the Monaco Grand Prix.
Not all qualifying sessions are created equal. From the moment that a driver sits in a go-kart, they want to end up here, in the pit lane, ready and raring for qualifying at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Well, as we make our way then onto the circuit here in Monaco, it's safe to say I'm ever so slightly nervous that this is going to end up being a ridiculous qualifying session there. I've gone out on inters. Everybody else is out on the dries. Maybe they've got a chance. I think, honestly, we're actually fairly close to the crossover period anyway. But we might be about to take a landmark first ever pole in the most ridiculous way possible. Well, I think, to be honest, we've got to try and channel our inner Olivier Panis here as we start our first flying lap around the Monaco streets. Like I said, I got no idea actually whether the pace is going to be good or not. It might be that we end up 3 seconds off anybody else, so we have got to go out there on dries. But yeah, the track must be very, very close to the crossover. You can see little bits of water being kicked up in a few places. I guess the end of Sector 1 will kind of tell us how we're looking against Logan Sargent. Pretty much actually even with him, so I reckon we're pretty much on the cusp between the inters and the dries. But whose hand will this fall into? Oh, nudge the wall on the inside of Tabac. We were lucky to get away with that one, but still pretty much tied with Logan Sargent's time currently in P18. I mean, normally we've ended up being on the back row so far this season. Have really, really lacked pace. Imola was kind of a bit of a breakthrough result for us, but out of the final corner then, where are we going to be after the first run? We go P16. Now we've got a bit more tire temperature though. Are we going to be able to ramp that up? I honestly think at the moment we're in a weird middle ground where the intermediate hasn't got enough standing water to really kind of get it working, but the dries as well don't quite have enough grip either, so really is nip and tuck.
P16 now.
Try and get a smoother line through to back there. That should be a couple of extra tenths in the back pocket. I mean, the entry to the swimming pool chicane is still flat out. It is so sketchy here as we found way more time towards the end of the lap through the final couple of corners, though. This is going to elevate us up the order. How high, though, is it going to put us? 1 second up as we make our way to the line. P4. It's not quite fastest, but we are in that fight. Well, less than a minute left on the clock, then. We've gone back out. We've gone on the dry compounded tyre now. Are we going to see AI improve? Has the track just reached a point where the dries feel more usable here? This is going to be a really, really sketchy final lap here of qualifying. And in really, really tricky conditions. I don't genuinely believe, actually. I have no idea which tyre is going to be the ideal one to use at the moment. We're just going to try and hedge our bets. Split our strategy a little bit. By going back out like this now, it might be a really good choice. It might be a really, really bad one there, as 2 tenths down by the end of Sector 1. It's so important you stay in the dry line. You know, got to try and stay in the wheel tracks as some of the other drivers as well. They're finding plenty of time, though, down through the hairpin. So maybe now the circuit just starting to come back to us a little bit. Oh, Hamilton, fastest on the board there. That is a big improvement by Lewis, as Verstappen's going to be going even quicker then. So times are improving. We are slowly getting moved down the order. So I think this has ended up being a qualifying of trying to be out there as late as you possibly can. Carlos Sainz now dips into the 1 minute 15. So he definitely made the right call to go on to the dries. Just a handful of corners to go, though, as we try and attack our way through the curbs. We're 2 tenths up. But I mean, look how far down the order we've dropped. We are right back down towards the bottom of the field now. There's one more corner to go then. Roll on that power as best as we can. 3 tenths up. It is P13. Damn it, man. 13th place again on the grid. Well, there we go. Carlos Sainz will line up on the pole, ready for the Monaco Grand Prix ahead of Lando Norris and Max Verstappen there. It really was a touch-and-go session in the end, but because it got to the dries, everyone able to basically be on a level playing field. 2 thousandths of a second behind Zhou Guanyu. That was the 3 cars covered by 2 thousandths of a second at the end of qualifying there. It doesn't get much closer than that, but we need to try and find a way to score some points.
Formula One returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino, first opened in 1863, and of course a certain road race first held in 1929. There is no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars will climb around 40 metres up the hill past the casino and then descend towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of 19 corners, so don't expect to see much overtaking here today. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Stroll, Albon, Fernando Alonso, Joe, Gasly, Mr. Monaco, Oscar Piastri, Ocon, Tsunoda, Sargent, Ricciardo, Bottas, Hulkenberg, Iwasa, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Shakes. Alongside me, a real authority on all things motor racing. It's a warm welcome back to Anthony Davidson. Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now. That's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level?
Well, that's the thing, you know, as a driver, it's easy to feel like you're the individual, it's all about you, and, you know, you want to further your career the best you can, but you have to have the team hat on as well and play the team game, work with your teammate as best you can. It's not an easy balance to figure out.
Okay, mate, try your best. With a bit of luck, we might just get that points finish.
That's what we're aiming for. I'd love to try and score some points around the Monaco streets. But also, I missed it after qualifying. Shout out to Iwasa. For the first time this season, he's out-qualified someone that isn't me. Kevin Magnussen, lines up on last place on the grid. We tried the soft medium in the driver career mode. It didn't work. Today we're going to try the soft hard, just to see if we can try and slice our way through a couple of cars at the start, and then basically just try and hang on for dear life for the rest of the afternoon. That's the game plan here at Monaco, and we'll wait and see as to how we get on. Waiting on those 5 red lights. It is lights out and away we go. Not if you're Fernando Alonso, though, as we'll actually find an avenue down the inside.
Monitoring somewhere on the internal combustion engine. Be aware that we're going to start to see a loss of power.
Oh, that was so sketchy down in towards turn 1 there. 3 wide with Zhou Guanyu and Alonso. And this time around, it was actually Alonso who not only recovers, but has also actually made a couple of overtakes there. Zhou Guanyu. Oh, he didn't spot me on the inside still, as they're still side by side a little bit further up. I believe that's Russell and Lance Stroll in the other Aston Martin going side by side. So we're going to try and take liberties down in towards the hairpin there. Even more wheel banging as Zhou Guanyu. How on earth has he gone and done that around my outside? Clearly just able to get the power down there. Rolls the car through and will hang on to his P11 position then. So we have gained 1 place after start. Gasly opted for the hard tyre. So it hasn't worked out too well for him. So what is going on there? Alonso and Stroll now side by side. And Stroll's gone. And there we go, a virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car. Reduce speed immediately and keep a positive delta. Caution.
It's finally happened. It's finally happened. We've got a safety car or a red flag or something on this game. Well, let's take a look then at this incident here. You can see we're actually watching from Alonso's POV as Hamilton and Stroll side by side into the chicane there. Stroll actually nudges the wall, and Alonso, I think he has given him enough room. I think Alonso did actually give the Canadian enough room there on the inside. If we try and slow it down from Stroll's POV, you can see Russell goes clean around the outside of him, down in towards the hairpin, wants to try and turn in. Stroll backs out, nicks the inside wall just like we saw him do in real life there. That tips the car just into a little bit of a spin. Alonso fancies his chances on the exit of the corner there. And is there any room between them? I mean, we'll try and have a look from maybe behind the car. Oh, there's definitely a little bit of a gap there. Stroll, I think he's had the room. Didn't want to make contact with his teammate. Into the wall he'll go. And that's how we've ended up with our first ever red flag inside F1 24. And an AI driver has made a mistake. Unfortunately, it does probably mean that we're all on hards for the rest of the afternoon.
Think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Well, there we go. Yeah, this is a fantastic look. And obviously how those all work. And yet the team already saying we've got to restart this one on the hard compounded tyre then. So I think that's going to be everybody's game plan to the end of the afternoon. I cannot believe it. And we're into the points. 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out and away we go again then. As basically everyone now is going to be on the same tyre. Zhou Guanyu left with nowhere to go down in towards turn 1 as he wanted to try and split Alonso and Lance Stroll there. Let's make our way up the hill, though. Lando Norris now moving up to the lead of the Grand Prix. It's almost Russell into the wall. I just genuinely cannot believe we've had a red flag here. We might get another one if Zhou Guanyu clearly doesn't spot me still on his inside. Oh, I thought about going back down the inside of the next corner. Is still Alonso and Russell side by side a little bit further up. Everybody trying to make moves at the start of the Grand Prix as we'll go back around the outside through the hairpin on Zhou Guanyu there. Perez and Hamilton. Oh, everyone's nicking the wall. What on earth is going on?
Energy, okay to use your overtake button.
This has got to be the most chaotic start I've seen in a long, long time on any F1 game here. Is down the inside of Alonso. Oh, a big send. Big send, but we keep it inside the white lines. And we are up in 8th place then off the second start here in Monte Carlo. Yeah, still McLaren of Lando Norris ahead of both those Ferrari cars early on, with Verstappen in hot pursuit in P4. Sergio Perez hanging on again ahead of Lewis Hamilton there in P5. So it's McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes. Your top 7 by the end of lap 1.
Race is now enabled. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 6.1 seconds.
Lap 3 even, I should say there. Because of course we're already on lap 4 of this Grand Prix, but I can't believe it's finally happened. And it was Lance Stroll, because of course it was always going to be. Well, now we've actually had a chance to kind of compose ourselves, soak in everything that's happened at the start of the Grand Prix. Of course, I've got to remember, we're not actually really needing to push on. Basically, the goal this afternoon now is just defend from Fernando Alonso. No chance we're going to have the pace ahead of those Mercs. But, I mean, we could end up with another one. We could end up with a safety car. You never quite know what might happen. But, yeah, I just cannot believe it. I genuinely just didn't think we were ever going to see one before they brought out a patch to this game. Well, just because we've survived the start and we're now running up in the points does not mean we're home and dry here. Front left tyre wear, as I've said so many times on this game. I think we've actually nudged the wall. That's what's done the damage. But yeah, we're going to have to be really, really gentle with the car. Keep it threading it. Kind of keeping it away from the Armco barriers. Or do that and pick up another 5% wear. That's going to be the difference maker here. Well, as we cross over 1/4 distance then in this Grand Prix, Lando Norris absolutely pulling away at the front of the field there. Ferrari seemingly have got no answer for him unless that McLaren is on a set of medium or soft compounded tyres and knows he has to pit again. But yeah, a bit like the IRL Monaco Grand Prix last week. Because of the red flag on lap 1, it has kind of completely ruined the strategy. I know, for example, Pierre Gasly will be another one that will have to pit before the end of this race, because of course he started on the hards. But honestly for us, unless I keep hitting the walls, this might end up being the most boring race ever. That being said though, the gap to those Mercs in front is pretty much leveled out now, so I actually think we have got some pretty decent pace. It just took us a few laps to kind of get used to the hard tyres. If we could get the gap over Zhou Guanyu, then I would quite happily risk a pit stop here and try and get back ahead of Alonso.
Seconds between you and the next car.
Mark, I was literally just saying that. So now, not only has Mark told me what I already know, he now won't let me speak to him again. He's told me that, and that's us done with conversations today. There's an odd glitch still that occasionally when they give you a radio message, it just never kind of fully leaves. As you can see, we've got the caption for it as well, which is rather annoying. But I now can't select the radio. I'm trying to do the maths in my head then. I don't think it'd be worth boxing unless we had close to a 20-second lead on Zhou Guanyu. And honestly, we're pulling out a good half a second a lap, but it would take us pretty much to the end of the race before we could even do it. But yeah, Alonso's starting to lack a little bit of pace as well. Gap to those Mercs in front down less than 4. But as I said, it is just all about avoiding the walls. Well, as we approach half distance, I guess our other option is to try and get out ahead of, I believe it's Logan Sargent in the Williams, that is kind of holding up all the rest of the back markers. Tyre wear is still, yeah, so it's just those little grazes and nudges with the wall that I'm still really just trying to stamp out here as best as I can. But it is interesting as well, watching some of the other AI, the way that kind of the times are floating around. Norris's gap at the front seems to be coming back down to Ferrari. Red Bull actually really struggling at the moment, so Mercedes and even myself are closing in. As yeah, Alonso still pulling away from Zhou Guanyu, who is definitely lacking out-and-out pace as well. Oh no, that nudge has tipped the tyres up over the 60% threshold. Yeah, still that front left that I seem to be grazing the most with. But yeah, that gap to Zhou's going up, and actually Gasly behind him is starting to lose a little bit more time as well. I reckon give it another 5-6 laps, we might be able to box and get out ahead of Sargent. Oh, okay. Sainz and Perez then into the pits at the end of lap 22. So that was not what I was expecting to see at this point of the Grand Prix. I'm sure they will get the jump still and be ahead there, as Gasly is going to peel into the pit lane as well. So, yeah, I reckon we're pretty much safe now to be able to pit ahead of Logan Sargent. But yeah, these tyres are really starting to fall apart now. Right, come on then, into the pits we'll come. We'll take the gamble now. Everyone seems to be a little bit split on what they're doing with the strategy. There's Max Verstappen into the pit lane as well. Charles Leclerc there, so we've actually held up Verstappen slightly and given Leclerc some extra breathing room here, but the important one for us is that we come out ahead of Logan Sargent there, as Fernando Alonso out on the road. I might have made a mistake by going on the softs. We'll have to wait and see about that one. But as we make our way out, come on, roll on that throttle. Here comes Logan. We should be still ahead of him. Yes, we are. So that's okay. Well, one place outside of the points, but there's still a lot of slower cars up the road. And I know what you're thinking as well. If we can only do barely half the Grand Prix on a set of hards, why on earth do I think I can do the other half on a set of softs? Well, with the extra grip we'll have, hopefully we're going to be able to avoid the walls a lot more. I actually reckon had we gone it completely clean, tyres would have probably only been at like 20% wear. Hulkenberg set fastest lap on a 1:11.3. Hopefully we're going to be able to try and snatch that away from him. Oh, no, we don't. Only an 11.5 there, so I really thought that one was going to be clear-cut and dry for us, but apparently not. Again, though, got to be conscious of those fronts. This is the other problem we've all got by pitting as well. If it's just me trying to get past some of these back markers, then I'd like to feel it'd be quite easy. Not that normally Oscar Piastri is a back marker, but he's certainly... yeah, disastrous qualifying yesterday. Has been left with a lot of work to do this afternoon. He's got the pace to keep us all behind, but if we can muscle our way to the front of this group, then I'm going to try. Oh, having a look around the outside. Oh, Max clobbers the wall on the inside through Larascas. In through Anthony Noakes. I think we've hit him. I think we've made contact with Verstappen there, unwilling to back out. And Verstappen now with wing damage. Leclerc trying to go the long way around Oscar Piastri at turn 1. He's got to make that move happen as well. But we are back into the point center of the Monaco Grand Prix as disaster for Verstappen, who has definitely lost some end plate. Well, I think Verstappen's afternoon has been completely ruined with that incident there. But I mean, if we've gone around the outside, at some point my logic is you've got to have to back out of it somewhere. And the Dutchman clearly felt otherwise. Do not use first gear through Larascas. It does not work. As I almost dropped the car. Are we going to see Verstappen in the pits? Yes, we are. Yeah, I think that's his day over then. As Perez to the outside of Oscar Piastri this time round. Can we try and follow the Mexican through side by side as we make our way up the hill? Will we be able to hook it up? I think we have just about Piastri. Yep, not enough grip. And that was a very scary overtake. Whoa, around the outside of Perez. He does the same thing as Max Verstappen did. This time round, they'll get cleanly around through the final corner, and up into 8th place then we go of this Grand Prix as Ferrari stuck behind Zhou Guanyu. So are we potentially going to be able to get even more here? I'm sure Alonso is loving this. Was never on for a P4 finish until things have fallen into place. But yeah, I was expecting the second half of this race to be really boring, and it's been anything but. Oh, Zhou Guanyu is still holding up those cars, as we'll try and do it again then. This time around the outside of Charles Leclerc. Nope! Oh, dearie me. We're still side by side with him on the exit. Oh, so we'll try and put the power down, and carnage there. As I think Leclerc actually hit the inside wall before we made contact. We've now picked up side pod damage as well then. I think we should be able to keep going. But Perez now trying to get involved there. I think Leclerc might be out of the Grand Prix. Yep, Charles Leclerc is out of it. Could we see a late race safety car or anything like that on top of the red flag earlier on? I don't think so somehow. On a weekend then when Leclerc thought there might be an opportunity to take some big points out of Max Verstappen. Unfortunately, that isn't going to happen for him, and his Monaco curse looks set to continue there. 5 seconds up to Zhou Guanyu in front. We are now in a wounded car, but could we still get to him before the flag? 5 laps to go. The gap to Zhou Guanyu still coming down. I'll be honest, at this point, I'm just happy that we haven't got a tyre wear warning light flashed up yet. So I think unless we basically spend the rest of the afternoon driving on the Armcos, we should make it to the end without a puncture. But have we got one more twist in the tail? Nice that we've actually got Mark speaking to me again right at the end of this race. But Lando Norris, halfway around his final tour of the Monaco Grand Prix circuit. It has not been a race he's won IRL, but it has been a race he scored a podium on in the past. And I guess in this alternate universe, of course, he never won in Miami. So this would be a landmark first Grand Prix victory for Lando Norris here. Through the final couple of corners, McLaren, I think it'll be their first win here as well since 2008 with Lewis Hamilton. Lando Norris is a Formula 1 Grand Prix winner. And I'll be honest, after the restart, he's made it look very, very easy. Mercedes are going to come through with a double podium. Really were able to make their strategy work today. And Fernando Alonso, I'm sure, will be quite happy there. Was not due that big a result early on. But kept it clean, kept it tidy, looked after his tyres. And he is going to be able to convert there. Down through the final couple of corners. We've given it our all today. It's going to be another 6 points for the team as well. So I'm pretty happy with that. Out of the final corner, it is P7. We have survived Monaco.
That's it then for another nail-biting Monaco Grand Prix. We were on the edge of our seats the whole time, but they've come through to take a stunning victory.
Well, it's never easy and straightforward to put a race like this together today, but they did the best job out there. They used the information wisely and they stayed on the track. That was the most important thing.
And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race for the McLaren team, and I'm very happy to see them there on the top step of the podium.
Well, there we go then. A British 1-2-3 at the end of the weekend here, but it is Lando Norris for McLaren, top step of the podium. Alonso comes through, like we said, for fourth ahead of Zhou and Carlos Sainz there, with myself, Perez, Piastri, and Logan Sargent getting a point in for Williams there. He was defending pretty much all race long. I think it's safe to say he deserves that. Awasa as well gets a career best 16th place, so admittedly not as great as we might have seen by some other drivers there, but beats out Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, and yeah, Max Verstappen as well. They're down in P19. Only Charles Leclerc and Lance Stroll unable to see the checkered flag this weekend. But there we go, taking a look at the Drivers' Championship. Well, George Russell closes in on both Verstappen and Leclerc at the top, as both of them failing to score. Of course, Norris ahead of Alonso, and yeah, we close in on Oscar Piastri just a little bit more as well there. That also means, yeah, Sargent now is tied with his teammate, and constructors-wise there, Williams double their haul, as yeah, we're looking pretty locked in that 6th position there. Ferrari and Mercedes, as well as McLaren, all closing in on Red Bull as well at the top of the table. So maybe, just maybe, we've got a constructors fight as well later on this campaign. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Spanish Grand Prix.
It is time to go qualifying in Canada. A historic track. Looks simple, it's anything but. Welcome to Montreal.
Well, moving in then to qualifying, of course, you know, like I said, happy memories here in the driver career mode, taking our first ever win for the Haas Formula 1 team at this circuit. Must be said, though, yeah, the My Team car and the Haas, very, very different strengths. This thing's really, really good around the higher downforce venues. That car, of course, really seems to favour top speed and straight lines. Probably an element of Renault power unit versus Ferrari. But yeah, as we move into qualifying, we want to try and get a good lap on the board. Not expecting us to be as high up the order as, say, we were at Imola or Monaco. But hopefully we can try and still kind of break into that top 20. It sounds ridiculous. I just want to go quicker than someone that isn't a Yumu. Well, Awasa then has set a 1 minute 10.5, but as we make our way out of the final corner, he's actually pretty much tied with Pierre Gasly, and we've gone slower. The lap wasn't good, so we need to make sure we nail the second one. Well, I'm still always confused as to why the AI don't wait for the very last moment to do their final qualifying lap. Once again, well, pretty much I think every single time we have been the last car onto a run here in qualifying. We need about half a second, and that'll put us up, you know, with the V-Carbs, the Hasses, and obviously ahead of your Alpines as well. So that's what we're gunning for. 10th up already out of the first couple of corners. But it is all about just trying to get that front end pointed and not hitting the walls too much. Somehow we get away with that one. Well, I'm sure we're going to see times continue to tumble here by other drivers as well, as now half a second up. As we make our way to the end of Sector 2, straight line breaking down into the hairpin. Charles Leclerc goes fastest on the board, so really, really important for him if he wants to give Verstappen a bit of a title challenge this year. Trying to drain most of our battery, though, down in towards the wall of champion chicane. Please don't bottle it, Matt. That's all I'm hoping for. Break nice and early at the 100. Tip the car in through the left and the right. Up towards the line. We have found a little bit more. 6.5 tenths up. That is going to promote us to P15. We'll take it. Well, half a tenth of a second then covering our top three at the end of qualifying, but it is Charles Leclerc, the one-lap wonder, who puts it on pole here in Montreal ahead of Verstappen and Carlos Sainz there. Russell down in P5. Alex Albon, a very good effort to end up in P9 ahead of Piastri. But yeah, I'm happy with that, to be honest. We beat out pretty much every car I was hoping to. Esteban Ocon had a really, really good run through qualifying as well. But yeah, looking at the weather, the race is going to be about survival.
It is the second largest French-speaking city in the world and home since 1978 to the Canadian Grand Prix. Welcome to Montreal. A 2.7-mile circuit, peaking at around 190 miles per hour. There are 2 DRS zones, 14 turns, which conclude with the famous Wall of Champions, and many a car has found their race ending right there. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who will start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Norris, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Joe, Ocon, Stroll, Sargent, Mr. Monaco, Bottas, Hulkenberg, Hamilton, Gasly, Ricciardo, Albon, Tsunoda, Magnussen and Ayumu Iwasa. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. It's race day, it's going to be a thriller. I'm Alex Jakes, alongside me is Naomi Schiff. Well, it's all about forgetting last time because that was a bit of a shocker. How did they change the story today?
It is true, they had a really tough day in the office last time out, but they cannot dwell on that. It's so important to turn the page and start on a blank slate, because the more you dwell on that, the less it's going to push you in the right direction. So take some notes. Obviously, there's things to be learned, but move on.
You're going to have to push early on if you want to have any chance of beating your results from last race. Good luck.
I could not tell you who Anthony Davidson and Naomi Schiff, Alex Jakes and Naomi Schiff are talking about there. Is it Verstappen? Is it Leclerc? Is it me? We scored decent points last time out, so I hope it's not me. But yeah, taking a look then at the weather, like I said, it is meant to start raining a bit later on in the afternoon. So my plan is to try and take the hards to that wet period, see if it gets wet enough, and otherwise then we might try and make a shift over to the soft tyres so we've got a little bit more grip for the second half of the Grand Prix. Hamilton and Albon, though, behind me with grid penalties. So we actually start for the third weekend in a row, I believe, in P13. Then waiting on the grid for those 5 red lights here for the Canadian Grand Prix. It is lights out, and away we go. Oh, not off to a good start, though. Those hard tyres not working for me as we make our way down in towards turn 1 as Hulkenberg, easy does it, buddy. Tries to make it 3, maybe even 4 wide through the first corner there. We'll get the elbows out. Try to go back between him and Valtteri Bottas. 2 very experienced drivers. But yeah, both of them with a little bit of patience there in the second phase of the start. Yeah, I really did wonder where Hulkenberg was going to go off the launch here, but yeah, I think all eyes today are likely going to end up being on the Sky, as Piastri is dropped back off the start as well, back down into P10. But look on the mini-map, Charles Leclerc, he's already broken free there as Bottas again. You know, those Ferrari customer teams, really, really quick in a straight line on this game. It's only more recently that I've realised it, and kind of happy that we went with Haas inside our other series. But yeah, I'm kind of enjoying the My Team universe as well. The Renault E-Tech power unit leaves a little bit to be desired as we make our way down the back straight, but I believe it is Charles Leclerc then that leads at the end of lap 1, and leads by a big margin. It is very, very early in the season for Ferrari to be playing number 1 driver, but Charles Leclerc, he's really actually getting helped by Carlos Sainz defending from Verstappen and everybody else behind him early on in this race. I can already see starting just to be a little bit of cloud cover around this circuit, but yeah, unfortunately for us as well,
teammate by 4.4 seconds.
That wasn't the unfortunate bit I was going to mention. We're stuck behind Logan Sargent, and that Williams, as we've seen countless times before, absolutely takes off on corner exits. So trying to get a run on him is not going to be easy. Looks like Ocon might be dropping out of the range of the cars in front, though, so we've got to be careful. Oh, yep, definitely Ocon's lost the range there as Sargent tries to muscle his way to the outside. Esteban Ocon says absolutely not, and now we've got to be there prepared to wait in the wings. Sargent will go for it again at the final corner, side by side in towards T1.
Get ready to use DRS for the overtake.
Yep, I've been having DRS since the start of the Grand Prix, Mark, but yeah, Sargent, is he going to be able to complete the move then down the inside of Esty Bestie through turn 2 and turn 3? Not quite. Oh, they really just absolutely check up there on my nose. Luckily, no contact. But we can't make the move happen this time. Bottas wants to make a move happen, though. What on earth was that? Bottas has tried to absolutely wedge himself in there and might have given himself front wing damage. Right, come on then, Logan. You've got to be able to try and get the run on him. How is he not gaining enough here? Logan Sargent, he's not using his battery effectively down the back straight there. And Esteban Ocon just has a nice tidy run in towards the final corner. He's much better back down in towards turn 1. Is he this time around going to go? No, he's not. Come on. You're in a Williams against a car with Renault power. It's not that difficult, surely. Well, if Sargent's not going to try and make the move on Esteban Ocon, then I certainly am going to use a load of battery then. We've just charged up the pack a little bit over these last couple of laps there as down the inside of Logan will go. Whoa, Esteban Ocon really wants to pinch me there. Sargent will try and go around the outside of him as well. So I think we've just about completed the double overtake. I didn't think Esteban Ocon was going to try and defend from me that much.
0.9 seconds.
I especially didn't think Ocon was going to defend from me that much because we're not his teammate there, as don't hit that curb on the inside of turn 2. Otherwise, you're almost going to spin when you bottom out. Oh no, here comes Esteban again, back down the inside. We're waiting for these hard tyres to really have a bit of a grip advantage over those other sets at the moment.
Radar suggests some weather's going to hit in around 5 minutes time, so stay on your toes. Okay, dries seem like the best tyre for now.
Very, very interesting then. Team saying weather is meant to be here pretty soon. Can I get a run on Esteban back down in towards the final chicane again? Not sure we've got enough battery this time round, but we will have a lot of speed there. Ocon, you can go defensive all you like, mate. This time round I got the straight line speed, and we'll make the move happen again. Well, Zhou Guanyu, I tell you what, really has come alive the last couple of weekends. There he's up still, I think, P8? P7 even, I think, ahead of both Aston Martins. So basically now we're trying to beat his pace here if we possibly can. I don't think we are. But yeah, if the rain does start falling quite soon, then I'm intrigued to see what the AI are going to do. I don't really want to box unless we're making a move over to Inters, unless we know it's not going to rain anymore. And even better news for us then, Esteban Ocon has dropped out the DRS range now, so he's going to be left stuck battling with Sargent again. I think Bottas has also re-overtaken his former teammate Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton absolutely loves this place. Today, though, cannot make an impact. Well, Lance Stroll then still stuck behind Zhou Guanyu here in his home race. I'm sure would love to make a move.
The car ahead, keep this up.
That was exactly what I was going to say, though. Those two are really tripping over each other now. And Oscar Piastri, the gap is coming down. This race might slowly be turning in our favour. Oh, there we go. I think that's rain starting to fall. Just see a few little bits of moisture on the circuit, so this is where things are going to get really interesting then. Stroll once more trying to look down the inside of Zhou Guanyu, but how are the grip levels going to fare?
I think we're still in the right tyres for the time being.
That's reassuring, Mark. It's been raining for about 10 seconds. Well, we know it'll definitely be time to switch to the Inters when we start seeing a little bit of spray getting kicked up off the tyre, but I am intrigued to know, is the AI going to probably start pitting about now, what they're going to do in terms of their strategy. I have no doubts in my mind. It is definitely going to make a transition to intermediates. We are already starting to struggle here, as you can just hear how much I'm going to modulate the throttle on corner exit. But yeah, this is going to be a really kind of dicey stage of this race.
Cars start to struggle in these conditions. If we pit for Inters now, we're going to be too slow and we'll burn them out. Make the best of it for the time being.
Nope, I completely disagree with you, Mark. I'm making the call at the end of this lap. Spray starting to get kicked up off the tyres as well. I think now is the time to make the call, as Charles Leclerc is going to stay out there for another one. I do not believe that the dry tyres remain the suitable ones to be on at the moment. There's no one else into the pit lane then, so I think they're all waiting to see if the circuit's going to get any worse. They're willing to sacrifice, a little bit extra tyre wear just to make sure that they don't have to box twice, as Ocon stays out. Sargent has dropped back behind him a bit. But yeah, we are going to kind of be the benchmark then. We are going to be the one that springs a surprise. I'm not worried. If we get it wrong, we weren't going to score points anyway.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
But you know what? I reckon we've made the right call here.
No more scheduled pit stops, let's go.
Ayumi making his way. Look at that, that was perfectly timed. Absolutely perfect there. And you can see as we make our way out of the pit lane then, Oasa, we've got to try and get these tyres up to temperature, but we've already got the grip over him. Down through the chicane we'll go, and I mean, still rubbing up against the walls accidentally, so we've got to be careful of that. I mean, look at the speed. Straight around the outside of our teammate there. Once again, we hopefully have nailed the strategy inside this game.
DRS is now disabled.
There we go, Charles Leclerc in, and I'm sure we're about to see pretty much everyone else follow as well, so there's going to be carnage in the pit lane then. As, I mean, it's still not easy driving around on these Inters at the moment, but we've definitely got a big old advantage there as Magnussen in front. You can just see he's probably still wheel spinning up and towards 5th and 6th gear there. One of the Red Bulls and one of the McLarens has to stay out. Leclerc's still going to be way out in front though, but are we going to potentially move up the order? Maybe if there's been a couple of cars that have been slowed up in the pit lane. There goes Verstappen on the exit, and there's Zhou Guanyu. We are out ahead of plenty of cars. I'm happy they have all switched to the Inters, to be honest, as we'll come out between Norris and Zhou. So I think we've jumped that little gaggle that we were watching, but we've still got plenty more that need to box there. Oscar Piastri, I believe Sergio Perez there. I mean, look at Tsunoda. How slow he is through that chicane. We almost went straight over the top of him. But, yeah, just trying to settle back in. We are into the points. Well, there we go. Those drivers that were unable to pit then. Oh, no, we've lost Mark. We've lost Mark again. For God's sake, this just weird bug is so annoying inside this game. So I guess, yeah, we're going to have to go at it alone once more in this series. As we're up then into 7th place, of course, where we finished the last 2 Grand Prix. I would take another 7th. I would not complain about that. But the problem we have got is in the intermediate conditions, I actually tend to struggle here in Montreal. So just trying to keep it between the white lines, keep it on the island, is going to be key. We're really just kind of locking in at the moment, trying to work out what our pace is like. And we actually seem to be a bit more competitive than I was expecting in these conditions. Norris is just slowly being closed in on. And we're inching away from Zhou Guanyu and Lance Stroll. Admittedly, it does seem to kind of move up and down a little bit. I would love to know whether we're going to have to make the switch back to dries before the end of the race. But yeah, Mark has had enough. Well, Lando Norrison at the moment definitely seems to be lacking just a couple of tenths a lap relative to, you know, Sainz, Fernando Alonso, George Russell up the road. Leclerc, though, still is absolutely dominating this thing at the front of the field. I mean, 7 points, or 8 point swing, I think he's still got fastest lap, would be critical against Verstappen at this point of the campaign. We've also got Battle of the Japanese drivers, I believe, at the rear of the field, as Ayumu, because of Yuki's bot strategy, is ahead of him. That is not the way you take the Wall of Champions chicane, but I didn't hit the wall. Ooh, almost into the back of Lando down at turn 1. AI definitely braking a very, very different way to me. They like to brake a little bit earlier and then really kind of carry a bit more speed into an apex. We prefer to kind of go late and deep on the brakes, and it might catch us out. Oh, Lando Norris, a little bit of a lift, Oh, we lock the rears up. We get it slowed onto the apex, though. That was a very, very aggressive overtake. Have we gone and pulled it off? We nudged the wall again on the exit. I think we've just about done it, though. No, Lando Norris still coming back at me. Is he going to try to look around the outside? No, thinks better of it there. I didn't expect to make a move there, but clearly the AI not as confident to attack with the throttle off of that corner. You can see again, though, Lando trying to have a look down the inside. We'll run it deep into the corner there, allow him to get underneath me. But can we try and switch him on the exit once again and maybe carry the speed in towards the final chicane there? It's the battle of the orange cars at the moment, but we're going to go round the outside of our fellow Brit and finally move up then into P6 of the race. Or he's not going to try and look for it again. No, we get it slowed down and we are up into P6. Nearing the end then of this GP. It was meant to stop raining by about now, but I don't think it is. So I guess that takes out one unknown about whether we even have to make the call back to dries or not. Because I certainly don't think with, what, 6 laps left, there's going to be enough time for the circuit to dry out. There's definitely a bit of a dry line forming. But yeah, it seems that once I got past Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso decided he was going to up his pace again. So I think, yeah, unless Lando can come back at me towards the end of this Grand Prix, I think we're pretty much locked in for this position. Looking up and down the field, though, the rain pretty much did come at the perfect time for everybody. Just as it's now starting to tail back off, I think tyre wear is getting increasingly high. Carlos Sainz just dropping away from George Russell and Fernando Alonso towards the end of the afternoon as well. So maybe Fernando, the wily old fox that he is, just thought I'll take a little bit less out of my tyre earlier on to make sure I got enough right towards the end of the Grand Prix. You can see Zhou Guanyu up in 8th place, or of course scored his first points of the season last weekend. He is a potential shoo-in to replace a Yumo Oasa within the team, but he is defending for his life from a train of about 5 or 6 cars now towards the end of the afternoon. We've still got to try and keep Lando Norris at bay, but we are closing in on Carlos here. I think we have done a pretty good job looking after the rubber. Well, I tell you what then, as Charles Leclerc starts the final lap of the Canadian Grand Prix, a potentially critical victory for him in his championship hopes against Max Verstappen. I think Carlos Sainz might be a little bit left napping here towards the end of the afternoon. He seems to just be trying to bring that car home. I've not given up yet. We might be able to try and snooker away P5 from the second Ferrari car here, as the rain now I think has pretty much stopped. A massive thank you to the fans that have stuck around throughout the Grand Prix here. You can see our tyres aren't exactly in great shape. Wheels spinning all the way up there to 5th gear. But yeah, look how much Sainz is struggling through these first few corners of the lap. Are we going to be able to gain a little bit more through here? Whoa! Sainz there, I think, was aware of it and just slowed down at the perfect point. I mean, yeah, Lando Norris as well has been able to close in right towards the end of the afternoon. As what are our tyres doing? 70% on the rear. They're not overheating just yet. But are we potentially going to try and spring a surprise there, as everyone else just looking to try and get to the end? We are looking to capitalise as Charles Leclerc in towards the final couple of corners. He is going to win the Canadian Grand Prix. A critical win for him to bring that gap to Verstappen back under 26 points even, but through out off the hairpin for the final time. We've got to drain the battery now. Are we going to be able to get close enough to Carlos Sainz here? We certainly won't on the entry to the final chicane, but can we try and get a good run off of it? Attack the curbs on the entry, attack the curbs on the exit. A little bit too much wheel spin. It is P6 here in Canada.
So that's it then for another magnificent Canadian Grand Prix, and they have hung on to take a sublime victory here today.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we go. I actually got it wrong. Verstappen took the fastest lap of the day there, but it was still Charles Leclerc who closes in that points lead quite substantially to the Red Bull. And, well, yeah, like we said, in the driver career mode, Verstappen has absolutely won the title. He's not winning many races anymore, but he is still absolutely winning the title. This series, though, it seems to be wide open there. As Fernando Alonso back on the podium this weekend ahead of Russell, Carlos Sainz and myself, Zhou Guanyu hung on to that P8 ahead of Lance Stroll and Sergio Perez there, and Esteban Ocon agonizingly close to some points for the Alpine team as well. They're able to beat out Oscar Piastri and Lewis Hamilton as well. Iwasa, I think he got jumped on the final lap by Yuki Tsunoda as well, though, so a bit of a shame for him. But yeah, it's safe to say with Zhou Guanyu delivering some big results, Ayubu's seat is in jeopardy at the moment there. The gap at the top, though, it's not 25, sorry, it is 27 by virtue of that fastest lap bonus point there. We are now within 3 of Oscar Piastri, though, so really happy with the progress we're making there. As Zhou Guanyu better now ahead of his teammate Valtteri Bottas in the Drivers' Championship as well. Taking a look constructors-wise, Red Bull still with a 27-point lead as well over Ferrari, so safe to say this series is hopefully going to see some big championship battles as well. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow when Formula 1 returns for the Spanish Grand Prix. Tyre temperature there is gonna be painful.
Everyone, it is a track the drivers know oh so well. It is qualifying in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, although I'm hoping that we've got the tyre temperatures sorted, I must admit this circuit actually very, very fun when you get it hooked up over one lap. I'm not sure actually because we're running slightly lower downforce. Final corner might just be flat if I absolutely nail it. But yeah, we want to try and make sure we start a little bit further up the order. Although that final sector has been altered, it is still notorious trying to get one lap hooked up. The game have also updated the fact that, I didn't realise it, but you can actually overuse your ERS each lap. If you still had charge, you could continue using it. So that might actually affect how we do qualifying runs as well. Because now you're actually going to have to use the battery realistically. But yeah, we'll see what this first lap time is. I'm not expecting to move mountains around this place. Lando Norris, it's a 1:12.6 as Kampser was still just about pinned. But yeah, it's through these final couple of corners. I'm hoping those last 2 turns are still going to be flat out. What's the tyre temperature doing? You can see we're overheating slightly, as you would hope to. That means obviously you're just generating enough temperature through the corner, but it's whether the car can cool down again. Is that at the final corner? It's going to be a 1:13.6, puts us between Gasly and Magnussen. So I still think, yeah, the general upgrades, meaning we're in a better fighting chance. Everyone just trying to find some space then, ready for the final run. And, well, now I'm wondering whether Kick Sauber have been ultimately screwed as well with the new performance update, because they are currently 18th and last.
P13.
On the grid. Zhou Guanyu, yeah, really has not had a qualifying so far to remember. It's 211 miles an hour. Down towards turn 1. We've also seen an update to the gearing, so I don't know whether that's going to make the cars quicker or slower down the straights. Not that Barcelona really is a circuit where you test that. Oh, there we go. Verstappen, new fastest lime on the board, is going to promote himself up into provisional pole. Are we going to see anyone else, though, able to improve, as we are 600ths up on Pierre Gasly? Wonder, yeah, Williams as well. This isn't meant to be a strong track for them. How are they going to get on here as we round our way through the final couple of corners? Trying to just make sure we got enough battery for the end of the lap. We are getting relegated down the order quite dramatically. Through the final corner we'll go, though. Plenty of curb. It's going to be a quarter of a second up. It is P15 on the grid, and Kick Sauber are in the bin. Here we go. Verstappen snatches pole from Carlos Sainz there, so it won't be our home race pole for the Spaniard. He lines up on the front row, though, still, with Alonso tying with George Russell there, so that's quite impressive. P15 for us. We are still ahead of Iwasa, which is good by nearly a second. But yeah, Kick Sauber even, 20th and 21st. Like I said, I don't know whether they've been patched. Alpine seem rapid as well. Ocon getting up inside the top 10. So maybe there has been a bit of a reshuffle in terms of performance. Well, there we go then, just to confirm, yeah, Kick Sauber and Williams have been royally bumped down in terms of vehicle performance on this game. So, well, if you didn't watch the driver career mode video earlier on, Valtteri Bottas got a podium. That race was done on the old patch, so that might be the last time we ever see it on F1 24.
Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya has been on the calendar for over 30 years now, and it has served up some classics. Michael Schumacher's first win for Ferrari in 1996 in the rain. We have much better weather here today for the Spanish Grand Prix. The Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya runs to 2.9 miles. It's a heady mix of high and low speed corners. Look out for the high downforce arc of turn 3, the 2 DRS zones, and the chicane at turns 14 and 15. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and the smooth operator Carlos Sainz completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Leclerc, Norris, Oscar Piastri, Ocon, Hamilton, Stroll, Gasly, Magnussen, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Sargent, Ricciardo, Joe, Iwasa, and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
We're not in the best position to get another points finish, so try and use the first lap to your advantage and make up places.
Well, here we are then down on the circuit, ready for the Spanish Grand Prix then, of course. This one, I'm not exactly sure we're going to score points today. It's going to be more about survival, making sure that we can keep the temperatures down, and obviously just making sure that everything inside the game now is working as it should be. That is one of the perks of having this series as well, alongside kind of the flagship driver career mode, is I can basically use this to test for bugs and glitches. But yeah, Alpine now buffed massively, kicks Sauber in the bin. It is 5 red lights here for the Spanish Grand Prix. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go there. One of the other things you've got to be careful of is the lack of traction now off the starts there. So no longer am I going to be able to get OP starts as we make our way down towards turn 1. We are, though, still going to be able to try and find an avenue around the outside of as many cars as possible, as everyone being a little bit cautious. Fernando Alonso, from 5th on the grid, has already moved up to 2nd place then, so he's had a mega start in this Grand Prix there, is trying to look around the outside of Pierre Gasly up through turn 3. There we can see Russell and the other homeboy of Carlos Sainz there battling it out for the final podium place very early on. But yeah, Verstappen, though, absolutely checking out at the front of the field. I hope we kind of see McLaren a little bit buffed as well in the next update, because they're certainly a little bit weaker than we would expect for them to be at the moment. Aston Martin a bit too strong, Mercedes a little bit too strong, and McLaren a little bit too weak in this series. But already, yeah, our top 3 just starting to pull away. Still struggling a little bit with the rear locking. But yeah, apparently as well, the AI aren't going to be as bad at just sticking in trains. But ultimately, if this update doesn't work, I've actually found a mod that is meant to fix it as well. So we might have to download that at some point in the very near future as well. There is our chronic understeer through the final corner. Tyre temp, though.
You can use it when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Yeah, I'm not confident the tyres are going to be able to hang on very well. There is side by side back down towards turn 1, still between Carlos Sainz and George Russell. And I think the Ferrari has hung on. Oh no, that's bad early on. That Alpine is so fast now. Yeah, we've lost the DRS to him. I mean, they're still kind of bunched up, but not as badly as we were expecting, as here comes Lance Stroll. Down the inside, goes the Canadian. And up and into P12 he'll go. Maybe he can drag us back. But yeah, I can't help but feel, you know, if you're us, if you're Williams, if you're Haas, you kick Sauber, you're kind of a bit more in trouble now, because if Alpine are going to be the ones picking up all the pieces, we don't know when we might score again, as look already at how quickly Stroll gets away from me. All of the AI using softs, that is not helping us. I'm hoping, yeah, that those soft compound tyres start falling off quite soon, because at the moment we've just got no pace to match anybody here. Stroll's worked his way through. It doesn't seem to be any quicker than the cars in front of him, but has pretty much broken out that DRS zone immediately. I don't believe it's anything about the new patch, I just believe it's that this car's quite slow, and we've got a tyre disadvantage, but it makes things very, very difficult early on. Tyre temperature is controllable, though.
They're just edging away.
So yeah, tyres are staying in the operating window. There's still so much wear, though, on that front left. There's Alex Albon. There you go, an AI mistake. They can happen. It was admittedly quite a dramatic one. So it's good. They're back, finally. And Albon has dropped down to about P19.
Information on Gasly. They've got some kind of mechanical problem.
I never thought I'd be so happy to hear those words, but yeah, Pierre Gasly starting to struggle, so he might drop back in towards our clutches quite soon. Alpine, they might have a quicker car, but doesn't mean they're any more reliable. But the problem we've definitely got as well from running these high tyre pressures is that yeah, through these final couple of corners, it just feels like we've got absolutely nothing at all there. Stroll will make a move then on Pierre Gasly. So Gasly is definitely falling back into our clutches. Logan Sargent's going to fly past us. And so is Kevin Magnussen back into T1. Whoa, locking the rears up slightly there as well. But yeah, we have just not got the pace. And I think ultimately that's an element of Barcelona more than anything else. Does not suit this car and does not suit me. Magnussen surely is going to line up a move on Logan Sargent.
5/10 a lap, 5/10.
I think we're definitely starting to reach a crossover point now as we'll go around the outside of the Williams and the Haas car down at turn 1. There you go. See, we have got a bit of fight still in us. Just, yeah, those first 8 laps, the softs had such a big margin. But even just watching the AI through those final couple of corners, they're starting to struggle. Oh no, here comes Kevin Magnussen again to the inside. Definitely got a bit more braking performance, though. I was hoping we get in the DRS range of Gasly. See, he's very much down on power on the straights. But yeah, I think we were literally a second and a half a tenth behind him at the DRS detection. Well, this might be the easiest overtake I ever make on a Formula 1 game. To the inside of Pierre Gasly. I mean, you got a wounded car, mate. Why are you still trying to defend from me? I mean, he might be able to get that thing repaired, as will help Magnussen get around him as well by providing some slipstream. But yeah, Gasly in the wars early on. It gives me confidence as well, doesn't it? That the one power unit that's immediately had issue is the same one that I've got in the back of our car. We surely are going to start seeing the AI into the pit lane quite soon. There goes Kevin Magnussen again to my inside down at turn 1. I still don't really know, actually, whether they've done anything about the grouping of AI. Because it seems like, yeah, that front train behind Verstappen is still very much in full swing. Our group's kind of a little bit screwed over as well, because, of course, Gasly is kind of thinning everybody out a bit. So, but, yeah, our tyre wear around here, though, still is atrocious in comparison to the AI. Plenty of cars into the pit lane, though, at the end of lap 13, and Kevin Magnussen is going to join them, so we'll get some free DRS, and apparently some free gravel on our wheels as well. Maybe a little bit too optimistic through that final turn. But yeah, Verstappen already has a pit stop on me. And the AI, we're struggling to do more than about 14, 15 laps on these tyres. Tyre wear warning light's already on. AI want to do 20. Yeah, funnily enough, I don't think we're going to catch that car ahead. As all we've got yellows out. Someone might have issues a little bit further back. Are we going to see our first ever mechanical failure for an AI inside F1 24? It is one of those Alpines. I think that might be Esteban Ocon, though, that is out of the Grand Prix then. It is Ocon out of this GP then, so it's finally happened inside F1 24. Are we going to get a safety car for it? It doesn't look like we are, which is a bit of a shame for us, because that would have been perfectly timed in this race then. But there we go, Alpine having an absolute disaster. They might have a much quicker car, but they've got their realistic reliability as well.
To the race. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
Annoyingly, though, looks like Magnussen has got a decent jump on us, so we might wave goodbye to him for the rest of the day. But at least, yeah, Alpine aren't going to score points. Otto then, a little bit cheeky with his strategy, trying to go just that bit longer than everybody else.
Car ahead, 17.0 seconds.
I wanted to try and get some slipstream off him, but it's not going to happen, as he seems to be one of the only other runners on the hards. Try and defend from Nico Hülkenberg down at 1, and somehow we do. 3 wide there temporarily. That was almost a bit scary. Terrible line out of the final corner. I think, yeah, we're going to be vulnerable now.
By 7.3 seconds.
Here comes Hülkenberg and Tsunoda 3 wide again with the Haas and a V-carb. Down towards Sermon, and Hülkenberg's going to try and split it down the middle. Are we going to be able to try and hang on and find an avenue here? As there's definitely a bit more wheel-to-wheel racing. Hülkenberg tried to close the door. I was adamant we were keeping our foot in it, though. And we hang on to P13. I think being on the harder tyre, we just want to try and sit in the DRS. But as soon as you get the car offline, there is no grip now. It is way more brutal in that regard. There's no rotation down the hill as well. And Tsunoda waves goodbye. I mean, it is a little bit annoying, but I think that's more a lack of car pace for ourselves this weekend than anything else. Immediately, we go and lose the DRS range to the next car. I mean, that V-carb isn't much quicker than us. That thing also, I think, deserves a little bit of an update in terms of performance. So here comes Hülkenberg again. Absolutely parks it on the apex. Surely Ricciardo, if he gets past me here, we can keep up with him. Surely the Australian on the hard compound tyre as well. We're going to stand a chance against not if we go side by side with Sargent down at turn 1. We'll hang on to P15, but every single lap an AI will get past, and they just then get out of the DRS detection point before the next time. It is so painful at the moment, but I guess better than the last Spanish Grand Prix I did. At least we can actually fight somewhat. Well, we are desperately trying to hang on to the DRS of Daniel Ricciardo here as we cross 2/3 distance. The only other thing I'm worried about is that Max Verstappen might actually end up lapping us before the end of this Grand Prix as well. That Red Bull is absolutely rapid here. If anything, I reckon they made him more OP there as we got another mechanical failure, I think. Have we? No. I thought a kick Sauber was breaking down. Well, looking back in hindsight, I do think, yeah, maybe Barcelona was quite a difficult track to come back to with the new update to kind of work out how everything's working on this game. Simply put, yeah, we just don't have the pace around here. The car's not that great either. I knew this was always going to be a tough circuit for us as Logan Sargent now will make the move as we've dropped out of the range of Danny Rick.
Come on, you can win that place back.
I'm not so sure I can, Mark. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like, though, the backmarker AI, their performance has been tweaked. So I think now it is definitely Alpine, then sort of Haas and VCARB quite close together. Then Williams, Kick Sauber, and ourselves all fighting for scraps. We might genuinely not score points again this season. Although I'm sure at tracks like Monza or Spa, then we might have a bit of a better shot. But desperately just trying to hang on to the DRS of anyone I can. I keep forgetting as well, although it feels like we've basically spent all day going backwards, we did only start this race in P15, so it would be nice if I finished there. To the outside we go, so yeah, we've definitely got pace to fight with that Williams towards the end of the Grand Prix. We got more yellows out. Sergio Perez now out of the Grand Prix with just a handful of laps to go. It's the Mexican who is going to lose out in a big way here in Barcelona. You kind of feel it's harsh on anybody with the first new patch to bring out so many reliability issues. But again, no safety car. Let's just see where that stricken Red Bull has been abandoned. So, yeah, you just have to pull off in the gravel trap. Yeah, I don't know whether obviously they've just broken down in places that wouldn't give us a safety car. But, yeah, still no return of that. We've got more yellows, not another one. I think McLaren now. Oh no, they're into the pits, so no idea what's happened there. Maybe they've had a puncture or something late on in the day. I think that might be Oscar Piastri.
3.8 seconds.
Chaos towards the end of the Spanish Grand Prix, and that's going to be Nico Hülkenberg now. He's up into P9 then of this race. Haas might be on for a double points finish here, as Yuki Tsunoda in his VCARB really starting to drop off towards the end. Will we end up with a jump on the McLaren? I don't think we will. Ricciardo won't even get ahead of him, so we've got a battle of the Australians. There goes Ricciardo down the outside. Here comes Sargent down the inside of us as well. Maybe Piastri got damaged with Sargent breaking down. All right, on board then with Oscar Piastri. It's had nothing to do with Sergio Perez. You see, making his way into the final sector, that tyre's just completely gone on the Australian's car there, so a heartbreak for McLaren late on in the day, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see some other drivers with problems towards the end of the afternoon. 3 laps to go. Sargent again powers to my inside down at turn 1, and this time around he's got the legs to make it happen before that first corner. I definitely still think, yeah, Williams and Kick Sauber, even on a track we struggle at, we're going to be able to fight with here. It is one of those weird things, of course. We've said about how they desperately needed to change some things on this game. Immediately, because it's been made more difficult, you kind of feel a little bit disheartened. But, of course, yeah, we are not going to give up until 212 Motorsports becomes world champions. Are we going to be able to get back past Logan, though, with just a handful of laps remaining, as Piastri might still be ruining Hülkenberg's day. Right, come on then, 2 more laps to go. This might be a really bad move for us, but to the outside of Logan Sargent. Oh, someone else has gone off. Hülkenberg's bottled it. Hülkenberg's completely bottled it late on in the day, and he's down out of the points into P13. So must have locked up when... No, he was side by side actually with the VCARB, so it's Magnussen that looks like he might be trying to take home a couple of points. But Hülkenberg, maybe with tyre problems right towards the end. Oh, Sargent might get a run on me here. Yes, he is, but this might not work out so well for the American. So he's going to try and have a look down the inside. I mean, we don't really want to be side by side through here. There is no grip out on the runoff. But yeah, Sargent makes that move, though. He might be about to lose it again on the run back down towards turn 1, as Piastri is going to make the move on Kevin Magnussen a little bit further up the road. So it doesn't look like anyone is going to be scoring major points in this Grand Prix outside of your usual suspects. To the outside, though, Sargent one final time here. So much more speed. 216 miles an hour as we approach turn 1. But we are back through and into P14 then, as Max Verstappen through the final corners, patch or no patch, he's still more often than not is on top here in Formula 1. Verstappen will win the Spanish Grand Prix.
5.0 seconds.
And just like we saw on our other series as well, though, it is going to be Fernando Alonso who claims P2 there. So once again, the Spaniard able to deliver here on home soil, but trying to pull out a little bit of a gap from Sargent on the final lap of this race. Definitely they have altered and patched a few things here. The traction, I think, is going to be quite a surprise for many to get used to. Now it has been tweaked as well, but I think, yeah, it's certainly a much better long-term solution. But through the final corners then of the Spanish Grand Prix, we started P15. We made up a few places early on. We learned that Alpine now are OP in terms of the back markers. VCarb and Haas are much better than us. But we didn't cook the tyres. We have survived the Spanish Grand Prix. And we even finished one spot higher than where we started. All out, I'll call it a success.
They've done it then. A spectacular victory here in Spain and a massive confidence boost going into the next race.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go. Max Verstappen takes the victory this weekend here at Spain. But it is going to be Alonso and George Russell that join him on the podium there. Lando Norris gets some decent points from McLaren ahead of both Ferraris. Hamilton, Stroll, Piastri, and yeah, Kevin Magnussen. That might be Haas's first points of the year. We'll have to double check in just a second. But yeah, clearly the V-Carbs and the Haas have received a nice bump. Sauber are nowhere anymore, which is a little bit of a shame, I suppose, for them. And Iwasa, P19, I think that might be a career best result for him, simply because Albon, Perez, and Ocon failed. Well, two of them failed to finish, and the other one kept locking up anyway. But yeah, less than a minute off the Dutchman, so we've actually made good progress from when we did this in the Haas driver career mode as well. They're taking a look at the championship standings, though. Verstappen opens up that lead to 44 points now ahead of Charles Leclerc, who's got an 11-point buffer over George Russell. Alonso now ahead of Lando and Lewis as well, as we are still within 6 points of Oscar Piastri there. Further down, yep, that is Kevin Magnussen and Haas's first point of the year. Logan Sargent and Alex Albon, of course, each have one apiece as well. But I wouldn't surprise me if Alpine and VCarb get points on the board pretty soon, which would mean every team score points this season, which is always nice as well there. But because, yeah, Perez is DNF, for Red Bull now only have a 34-point lead at the top of the table as well there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow when Formula 1 is back, ready for the the Austrian Grand Prix, isn't it? We've got a sprint weekend.
Hello everyone, welcome to Austria. It is a short track, it is high speed, it is exactly what we enjoy for qualifying.
Well, as we head back out then into qualifying, because I'm so used to doing sprint races in our other series and just generally learning all the rules on this game, can be quite fun. I completely forgot that obviously we only get one set of soft compound tyres for sprint qualifying, in this series. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to how we get on. Staggeringly though, it is meant to be dry all weekend in this series, which I don't think has ever happened in a sprint so far inside F1 24. So hopefully that's going to be a good omen for us as well. But of course it all kicks off with a good qualifying here on, well, I guess now technically Saturday morning, isn't it? But yeah, obviously we found out obviously in the last update that yeah, we're gonna maybe struggle a bit more to get points now. Alpine looking really strong. Austria though is a happy hunting ground for us, and I'm hoping that will continue this weekend. Rounding our way through the final couple of corners, try and keep it dialed in as best as we can. Up towards the line, it is going to be a 105.3. Puts us P4 on the medium tyre. I don't quite know how we've done that. Well, we have dropped down the order then to P9 as we get towards the end of qualifying. Esteban Ocon, though, in that all-new and improved Alpine right behind me. But everyone now heading back out then for their final run here on the soft compounded tyre. So we need to try and find a little bit more time if we possibly can. I mean, you certainly hope we can.
Seconds left in the session.
We barely have through turn 1 then, so got to be careful with our battery management over the course of this lap. Want to make sure we've got enough charge for right at the end. As we make our way up the hill, or locking at the rears there slightly, somehow we still find an apex. This car's really struggling here on the soft. Maybe the medium tyres was actually the way to go, which would be very odd. But at the moment, yeah, we aren't finding anything. Come on, still down as we make our way out in towards the final couple of corners. Still down. We're going to have to absolutely send it through. Down just 2 gears on the entry. Down another one on the exit. We are going to improve, but it's not going to be by much at all. Half a tenth quicker. We stay P9. How was I that good on a set of mediums? Utterly bizarre qualifying then here, but it is Max Verstappen who lines up on the pole ahead of Norris, Leclerc and Russell. 4 cars from 4 different teams making up our top 4 then on the grid. But yeah, P9 for us. We start inside the top half of the field, which I guess we can be quite happy about. Iwasa definitely doesn't, and I'm going to keep double checking it, but yeah, Kick Sauber are over.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. Seven rights and just 3 left-handers make up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is flat out, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Russell, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Mr. Monaco, Ocon, Stroll, Tsunoda, Gasly, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Albon, Ricciardo, Sargent, Joe, Magnussen, Bottas and Ayumu Iwasa. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, delighted to say that we're joined today by Anthony Davidson. So a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Well, here we are then, trackside for the Sprint Grand Prix here in Austria, and I must admit, yeah, starting this one on the mediums, based on qualifying performance, that might be a pretty good choice for us. I certainly don't think the softs will be that comfortable for 12 laps here, but clearly we've got the pace, we've got the confidence on these medium tyres, and long may that continue. Of course, don't really need to worry about strategy. Would love to try and score some points, though, over the course of the 12 laps here today. 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. As we found out before, starts no longer as easy as they once were, but we haven't lost any as we make our way in towards turn 1. Got the Alpine still of Ocon down the inside, so we're going to be drag racing with him as we make our way up the hill there. Looks like Verstappen has been able to vault free, as here comes Ocon and Lance Stroll up the hill. Oh, just ran into the back of the Frenchman there, who seemed very, very cautious. Not to try and get around the outside of Lance. Yellow flags out those who make our way to the top of the hill. I think Awassa's made up a couple of places as well there, but yeah, not my strongest start in the world then in this series. Just want to try and settle into a good rhythm here. This circuit is where it's got 3 DRS zones back to back. Being in the train and trying to time the moves are going to be critical. Now with the DRS enabled, things are going to get very, very interesting here. Ocon, though, immediately... Has he already lost the DRS? I don't think he quite has. Oh, don't go into the back of Lance Stroll, please. That would be a really stupid error to make early on, especially with how much stick I give him. Crashing into him would be a big no-no. Oh, we got yellow. Someone's breaking down, I think. I think it's a car in front of us. I want to say it's the McLaren. I think that might be Lando Norris already out then of this sprint race. So Lando Norris, McLaren with even more nightmares early on this season. That's going to promote us back into 10th place there and immediately split up the front runners as well. So I think that's Russell, Leclerc and Max Verstappen that are broken free at the front. Everyone else now is going to be stuck in a huge train behind them. Oh, Perez and Oscar Piastri there, and I think even Fernando Alonso having a look down the inside of Lance Stroll. Careful not to make contact with Esteban Ocon at the top of the hill. I think we might just have been able to complete the move though, although the Aston Martin has got pretty decent straight line speed. Not as much as I was expecting, as, oh, Piastri really getting his elbows out with Sergio Perez here. Is he going to be able to make the move work? He's still got Checo on his inside. The yellow flag's out still. Don't say Perez. Perez has made that move under yellow flags. That's surely a 5-second penalty. I mean, this is the problem you have here at Austria. It's just a slipstream fest between absolutely everybody as Hamilton and Alonso try and line up Oscar Piastri for a move. Ocon sits waiting behind there as a little bit of puff of smoke getting kicked up by someone. So Sergio Perez now might have an opportunity to break away. Are we going to see Lewis try to make the move on the Australian? Nope, he's still trying to get past Fernando Alonso as they're now side by side as they make their way down the hill. Alonso just able to hang it around the outside there as the inside for the very next corner. And this might just start spreading out this group even more as they're still side by side on the exit of the corner. Hamilton's able to hook it up. Brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing between the two most experienced drivers on the grid. Ocon now trying to have a look to get involved as well as they plunge down into towards the penultimate corner. Of course, Ocon, there's contact in the end as we'll try and switch him off the exit of the final turn there. Not really sure how he ended up in this position, but we just about are. So we'll move up then into the final points-paying position. But yeah, of course, as soon as we get a battle between Alonso and Ocon, they collide. Oh, and Alonso's gone right in front of me. The mechanical failures have been certainly turned up. I mean, Alonso's still trying to dive bomb Esteban Ocon at the top of the hill, but now we've got no DRS to Lewis, and a second Mercedes power unit goes up in smoke in the sprint.
Part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
Hey? Surely that's a penalty. Surely that's a penalty for Esteban Ocon. He's just overtaken me under yellow flags. How on earth is that legal? Right, come on then. I'm certainly not going to let Esteban Ocon get away with it. The FIA might be asleep at the wheel, but I'm certainly not. Down the outside. We'll keep the DRS off him. And hopefully we'll be able to put the power down at the top of the hill there. That Alpine certainly has seen a big pace improvement, as we're still going to try and hook it up the long way around. Are we going to be able to try and get down the outside again? Ocon... Oh, no. Stop turning in on me, Stroll! What is that? Lance Stroll.
You've got front wing damage. Recommend you box for a new one. Box now.
I mean, he can't drive, can he? What on earth is that by the Canadian? I'm happy to put him in a wall there, I don't care. Completely ruins our race. Completely. Dives it up the inside when he can see we're going for a switchback, and then continues to put the foot to the floor when he's, you know, already making contact with us. Sprint race ruined. Esteban Ocon's going to claim the points for it. That is an almighty disappointing end to this race. Starting the final lap then of the Austrian Grand Prix. Weirdly, despite the front wing damage, neither Stroll or myself have decided to pit towards the end of this race. But yeah, I'm so annoyed with that. What a ridiculous sprint race that was. 2 DNFs, 2 mechanical failures. Esteban Ocon just overtaking me under yellow flags. Apparently because he's Esteban Ocon. And then Stroll driving, as you would expect Lance Stroll to drive as well. Though I really don't want to let him get away with that. He's even got the DRS on me. Damn it, man. I can't lose to Lance Stroll, surely, in a wheel-to-wheel battle. So trying to look down the outside, down the hill. Is he even going to spot me there? No. That turn round he probably deserved to. Max Verstappen, though, he's going to win the sprint race here from Austria, ahead of Charles Leclerc and George Russell in the end. But as we make our way through the final few corners, Ayumu Owasa, the lofty heights of P18 for him. Boy, oh boy. Sure he'll be writing home about this one. But that was an absolute stinker. So I think, honestly, what I'm going to do is join you guys straight over in qualifying, ready for the main race. Luckily, this doesn't decide our grid position. While trying to put that sprint race behind us as best as we can. Hopefully we're going to get a better qualifying result underneath us, ready for the Grand Prix itself. They're riding the curbs out of that final corner. At least this time round we get two chances at it on the soft compounded tyres. So hopefully we can do a bit of a better job than we did in our set of softs from the sprint qualifying earlier on. But I just want to stay away from Lance Stroll and Esteban Ocon for the rest of the weekend, to be completely honest. So let's see if we can out-qualify them. Half a second up on Zhou Guanyu by the time we reach the end of Sector 2. This has so far felt like a pretty tidy lap. Austria is one of those weird circuits. Unless you're absolutely on it, I never really know how well we're actually getting on around this circuit. So I'm way too hesitant through the final corner, up towards the line. It is going to still be a 5-3, but slower than Magnussen. And of course, I say I want to be quicker than Ocon and Stroll, and those are exactly the 2 cars I've ended up in front of. Well, luckily, Yuki Tsunoda then has been used as a bit of a peacemaker, getting between myself and Esteban there as we go out for our final run here in qualifying. Want to try and boost ourselves a little bit further up the order if we possibly can. But yeah, everyone, of course, now a little bit more up to speed.
Down to P12.
Little mistake there through turn 1, but we were able to carry more speed into the apex, so that's not the end of the world. Purple through that first sector, apparently, so definitely able to carry that extra apex speed. And luckily we get the throttle down at the top of the hill as well. I mean, it's so tight around this circuit that it really is like a tenth or two can be the difference. You know, like 5 or 6 places around this circuit in the midfield, especially with how close everyone is. Little nudge there with the gravel trap as we try and make our way in towards the final sector. Are a tenth up still, but it's getting scrappy. Tyres as well starting to give up as we try and carry the speed down in towards the final couple of turns of the lap. We're down to P14, so other drivers are improving. Ocon goes straight back in behind me as well, so desperate to continue our feud from the sprint, but out of the final corner, 3.5 tenths up. Goodbye, Esteban Ocon. It is P8 on the grid. There we go, Verstappen takes the pole, and we were so close to going sub 1 minute 5 there, but unable to achieve it come the end of qualifying. Quicker than Sainz and George Russell, though, so very, very happy with that. Stroll will line up 12th, Ocon down in 15th place, so happy to see it. But yeah, Ayumu Owasa, he is not gelling with this track.
It's race day in Spielberg for this year's Austrian Grand Prix. We are just a few moments away from lights out, and our drivers thinking about navigating the Niki Lauda curve, as it was renamed in 2019, in memory of one of Formula One's most beloved figures. 700 metres above sea level, 10 corners, and one of the shortest laps of the season. 2.6 miles, with some good overtaking opportunities, but you've got to get the braking right into turn 1 and turn 3. The race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Mr. Monaco, Sainz, Russell, Gasly, Stroll, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Ocon, Albon, Tsunoda, Bottas, Hulkenberg, Joe, Sargent, Owasa, Fernando Alonso, and Lando Norris starts from the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And we welcome you to the commentary box overlooking the circuit. I'm Alex Jakes, and I'm joined by Anthony Davidson. Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now, that's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level? Now, those final hours before a race, did you have a routine?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
Oh, because of Fernando Alonso and Lando Norris's grid penalties, we found ourselves bumped up to P6 then on the grid here. I believe that's my best ever qualifying position inside this series. Although now saying that out loud, I feel like I did pretty well somewhere at some point. It's quite difficult to keep track of. I do a lot of F1 racing inside this game at the moment. But yeah, a one-stop strategy, mediums over to hards later on, is going to be our plan of attack here today. As we wait on the grid, though, for the 5 red lights. It's a Red Bull front row lockout. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. There, Hamilton going off like a scalded cat down in towards turn 1 as Carlos Sainz trying to do the same thing. We're going to get a little bit pinched in the middle there, as of course we have contact with Alpine. This time around, though, it is Pierre Gasly, so I'll make sure I give him some room on the exit of the first corner there. But losing the one spot then to Carlos Sainz at the first corner. Oscar Piastri now trying to defend. Oh, we're just going to get a little bit boxed in, as I think Gasly there and George Russell want to try and make the move happen. So it seems no matter whatever I do on this game, lap 1 here in Spielberg cannot go our way. There is even more wheel banging with the Frenchman as we plunge down the hill in through turn 4, though. Hopefully now we've got the inside line, but it's going to move back to the outside again.
Start was fine. Let's try and move forward.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to move much forward, Mark, as that is not where I wanted to be. And I've completely gone across. Of course it's Stroll. Of course it's Lance Stroll. What can we do to avoid that driver this weekend? As surely he's going to have to peel into the pit lane. Yes, he is. And he's going to get right in the middle of the road there as well. I think even more carnage.
He's incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Yeah, luckily that damage shouldn't be too debilitating for us, as we have survived-ish lap 1. I guess that's payback for Lance Stroll. Let me know down in the comments below. Oh, we got yellow flags. I think one of the Red Bulls has gone. Sergio Perez in the gravel trap. No idea what's happened to him. Surely that's got to be a safety car if he's just going to sit there on the exit of the corner. Red flag.
Red flag.
Okay.
We'll update you in the pits. Everyone's okay.
Well, no idea what happened to Sergio.
Officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now.
Red flag then, because of Sergio Perez just decided he wanted to stop in the middle of the road.
Get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Dearie me, we've got to try and go to the end on one set of hard compound tyres. That is not going to be very fun at all. A little bit like Monaco a couple of rounds ago, but I guess that's what we've got to do.
Rest of this restart, let's go.
5 red lights once again, and it is going to be lights out, and away we go then. No one able to put the power down on their hard compound tyres, but Hulkenberg doing a better job of, a worse job of it than most. Round the outside of absolutely everybody I can down at turn 1. There's Gasly and Ocon there side by side, just up in front there. That's been a lifesaver for Lance Stroll. There's 3 wide. Goes Gasly, Ocon, and George Russell. Down the inside of myself is going to go Daniel Ricciardo, so we'll try and make it 3 wide with the V-Carps. Are we going to be able to make this work there and back up into the points of the race? I think we might just about there. There's still more contact going on, as Ricciardo, I think, really wanted to try and squeeze his teammate on the exit. And again, the Australian trying to look down the inside there. But I think for the first time ever in F1 24 here at Austria, we've actually made places off of a start or a restart. Don't run into the gravel like we did last time. This time around, we'll just about avoid it there on the heavy fuel. But 30 laps on a set of the hard tyres, that's going to be really, really difficult actually around this venue today. Not that I don't think the tyres can do it, just managing the pace is going to be awful Here we go, down the inside of Magnussen. I didn't plan on going down the inside of Russell. We just about get it slowed up. That was a little bit sketchy at the top of the hill. But we'll make it through once again then. So into P9 and Alpine. They did score their first points of the year in that sprint. So we might see them get a big haul if they can try and convert this race as well. I think their performance has been made a little bit too OP. What is going on up the road? I think Oscar Piastri, Charles Leclerc trying to put on a bit of a show as we're just really trying to settle in.
Second of the car ahead, get ready to use DRS for the overtake.
We've had a lot of frustration early on as, there we go, that's Pierre Gasly making a bit of a lock-up and a hash of turn 1. He is going to get back on the road. No, yeah, he is going to get back on the road though, only losing the place to Kevin Magnussen behind me. Yeah, the AI now definitely seems to do more mistakes, which is good. But so do I, annoyingly. No idea what's going on behind me, but they've already gone and lost 2 seconds in the space of a lap. Gasly moving his way back through. Magnussen, I think, now has made a mistake as well. So no one seems to be able to navigate their way around this circuit. I'd be intrigued, though, if any of the AI do opt to pit before the end of this one. Because, of course, we saw in Monaco the strategy did end up getting quite split. But to be honest, I'm happy just to sit here in 8th place at the moment, taking the DRS. Because maybe with the exception of Ocon, I don't think I'm quicker than anybody in front. I'm just watching these gaggle of cars in front of me getting more and more aggressive with each other. This time... Oh! Hello, George Russell. Just absolutely sat there on the apex, and I was lucky not to lose my front wing. We've not driven particularly well so far this afternoon, so I'm hoping that we don't end up losing any of our wing. Have we still got the underfloor damage out of interest? Yes, we do. Yeah, I was going to say, they shouldn't be able to fix that under a safety car. We've got someone with yellow flags. We've got cars battling in front. I've noticed the AI do that a lot. The final corner, they'll occasionally just kind of run deep on the way in. So here we go. Ferrari 3 wide with Lewis Hamilton. The man, of course, is going to be driving one of their cars next year as Carlos Sainz there rudely slams the door. I've got to start trying to get our way through Russell there. I just feel like I'm going to lose my front wing on him. I mean, yeah, this is definitely still something that needs fixing. I mean, Austria's always been a bit bad for it, but the way the AI goes side by side every single lap is, you know, why we still have all these problems with the trains in this game. As someone's locked up, that time around it's Carlos Sainz. Russell, I don't know what his plan was there, but he's pulled it off and made the double overtake. As Oscar Piastri almost... I mean, how did George not lose front wing there? That's what I want to know. Can we have a look down the inside of the Merc? Yes, we will. No contact that time. Don't drop it on the exit, please. Russell, keep the place. Well, I really do wonder if Verstappen ever gets bored just dominating races over and over. Pretty much feels as soon as we felt there was actually a championship fight in this series, Verstappen's gone, actually I'm alright. I fancy winning a fourth world title. But yeah, you can see, I mean, Ferrari every single lap are just side by side at the top of the hill. They Constantine are up horrendously, so we end up back all over the gearbox of Russell again. You know, Austria was always fun on the older F1 games because it was the one race that was chaos. On this year's game, every race is chaos, as Sainz now has done a Sergio Perez. Are we going to see another red flag? It's very, very odd the way they do that. It's almost like they've copied it over from last year's game, but haven't quite worked out how to do it properly. There's Sainz still parked there on the outside of the circuit. Is he going to get going again? It's really letting all the AI past him, so I guess we're up one extra spot. He doesn't let a Yumu by, though. Of course not. But at least this time round... Oh, hello. There's an Apex through there. At least this time round, we don't see another restart. But we got yellows. Sergio Perez, his weekend gets from bad to worse. As you can see, Hamilton and Leclerc contact is made between the Ferrari and the Merc. There's just chaos everywhere. It's so stupid. I think, yeah, a track like Austria has actually been made even more extreme. What is this? They're almost 4 wide there as they go up the hill. Perez somehow isn't out of the Grand Prix, so I think that might just have been a rogue puncture for him. As one Red Bull leads this one, the other one is in last place. As are we going to see Piastri try and get the run on George Russell? No, not quite. Got a good run this time round, have we? The AI seem to have very good traction off of this first corner. Can we try and get a run on Oscar Piastri up the hill? Oh, I didn't actually want to try and go to the inside of him there as Piastri locks up, panicking. I try and go around his outside at the top of the hill, which we just about will. He hasn't lost any front wing. But yeah, we're in the battle for the podium, so I'm going to start getting my elbows out. Look at that. Leclerc and Hamilton, despite the fact they're going to be teammates next year, certainly have no qualms in battling very, very aggressively at this stage of the afternoon, as we're going to try and make the triple overtake then. Hamilton's going to force me defensive and clearly not spot me on his inside. Did I have enough space to warrant the room? I don't know. Are we not going to gain any places and probably lose one to a McLaren? Yes, we are. And because of that, 3 wide in front. Russell, oh, there's plenty of contact between the two Mercs. Charles Leclerc, I think quite rightly, decides to back out of it, but it's not going to give up. Going to try and again have a look back round to the outside of Lewis Hamilton. It seems to be a bit odd with the AI. They never get front wing damage when they're battling each other like that, which is a little bit peculiar, but they're putting on a show, it must be said. Oh, here we go. Hamilton and Russell again, side by side down at turn 1. Surely at some point this has got to end badly for someone, but still it hasn't so far today. We're going to try and get the run through 1, 2, and maybe 3. Hopefully Hamilton actually spots me this time round at the top of the hill. Did not want to use first gear there, but we get a good launch on the exit. We keep the DRS as well from the Mercedes. Is he potentially going to be vulnerable to an attack from his teammate behind? No, he's not. Basically, all we're hoping we can do is just get past and then get out the DRS range. Not holding my breath. Oh, there goes Hamilton, sorry, even down the inside of turn 1. This time around, though, he's going to get the DRS on the exit. But why don't they use their battery? It's almost genuinely like the AI here just want to go side by side as much as they can. Gonna try and keep that trend up, though, around the outside of Lewis at the top of the hill. This time around, we will have the DRS on the exit. But using way too much battery at the moment. Down to just 7% charge here, as here comes Russell down around the outside of Lewis as well. I'll try and pinch him now. I just want to leave him side by side. That's the only chance we've got of trying to break free from these cars. As Verstappen, bearing in mind we've only been green flag running again for I think 22 laps, has a 25-second lead. Oh, George Russell's done something. No idea what. I think he might have just understeered through the final corner, and now we have got a 1.2-second lead over Hamilton. Surely this is the buffer we need just to try and hang on towards the end of the race. I need Piastri to fight him. We've got more yellows out, so I don't know how many times we've had yellow flags here, but I feel like the AI now make too many mistakes. So EA, if you can find a balance, that'd be grand, but we've got a chance to run, so I'm going to try and take it. Yellows, I think Esteban Ocon's retiring. Esteban Ocon, the 2nd race in a row that the Frenchman is going to be out of. I cannot believe the amount of bad luck he's having so far this season, as my Operation Runaway has not worked out there. Hamilton, I'm basically going to hand it to him at the top of the hill, but Esteban Ocon, his 2nd mechanical failure in a row. Welcome to Renault Power, ladies and gentlemen. It is still as good as it has ever been inside F1 24. Kind of makes me feel a little bit stupid for choosing it. Our tyres starting to fall off now, so even if we stay in Hamilton's range, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get the run on him. So I'd rather do it sooner rather than later. Basically try and control his pace as best as we can. But yeah, Verstappen now with a 30-second lead. Oh, Lewis turned in. Rosberg and Hamilton 2016 version 2 there. Hamilton, we'll have to give him the run on the exit. I think we're 3 wide. Where's Piastri come from? On the exit of the corner as well. We're still 3 wide as we make our way down the hill. I think... Oh, and I've been turned around again.
Okay, be very careful. The floor's incurred massive damage.
As if that's happened twice this weekend. As if. Charles Leclerc that time around getting him way too hot. And, well, there goes our podium hopes and dreams.
4.0 seconds.
Cannot believe that. I cannot believe that's happened twice during this Grand Prix weekend. That is so stupid. Austria inside F1 24 has got to be one of the dumbest experiences of my life. There goes Russell down the inside at turn 1. I mean, luckily this time we didn't pick up any front wing damage. I think Charles Leclerc, though, definitely did, on the other hand. So I think we've got to try and stick with George and hope that Yuki and Charles can't get to me. No, you know what? We'll fight it still. Why not, eh? As Russell in like a torpedo at the top of the hill. Try and switch him off the top. Come on, put the power down. Sure, we can try and get the run still to the outside. We'll go. Well, hang on. Russell I've spotted as well in my rearview mirror. I think he's missing an end plate on that front wing. So surely we're not going to lose to a Merc with half a front wing here. He's made the move happen again as Verstappen onto his final lap of the GP. Perez, I tell you what, pitting actually wasn't a bad strategy in the end. Admittedly, he didn't really want to, but in terms of raw time, he's actually done very, very well to recover pretty much as well as he has. Charles Leclerc looks to be trying to hold up an almighty train into the final lap of the Grand Prix, but this entire sprint weekend has just been chaos, to be honest. Austria doesn't work inside F1 24, which, like I said, is a shame.
Final lap of the race, final lap.
This circuit was always one that would provide you with brilliant battles, but inside this year's game, it's just carnage. It's cars trading paint, locking up every other lap, taking you out just because they want to try and use the whole circuit even though you're there, and just
5.3 seconds.
an absolute slipstream fest. As once again, we're going to have to try and switch George up the top of the hill. Yeah, that sums it up, doesn't it? Lucky we didn't turn him across our nose there. Quite rightly, I think we get a warning for that collision. But are we going to see Russell struggle? I think our ties have gone as Max Verstappen, despite everything going on behind him, has absolutely warped this Grand Prix. Once again, the Dutchman back on top and will further extend his title lead over Charles Leclerc in a big, big way. Somehow Russell with half a front wing is still quicker than me through the corners, although this thing certainly hasn't got much stability underneath it towards the end of the race there. Piastri will come through for P2. Mercedes in third and fourth, but with everything that's happened, the fact we've scored 10 points here, I think is nothing short of a miracle. What a bizarre weekend.
That's it then for another spectacular Grand Prix here in Austria and a truly magnificent drive to hang on and take the win.
And 3 wins in a row now, of course, thrown the gauntlet down. The drivers are out there now. They realise that they are the target. They're the ones to beat. They've got the energy, they've got the momentum on their side.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go. After all the carnage, all the chaos, Max Verstappen, he still got 33 points at the end of the weekend, didn't he? Because he's Max Verstappen at the end of the day. They're an utterly dominant weekend by the Dutchman, and I'm sure he will look back very, very happily indeed. They're yet another win here in the Styrian Mountains. Oscar Piastri, though, 33 seconds back. Bearing in mind, obviously we had a red flag, so we restarted the race on lap 5, so he pulled out 33 seconds in 32 laps, despite not having a faster lap than anybody else inside the top 4 there. Goes to show what you can do when you're not trapped in chaos right the way throughout a Grand Prix there. Gasly gets a load more points, though, for Alpine, beating out Charles Leclerc there. With Alpine, VCARB have got a double points finish there. Alonso and Lando Norris from the back of the field end up in 10th and 11th place as well. So clearly, the AI now can make overtakes. Unfortunately, Ayumu Iwasa are the only driver to end up a lap down. But we did survive. I was worried that we would get a penalty in the end, but apparently not. So yeah, Verstappen's lead at the top opens up to 64 points. Oscar Piastri extends his margin over myself there, but we now cross over the 50-point barrier. So pretty happy with that as well. And constructors-wise, 57 the lead for Ferrari is just 3 points between Ferrari and Mercedes as well. Sorry, a 57-point lead for Red Bull over Ferrari as well there. But Alpine with some big points. VCARB as well, that's their first points of the year. So it means every single team now has scored in this series as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon. In fact, we won't be back tomorrow though, because I'm going to take the day off because it's the Canadian Grand Prix. So we'll be back Monday out in Silverstone.
Time Airfield, fully owned by cars in this era. One of the finest ribbons of racetrack anywhere on Earth. It's high speed, it's dramatic, it's Silverstone.
And as we make our way then into qualifying, if you missed out on the driver career mode video we did earlier on, I mentioned that there seems to be a bit of a weird glitch where the AI now don't use overtake in qualifying, so we aren't going to do this. We are going to do the same as them. So there's going to be no more overtake mode in qualifying until it's fixed. So we had a bit of a rude awakening in Mexico when I realised actually there my one lap pace wasn't as good as I thought it was inside this game. But hopefully here at Silverstone we can try and get a good showing on the board anyways. We try and make our way through the loop. Of course, a lot of hometown support this weekend. Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, George Russell, all Formula 1 Grand Prix winners. And me, the old Turn 1, absolutely flick it in 8th gear, 170 miles an hour, the lowest speed you go through that complex of corners. And how's the car going to handle through Maggotts and Beckett's then down 2 gears on the way in? Can I try and leave it in 6th gear to launch the car on the exit? We just about can. Nudge a wheel out on the grass. We're 1/4 of a second up on Nico Hulkenberg at the moment. So although Iwasa definitely is still struggling, we should hopefully have some pace to beat out a few AI here. There's also definitely a few tenths left on the table as well. There's just a couple more corners to go. Try and get somewhere near the apex. Horribly off camber through there as well, but out of the final corner, avoid the big curve. It is going to be a 28.5. Puts us P13. I'm happy with that. Getting ready then to start our last lap in anger here from Silverstone. Again, there is very, very few places in Formula 1 where getting a lap hooked up feels as good as it does around here. Monaco, Spa, probably the two I can think of. Maybe Qatar as well, but I haven't driven there yet. Inside F1 24 in any series. Drove it. It was actually the first track I ever drove, though, inside F1 24. Fun fact as well there. But let's try and navigate our way through the first couple of corners. Another 10th up through the loop. This is critical. I'd love to try and get us down towards the 27s. It is so tightly bunched between everybody, though, that a 10th of a second could make all the difference as we find the apex this time around through there. That's going to find us another little pocket of time. Lose a little bit on the exit of Luffield, but then we can carry the speed off of the corner. The time, I mean, well, we're just watching the delta ebb and flow early on this lap. We're going to leave it in 7th gear this time to hopefully give us a bit of a kick off the corner, which it does. You can see they're again creeping up now, half a second up on my previous lap time. So just finding more and more time as the lap unfolds. There are a little bit of hesitation to try and tip the car through the exit of Maggotts and Beckett's, but still finding more as we'll get the car back over to the left-hand side. Wave to the crowd around this venue, I would like to believe are cheering us on as well. Just a handful of corners to go, though. A little bit of mistake there. First real one of the lap. Can we claw back the time there as we get right up to the sausage curb on the entry and on the exit? Oh, running a little bit wide over the curbing. That's going to compromise us slightly, but up to the line, it is a 28 flat, and we go P8. Carlos Sainz then, of course, the venue where he took his very first Formula 1 win a couple of years ago. He lines up on pole today then, ahead of Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen. His teammate Charles Leclerc in P4 there. P8 for us, though, only 4 tenths away. I'm very happy with. Iwasa definitely struggled towards the end there, the only driver not to go sub 1 minute 29. But he's not too far away from those kick salvers. So, you know, when you kind of compare their performance and their driver rating, he's not doing too badly.
The home of British motorsport and the birthplace of the Formula 1 World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone, and it's time for the British Grand Prix. Straddling the border of Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire, the 18 corners of Silverstone Circuit form the 3.6-mile beating heart of Formula 1. It's been reinvented over the years, with Turn 1 now the fast right-hander of Abbey, but the magic of racing is as strong here as it's ever been. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Norris, Fernando Alonso, Mr. Monaco, Albon, Perez, Magnussen, Hamilton, Ocon, Gasly, Stroll, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Sargent, Joe, Bottas, and Ayumu Iwasa. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Right, let's see if we can push for another points finish in this race. Good luck.
Well, we've scored points, I believe, 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix weekends. It was only Barcelona where we missed out. And okay, team want us to go very, very aggressive on the tyre strategy here. That's going to be interesting to see how the soft compound tyres hang on, because, yeah, I'm not so sure they're going to be able to do as well as the team are anticipating, but we've had a really good run of form in recent races, and especially here at home, I would love for that to continue. Alonso and Albon alongside us. It is 5 red lights here at Silverstone, and it is going to be the 5 red lights, and away we go. Oh, big chunk of wheel spin as we try and get the car into second gear. Lando Norris doesn't do very well, though. Oh, down into turn 1 as we almost go straight into the back of the McLaren man there. Kevin Magnussen seems to have made up some places off the start. He's up to P9, maybe P10. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Don't end up on the grass. Luckily, on this year's game, we got a little bit more grip, as Magnussen will say thank you very much. That could have been an absolute disaster for us, but only losing 1 place. I won't complain about too much then as we make our way down the Wellington Straight. Yeah, everyone, of course, needs to try and settle into a rhythm nice and early on. As there goes Oscar Piastri around the outside of Carlos Sainz then for the lead of the GP. Of course, we've got so many Brits now in Formula 1, but still our top 4, none of which are British drivers there. As side by side, maybe into the old turn 1. I think Carlos Sainz has completed the move, though, as Oscar Piastri will try and hang on with him there. I can't get over how good Magnussen's done, as they're still side by side. I think that was George Russell bouncing over the curb through Blackens and Beckett's on lap 1, so everyone trying to make up places.
Okay, now stay alert for threats around you.
Hamilton's on the move as well, already up to P11 then, so I think they're 2 and 3 wide further up the road, but a pretty chaotic lap 1. I guess we've just got to see what Magnussen's pace is like, and whether we're going to be able to capitalise. Leclerc and Fernando Alonso side by side back through the loop. It's only lap 2, and already people are fighting like it's the final lap of the Grand Prix as we try to look the long way around Magnussen. Definitely not able to do anything there, but yeah, definitely Leclerc and Fernando. This battle is starting to slow up everyone behind them, so immediately we're going to go on the offensive. Lando Norris has the same idea around the outside of 1, but he can't make it. Alonso senses opportunity and gets back between them as Magnussen and myself still fighting behind. Around the outside will go of Kevin Magnussen on the exit of Luffield, I believe. And the Dane is not giving up on it. To the outside he'll go. I'll hang on into the next corner. Really compromised line though. And I go and back us both up. Oh, here we go again. Alonso down the inside of Charles Leclerc. That time around there is definitely some contact made. Alonso's going to try and hook it up the long way. Charles Leclerc desperately trying to just squeeze him out. But you can't do that to Fernando Alonso. He is very, very wise and knows where to position a Formula 1 car. Here goes Lando Norris to the inside of Leclerc. So they are not giving up with it early on. Every position counts there as Norris gets slowed down. We're now going to try and look past the McLaren driver, which we will hopefully pull off. We turn into an apex and basically put it on him to back out of it, which he does. I mean, this is the thing with Silverstone on this year's game, where the DRS is so potent. Racing here is frantic. Oh no, what's happened up the road? I can see about 3 cars went off there, huge plumes of smoke everywhere. And I think Verstappen has made an error. Carlos Sainz has broken free. And George Russell now into P2. Oh, and there you go, Oscar Piastri locks up as well. Alonso has to check up behind him. Are we going to be able to try and find a way around Charles Leclerc? Oh, we thought we were just about alongside there. Leclerc felt otherwise. Oh, not another one. Carlos Sainz now is locked up down at the final couple of corners. That's becoming a bit of a problem, I feel like, at the moment. They shouldn't be locking up that much every single time, surely. Oh, Oscar Piastri, another lockup. What is this? How many lockups are the AI going to have? And Charles Leclerc there, wrong place at the wrong time. Well, make a move past the Monegasque driver. Yeah, it's definitely too much, isn't it? The amount of lockups the AI have now. I mean, Formula 1 drivers, you certainly don't see that most weekends. But yeah, George Russell, though, to the lead of the Grand Prix. So just like we saw in Montreal, it is Russell versus Verstappen. Well, if there's one thing I'm learning so far from this Grand Prix is that we absolutely do not have the pace to belong here. It's just all by the AI making errors and slipstreaming each other everywhere. we're just trying to hang on. I think the same could be said for Kevin Magnussen. As here, we've got Lando and Lewis not far behind. Do I play a little bit pale trick today? I don't know. I think, you know, we want to try and compete for our own big result here. But say, we've got to be smart. Being smart is also accepting when you've had a terrible run out onto the hangar straight. They're 3 wide with Norris and Leclerc. And that's not a fight I want to get too involved in. So we've got more yellows out. Oh, we're running horribly wide on the exit, the corner there as well. Hamilton unable to make anything happen, though. I think that's an Aston Martin. That is going to be Lance Stroll out of the British Grand Prix. And Aston Martin in their home race, not what they would have wanted.
8 by 12.0 seconds.
Ayumu, staggeringly, is not last here. He's ahead of a Kick Sauber and a Williams. Oh, here we go. Leclerc, Norris again, side by side. Down in towards Sector 2. Again, the AI just will get side by side there and then continue to cost each other bags of time. It's helping me because, of course, it's the only way we seem to be able to sticking with them. As Leclerc, again, tucked back in, immediately ducks back out of the slipstream. Are we going to see Leclerc lose out, though, as we go up through... I mean, tell you what, if you're a fan that's paid for a ticket here, you are watching the race of the century at the moment. It is just non-stop action. But almost into the back of Norris there. Are we going to see him get another run, though, on Leclerc down the back straight? We're going to try and do the same thing. It's got to be careful with our battery management, though. Here goes Norris to the outside of Charlie. Is he going to be able to hook it up? Yes. Well, I'm happy with the way we've been able to hang on to the tyres so far this race. That's been really, really important. Despite absolutely taking everything out of the soft compound every single lap we can. I think that's also been a great help in the way we've been able to keep up with everybody else. There is all contact. Hamilton trying a little bit of a touring car style bump there. Just wanted to try and get underneath me and unsettle me. But it's not long before we box. Oh, that's not good. Tyre warning lights are already on and we're only on lap 10. So obviously the team wanted us to go to the end of lap 12. We might have to box 1 lap early. There's getting a few more stutters again on this game. Not too sure what that's about. Here comes Lewis Hamilton though. Thinks about it around the outside. Can't quite slow it up. Where? What? How on earth has Lewis Hamilton just done that?
That's us down a place.
Where did the AI find grip out there? That is ridiculous. Silverstone has not often been a place where the undercut works very well inside the F1 games, but I guess today we're going to have to try it anyway. Leclerc and Norris still side by side a little bit further up, but into the pits will come at the end of lap 11. Doesn't look like anybody else is going to be joining me, as we've got to remember just how late now the speed line is. There we go, pretty much spot on there. So I think we saw Hamilton lock up down at the final couple of corners. So we've temporarily got the jump on him. I think it actually does work to pit on the final lap here again, as we've got more yellows out. Don't know who's ran into problems there. We've got a couple of cars stopped. I think that's Iwasa and Valtteri Bottas. So could that be a safety car or cause of concern? I mean, it'd be beautifully timed for us.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
I think that's, yeah, sorry, Zhou Guanyu makes his way into the pit lane, so I think they've just got their wires crossed.
The white line on the exit will receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
Trying to get into the pit lane, but the most important thing is that we haven't had a red flag, which I'm happy about, and I've come out in the DRS of 2 cars. Alex Albon might have some front wing damage in that Williams. Yep, you can see that end plate has completely disappeared, so no idea what's happened to him. We'll go clean around the outside, though. Not really sure why he's trying to fight me as much as he was there, but we don't get to say hello to Iwasa too often in Grand Prix. So I guess we get the opportunity to do so today there, as Verstappen and Fernando Alonso, 2 of the earlier pitters in this Grand Prix. Russell, it has worked out beautifully well for him so far. He's had that gap, and he hasn't relinquished it. Let's come on, we got to get a run on Ayumu. Tucked up in the slipstream. We don't want to cost him too much time either, as down the inside we'll go. And into P18 again. But are we going to undercut? Well, we've got a load of cars trying to make their way out of the pit lane then. I think we should stay ahead of quite a few important ones, but not Lewis Hamilton, though, interestingly. Going to be side by side with him on the exit.
Car ahead now, running medium tyres.
And I'm going to be really, really cheeky there. We're just going to slow up before the DRS detection point. That way, whilst he's still trying to warm back up his tyres, we'll have the DRS to defend ourselves as we go down this straight. Probably won't make much difference by the end of the afternoon.
Okay,
but helpful.
Ahead by 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, Verstappen, not convinced this probably is gonna be the closest I get to him. Here we go, Hamilton again though, down the outside. Don't know why he keeps making it so difficult for himself. Here comes Charles Leclerc, 3 wide again. So that Merc just has next to no straight line speed though. He's got the confidence to go around the outside as everybody else peels into the pit lane. Gotta be so careful of the AI locking up, especially when they go side by side through there. Awasa in the pits. So we bottom out over that exit curve. But yeah, Russell has hung on to the lead quite comfortably. Verstappen is still going to be there with Sainz and Oscar Piastri. Oh, easy does it. Easy does it. Oh, Leclerc. Don't know if he wanted to have a look down the inside of Lewis, but he certainly compromised my line. I didn't want to make contact with him, but he just threw me off a little bit. And Hamilton now, we're fighting for P5. Well, 10 laps to go then. We seem to be hanging on a little bit better when we're all on the medium compound tyre, but I'm still just a bit sceptical that the pace is going to fall off towards the end of the afternoon. Russell, though, has completely thrown away his lead at the front of the field. In fact, Oscar Piastri now has moved to the top of the standings. It is still one Brit there trying to hold down the fort as Hamilton trying to drag me a little bit closer. Gap seems to be coming down. Oh, we got yellows. That's Oscar Piastri. As soon as I mention him.
No overtaking through the yellow flags.
And Oscar Piastri from the lead of the British Grand Prix. Heartbreak for McLaren. He is out of it, and suddenly now Russell back to the front. Oh, I think Verstappen's locked up. And watch that delta. Russell, why on earth have Mercedes put him on hards? That is so stupid. As Verstappen now to the front of the field, but Hamilton is barely 2 seconds away. We can't get a run on Lewis. He's that fast. Even when I use the battery, we can't get close to him. But are we suddenly going to be in the fight for the win late on here at Silverstone? Oh, we're running out of battery. We are running out of battery. Here comes Charles Leclerc down the inside. And up will move the Ferrari man into P5 of this Grand Prix. We've still got one eye on that battle for the top 3 positions. There is all slap the curb. That was not good. We're just desperately trying to hang on in there at the moment, but Leclerc and Hamilton relentless with their pace. We now got Norris and Perez tucked up behind me. Come on, we want to be in that fight. Oh, here we go. Leclerc out to the outside of Lewis Hamilton. This is what we need to see. No, that's not what we want to see. Leclerc just makes it clean through, so that Ferrari is looking very, very quick towards the end, as now Verstappen maybe sensing an opportunity to break away from Sainz and Russell. I mean, surely George is praying those hard tyres come back to him, but the mediums are going to be fine to the finish, unless they're on my car, it seems. Oh, here we go, Hamilton again to the inside. I mean, this basically is starting to decide. Oh, there we go, big contact as Hamilton gets the elbows out. This is basically deciding as to whether we're going to see a fight for the win or not with these two involved. So right up to the gravel trap on the exit. We're just having to use our battery so strategically. Here goes Leclerc. Where have we seen this before? Side by side at the old turn 1. Oh, Hamilton. He's not afraid to get the elbows out. Round the outside he'll go. And cleanly hangs on to that P4. But again, all this battling just helps us get closer. And again, Leclerc this time to the inside as Russell. Oh, there you go. Carlos Sainz now, sorry, has made it to the front of the field. We've got Verstappen and George Russell now side by side behind him as Leclerc will get the second Ferrari up at a P4. I mean, there's so much going on at the moment. This is basically uncommentatable. But with 3 laps to go, I am absolutely loving it. Hamilton again to the outside as here comes Verstappen again on Carlos Sainz for the lead of the Grand Prix. We can't see what's going on between these two, but we can see what's going on. Oh, there's even more contact between Hamilton and Leclerc there. These two, I mean, they're meant to be teammates in 2025. Don't know whether we'll see that in this series or not, but they are not afraid to bang wheels. Oh, here we go. Again Leclerc to the inside of Hamilton. I mean, this is just glorious for us because it's allowing us to get closer and closer as even more contact between them. But we're just trying to charge up the battery pack a little bit. Podium hopes are basically gone unless we see one of those top 3 make an error. But if we could snooker away P4, I would not knock it. Again, Hamilton, this time to the inside. Can't make it happen there. Is going to understeer off the exit of the corner. But he's still going to be in Leclerc's wheel tracks. final lap then of the British Grand Prix, and Hamilton still desperately trying to hang on ahead of Charles Leclerc at the moment. We've saved up a little bit of battery, but I guess we need to work out where we can use it on this final lap there, is try and just make sure that we stay close to these two. Is Leclerc going to get another run down the Wellington Straight? This time round he thinks better of it, as Verstappen leading the way at the front of the field. Russell, though, surely is going to be able to try and get a DRS run on him, and despite being put on a poor strategy with those harder compounded tyres, surely he's still going to get a run on Max Verstappen on this final lap of the Grand Prix. It is anybody's guess who is going to win this race. There have been battles up and down the field all afternoon as we try and stay closer to Leclerc and Hamilton. I just don't think we've got the speed late on in the day, but we'll see if we can try and get a slingshot run out onto the back straight. Big moment there as we almost tip the car in the wall, but are we going to see Russell? A power move to the outside of Verstappen. George Russell's gone and done it for the lead of the Grand Prix. Leclerc will complete the move on the other Mercedes as well, but George Russell, he led so much early on in this race, but on the final lap, he has finally moved back to the front. We get a huge lock-up through the final corner. Sergio Perez, not a chance, sunshine. Very aggressive. It is P6 here at Silverstone.
Plenty of action then here in Silverstone. A memorable race and an impressive victory.
To do it as a team on home soil, that really means something special. And you can see how much it means to them, the drivers involved as well. Great job by them today, of course, as always. But for the fans watching on too, a great display of teamwork here today.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team, and they certainly deserve it.
George Russell then from 5th on the grid used the strategy today, and just on the very last lap of the Grand Prix able to get the better of Max Verstappen for, I believe, his first win in this series there. The Dutchman comes through for P2 ahead of both Ferraris there, with Hamilton beating out myself. We were aggressive with Sergio Perez on that final corner, but I was not losing that place that we have fought so hard for there. Perez in 7th ahead of the sole remaining Aston Martin this afternoon. Lando Norris beats out Esteban Ocon as well, who claims the final point there. And Kevin Magnussen did really, really well early on, but unfortunately unable to hang on to it later on in the day there. And you can see, yeah, Iwasa, Albon and Zhou Guanyu, don't know what happened to them, but they really just ended up near nobody by the second half of the race. And yeah, Piastri, Lance Stroll, the two drivers unable to see the checkered flag. That means take a look at the Drivers' Championship. Russell now into P2 ahead of Leclerc. Carlos Sainz now ahead of Hamilton as well there, as we are 9 points back from the struggling Australian. We're picking up good solid points week in, week out at the moment. I am absolutely loving it inside this series there, and it's still just Hülkenberg and Iwasa who have yet to score points this season. Constructors-wise, Ferrari now 5 points behind Mercedes, who are just 50 behind Red Bull at the top of the table. So that could be a battle that rages on throughout a lot of this season. We move up, obviously, onto 63 points as well. 63, of course, the number of George Russell inside this series. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready at the Hungaroring.
It is time for the drivers to dance on the edge. You are never resting, you are never still in qualifying for the Hungarian Grand Prix right here at the Hungaroring.
I've made a couple of small tweaks to the car then. Looks like we could see changeable conditions as we move into the Grand Prix. So I want to make sure that we got a car that is very, very raceable no matter what the weather is going to do. But as we try and start our first qualifying lap then, let's see what we can do. How bad are the oscillations going to be? I've also tried to fix that. Much better than they were, is all I can say there. So hopefully we've got that sorted. There definitely seems to be a lot of jankiness still in this game. It's the only way I can probably describe it.
Drop to P18.
Yeah, through there as well now seems a whole lot better. So hopefully that's something we can put behind us. Obviously, we only get the 2 runs in qualifying here. And I have completely forgot as well that I'm not allowed to use overtake mode. So, well done, Matt. Well, despite the fact we used all that overtake mode, our qualifying effort still isn't looking that great as we round our way through the final couple of corners. Our first lap here in anger as Lando Norris dips under the 1 minute 15s. We're going to be nowhere near that. Come on out of the final turn, get the power down. It is going to be a 16.6, and we go P21. And with less than a minute on the clock, Awasa's now gone quicker than me. We are less than 100th apart in all 3 sectors. But he's had the better of me so far then in qualifying. What are we going to be able to do on our last-ditch run? Again, I'm going to remember not to use the overtake mode this time. To keep it fair, if Awasa out-qualifies me, then Awasa out-qualifies me there. But I don't think where we use the overtake gave us much of a help, to be honest. So, hoping we can try and at least better my previous time. We're not far away from the Saubers as well. And Logan Sargent, of course, never known for his one-lap performances. Oh, as we try and tip the car through turn 4, they're using that exit curb. FIA will let us get away with it this time. Verstappen lowers the fastest time so far of the weekend to a 1:14.8. Absolutely tremendous lap time by our current world champion and championship leader. 3/10 up those who make our way into Sector 3. So we've definitely found a bit more confidence in the car. Zhou goes clear of his teammate as well. So Awasa's still a couple of tenths away from the rest of the drivers, but clearly he's getting better and better against those two kick Saubers through the final quarter, though. 4/10 improvement for us. Is that going to put us quicker than Zhou? It does go quicker than our teammate and those Sauber cars. As qualifying sessions go, 5 cars covered by less than 2/10 is pretty impressive, even here at the Hungaroring. But it is Verstappen that will lead home a Red Bull 1-2 at the end of qualifying. McLaren, Mercedes and Ferrari all seem to be in the mix, though, as Kevin Magnussen best of the back markers. The best way I can describe us at the moment is us and Kick Sauber are a bit like Manor and Caterham once HRT had gone. We're battling at the back, and unfortunately now there's no one that is guaranteed to be slower than us.
It's race day in Budapest as we get ready for another round of Formula One action. It's tight, it's technical. Some drivers love it, some drivers find it a challenge. Either way, there's been so much drama in the last couple of years at the Hungarian Grand Prix. 14 corners then for our drivers to navigate at the 2.7-mile Hungaroring today. It's 6 lefts and 8 rights to comprise a lap here, with an average speed around 120 miles an hour, and the final corner, a favourite of Esteban Ocon, given that he exited it and won his first Grand Prix here. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Norris, Russell, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Magnussen, Gasly, Ocon, Tsunoda, Albon, Ricciardo, Oscar Piastri, Hülkenberg, Sargent, Mr. Monaco, Zhou, Bottas, and Ayumu Iwasa. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
I know you gutted to be starting from here, but just focus on putting that and some other cars behind you. Good luck.
Well, here we are then, trackside for the Hungarian Grand Prix, and yeah, you know, P19, there were a few drivers with grid penalties, but none of them were able to bump us up the order. Like I said, though, rain is anticipated a little bit later on in the afternoon, so we're going to hold out for that. We're just going to gamble it. We're going to go hard tyres and then pray that we can get them to that wet period. So even if we lose a couple of places off the start, we just want to try and stay in a train and see what we can do here today. It's a big gamble. Hungary is not a track I'm particularly strong at. It's one of my least favourite to drive on the F1 calendar, up there with Spain, and we very rarely score points at either of these venues. But as we wait on the grid then for those 5 red lights here in Hungary, it is going to be lights out and away we go. There is Logan Sargent getting a good start straight down the middle of Oscar Piastri and Nico Hülkenberg. The McLaren driver's not got off too well. So we make our way down in towards turn 1, try to avoid all the bumps. We go into the back of Ricciardo, but somehow it wasn't any damage there. We do get a warning for it, as Hülkenberg clearly doesn't want to give me anything on the outside off of that first turn. And clearly what it is That oscillation I mentioned in qualifying, I think is actually due to heavy fuel now, weighing the car down. So we are really bottoming out over the bumps there. As Zhou Guanyu try to have a look, we've got to go on a fight back here against Bottas up to turn 4. Or not, apparently. Bottas, they're sailing around or outside. But yeah, the car really wants to move around underneath me, which is not reassuring at the start of a race like this. As Hulkenberg tries to have a look down the inside of Sargent. We get a little bit caught out by the Constantina and up as Hulkenberg's done it. What a move that is then. So Sargent, after a lightning getaway, has gained absolutely nothing on lap 1. Sergio Perez then, the driver leading the way at the end of the first lap there. Russell seems to have gone with him. Verstappen must have had a disaster though, dropping down to P3.
Enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Well, Max Verstappen hasn't been as dominant in this series as he was during Season 1 of our driver career mode. But yeah, still likely going to take the crown this year. Would be nice though to see, you know, someone like George Russell, for example, giving him a run for his money.
We think we might see some rain. ETA about 15 minutes. Okay, dries seem like the best tyre for now.
Well, I'm hoping that rain is a little bit further away. I'd like it to sort of be about 20-25 minutes out, hoping that all of the medium compound runners have to box before then. And when I say all the medium compound runners, I think I mean basically everyone that isn't myself in this GP. For now, though, we've just got to try and settle in, make sure we stay in the range of Bottas.
Just over 10 minutes time. Rain in 10 minutes.
Well, if it keeps rolling in this quickly, it's going to be here before the end of this lap. Well, unfortunately, yeah, we've now lost the DRS to Bottas in this Grand Prix. We're desperately just trying to keep Zhou Guanyu at bay. Mainly because I don't want to lose time fighting with him here. But, I mean, yeah, this track is so physically demanding. And that seems to be mainly due to the fact that I've got to try and keep the car pointing in the right direction down that start-finish straight there. As we are going to start tripping over with Zhou Guanyu. I think if he gets past me next time, I'll let him by. But the heavens are starting to get darker. Come on then, here comes Zhou Guanyu.
2.8 seconds.
And he'll get another run on me, and again, he won't be able to do anything with it. Zhou Guanyu, I think the medium tyres are just starting to struggle a little bit. We certainly don't have an advantage yet, but I think our disadvantage is getting less and less. Oh no, there's the rain. Oh, that is way earlier than I was hoping.
2.3 seconds.
We're still closing in a little bit of time on Bottas at the moment, but this rain is meant to roll in very, very quickly, and that does not suit us. So there we go, Esteban Ocon into the pit lane. Certainly hasn't made the switch to Inters that early.
6.6 seconds.
Ocon, yeah, winner here a few years ago. This weekend, I think he's going to end up last. Problem we've got as well at a track like the Hungaroring is that where it's so difficult to overtake, you don't really want to box when everybody else does. You kind of want to either go for an under or an overcut, depending on what's happening. I don't think we're a million miles away from the switch, but yeah, we're still a little way behind the AI. You know, if we could kind of get back to the, you know, the tail of that train, which is already spreading out as I speak, then I would be kind of feeling more confident about going aggressive. We just got to keep the car on the island, though, at the moment. This circuit is getting slippery. And I don't know if it's a combination of tyres or general wear or just the track itself. But Bottas now is definitely struggling. Same can be said for Sargent. I think the same can be said for most of the AI. It used to be a weird glitch in F1 2016 where the hard tyres were better in the rain.
0.1 seconds.
I don't know whether it's the same case inside F1 24, but at the moment, yeah, we've got some pace. Although I reckon, yeah, it might be this lap is time to box. Well, Daniel Ricciardo just had a big lock-up down in towards the final couple of corners, so I think we're going to take the gamble. We're going to dive into the pit lane at the end of lap 13. It might be slightly earlier than I'd want to here. But of course, we've done pretty well with this kind of thing before. Remember back to Canada, we made the call there and it worked out really nicely for me. So, yeah, I wonder if the AI are just trying to go to their normal box lap and then might move to the intermediates. But we've kind of got to go for it. See if we can switch them.
Problem removing the left front wheel. We need to try and put that behind us, though, and finish the race strong.
That is an absolutely terrible pit stop, though, was how do the tyres feel.
We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
You know what? They don't feel bad. We'll monitor the gaps to Owasa and Ocon, and we'll see if we can start closing in. And immediately, look at the gap already in one sector has come down 2 seconds to Ayumu. I think once again we have nailed the call here. But DRS still not being disabled. All of our front runners are staying out there, so we have now got a huge opportunity to try and undercut. I mean, if I was a team, I'd be screaming at Ayumu, get into that pit lane right now, box onto Inters, do it. But of course, it's still such a shame that they haven't added team orders and things like that to this game. There's no one else, though, willing to pit just yet, as Ocon's already overtaken Zhou, so he's actually doing really well on his fresher set of tyres. So I think it's a combination of wear and lack of grip. But yeah, we went 6 seconds quicker than Awasa that lap.
It's been disabled by the stewards. DRS will be offline. Wait for further updates.
That'll now be the AI pitting in then, although it's still not looking... I mean, there's no spray being kicked up still. It's very, very odd here. Let's try to put the power down. We'll try and get around our teammate without too many problems. I mean, we should be able to get clean around him up at turn 4.
12.5 seconds.
Maybe slightly optimistic on the way in, but we're through. And now, if you have a look at the minimap, we're starting to see a few AI in. Don't think they're all going to be boxing now, but, I mean, this was basically when they needed to pit anyway in this Grand Prix. But I think now the DRS has been disabled, a lot more of them realising, yeah, it is actually time to make the call. I've never seen a track, though, in this game take so long to kind of... I mean, it's quite difficult to work out where the wet line is, but as we round our way through the final couple of turns, we've basically already made up a pit stop on Awasa in just the space of a couple of laps, so hopefully we're going to get the jump on a few more drivers there as through the final corner we'll go. Roll on that throttle nicely there. We've got one of the Aston Martins, one of the Ferraris making their way back out.
Stop.
And we are going to be ahead of Fernando Alonso then in this Grand Prix, so critical for us, but we're still behind Kevin Magnussen. Or maybe we could see a switch to the full wet tyres then at some point. Rain getting worse and worse. But I think pretty much everyone boxed that lap. So I'm not sure we got many more that we can undercut to try and move ourselves into the points. Oh, look at this. Logan Sargent, he was still limping around. So Sargent is finally going to dive in. He's backed up Stroll, though, into our clutches. Magnussen might as well try and look for a move there. I think one of the Mercs and the other Ferrari car both hadn't pit yet. There is George Russell. So we are already up into the points, but it's not going to stop us trying to go for another one. He's on cold tyres. He has no idea what the grip levels are looking like yet. Round the outside of the Mercedes. We're going to have the inside as we make our way down in towards turn 2. Almost banging wheels with George Russell there. But are we going to be able to switch him on the exit of the corner? No, we're not. And right when Russell is most vulnerable, we can't capitalise. Half distance then, we still have not got an easy time of it to the end of this Grand Prix. Alonso is absolutely hounding me. I'd love to score a point here. Add another one to the team's tally. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. You got Russell now having a look down the inside of Kevin Magnussen just a little bit further up. Maybe if these two slow each other down, we can try and get a little bit closer there as Magnussen don't want to give up on it. Has he got the straight line speed? Yes, he has. Magnussen will try and defend there, but Russell has the grip round the outside. Clean through he'll go. And yeah, maybe we can try and match the Haas, but we are on a slower car, and we're on older tyres. If you guys remember back in Australia, we saw the AI there struggle to look after their Inters. Maybe we'll see the same today. Maybe I'm just living on a little bit of hopium as well, but we're not dropping back too much from Magnussen. Alonso, as long as we use the battery out of the final corner, he can't really get close to me, so I guess the best way to describe it is we are defending like a lion. But yellows, I think Awasa's gone. I think Awasa might have gone for a spin. Safety car now wouldn't be too bad for us, I'll be honest. But I think he's going to get the car going. Oh, Russell is on a charge. He's now made the move on Lance Stroll, so going to be interested to see what Stroll's pace is like in that Aston Martin. I'm monitoring the gap to Magnussen. It is coming down, but it is coming down by like a tenth a lap. So we've got the pace to hang on in here, but getting to him is one thing, getting round him is another, and I still don't know whether we might see a switch to full wets. I might have mentioned how the AI might struggle with their tyres towards the end. Certainly doesn't mean we're going to be any safer. We might have to pit here again before the end of this GP. We've been on these tyres, what, less than 10 laps, so we've got 12 to go. I think we're either going to have to start nursing, or start preparing the pit crew. We've got yellows. We've got yellows. I think that's one of our top 3, one of the Ferraris. Maybe breaking down here. I would assume that's Charles Leclerc, but I could be completely wrong. It is Charles Leclerc out of the Hungarian Grand Prix.
Car. Reduce speed immediately and keep a positive delta.
Well, I'll be honest, I would have loved to have seen a full safety car.
Penalty. Slow your pace immediately.
Could have been really useful for us, but if it stays out until we get back round to the pit lane, we are going to use it to try and box.
Okay, VSC ending. We're going green. Maintain positive delta until the green flags. Okay.
Well, that might be one of the shortest VSCs I've ever seen.
Fortunately, the marshals have managed to clear it up in time, and there are so far no plans for a safety car.
What I want to know is how do we lose nearly a second to Magnussen because of it? Well, I guess we've got a really difficult choice to make here at the moment. I think we're going to have to box again before this race is down and out. I just don't see a way in which we keep these tyres in good nick right the way to the checkered flag. But of course, if we're going to have to do that, the AI might have to do the same. And they might want to try and take these tyres a bit longer and then really hang on to them towards the end. So we've got to try and claim the advantage once again, if we possibly can, in for a second set of the intermediate tyres. Yeah, we're going to drop right the way back down to the rear of the field. It's a big gamble. We've got 10 laps to go of this Grand Prix. We have sacrificed our points-paying position, but, like I said, if the AI are going to struggle, then we've got to go for it.
That's it, go, go, go! That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
Well, we are back down to P20 as we come out right behind Zhou and Sargent having a battle. It might have been worth gambling over to a set of full wets, but I don't think we're there. I mean, now we're basically going to have one eye on the pit lane for the rest of the afternoon, aren't we? See if anyone else pits. The other Ferrari's gone.
Kicking up a lot of spray at this point. I doubt we're quite ready for the full wet, but we're not far off.
I was so close then to going straight through the back of Logan Sargent.
Car is out. Reduce speed and maintain a positive delta on your dash. Right,
No idea what all that stuttering is.
due to a build-up of stopped cars on the track. Watch your pace.
I think, yeah, if we can get into that pit lane, I reckon it's time for the full wets. We might have pit one lap early and taken the tyres the wrong way, but if we get an advantage, we've got to take it here. Really, really difficult towards the end of the afternoon. It's been such an unpredictable Grand Prix, and we are making a couple of big strategy calls at the moment. They might work out, they might not. Red flag, no! Oh, dearie me. Why didn't they call that earlier? Safety car? Virtual safety car, red flag. What's going on? I have never seen anything like that. It said a virtual safety car, then a red flag, then went back to a virtual safety car, but we have had a red flag here.
Get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Deary me, so we absolutely pit then at the wrong point of this Grand Prix. We have got, what, 7 laps to go here. We're all on intermediates. No, we're not. They're all on wets. Why? How? Why is that a thing? 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out and away we go. I mean, this might give us advantage, it might give us a disadvantage. It certainly is bad off the start.
Okay, they're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car.
I mean, this is just pure F1. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Oh, I needed a second there to really think and to hold my tongue, to be completely honest. But front wing damage now as well as all of the AI. I mean, it's surely not full wet conditions, is it? Surely they're not going to have an advantage.
With the RS modes in your MFD if you need to.
Way too optimistic, though. Back down in towards turn 1. Zhou Guan Yu slowing down way more than I'd ever anticipated. And, well, despite the front wing damage, I think we've still got some pace over the AI. Oh, we just cannot go out on the wet line. That's the thing I've got to remember here. We've got to stay on the dry line. Otherwise, we are just going to understeer. Thank you, Owasa, I guess. I mean, I'd take another red flag before the end of this, get the wing changed for free. But I don't think that's going to happen. I did it before and I'll say it again. The dry line on a wet track on this game does work really well. I think that is one of the things that has been an absolutely fantastic addition to F1 24. But yeah, unless we see the AI make the switch back to the intermediate before the end, I think this race might have completely escaped us. Come on, 3 laps to go. We've definitely got the advantage despite losing half the wing. Oh, down the inside of Sargent. Get it stopped. Find some dry stuff. We've done it.
Good work. Great pass.
That was a Daniel Ricciardo-esque dive bomb here, but we're going to need to make a lot more moves before the end if we want to take some points. I cannot believe how screwed over we got with that second pit stop. I mean, I can see all of the wet runners now really starting to struggle on their tyres, but of course there's no point in any of them pitting before this race is down and out. I can see one of the V-carbs is having an absolutely sensational day of it, and I'm sure Bottas could see a lot of my car in his mirrors. Well, if the AI don't pit now, they aren't going to pit. And say, unless the track suddenly dries up, I don't think we're going to be able to carve our way through. We might be able to get Bottas, as I think that might be Verstappen starting the final lap of the Grand Prix. You can see how much those Saubers are struggling. Valtteri Bottas, though, ended up getting jumped by his teammate Zhou Guanyu off of that restart. So, yeah, Zhou Guanyu's been able to capitalise on that as best as possible. One more lap to go, though, here from what has been a crazy Hungarian Grand Prix, as we're going to lock up all four wheels. Get it stopped down the inside of Bottas. He's going to see it, though, and try and switch me off of the corner. They're still out on the damp stuff. Are we going to be able to find some grip? Bottas finds even more around the outside. Come on, we can't back out of it. We've got to try and go for it. Final lap round the outside. Bottas! What is that? What is that by the AI? Bottas there just winning to absolutely fling me off the venue. The AI do a weird thing where when they're on the inside, sometimes they'll commit to their normal line in the hopes that you can't maintain the grip around the outside of them. Of course, in that situation, I've got way more grip than the flying fin, so I am able to hang it there. And they basically just barge you off the road, Max Verstappen style, but that's the state of F1 IRL anyway, so I guess we're going to commend Bottas's realism in that moment. Not that I'd ever see the flying fin defending that aggressively. Through the final couple of corners, though, of the Hungarian Grand Prix, Red Bull are going to be back on top once again. Which driver is it going to be? It is Max Verstappen. It's going to take the win and extend his lead at the top of the championship there. Can we get closer to Bottas to do anything through these final couple of corners? We're going to absolutely launch it in, but not going to be able to do anything there. And with the race with so much promise, it is only going to be P18.
It's victory in Budapest then, and what a victory it is after an incredible Grand Prix.
There was never a moment of doubt today. You could tell that they completely had it under control, and that is a sign of greatness.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, Max Verstappen then able to head up a Red Bull 1-2 come the end of the afternoon there. Sergio Perez, one of his best results of the year, actually, with that second place, beating out Russell, Hamilton and Lando Norris there. Tsunoda and Gasly, as well as Magnussen, all scoring points for some of our rival backmarker teams. We'll have to take a look as to what that does in the championship as well. But P18 for us, from 19th on the grid, you think it was a fairly normal race? We absolutely could have scored points, though, well and truly screwed over when we tried to dive into the pit lane before that red flag came out as well there. But yeah, Ferrari, the only team not to get a car to the finish, and they couldn't get either of their cars to the checkered flag there, so a disaster for them. That means as we take a look at the championship standings, Verstappen now with a 73-point lead over Russell, who extends the gap over Charles Leclerc, Hamilton and Checo Perez. He'll get the jump on Carlos Sainz, as we are just still 9 points back from Oscar Piastri there in P10. Zhou Guanyu still the best of the other backmarkers, ahead of Stroll, but only 1 point in it now, as it is just Hulkenberg and Iwasa who are yet to score this season. The gap at the top opens up to 66 points as well. Mercedes get a bit of breathing room from Ferrari behind them. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Belgian Grand Prix.
To the behemoth that they value so highly. This is Spa. It's high speed. It is really challenging. We have elevation, we have dramatic corners, and we have one driver in a few moments' time who will take pole position.
Well, qualifying here might end up being one of the shortest you'll ever see inside F1 24. It's meant to rain within about the next 5 minutes. Doesn't look like it yet, but you can see dark clouds starting to descend around the circuit. It's Pierre Gasly there. Clearly doesn't want to kind of get on with it and then gets on with it and doesn't again. So I fear qualifying might end up being a one-run show. As once again, I just forget that I'm not allowed to use the overtake up at turn 1. Don't get the best line through either. We need a really good lap here, and so far I've done one corner and I've bottled it twice. Down in towards Rouge and Ranion though. Definitely notice still this car. I mentioned it in Hungary. It feels really, really low strung to the ground and kind of really vibrates the steering. It's not an issue with the Haas car in driver career mode, so I think it's a car exclusive issue, which is very, very odd. Is Gasly, is he on a lap? I can't really tell. Esteban Ocon certainly is though, top of the board in that other Alpine. Oh, I do love the fact that Pouon, once again, is pretty much flat there. We had to do a slight blend of throttle on the way in, as time's continuing to improve there. But just trying to be really gentle with the car through this middle sector. Spa now, because of where the gravel traps are and the curbs and things like that, it's not a track you can really attack like you were able to on the older version. It's still obviously a very, very attacking circuit. It's beautiful when you get it hooked up. But yeah, it's certainly more difficult than it was in previous games, just because you've got that little less room to maneuver. Verstappen goes top of the board on a 142.9. How far away are we going to be from that? I think the answer is fairly. We've lost a little bit of time to Pierre over the course of the lap. See if we can gain it back, though, as we make our way out of the final corner. It's going to be a 44.2. We go quicker than Ocon, but slower than Logan Sargent. Well, everyone that was able to get their laps in nice and early has been rewarded. Pierre Gasly up in P5. Max Verstappen, though, claiming pole position by 0.4 of a second. We end up P12, one of our best qualifying sessions of the year. And Iwasa, that's definitely his best ever qualifying. 17th place on the grid. He's out-qualified Sergio Perez, so there is hope for our young Japanese driver. Oscar Piastri seems to be the one that got really screwed in that process. Down in last place, 3.1 seconds off. But the wet weather is here to stay as we move into the Belgian Grand Prix.
It's the Belgian Grand Prix, the site of the maiden victory of the Jordan team in 1998. The venue that Michael Schumacher made his debut in Formula 1. There is so much history here amongst the beautiful nature. Spa in the rain. It's about the only thing that could make it more challenging and dramatic in this part of the world. We have plenty of heavy braking zones, we have fast corners, we have undulation. It's going to be a challenge at Les Combes, the bus stop chicane, but pretty much everywhere you look out on track. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Norris, Gasly, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Albon, Sainz, Sargent, Mr. Monaco, Ocon, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Iwasa, Joe, Perez, Bottas, Magnussen, Oscar Piastri, and Yuki Tsunoda. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, here we are then, trackside for the Belgian Grand Prix, and like I said, That rain is here to stay. Intermediate conditions for the start, but it is meant to dry up later on as the race goes on there. The game actually believes a no-stop strategy is possible, but of course, we're going to make a switch to dries, I hope, at some point this afternoon. So it's kind of the opposite of what we got last time out in Hungary. But yeah, Yuki Tsunoda with a grid penalty means Iwasa is in the lofty heights of P16 for the start of this one. Logan Sargent P11. So potentially a couple of our surprise drivers are going to get some big results today. It is 5 red lights though here in Belgium. And it is lights out and away we go. Trying to modulate the throttle there as Ocon gets a much better start than I do. Oh, we made contact with Sargent, but we get away with it somehow there. The game seems to be a lot more lenient on lap 1 for some reason. But yeah, that doesn't mean that we're going to get a better run down the hill, though, as Ricciardo will squeeze past me. Yeah, somehow no damage from that one. Like I said, the game absolutely gives you more leeway on the opening lap of a Grand Prix there. Perhaps trying to obviously suit the less experienced drivers. Fortunately for me, it keeps saving me because I'm a bit of a bottle job inside this game there, as Perez makes up some places at the start as well, up into P16. You can see Iwasa trying to fight with him, though, at the top of the hill there. Look at this, Constantina and up. We'll try and capitalise. Down the inside of Daniel Ricciardo. A little bit of wheel banging as we'll try to give the V-carb some room. Yeah, this is an almighty train that extends to the front of the field then, so everyone really struggling to try and find grip, traction, and even confidence on this lap 1, so we've got to be there ready to capitalise if we possibly can. However, Esteban Ocon, the big winner in all of this, 13th on the grid. He's already up inside that top 10. Oh, we got yellows. Someone, I think that might be Kevin Magnussen's gone for a spin behind us. So Kevin Magnussen, not really what he needed at the start of this race, but luckily, no safety car from it, as we'll try and see what the top end speed is like. I mean, that Williams, we know that thing is going to be racy around this circuit. Will Blanchimont be flat, even on lap 1? I certainly hope so, because that's exactly what we're going to try and do. Yes, it is, but we don't gain as much as I hoped. Oh, we might now, though. I might have spoke too soon. Down the inside of Sargent we'll go, and we'll go back to P12. Tiny bit of contact with Sainz as well. I've been sloppy on lap 1 recently. Well, I'll be honest, as happy as I am that we kind of clearly got some pace to keep up with quicker cars, I'm also happy that the AI didn't all start on the dries. It is still a glitch on this game. I believe they are looking in and hopefully fixing it. But yeah, I mean, every single time I see a race that could be changeable conditions, I think, are we going to have the box on lap 1? Our Sainz there doesn't get the best run out of the final corner. We've got to be there to capitalise. That Ferrari, just been following him around, is really struggling. So down the inside we'll go at the first corner, lock up all 4 wheels. Luckily we don't need to worry about tyre wear.
Wear for now. Keep taking care of them.
Mark are clearly agreeing with me, but yeah, we're up into P11 then, as Verstappen you can already see breaking away. Pierre Gasly though in the Alpine, he's currently up in P3, he's battling for a podium. Okay, interesting then, so clearly all of us moving the standing water away from the line, so team don't believe we're that far away from a switch to dries. I'm hoping we can take a set of mediums to the end. I don't really want to use the hards here if I can avoid it, but I guess it'll kind of depend on when the DRS is enabled. Yeah, circuit is really drying up quite quickly here. Luckily, there seems to be a bit of an overlap on the window when you can box back over to dry tyres.
Yeah, the car in front, let's get past them.
But yeah, you can see there isn't... Certainly, it's not raining anymore, and the track, I mean, it's looking a little bit difficult. It's kind of looking a bit like glass at the moment, so it's tough to kind of work out what the line's going to be like. But of course, if you had to guess one of the top team drivers that's struggling in these conditions, you would probably guess Lance Stroll. And yeah, he's starting to cause a bit of a train. Well, I reckon at most then we are 2 or 3 laps away from a switch to the dries. We're starting to struggle a bit more against the AI as well. I think just as the circuit, you know, gets drier and drier, it becomes more about the car rather than the driver behind the wheel. That's my excuse anyway at the moment, as Verstappen is setting new fastest laps over and over. We actually go purple through the final sector. This thing, once again, in the low-speed stuff, is actually very competitive. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alex Albon to the outside of Lance Stroll at the end of the Kemmel Straight. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top on this one. And Stroll this time is going to get the elbows out, forces Albon over the inside curbing there, and will live to tell the tale. I am just so scared of boxing at the wrong time. and losing a potential points finish, just like we did at Hungary. Oh, Alex Albon! Suddenly, out of nowhere, the engine on that Williams is going to go up in a big way. Unfortunately, we get a little bit caught out by it on the racing line. Not as badly as Carlos Sainz, though, as Alex Albon out of the Belgian Grand Prix then. So heartbreak for Williams and a virtual safety car. That's our cue. We're going to box now, but I'm tempted to move over to no.
Reduce speed immediately and keep a positive delta. Right, drop your speed. Our delta's too low and we're going to risk a penalty. Slow your pace immediately.
We're going to be real cheeky as well, as we're going to go way under the delta. But obviously try not to lose that as much from it. This is a big gamble.
It's ending. Maintain your pace until we get the green flags. VSC ending. Wait for the greens.
Damn it. I wanted the VSC to stay out for as long as possible, so we're going to lose even more time.
The marshals have managed to clear it up in time, and there are so far no plans for a safety car. Right, let's go. Come on. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres.
Oh, no. We are boxed too early here. I just saw the amount of water that kicked up when we came off the intermediates. We'll monitor the gap to Yuki, but I'm expecting it to go up. Actually, it don't feel too bad, immediately changing my mind.
VSC deployed. The virtual safety car has been deployed. We need to keep a positive delta here. Slow down and maintain a positive delta.
Well, I mean, that virtual safety car works out well for me, because the circuit's still drying out and no one else is able to pull out time. But 2 VSCs back to back, and I think that was because they were removing Albon's car. Well, the last thing I wanted to see there was the AI able to get a cheap pit stop as well, as we definitely still don't quite have the grip. But no one else is boxing in just yet, and I'm pretty confident that we've made the right call-ish. Well, I've said it countless times on this game, but yeah, you keep the car on the dry line. We've got enough pace here to hang with Tsunoda, and of course that's only going to get better and better. Get it on the damp stuff, though. You have just got nothing at all. It's just going to lock up, and you're going to go straight on. There we go. Oh, Bottas and Oasa into the pits side by side. I hear plenty of contact between them.
In the pits. Ayumu is in the pits now.
Ayumu Oasa has hung on then, so that's good news for him, temporarily. But yeah, I mean, that's the second time I've seen on this game. The first one, obviously, was me and Alonso. But the AI really do like to go side by side here into the pits. As we have made the right call, we are starting to take time out of everybody. Oh, Tsunoda up to the inside of Kevin Magnussen as well. This might be an even easier way to gain a little bit more, as both of them, I think, now trying to find damp patches to keep their tyres cool. Tsunoda, though, with a power move around the outside. Oh, again, you get off the dry line, it is over. Oh, we got yellows out. I think that's Sergio Perez. I think that's Sergio Perez now breaking down, so we got to really hope we don't end up with a safety car here. Otherwise, that could be detrimental to our Grand Prix. Checo, though, is out of this race. Our second retirement and another VSC.
Reduce speed and maintain a positive delta on your dash. Right,
how many VSCs are we going to get? Well, this really does screw us over. Max Verstappen into the pit lane as well as everybody else. We need this VSC to come to an end if we want to try and utilise our strategy as best as possible. Come on! Why was the one when I pit so short? There you go.
Maintain your pace until we get the green flags. VSC ending. Wait for the greens. Okay,
there we go. We timed that well.
Resulting in loose debris. Fortunately, the marshals have managed to clear it up in time, and there are so far no plans for a safety car.
Well, no. No. I forgot as soon as I got on the wet patch. That could have been really bad. We somehow save it, though. Are we going to be back up in the points, though, or at least fighting around them as everybody else makes their way back onto the circuit? That worked out almost too well for Max Verstappen at the front of the field, but as they make their way out,
DRS is now enabled.
We're pretty much exactly where we were. How have we ended up exactly where we were in this race? I think the only difference is Stroll is yet to box. Oh, there we go. That's Stroll in. That's really good for us. So I think, yeah, he's certainly...
Keep it up. Gap to your teammate behind. 15.1 seconds.
Well, I'm not going to complain about fastest lap either. It won't hang on for very long. As how has Stroll stayed out ahead of me here? He might not meet me down the hill as... Oh, we got to really try and... What is he doing? Lance Stroll, there's a maniac as he tries to force me off towards the grass. But I'm there, buddy. What is that? Well, claim the DRS of him. Carlos Sainz, though, senses opportunity. We're going to be 3 wide as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight. Lance Stroll, that is a ban if ever I've seen one. Deserved for that. We'll go clean back around the outside though with a pair of them finding the grip on the dry line. Stroll, he needs a serious talking to. Oh, Sainz is so fast. Carlos Sainz is so fast at the moment in a straight line. Clean around my outside. Again, he wants to squeeze me. I'll give him some room on the exit of the corner as Stroll's now going to try and have a look back in. Sainz again is going to get down the inside though at the bus stop, and I feel, yeah, all of our early race pace here is really starting to evaporate. Come on, we need to use him for the DRS though. I don't want to let Stroll by. I want to score a point. Sainz locks up even down at turn 1. I almost follow him, but luckily we avoid doing it. Unfortunately, this is going to leave me very vulnerable as we make our way up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. This is just pure Belgium wet to dry racing. We spoke about it last time out at Hungary, how good that circuit can be in these conditions. As again, we're going to be 3 wide up the Camel Straight this time round, though. Stroll has to brake early on his hards on the wet line, and I can't hang on. Well, I'm hoping now, after the chaos that was the opening half of this Grand Prix, that we can just kind of stick with Stroll and Carlos Sainz over the next few laps. But all three of us are taking a little bit of time out of Esteban Ocon, as here goes Stroll. No, not quite close enough this time round to get the run. The other good thing is all of the squabbling going on behind me is hopefully meaning that we're pulling away a nice safety buffer. Basically, my plan is to try and snatch the place back off Stroll on the final lap, because doing it any time before then is basically pointless. Oh no, we got more yellows. I think that's a Mercedes. I think that might be Lewis Hamilton that's ran into problems here. Is he going to be able to get back on the road? Yes. Yes, he is. Oh, we are really starting to struggle now. Stroll's just pulling away from me. Hamilton's re-jump here. Gasly. So he's going to be just dragging that Alpine along now, unless Sainz can have a look down the inside. And this is the problem, of course. You lose the DRS of the car in front, and just the gap opens up exponentially. Alonso is setting fastest lap after fastest lap, trying to close in on that group of cars in front of him. As I believe, yeah, Gasly back up into the podium places. But we are just dropping away now.
Teammate by 19.1 seconds.
Oh, that's not going to help me either. I feel like the next car we're going to end up battling with is probably going to be Oscar Piastri behind. For 5 laps to go then, these last few laps have been a real wake-up call for me, just realising how much more pace we still need to try and find in this car. Oscar Piastri, there's no real point trying to slow him down. If anything, with how aggressively they're fighting up in front, our best bit is trying to use the McLaren to actually try and bring us in a little bit closer again. So we'll sit behind him, we'll use the DRS wherever we can. Staggeringly though, I was starting to get a bit worried that the mediums might hang on with how early we boxed. They could easily do the whole Grand Prix here in these conditions. Oh, damn it, 3 laps to go. We've lost the range to Piastri. I don't think he's got enough to try and get up to the top group either as well. So points today, I think once again, agonizingly, are going to escape us. I've noticed Yumu as well is having an almighty battle with one of those Sauber cars right towards the end. You know, it is nice to see all the development we're putting into our second driver. It's something I've never done before on these games. Is starting to pay off slightly. Well, I'll be honest, there's a small part of me that just wonders whether everything this weekend until about the final 6 or 7 laps really did mask the lack of pace we had, you know. The changeable conditions in qualifying, the fact we were able to time the run with the best conditions, and then ultimately, you know, the intermediates really helped us out. But once the track dried up, we've just had nothing when we're not in the DRS of the other cars, and it goes to showcase just how much more work there is still to do with this car. The same can't be said for Max Verstappen. He is going to claim yet another Grand Prix victory. And I remember earlier on in the year, we said how there might be a title fight. Yeah, the Dutchman, he's not interested in the championship fight this year. Once again, is going to extend that lead at the top of the table with a victory here in Belgium. McLaren, I think that's Lando Norris. Yep, obviously going to come home for P2. Gutted for Pierre Gasly. He really did deserve a podium this weekend with the way he's driven. But I don't think he's going to quite cement that. But it is still going to be a big double points haul for the Alpine team as well, which could end up being a big rival for us later on in the campaign. Through the final couple of corners though, P12 I don't think we can really complain about all too much. but we are going to survive here in the Ardennes.
A difficult race then on one of the all-time classic circuits, but they've persevered to take the win here today.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course, and it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go, Max Verstappen. It is not the full 26 points there. Lando Norris able to poach fastest lap right at the end, but it is still going to be the dub once more there. And another trophy going back to Milton Keynes there. Charles Leclerc P3 ahead of Gasly, Alonso and Lewis Hamilton means 6 drivers from 6 different teams making up our top 6 come the end of the day, with Sainz, Ocon, Russell and Stroll rounding out our point scorers there. Oscar Piastri, though, he did a fantastic recovery drive when we've seen the AI struggle so much this year, and Awasa did beat out Bottas by just 38 thousandths of a second come the checkered flag there. Sergio Perez and Alex Albon both failing to see the finish there. But you can see in the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen now almost with a 100-point lead over George Russell, who's got 10 ahead of Charles Leclerc there. Hamilton ahead of Sainz, Norris and Sergio Perez, as well as Alonso waiting in the wings as well there. And we're just still 9 points back from Oscar Piastri. Has next to no luck in this series. Gasly leapfrogs his way up into P11 ahead of Zhou, Stroll and Valtteri Bottas. And yeah, further down the order, it is still just Hülkenberg and Awasa, our 2 teammates on this game that are still yet to score a point there. Constructors-wise, Alpine make big gains towards us. They are now just 32 points back there as Red Bull with an 81-point lead over the Brackley-based squad as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns from its summer break, ready for the Dutch Grand Prix.
Partisan support that we rarely see anywhere else on the calendar. There is an incredible atmosphere at Zandvoort. We're setting the grid for the Dutch Grand Prix in qualifying.
Well, as we make our way then into Saturday, you could convince me currently that we're actually in the North Sea. Very, very wet. Don't see rain like this very often inside F1 24, but of course, luckily, where it is such a short lap here, we should hopefully be able to get quite a few times in. We're starting out on a set of the hards. We're just going to try and manage our battery usage over the course of the session. Sorry, starting out on the full wets even, I should say, not the hard tyres. But we might see a switch to inters later on if a drier line starts to form. It is meant to be just like this, though, all session long, so you can hear the back end of the car there sliding around down through turn 3. Yeah, this is just going to be one of those sessions of getting as many laps as you can and building up the confidence. 6 tenths down on Pierre Gasly, though, by the end of Sector 2. It certainly has not been an ideal first run. Only a 10th down on Zhou Guanyu, though, so clearly the AI's times are a little bit all over the show. As we make our way through the final corner, though, we've still basically got a full charge of battery here, so we're going to try and use some of it through the final corner. Oh, you can just hear the car bottoming out, but we get away with it. Towards the line, try and carry the extra speed. 23.6, 17th place after our first lap. Again, another big lock-up down at turn 1, just trying to let those wheels rotate. Oh, this is so scary. Well, I do wish the AI were a bit more dynamic. You know, in these kind of sessions, everyone would just be out there trying to do lap after lap after lap. But of course, the AI very much do an out lap, do one lap, and then pit again. Which is, yeah, I feel like it would be nice to kind of see some more quality of life improvements in the near future. I mean, this has been the case now for the better part of a decade, and sometimes it just feels like the F1 games aren't really evolving as quickly as they should. 23.1 though, promotes us now ahead of Nico Hülkenberg. But I think, yeah, with the battery usage, this is going to be our final lap. Half a second up on Carlos Sainz as we make our way to the end of Sector 2, just trying to avoid the gravel on the inside there. I mean, you'd like to think the Dutch fans might be a fan of this car, with it being bright orange. Never really see him cheering on McLaren, though, do we, here, to be fair? As making our way, though, through the final corner. A little bit of a wobble there as we bottom out over the curb. Shortest run towards the line, though. Try to carry the speed off of the corner. We're going to find another 8 tenths. That's going to promote us up to P5. Okay. So we've got some pace in this car. And now all that hard work that we've done is going to be very much irrelevant here as we get towards the end of the session. Everyone now is on a set of intermediates, and everyone is basically going to get one more lap in. We might just be able to squeeze in 2 here if we're really, really careful as we round our way through the final corner. I've got no idea how well the batteries are going to hang on or anything like that over the course of this lap. But yeah, circuit now is just meant to be improving right towards the end of qualifying. So everyone is trying to find some space for themselves to get a lap in there. As you can immediately see, not the best line in the world. Half a second up through the first turn there. Just try and keep it dialed in. You can still see, I think Oscar Piastri, there are a couple that have gone back out on the full wets for some reason. So Piastri might be about to find himself starting this race right at the rear of the field. So there's no doubt about it. Intermediates are the way to go. Over a second up as we chuck the car up over the top of the hill. That really does feel like you kind of want a stairway to heaven up that hill, but we just about got the downforce to keep us on the earth. So you just see that delta rising everywhere, but we're going to have to surely go for a second lap. We've got enough fuel in the car, but are we going to see anyone else try it there? It's a little bit wide. Got to remember to save the battery as well, though, this final lap. He's going to be the big one. Come on, get the car tucked in nice and tidy, avoid the curbing and the gravel and everything else. One more corner, 2 more corners to go on this first run. One more braking zone. Absolutely launched it over the inside curbs.
Then we think it's going to dry up. 10 minutes.
And here we go then. It is happy hour. Gasly goes to the top. Fernando Alonso now is going to go to the top. We're not going to go to the top, though. That's a bit of a shame. So Oscar Piastri still in P5. So I don't know whether he's come out or what's going on. One more run, though. Verstappen now. Sure, he would love to claim pole position once more at his home Grand Prix. And at the moment, it looks like he will, as everybody just chopping and changing. We could be in for a very, very unpredictable grid here, as we're trying to go for another lap. I don't know whether anyone else is doing the same there. Zhou Guanyu, I believe that is just in front of me, still pushing on. As you can see, we're another 10th up, but we need to find more than that. Zhou, what are you doing? Oh, well, we managed to get rained in. As you can see, we're just dropping down the order at the moment. I don't believe we could be lower than P13. I think everyone else has finished off their qualifying runs there, but we swept around the outside of Zhou Guanyu. But we are not finding much time at all here. A 10th and a half up. Every little bit could make the difference, though, come the end of qualifying, but I don't think we're going to cause the big upset I'd hoped to. Come on, just 2 more corners to go once again. I'm not sure we're going to have enough battery, though, to really make an impact. Oh, I'll leave it in 5th gear there as we try and find the grip. Shortest run back towards the line. It's been a dramatic qualifying session here, but it's all for nothing. We got no battery. We're going to stay P13. Well, there we go. Verstappen steals pole position by just 1/100th of a second over George Russell. Top 3 covered by just 17 thousandths in the end. So he'll have 2 Brits to contend with as we get into the Grand Prix. Of course, with it being changeable conditions, Iwasa still finds himself last, and it's Ferrari. They go and bottle it there with Charles Leclerc. He'll be lining up P15 on the grid. 13th place for us, though. I feel like we've got a chance, maybe, just maybe, of fighting near the points.
For years, the people of Zandvoort fondly recalled the Grand Prix they used to hold, and then came along Max Verstappen. Across Europe, the Orange Army sold seats and seats and seats, and now they have their own Grand Prix. It is time for race day in the Netherlands. Zandvoort circuit then, 14 corners, 10 to the right and 4 to the left, with plenty of steep camber and elevation changes to keep our drivers on their toes throughout the 2.6 mile lap. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Sainz, Ocon, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Albon, Leclerc, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Magnussen, Stroll, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Iwasa, Joe and Logan Sargent. And now it's time to head down to the track.
This is a good opportunity for us to improve on our results from last race. Let's go and make it happen.
Well, we finished P12 last weekend. We line up P11, ready for this one. Yes, we got a huge opportunity to try and leapfrog our way into the points by virtue of some grid penalties for others. It's going to be an overcast race. However, the team reckon tyre wear is going to be really, really low here, so we'll have to wait and see as to how we hang on with that. Don't need that much spare fuel, although this thing does have a bit of a drinking problem still that we are trying to slowly address with more and more upgrades on the car. But I'm ready then on the grid here for the Dutch Grand Prix. Hopefully you guys are as well. It is going to be 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out and away we go. Oh, we've not done well though on the start, trying to avoid the wheel spin. Albon and Leclerc will say thank you very much as we'll try and find an avenue around the outside into that first corner. Leclerc says nope. And look at that, still 3 wide off of the turn there, as surely not Charlie Boy. Oh, Albon gets squeezed down on the inside, has to back out of it. We're going to try and look down the inside of Gasly, as Leclerc then, after his bad qualifying, immediately recovering up some spots there, straight into P10, as Gasly, myself, and Alex Albon all playing victim to the Ferrari's superior start. Yeah, that's one of the best starts I think I've ever seen on F1 24 by the AI, as Verstappen's still leading the way out in front. Russell hangs on to P3, behind Lando Norris there. Couldn't quite spot the McLaren, but we need to go on the offensive early on here. It is so difficult to overtake around this track, so trying to make sure, you know, that you're in a good position is absolutely everything. Maybe a little bit too far back there to go for a send. Oh, one of the AI looking up. I think that might have been Esteban Ocon. Yeah, so the second Alpine there still running in the points. Will lose the spot to the Ferrari. I mean, if ever you were going to lock up at somewhere, Zandvoort is probably not that track, especially not at turn 4, as Oscar Piastri, Daniel Ricciardo can certainly both attest to. But yeah, Ocon gathers it up. Oh, we got yellows. I think that's the car behind us, perhaps. Yep. Oh, no, it's Iwasa. No idea what's happened to him. He seems to be back running again. But he must have span at turn 1. What's Ayumu doing? I tell you what, we're only 4 laps in, and this already is feeling like a league race at the moment with just how hard we're pushing to try and keep up with the cars in front. I feel like Ocon is our key, but unfortunately he's getting dragged by Carlos Sainz back towards the top group. Verstappen, of course, is just sitting pretty at the front of the field. This is one of the only tracks on the F1 game where the DRS train doesn't seem to work as it normally would, and that's because it's even more boring. The AI can't tend to make moves past each other unless someone makes an error, as now we've lost the range. I think we are in a world of hurt. And immediately, here comes Nico Hulkenberg. Goodbye.
Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead, please. 1.9 seconds. Gap to your teammate behind, 10.3 seconds.
Seems quite odd, actually, getting overtaken by Nico, to be honest. Of course, our teammate in our other series. But here, he is an enemy just like anybody else. Well, the other thing I've remembered as well is obviously, unsurprisingly, just how much of a beating the left front takes here. We're not actually struggling with the tyre overheating. It's just the sheer amount of pressure that's put on it on the outside of this circuit. So many high-speed corners.
Levels are going to start falling away soon.
And all of them pretty much obviously face that way, with the exception of, well, this next corner, to be honest. But yeah, so a one-stop might be viable over to a set of hards. Not really sure I want to try it, though, to be honest. I'm thinking we just go and try and two-stop, do something a little bit different. I'll be honest, we're only 8 laps in, and a safety car or a red flag or anything could change it up. But honestly, we just simply haven't got the pace today to score. Oh no, here comes Alex Albon. No, he doesn't. Alex Albon thinks better of it. We brake slightly late into turn 1. Let's try and keep him at bay as well there. Desperate times call for desperate measures, as we were barely able to keep up with Hulkenberg. I mean, look at that. That front left is absolutely just getting obliterated here. It's sat core temperature of 110. I should always just go medium to hard around this event. You've got no idea why the team believed a set of softs would be viable. And as we've dropped out of the range of Hulkenberg, I think now is going to be the time to pit there. Maybe we can undercut the German and potentially get back ahead of him for a while. But yeah, our strategy today is basically just going to be, how can we fight with these guys right towards the end of the afternoon? Wasser as well is having an absolute nightmare here. The less said about him, the better. As Verstappen is just desperately trying to hang on at the front of... Oh, I pressed the DRS! What am I doing? Oh, dearie me, this is just terrible.
That stop wasn't great. We've lost some time there. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres.
Right, I cannot let my brain completely disengage, even though we've already lost hope early on. There's still a long way to race, and, like I said, a safety car or anything like that could completely change our prospects. And there we go, immediately, Daniel Ricciardo out of the Grand Prix. So we're going to get a freebie there. Shame it's not a safety car, but it'll have to do. We really just have been trying to tick by the laps. I think we're just starting to see cars eyeing up a pit stop here, as I just noticed as well, Lando Norris moving to the lead of the Grand Prix ahead of Max Verstappen. On monitoring the gaps, though, I don't actually think a 2-stop's a bad way to go here at the moment. At least with the cars we're actually going to be battling with by the end of the afternoon. Williams and I think that's, yeah, Lance Stroll. So, yeah, Albon and Stroll there. Seemingly battling, slowing down most of that group. Hulkenberg might still stay ahead of me. Does he try and get a run then on our teammate Awasa back down towards turn 1? Come on, bro. On completely different strategies. We'll go down the inside there, get it stopped on the apex. Yeah, we should be in a fight by the end of this, I reckon. There we go, Tsunoda and Magnussen in then. First, well, actually a few drivers in as well. Alex Albon and I believe one of the kick Saubers. That might be Zhou Guan Yu. I could not see it, moved away so quickly. But yeah, we've actually got a decent undercut on them. Of course, we're going to have to box again. They won't. But I feel like on a quick set of soft tyres towards the end of the race, we might still have a fight on our hands. Bit of an odd one to call, but okay, I guess that's good. So yeah, we're going to be back up ahead then of this whole group. I think, no, everyone has pit. There you go, that one I expect more to hear about. So Hulkenberg then, yeah, he's obviously still going to be at the front of that group behind. But if we could just hang on to like a 5-6 second lead by the time it's ready for us to box again, I absolutely reckon, yeah, the final 10 laps on much fresher, softer tyres, there's still a fight to be had here.
Far behind's gaining on you by 5/10 a lap.
Oh, we got yellows. I think that's Albon gone. Maybe he's had a look-up. I mean, I would happily take a red flag right now. Not going to happen, though. Albon will get back on the road. But yeah, that has completely ruined his afternoon. Oh, more yellows. Who's this time round, then? Is it one of the front two? Is it someone else? I can't quite tell. I think that might be Max Verstappen. No, it's Lando Norris. Lando Norris from the lead of the Grand Prix, then. He retired from Bahrain yesterday in our driver career mode. He retired from the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix today in our driver career mode. And it just goes from bad to worse for Lando Norris. McLaren, there definitely is something wrong with the way mechanical failures are distributed on this game. McLaren seem to have more issues than anybody else. It's usually one of them or one of the Aston Martins. And now Verstappen has just been handed the lead of the Dutch Grand Prix once more. Well, there is still quite a lot of interesting stuff going on around this circuit at the moment. Pierre Gasly has now dropped out of the range of those cars in front, so shame we haven't got a little bit more pace, otherwise I'd like to think we could close into him by the end. I really do feel, yeah, Alpine's little performance buff has kind of made it near impossible for any of the other backmarkers to really score. Kind of in a similar way to Sauber were when the game first launched, but then again Williams could often fight them, or at least Alex Albon could. Stroll and Hulkenberg are really closing in on me now, which is a bit of a shame. So yeah, once again, just tyre life is proving to be our kryptonite here. But if we can get to the end of 25, 26, then we're going to go to another set of softs, and maybe just we can fight our way back. I think I've worked out the other problem as well with Zandvoort. A lot of this track, for whatever reason, it's grass, but it's actually gravel.
By 21.5 seconds.
So it looks like grass on the side of the circuit, but it actually behaves like gravel. And that kind of means it's very, very difficult, obviously, where it's such a fine track of, you know, you're either on the road or you're off. It kind of then means you can't drive normally because you assume you haven't got gravel on your tyres, when in a lot of instances you have. Well, to make our strategy work, we've got to be able to try and defend from some of these other cars. And defend is exactly what we're going to try and do there, as here comes Lance Stroll to the outside. And I got nothing. Oh, that is so depressing. We've got no top-end speed around this venue, no grip, no tyre life. Stroll just says thank you very much. And I'm probably better off letting Hulkenberg by, so they can continue to fight as we'll run it up the hill. Come on, Nico. Oh, Nico, he's not even getting past me, man. There we go. Haas driver will make it through, but I think Stroll's got the gap. Oh, dearie me, we've just got nothing at all as Bottas. It's the second time I've gone around the outside of a Sauber there this race. I mean, you just see immediately how much time we lose. We're not going to be at the DRS of Hulk, surely. We are. We've already lost the DRS window. Tell you what, that's the other big problem with this track. The AI is so OP here. So ridiculously quick. They've got way too much downforce there as Bottas is going to lock up. Tsunoda's going to box me. What on earth is this? I mean, I would take a safety car now. But again, it's not going to happen. Because the AI, they'll lock up down there, but the game gives them time to recover it. Well, who says sim racing isn't realistic? We're going to be diving in at the end of this lap, and I'm really happy we are, because I'm actually now starting to get cramp in my toes. How does that happen? Oh, I mean, look at that. We got nothing. Absolutely nothing at all through the final couple of corners. Into the pits will come once more. Yeah, this race has just been absolutely one to forget. Maybe we can beat Bottas and our teammate. Oh, we didn't get done for pit lane speeding. Can I actually remember to press the right button this time? Because we've got another one gone. This time round, Sargent understeers off down at turn 1, so AI's still quite happy to make that mistake over and over.
Okay, let's go now. Come on. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
Well, despite having to do the extra stop then, Iwasa, yeah, really has had a race to forget. We're still a second ahead of our teammate. Not convinced I'm going to be able to drag him along. Just tell you everything you need to know. We need over a second a lap on Sargent between now and the end of the race. We're on 10 lap fresher, softer tyres. And I can't even take that out of the Williams at the moment. We might just get to him by the last lap of the race. Yeah, this one has not suited our car. Qualifying really, I think, hit that once again. But yeah, I think the last 3 Grand Prix have been real reminders of just how much work there is still left to do. Oh no. Why have we got an engine warning light? That's not good. Can't see anything. Oh, gearbox wear. That's fine then. Yeah, Sargent and Bottas, though, have finally kind of converged. But unless they want to go side by side for a couple of laps, I don't really think it's going to help me out. 4 laps to go at this race. And yeah, it's really shaping up as one to forget. Come on, Sargent. At least if you're going to battle with each other, go side by side in towards turn 1. The DRS zone just seems to be long enough.
Ahead by 4.2 seconds.
2 laps to go, and I'm just watching that gap at the moment float around. I think this time around they've done a better job of it. They're going to be side by side through turn 1 and turn 2. Look at that, that gap is still coming down, but not by enough. Oh, come on, 1 more lap to go then. Let's just see if we can have anything to smile about here, whether we can get close to Sargent and Bottas by the end. Logan Sargent again to the inside of the Alfa Romeo. Kick Sauber even, sorry I should say. Old habits die hard and all that. And you can see again though, this time Bottas able to hook it up the long way around. And Sargent has got no answer for him in that Williams. Through the final corner though, Max Verstappen, he is looking set to take yet another Dutch Grand Prix victory in the world of F1 there. Over the line he goes. And his championship lead at the top of the table extends to over 100 points as well. Max Verstappen back on top here at the Dutch Grand Prix. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners, Red Bull are going to make it a 1-2 in the end. How on earth are the AI able to hang on with their tyres? That's what annoys me on this game. You know, I got no problems having races, you know, where we've got to manage the tyre wear and things like that. But I do have a problem and I feel like I'm the only one.
2.3 seconds.
It would kind of be nice if everyone kind of ended up in the same sort of boat here. But down in towards the final couple of corners, 1 more lap, we might have been able to get to Sargent and Bottas here. Through the final corner, will it be a drag race to the line? I think Bottas will just about have enough. And from 12th on the grid, it is only P19.
Many doubted whether they could pull off the win here in Zandvoort, but they've done so in spectacular style.
Wow, that's 3 wins in a row. This clearly solidifies them as a season contender. It's very tough to achieve 3 in a row, so very well done.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
Well, there we go then. Red Bull double delight this weekend. It is Max Verstappen ahead of Sergio Perez there. Lewis Hamilton will come through for P3 ahead of Alonso there. And Ocon, what a race for him and Alpine. They really could be a threat to us by the end of the year. There's Charles Leclerc beating out Sainz, Piastri, Russell, and yeah, Pierre Gasly making it a double Alpine points finish there. The same can't be said for us. P19 and P20 for myself and Ayumu Iwasa, only able to beat out Ricciardo and Lando Norris, who both failed to see the checkered flag there. But yeah, a really, really difficult race, to be completely honest. We just did not have the pace right from the get-go there. Verstappen, his gap at the top now, 119 points ahead of George Russell, so I think it's a question of when, rather than if the Dutchman is going to claim his 4th World Championship there. Further down the order, obviously no big movers. Further back, Gasly will get ahead of Ocon, and we've now got just a 21-point lead over the Alpine team, so we're going to have our work cut out between now and the end of the year there. Mercedes with a 24 lead over Ferrari. That's probably going to be one of the other big battles to watch out for between now and the end of the season. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns to the Temple of Speed, the Italian Grand Prix.
For over a century, the Temple of Speed has all come down to moments like this. Driver versus the stopwatch to set the grid for the Grand Prix. It is qualifying at Monza.
Well, I feel, yeah, Monza is normally one of those tracks where things either go really well or really badly for us, and in a car at the moment that might be struggling for top-end speed. It might not be so fantastic. We did hit almost 230 miles an hour in free practice. I would assume the gearing is the same as last year, to be honest, but I guess more testing we will wait and see. We probably would have found it out in the driver career mode had Vegas not glitched out, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, first run out in qualifying. Obviously, we actually put a new gearbox into the back of the car as well. You change gear a lot around this place. But hopefully, I mean, we're not far away from one of the Saubers in Sector 1. Maybe we got some pace. So far, this first lap has felt fairly tidy as everybody else coming back out for their second run. Braking at the 50-metre board, shut the car in 5th gear, really tried to avoid taking too much apex curb up towards the start-finish line. Then a 120.2 is the time by Bottas. We're nowhere near that. In fact, we're last. Well, we are only 1.2 seconds away from Max Verstappen, who I believe is top of the timings at the moment. So, yeah, it is very, very fine margins around this circuit. We're 2 tenths back from Iwasa. 21 cars covered by just a single second here. But it means that any kind of improvement we can find is absolutely critical. I hate the fact that DRS has moved, but the marker hasn't this year's game. The amount of times I accidentally pressed that early is increasingly frustrating me around this track, as maybe taking a little bit too much curb through the first part of the chicane. We'll get a little bit of the speed back, though, off the exit. Through Curva Grande we go. Yeah, we need to be brave through the rest of the lap. We haven't got much we can lose, to be completely honest, at the moment. Tip it in, attack the curbs again. That was nice, as Lando Norris now top of the board. Clearly, other drivers are finding time. It's pretty tidy through the first les mode. Careful not to dip a wheel on the grass on the exit. And then really just tip it in through the second one there. Hamilton dips into the 118s. That is a mighty quick lap time by the Mercedes driver. We are 3 tenths up at the moment, but we know any time could be a big difference come the end of qualifying there. Absolutely fling it through Ascari. You've got the confidence on the exit this year, and you can see the time is coming to us as the lap continues to unfold there. One more corner to go. We did a pretty good job here last time. Oh, just try and carry the speed in 5th gear. Nice run on the exit as well. 5.5 tenths up. A little bit of stuttering as we make our way up towards the line. P20 It was a big improvement, but unfortunately we needed a lot of time to get back to the rest of the field. Well, there we go. It is an all-British front row lockout there. Hamilton ahead of Lando Norris. Charles Leclerc goes P3 ahead of Alex Albon in the Williams. What a qualifying performance that is by him. Sainz beats out Verstappen. Hulkenberg. Where is this Hulkenberg in my driver career mode? That is incredible by him. We did go quicker than Bottas. We were 0.06 of a second away from Logan Sargent in the second Williams. So I guess we're in the fight, but less than 0.2 clear of Iwasa as well. Maybe he can spring a surprise.
Welcome to the venue of evocative corner names like Parabolica, which was renamed in 2021 to Curva Alboreto in honour of Italian motorsport legend Michele Alboreto. It's a fitting tribute to him here at Monza, ahead of the Italian Grand Prix. The Rettifilo, Ascari, Curva Grande, the Parabolica, names to get you excited. This is Monza, where we are full throttle for 80% of the lap. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Albon, Sainz, Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Perez, Tsunoda, Gasly, Russell, Magnussen, Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Ricciardo, Sargent, Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Iwasa, Joe, and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Try to put the starting position out of your mind and just focus on the race ahead. We can still do a good job here today.
Well, here we are then, trackside for the Italian Grand Prix. And yeah, I mean, we're a bit gutted with where we qualified. One of my worst qualifying sessions of the year, but we can put that behind us. We can try and move forward. This race is going to be all about the slipstream and all about where the AI kind of group up as the race goes on. We're going to start on the mediums and probably make the switch over to the hard compounded tyres. Oscar Piastri alongside me. Maybe we can use him today. It's 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to avoid too much wheel spin. We're actually getting a pretty good launch there. Down the inside of Sargent will immediately go as we make our way in towards someone. Look at Iwasa trying to carve his way in. As suddenly the heavens, well, sorry, the seas part even down at the first corner. Oh, a lot of contact I can hear around me, but we'll make it through. We're up into P15 then. So immediately moving past a handful of cars there. I broke slightly too late, and everyone kind of moved to the outside of the circuit, so not going to complain all too much. There's now Alonso and Piastri side by side a little bit further back. Oh, Magnussen and Lance Stroll, probably two of Formula 1 drivers with the least awareness. Always going side by side. He's going to be quite entertaining, but also scary to watch. As Alonso already wants to try and fancy himself an opportunity. Not there, you don't, sunshine. We'll hang on to the place for now then, as Hamilton still leads at the front of the field. Ferrari have made good progress though, as Charles Leclerc trying to have a look past the Mercedes man down in towards the Ascari chicane. We've done okay though, we've hung on. So I think it's just about trying to settle in, see how the battles form around me, and see if Stroll can keep up with the cars in front there, as they're definitely still in a bit of a slipstreaming battle. But yeah, we've got to focus on staying inside 1 second. Well, it is only lap 2, and I'm already kind of expecting us to get the full Monza experience this weekend. So here we go, Alonso trying to have a look down the inside. Oh, he actually commits that time round. Actually going to try and move me out the way on the exit of the corner.
Position, that's us down a place.
They're still fighting at the front of the field. That Aston Martin, though, not looking that competitive. So we'll go back around the outside of him. Down the straight, 210 to 11. Not quite. Oh, 212 miles an hour. As too busy looking at my speedo. Almost careened into the back of Magnussen. So Alonso again tries to have a look. He's getting a little bit desperate, considering it's only lap 3. Well, I found in a lot of races recently, I'm actually working the tyres too hard early on in the stint. So I'm really trying to consciously just ease the car into the race here at the Temple of Speed. We're trying to hang on to our position at the moment ahead of Alonso, because he ultimately just doesn't have that much top-end speed. And especially when all of the AI in front are so bunched up, You can see the Ferraris there and McLaren and Lando Norris going side by side pretty much every single lap. Yeah, we don't really need to work the car too hard. And then maybe when it comes to the pit window, we can try and go for a different strategy. Oh no, here comes Alonso, this time down the inside of the Ascari chicane. Must have heard me talking about trying to be patient here. Luckily, those we all know, the AI, they can't overtake you if they go down the inside of Ascari. Outside, they'll go for it. Inside, they just brake early. Oh, Alonso, come on, just have some patience, man. We all know what we're trying to do here. I mean, especially if you're just going to go for it there each time. Effectively, all he does is cost himself time, because then he's not close enough to look for a move. This should be where he's going for it. Alonso, every time, is able to carry the speed down here, as you can see. More of my AI having to duck out the slipstream, maybe trying to follow each other for moves. But it's a risky strategy we're going with, but I feel like an overcut might be the way to go. Oh, there we go. And Alonso this time around does commit to the move. That gives me a little bit of a chance to try and go on the hurry up on Kevin Magnussen. You can see a tiny bit of damage on the end fence of that Aston Martin. Again, though, Alonso can't put the power down. I didn't expect to be battling Fernando Alonso today. It's just a shame it's for P15. Well, Magnussen, yeah, is definitely starting to struggle at the moment, so we're going to try and see if we can force an error here. Going to keep using the battery down towards turn 1. 229, and I've gone way too deep on the way in, and I've been turned by Stroll. I absolutely deserve that. I absolutely deserve that.
Little damage, just watch out for it.
That is the quickest I've ever gone on this game. But, yeah, sorry, Stroll. That was on me. Oh, why is there a car so deep down on the inside there? I think that's Piastri and Alonso still trying to battle it out. Yeah, we're now behind. I mean, both Saubers, they got no straight line speed here today. So hopefully we're going to be able to start trying to pick up places there. I really don't know what to do, though. The tyre wear's pretty good. We can afford to extend this first stint, as Bottas, for some reason, is going to go defensive and then brake far too early. Well, at least we're not last.
That brings you up a place.
But, yeah, do we really just try and extend the stint? I mean, do we undercut? Do we try and undercut where we're so far back now? We know the tyres are going to make it to the end. I think I mean, I don't know. The problem is I don't know how much time we're losing, obviously being in the slipstream of everybody else. Or whether we're still gaining because of that as well. That's the difficult one to judge.
Some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to worry about that. I think if we could charge back up the pack, we'd have a better chance here. So I might try and go for the undercut next lap. As, I mean, Piastri and Alonso are just apparently crashing into each other down the straights. I'm also impressed Hawassa's hanging on. Ooh. Hawassa locks up. Sargent and Zhou of Grand Yu, of course, they can spot it before it's even happened. We almost just lost our wing there on the back of the second Sauber. But trying to charge back up the battery pack on this lap. Weirdly, yeah, energy around here is really easy to kind of harvest. But obviously really easy to use as well. As I think Bottas now going to try and look for a move. No, he's not. He's going to get caught out behind me. What is that, lads? Don't go 3 wide, please. They are.
Got a lot of spare energy. Okay to use your overtake button.
So stupid. And yeah, now we've definitely got to try and go for this undercut. Because otherwise I think we're going to kiss goodbye to any other driver in this Grand Prix. I can still see Piastri and Alonso up in the distance there, fighting it out. Sargent now will look for a move down the inside of our teammate. So one of the Ferraris has bolted as well at the front of the field. So there's a lot going on at this stage of the day. But nice and tidy into the pit lane. Don't want to get done for pit lane speeding, but obviously don't want to leave too much time on the table either. But yeah, I'm just watching as that McLaren and the second Ferrari still go side by side. I mean, they're a long way ahead of me, but we could theoretically get quite the undercut. At least on, you know, the likes of Sargent and Hawassa. No, we can't. Of course we can.
Mate, but let's try and put it behind us and get back into this race.
5-second pit stop. 5 seconds, twice as long as it should have been.
Last stop, no more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
And I guess now this undercut is about getting back to the rest of the field rather than undercutting. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. One of the Red Bulls gone. We could not do with a safety car now. That would ultimately completely ruin us. This stage of the day is that Red Bull, I think, is going to stay out of the way of everybody. It's Verstappen. Verstappen's the one that makes the error, though. So huge disappointment for Max Verstappen. And now suddenly the likes of Russell, Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz, they've all got an opportunity to try and take some time out of him and some points out of him in the championship. But yeah, Max Verstappen The Temple of Speed does not suit him today. Well, Magnussen and Ocon then have both decided to peel into the pit lane, and they're going to be out still a long way ahead of me in this Grand Prix then. About 7 seconds ahead, maybe 5-6 seconds ahead. Obviously, we saw in the driver career mode as well, the AI weirdly lost loads of time here through the pit lane. Not expecting that to happen today, but wouldn't complain if it did. There we go, plenty of cars now pouring into the pit lane, so I think Max Verstappen is going to end up being last in this Grand Prix. That's not something we've said much inside F1 24, but as we make our way out of the final corner, I'm hoping we've put the work in and we've got the undercut on our teammate, which we have, actually by a decent margin as well. Unfortunately, we're still behind Alonso, but that whole group is slowing each other down. There we go, it was the rest of our field into the pit lane then. I think whichever Ferrari that is out front, unless something goes catastrophically wrong here, it looks like victory is all but confirmed. McLaren, though, definitely the undercut is the way to go around this venue, as we're hopefully going to get past a couple more cars. No one else making their way out of the pit lane then, so we've jumped that whole gaggle of really slow runners. So going to be pretty close to Ricciardo as he tries to build up some temperature in his tyres. I don't think we're out of point scoring possibility here. It's going to be a tall order, but if we can keep carving our way through, we could be on for a decent result. There we go, official confirmation is Charles Leclerc stretching his legs at the front of the field. Won this race, of course, in his first ever time with Ferrari here back in 2019. Hasn't won it since, but today could be the day. Well, we have now closed back in on the rest of the field, or at least most of them. There's still a breakaway of about 5-6 cars a bit further up, but this train does definitely extend right the way into the points. I guess it's just now, how do we play this towards the end of the race? Do we be a bit patient, a bit like we were in the first stint? Do we just try and go for something a little bit sooner, gain a couple of places, and then hang on in there, and then try and gain a couple of places and hang on in there over and over? I think we're going to try and charge up the pack this lap, and then we're going to start trying to see if we use all of the battery, how much time we can gain. As look at how much the AI will slow each other down into turn 1. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite put the power down on the exit. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone's breaking down. Oh, no, it's Lance Stroll. Please don't put me on the wall, please. Thank you. And Stroll then out of the Grand Prix. So heartbreak for him and Aston Martin, as that's another Aston Martin mechanical failure this season. Hopefully we're not going to get a safety car. As you can see, yeah, Oscar Piastri's lost out in all of that as well. But we're going to try and get a run on Ricciardo. We're a long way back at the moment. We'll see what we can do. Look at the speed continue to climb there, 227 miles an hour. As Piastri's going to lose the place to Magnussen. Alonso's going to try and have a look down the inside. Come on, Ricciardo, you can't afford to sit around and watch the show, mate. We got to get involved. So what is that? Ricciardo's slow off the exit. I don't know why. Come on, try and get the run on him. Down towards the next chicane. Alonso's trying to weave for a move. We are going to send it down the inside there with a V-carb. And up into P15. The bigger problem I've got at the moment is we just cannot hang close enough through Curva Grande. Sorry, not Curva Grande, the Alboreto curve even, to really get close enough to anyone at the moment, unless they start battling more back down towards turn 1. We've absolutely got the top end speed. When I use the battery, is Magnussen... I mean, that was a Magnussen-style move on Kevin there, I'll be honest. It was not my finest, but we're going to claim it. P14 we go. I'm just salty because Hulkenberg in this series is actually decent, and in my driver career mode he's terrible. Well, I believe it's the Williams of Alex Albon then and the Mercedes of George Russell that are kind of causing this huge train towards the end of the race, and those are going to be the kind of cars that we want to try and get past before this race is down and out there. Again, we're going to try and drain battery.
Teammate by 12.0 seconds.
There goes 220 miles an hour. 226 that time is down the inside of Alonso. I mean, the AI, they just don't use the speed, do they? Down at the first corner as Piastri there parks the bus. What is this? Albon now might have a breakaway. I think that's Yuki Tsunoda battling out with George for some points in this Grand Prix. Oh no, Alonso not here, please, man. Second time today he's tried it there. I mean, what is that? Alonso he'll get the nose down the inside and then basically move me off the corner. It is quite funny to watch, but very frustrating. So again, we'll fly back past him, though, back down towards someone. You can see, I mean, there's just cars everywhere, isn't there, in front? Oh no, somehow I didn't get DRS that lap. No idea how that happened, as we're going to be vulnerable then. Alonso will move on through.
Focus, we need to stay on form.
Not for very long though. Back down the inside will go of the Spaniard. He might be the wily old fox, but we might be the young upstart in this series at the moment. Alonso, yeah, you're going to have to defend more than that. Oh, 223 to the inside of Oscar. Oh, big lock of the rears, but we had to try and go for it. Luckily, he spotted me, and around the outside we'll go. There was no contact made, so we'll take it. But yeah, 4 laps to go now. This Grand Prix time is running out, but I desperately want to see us return to the points. Well, unless your name is Charles Leclerc, there's just a sense of desperation creeping in this Grand Prix right towards the very end. We're still just watching Hulkenberg and Ocon in front of me. As you can see there at the front of the train into Ascari, side by side they go. We close back in with that group that broke away earlier on as well. So this fight does extend all the way to P2 here, as Charles Leclerc onto his final lap here at the Temple of Speed. You can just see cars, they duck out of the slipstream, and then they are desperate to try and get past each other anywhere they possibly can. One more lap to go though. We're going to get on the battery and we are not going to get off it until we get back down in towards the first corner. We need to try and get past the Ocon and the Haas car there. As you can see, 219 miles an hour. We haven't got the most top speed we've had in this race. Down the inside we'll go, and not 1 but 2 though. And Nico Hulkenberg, he's been running in the points all day and he's going to keep it. He's going to keep it there. Just a little bit too much oversteer over the turn 1 curb, but have we got him out of the DRS range of the cars in front? That might be critical here. If we can try and fight with him down into the next chicane, he might be a bit of a sitting duck. No chance. Everybody else is constantly running up way too much here towards the end of the day, so we're going to have to try and resort to plan B then, which is save up more battery and potentially hope for a move down in towards the final chicane. Sorry, the final hairpin even, I should say, of this race there. It's been one of the most intense races I've done inside F1 24. There has been so much strategy at play here. There's everybody trying to hang on and claim places wherever they can. Charles Leclerc is going to win the Italian Grand Prix for the 2nd time for Ferrari. I'm sure he and the team very happy with that. But look at that Hulkenberg, he's saving battery, but we've got nothing against him. 1 more corner to go. We'll have a look to the inside. It's not going to amount to anything. Park the bus now ahead of Esteban Ocon behind. It's Formula 1's most agonising position. It is P11 here at Monza.
There it is then, victory in the Italian Grand Prix. A historic race and an achievement they can be immensely proud of.
To come here and take victory as a team today on home soil was so important. You can see how much it means to them. The drivers there doing their part, the team's strategy was perfect as well, and the fans really embraced that. What a great atmosphere we had here today.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit, familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari, do it again.
We go, Charles Leclerc from 3rd on the grid. He basically got into the lead at the start and, well, made it look easy from there, didn't he? 22 seconds clear at the end of the day. Had we just been 3 seconds faster, we would have got a podium this afternoon. Absolutely insane, just once again, how much the trains affect things inside F1 23, F1 24 even. But it is Perez ahead of Carlos Sainz there, so Ferrari do get a double podium with Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton and Russell 4th, 5th and 6th. They're Albon, Tsunoda and Gasly, as well as Hulkenberg. In fact, yeah, pretty much all of our big rivals scoring points this weekend, with the exception of Kick Sauber there. But 11th for us, you know, we gave it our all. Unfortunately, yeah, the spin that we had with Lance Stroll early on, yeah, no, it was completely my fault. but still a little bit gutted with that. And annoyingly, Iwasa, he almost beat Max Verstappen, but unfortunately, yeah, not quite able to hang on come the checkered flag. That means championship-wise, Leclerc now back under 100 points away from the Dutchman, so he only needs 4 more Grand Prix like that before the end of the year. There's only 8 more to go, so I'm certainly not holding my breath. Yeah, but you see, Charles Leclerc ahead of Russell, though. Hamilton now ahead of Perez and Carlos Sainz, with Norris still beating out Alonso by just 7 points there. With all those other backmarkers, though, scoring, including Hulkenberg, it does now mean Iwasa is the only driver yet to score a point throughout this first season there, as Tsunoda now tied with Zhou Guanyu and Lance Stroll as well. That's quite funny to see how much the Aston Martin driver is struggling against the other big teams. Mercedes, their gap over Ferrari has been cut down to just a single point, and I'm still very worried about Alpine between now and the end of the campaign as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Is a truly unique layout. Welcome to Baku and welcome to qualifying.
Well, confidence is absolutely everything then here on the Azerbaijan streets, and we'll wait and see what we can do in our first run of Q1. Certainly not expecting to see ourselves into Q3 or anything like that today. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think this track really suits the car as much as I was hoping it would, but you can find a lot of time here by being brave, really throwing the car into the corners. But the first lap, I just want to get the time on the board. Come on, what's the split time going to be at the end of Sector 2? It hasn't been the greatest lap in the world. We're a second down on Daniel Ricciardo at the moment, so I guess we'll have a good idea now as to what the top-end speed is looking like. I think this lap's going to be slower than the one I did in free practice right now. Iwasa's actually ahead of a couple of cars, so nice to see he's a bit more competitive as the season heads into its flyaway stage once more. Up towards the line, though, we are going to be last. 8 tenths away from Danny Rick, so at least we know we got some top-end speed. Well, the sun is setting around this circuit as well, then, so whether the lower track temperature is going to help us out, maybe increase the grip, we'll have to wait and see. But, of course, everybody else is also on a run right now, so no guarantee that we are going to get anything like that. It's pretty fine margins ahead of us, but we are 8 tenths back behind anybody so far. But, like I said, that first lap's a bit of a banker. You can already see a tenth up by the end of the first couple of corners as that Stroll, the same place he got his first ever podium, I was not expecting that. And thank goodness normality has been restored once again. This should hopefully be where we gain a little bit of time there. If we can just get a tidier run through. There we go, immediately up into the green, half a second clear. So that's pretty much going to bring us back in line with everybody else. I want to get a lap time under 100 seconds at the moment as we trim the apex there quite aggressively. Or fling the car through the castle just down 1 gear and avoid the walls. As lap time is certainly starting to come towards us, 8 tenths up. This is critical at the moment. I don't actually know what the gap is to P16 that would see us into Q2. I reckon we need to find about a second just over on the lap time there. As we're still finding just a little bit more. Get a nice run through the final corner of the lap. Really chuck it in, try and carry the speed. We haven't done so. I think we've gone and thrown it away at the very last corner, well, the very last real corner of the lap here. Kimi Räikkönen, shades of him here in 2018 when he could have taken the pole. And now it's just a long, long trudge back to the finish line then. I think it is last place on the grid. We're going to be about a tenth off of you, Iwasa. That is really, really disappointing. Well, Lance Stroll then, P3 on the grid here in Baku. Not really sure how he's done that. Esteban Ocon gets inside the top 10 there. Albon out-qualifies Sergio Perez as well. His Kick Sauber seemed to be pretty competitive. But yeah, we were a tenth away from Iwasa. We were the only team that couldn't get round here in under 100 seconds. So I guess we've got our work cut out.
A warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku, and home, of course, of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners, and few runoff zones, many are expecting a safety car here today. So our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully out of the barriers. Baku City Circuit then, it's an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who will start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Stroll, Fernando Alonso, Norris, Sainz, Leclerc, Hamilton, Ocon, Albon, Perez, Bottas, Joe, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Magnussen, Ricciardo, Sargent, Iwasa, and Mr. Monaco. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
I know you're gutted to be starting from here, but just focus on putting that and some other cars behind you. Good luck.
Well, I should have really thought about it and obviously put a load of new components in the car. I have replaced a couple for this weekend, but of course, yeah, we're starting at the back anyway, so I could have put a load more, and potentially brought a few more into the pool between now and the end of the year. But obviously, Baku in years gone by has been chaotic, I think is probably the best way to describe it. Will we see that today? It's a last question mark challenge for me here on the Azerbaijan street as we wait on those 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. There is Iwasa actually getting off to a pretty good start. Ricciardo, though, is going to say absolutely not as we make our way in towards someone. Everyone just trying to behave themselves. But are we going to be able to try and get a run off of that first corner there? We've just got to be patient early on. It's down the inside of our teammate, and the Australian will go. Oh, where's the car over the curbs? I think we've both got the move done on Danny Rick then, so just getting a little bit squeezed out there. Oscar Piastri, another disastrous qualifying session for him, starting way down at the rear of the field. It feels like at the moment, if I have a bad weekend, so does our big title rival Oscar, who's started on the hard, so clearly wants to try something a little bit different over the course of the afternoon, as we'll swing right and left then of a Yumu. Got to try and make up some places early on. So around the outside of our teammate will go. He does give me the room that time round. Occasionally, he has wanted to fight me quite aggressively early on this season, but yeah, let's see then what happens as we try and make our way through the castle on this opener. Just really easy tip it in. It's still third gear, but certainly not with the same amount of speed or confidence there. Russell leads the way though, as it's still Aston Martin 3 and 4.
Right, focus now for the rest of the race.
Could we see Lance Stroll pick up a surprise podium? Saying that, I've almost been sick in my mouth. Oscar Piastri definitely is struggling on those hard tyres early on as we try and have a look for a move. Not often you see overtakes down here. We're going to try it then around the outside of the McLaren. Please don't go side by side into the castle.
Okay to use your overtake button.
There is definitely something in the AI's coding there that they refuse to go side by side into there. And honestly, that's probably a good thing. I'm really making sure I take the time early on here just to settle in, get into a rhythm, make sure I'm comfortable with kind of the battery usage and everything else. Tyre wear is next to nothing so far. I'm quite impressed with the fact I've got 1% on those fronts. Not anymore. But yeah, I mean, Verstappen and Russell are absolutely pulling away at the front of the field. It's basically the Aston Martins, I believe, are causing an almighty train behind, so I don't know whether Alonso's trying to drag Stroll along, whether they're just beefing each other, what is going on. But I've got to be careful with the front locking at T1. Well, we can't really afford to spend all day watching the rear end of Logan Sargent's car for P19. Got to start trying to make an impact where possible, but you've got to be so careful with the battery usage. As you can see, that Williams is not a slow car in a straight line, as we already know. Goodbye, Logan. He's just going to start inching away from me as we get back down towards someone.
By about 3/10 a lap. Well done.
I'm going to stop me going for a bit of a dive bomb, though. He does give me the room. Thank you very much. And we will claim P18. I mean, they're all just backing each other up down this little straight. So this time round, down the inside of Kevin Magnussen, are we going to be able to keep the nose there? No. Oh, I thought about it. I mean, I've been treated to know what the AI would do on the inside there if you're going side by side with them into the castle, because I'd be tempted not to back out, simply out of morbid curiosity. Oh, trying to match the ERS usage of Magnussen, but just make sure that we've got enough for a run this time. So he wants to put me down towards the inside wall. Again, he's just got a little bit more top end. Oh, he actually tried to turn in on me there slightly, so he'd chuck it in a bit too deep. Magnussen that time round just will keep the place. Well, Magnussen, a little bit of a moment again as we make our way onto this short little straight. Down the inside again. Oh, That was a Magnussen-style move on Kevin Magnussen there. We locked at the wheels. There was no contact, though, so we'll claim it quite happily. I'm genuinely starting to wonder as well, when we look at the tyre wear, we're getting like 2% a lap. I could genuinely try and do a Zach O'Sullivan strategy here, like he did in F2 Monaco, where we basically stay out until right at the very end, basically waiting for a safety car. Oh, come on, we just got to keep biding our time, just waiting for the opportunities here. And once again, another one has opened up for us down the end of this little chute. Yeah, again, Gasly on the outside.
Charge is high, let's use that overtake button a bit more.
But yeah, I don't want to fight it, and I was about to say, it seems weird seeing Tsunoda back in a V-carb, because I've done so much recording in the driver career mode recently. And of course, obviously, he's now at Ferrari in that series. Come on then, Tsunoda. Let's see if we can try and get a run on that V-carb car.
Tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of them.
We're doing a really good job with the tyres at the moment. As Tsunoda, he's just got enough speed. They just get alongside and then they just accelerate. I'm not convinced we are going to be approaching the pit window yet, Mark. I'm really tempted just to try and take these tyres as long as we can. Stand the inside of Tsunoda. Another one navigated. We got yellows. We got yellows. Oh, someone's gone down the escape road. Alonso's in the wall. Fernando Alonso in the wall then. And that might be a safety car. That would be the perfect time to pit, I guess. But I think they're going to give him time to escape. And I'm sure, yeah, Alonso will be on the radio begging for a safety car as well. Because it would benefit him massively. And another time where they're slow down there. I mean, look at that. We can pretty much get all the way past Hulkenberg on the brakes into there. It's not often the place you make overtakes around this circuit, but I'm not complaining. I mean, I'm also not expecting to make many overtakes down this part of the circuit as well, but we've got the speed over Bottas at the moment. Can we have a look down the inside? Oh, a bit of rear locking. Bottas there. Oh, if that was real Bottas, he would have absolutely backed out of that one much earlier, but nice to see he's got a little bit of fight inside this game. I think he might just have dropped out the DRS range though, so we'll wait and see if he can close back in on his teammate. He might be a bit of a sitting duck here and might provide us with an opportunity to save up some charge as well, as we'll just use a little bit. There we go. Now we open up. Make sure we get back in the range of the cars in front though. Because, I mean, they're just fighting so aggressively further up the road. An overcut might genuinely be viable. Don't hit that wall. Okay, there we go. We're going to find out then, what do the AI do into the castle? Great. That's exactly what they do. Damn it, man. Yeah, that seems about right.
Delta, make sure you keep it positive as we catch the pack.
Admittedly, Zhou hit the wall before I got there. I mean,
But officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now. Just be careful.
I can't say I'm shocked that was a red flag, I'll be completely honest. But I guess, yeah, if we're on the outside there, unless we're desperately wanting a red flag, probably in our best interest to back out of that one. But Zhou did turn in too early, slapped the inside wall, so not really a lot I could have done.
We can get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Well, it's a bit of a shame that we're not going to be able to try our alternate strategy, but it is going to be hard, I believe, for everyone to the flag.
Just a moment, stand by.
Let's try and get a nice clean getaway on the restart. It's 5 red lights again. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. Very, very wheel spinny on the initial getaway, as we'll try and have a look around the outside of Perez and a couple of others. Down in the first corner there, so around the outside of Checo will go, and we are up into the points of this Grand Prix. They're 3 wide up in front there. Hamilton, Sainz and Leclerc.
Damage, just watch out for it.
And that must have been in the contact with Zhou Guan Yu, because of course we made no contact with anybody else. But effectively, yeah, this race now has just been turned into 2 25% races. It's down the inside of Albon. Come on, hold on to it. Oh, it's so difficult with the way the AI Constantine are up here. So undrivable, and while we saw Russell and Verstappen build up a lead.
Modes in your MFD if you need to.
Yeah, we saw them build up a lead early on in the first segment. They're going to do exactly the same thing in the second. Well, if you told me on the grid that we'd be running in the points here with actually a decent chance of scoring,
overtake button and see what you can do.
Probably wouldn't have believed you, but yeah, this has been, like, again, one of those kind of quintessential F1 24 races where we lack the ultimate out-and-out pace of a lot of the cars around me. But just by simply, they're just too predictable, I think is the problem. You know exactly what the AI are going to do in most races on this game. So, I mean, we've got to use that to our advantage where we can, but I feel like it will get incredibly stale further down the line. But at the moment, yeah, we're on for 2 points. If we can keep Perez at bay, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned already off this restart. We are not able to look after the front right, and I got no idea why. I don't know what I'm doing differently. I don't know what I'm doing badly. The balance of the car just seems a little bit all over the show now. And I'll try and move the front brake bias a little bit more rearward, but got to be very, very careful on the brakes. I'm trying to be gentle with the car, but this might be a huge problem for us towards the end of the afternoon. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Someone behind me, maybe? No, I think it's Verstappen. Max Verstappen from the lead of the Grand Prix is slowing down. And the Dutchman is out of it here. The second time we've seen him retire from the lead through something that wasn't really under his control. And suddenly now we've got a huge opportunity. Oh, damn it. As soon as I say it. As soon as I say we had a huge opportunity, VSC gets called. I guess it gives us a chance to recharge the pack. But it is massively spread out the top four. And Ocon now, look at how much pressure he's under.
It looks like a virtual safety car's being deployed due to an incident with multiple vehicles being stopped on the track. We need you to drop your pace.
Well, Mark's still trying to tell me about the VSC as it's already over.
Positive delta until the green flags.
Oh, what is Lando doing? Just moved across me there in the braking zone.
Track resulting in loose debris. Fortunately, the marshals have managed to clear it up in time, and there are so far no plans for a safety car.
Oh, I got a bad feeling with the way this is shaping up at the moment. Mark, shut up! I know what I'm doing. Yeah, this is getting physical. Whoa, come on. Keep it clean, lads. Keep it clean. 3 wide. They head back down towards turn 1.
6.1 seconds.
Oh, that is looking very scrappy. Lando Norris there hung out a bit like a wall of death on the outside. Stroll, though, will back out of it. So you can just see how much we're struggling for balance still in this car at the moment. Stroll's the only one that's got DRS. Ocon's going to try and look past him, though. Again, they're going to be 3 wide. As we make our way down into turn 3. Oh, a little bit more contact again as Perez desperately trying to find a way around myself. Of course, he's Red Bull's only hope now in this GP, but Lando's through, and we might see him sail off into the sunset. So we've got more yellows out. Let's see, another one's retiring from the Grand Prix. I think we might be seeing someone. I think it's a Sauber car. Don't tell me it's Bottas got a podium here in our other series. Is it going to be anything? Whoever it is, they're making a meal out of it. I think that might be Zhou Guanyu, though, looking at it. Nope, it's Tsunoda.
For you. Right, they've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring.
So, second Red Bull power unit going up in smoke. What on earth has happened to them here? Oh, here we go. Ocon now trying to defend from Lance. I think Lando's got free. So we make our way back down towards turn 1. I'd love to just get past these two and leave them to squabble as well. You're really useful so we can just look after the tyres, but I don't think that's going to happen. As Lance Stroll this time around gets the slipstream, gets the DRS even, I should say, as we'll try and move past Esteban Ocon as well. Stroll spots me, though. He knows we're still a threat. Down the inside of Esteban Ocon will go. A little bit of contact, but we're through.
Good work. Great pass.
And then sit rep on our tyres. 38% on that front right. It is destroyed. Oh no, here comes Ocon. He's definitely going to get the run on me. Oh, why is he looking there? There's no car space on that side of us down towards turn 1. Round the outside of Stroll. He's going to try and keep the nose there. A little bit of a pinch to the apex, but we're through. Well, this could be critical then in this Grand Prix. We might just be able to get Stroll and Esteban Ocon out of the DRS in one foul swoop. We're going to drain the battery, though. Is it going to be enough? I have no idea. I think we might just have done it, but we've got no battery anyway. So it's going to be irrelevant as we make our way back towards turn 1, unless they can continue to fight behind me. I'm not even sure we got the gap over Stroll that time, but desperately trying to hang on. 6 laps to go. I'm more staggered by the fact Norris has caught back up to Russell. Come on, Stroll again. He's going to get past me here, and I don't think there's a lot we can really do this time. Here goes the Aston Martin. That's actually got that much more straight line speed in the end, but Ocon as well. Gaining. Not enough. Well, we broke way too early into the first corner. Forgot that we didn't have any DRS there, so we were going a lot slower in. But yeah, we just got to really be methodical towards the end of this one. Let's have a good chance of returning to the points here. I don't want to throw it away. But it seems like George Russell might have picked up damage as well, because both myself and Lance are closing in on him quite rapidly. To the inside of the Canadian. That was a pretty textbook move. I'm hoping that we can launch us closer to George as we make our way back down to turn 1. 4 laps to go of this Grand Prix. What's the gap going to be to Russell? It's exactly a second. It just creeps back up. Both of the drivers that absolutely dominated this race in its first half running into issues here. Oh, we've got more yellows out. I guess that's a car behind me. Oh, there's been a roadblock. We've got another one, but it's too late for a red flag, I think.
We need to keep it positive to avoid a penalty. Slow down, maintain positive delta.
Too late for a red flag.
Negative, which means you're going too fast. Reduce your pace.
It's absolutely worth not pitting, of course, at this stage. I wonder if George could be tempted. What happened? Well, here we go then, riding on board with Nico Hülkenberg in the Haas car, as you can just see. Oh! Hello? Okay. Clearly, Hülkenberg fancied doing some form of a drift there. I've got no idea. I mean, listen in on that. How on earth did he survive making it all the way up through? When he basically got into the corner. He literally went in and mashed his foot to the floor right the way throughout the castle section. That has got to be the weirdest thing I've ever seen on this game, but too late yet for a red flag, of course. So the safety car has been forced to come back out for just 1 lap. Well, Charles Leclerc then have built up a bit of a lead. That has been cut back down, but will Ferrari make their drivers hold station? Or are we going to see one potential final twist here? Azerbaijan, as always, has delivered today. And now we just got to try and time when the safety car is going to peel back in. Russell, he's got damage. He can't really do anything here towards the end of the race as we try and get the jump on him. Oh, we can't go yet. We can't go yet. Come on, George. Get on with it. I think we've just about done it. Nope, we didn't. Damn it. Right, there we go. We'll let him pie and have the place again then. We were definitely going to have him at turn 1 anyway. So let's try and break free from that group of cars here. Up into P5 we go here in Baku. Let's not forget, we started this one from last place. It has been an absolutely insane recovery drive so far. But can we get anything more? Oh no, we got more yellows. Why have we got more yellows? I think... oh, the Aston Martin. I think that might be Stroll who's bottled it late on in the day. So Lance Stroll, he was in podium contention early on. And, well, he's done a Lance Stroll is what he's done. As we're about to start then the last lap of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Lando Norris really struggling here for straight line speed. Are we going to be able to potentially line up and move around the outside?
DRS is now online.
I think Lando started on the hards, so when that red flag came out, he was forced to go over to the medium tyre, and I think they're just starting to hit the cliff now towards the end of the afternoon. The problem I've got is I've got to get him out of the DRS now, otherwise he's probably going to get back past me down the back straight. But as we navigate our way then through the Old Town for the final time here today, are we going to see Carlos Sainz line up a move on his teammate? Oh, tyres are gone, damn it. Slap the wall there at the bottom of the hill. Lucky not to lose a wheel in the process.
Car in front, 2.7 seconds.
Keep the gap ahead of Lando Norris. That's the only thing I want to do now as we make our way through the final couple of corners. From last on the grid, we are going to recover for a P4 finish here. Charles Leclerc, once again, he has taken huge points out of Verstappen. The title fight is not over. Charles Leclerc will win the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, and we come through for P4.
At a place where it is so easy to find the wall, they've found the top step of the podium. The celebrations begin in Baku.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
I certainly don't think Ferrari, when they lined up 6th and 7th on the grid today, thought they would be walking away with a 1-2, but that is Baku. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamilton comes through for P3 with the fastest lap as well there. And, well, Lando Norris might well be the only driver in the entire field yeah, he is. He's the only driver that started and finished in exactly the same spot there. 12 points for us, though. That is huge on a weekend where Esteban Ocon looked to score some good points as well for Alpine there in 6th. Perez in 7th, ahead of Russell, Albon. And Valtteri Bottas picks up another point for Kick Sauber as well there. Very, very impressive to see. Awasa, I believe that's a career best result for him. It's going to be P14 there, so 7 places gained. Don't think he can complain too much, with Tsunoda, Verstappen and Zhou Guanyu all failing to see the checkered flag there. Lance Stroll as well. The bottle job continues to live up to his name, and that's rich, especially when it's coming from me. That means in terms of the Drivers' Championship, the gap at the top has been cut to just 73 points. It's a long shot, but Charles Leclerc could still potentially cause Max Verstappen a bit of a headache if he can keep this run of momentum going there. We are 1 point back now behind Oscar Piastri as well, which is really, really good going here. And, well, I really want to see our teammates score a point before the end of the year. They're 23 now, the gap to Alpine as well, so it just opens up a little extra margin of safety as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Singapore.
It is one of our great cinematic settings of the season. Welcome to Singapore. We're under the floodlights with the walls close and pole position up for grabs.
Well, come on then. The sun has set here in Singapore, but honestly, yeah, when you get a lap hooked up around here, it is one of the most fun on the F1 calendar. Like I said, I'm hoping with the new patch that they're going to fix the AI using overtake mode in qualifying, because
Push down to P17.
laps, yeah, definitely don't feel quite on the limit as I feel like they should inside this game. They do when I'm heading right towards the outside wall very, very early on in the lap as we make our way up the Raffles Boulevard. There we've got yellow flags out. One of the McLarens is locked up. So just trying to make sure the AI don't believe I'm still on full attack. But yeah, Lando Norris there. Big mistake on his first run. While Awasa, yeah, delivered one of his best results of the season last time out in Baku. You know, was able to avoid the carnage and pick up a few cars towards the end of the afternoon. Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari goes top of the board as pretty much flat through the final corner. We're going to do a 29.2, only good enough for P20. And now everybody on their final runs. It is all 4 of the orange cars at the rear of the field. Oscar Piastri not getting a lap hooked up, and obviously we saw what Lando Norris did on his. Weirdly, he still decided to finish it for some reason, which certainly strikes me as a little bit odd. But yeah, we need to find a good, nearly a second if we want to try and be more competitive with some of the other bigger runners.
P20.
Wish Mark would stop telling me that whilst we're on our qualifying lap, as I just see there getting a slightly better run out of the Raffles Boulevard. Oscar Piastri bumps his way up the order. Fernando Alonso goes to the top of the timings as well then. Surprise. We haven't seen him announce his Formula 1 retirement, but clearly believes he's got a bit longer left in him. That was a terrible line there. Gotta gather it up, try and find back the time as best as we can. 3/10 up as we make our way towards the top of the circuit, as we are now down to last place here. Chuck the car over what used to be the Singapore Lane. You can use that curbing in qualifying. The grip's there over 1 lap. But yeah, still, this lap time is slowly going in the right direction. But certainly not as much as I felt like we could have done. We could be up to about a second up on my previous Delta here as we really try and fling the car through this final sector. 7/10 up now as we make our way in towards the final few corners. There's not much time to find here, but we've got to try and do everything we possibly can there. Attack the curbs. Back end really wants to rotate round on me. Over the curbing again there. Final corner completely flat. Flick it in. We just might keep it between the white lines. 3/4 of a second up. Only good enough for P18 though. Well, I believe that might be the first ever all-Spanish front row lockout we've seen in Formula 1. Someone correct me down in the comments below there. Verstappen lines up P3 though ahead of his big title rival in Charles Leclerc. Hulkenberg, a very good effort in P11. But yeah, we end up P18. better than we did in Baku, but I gotta hope that we've got a bit more race pace in the car.
It's the Singapore Grand Prix, where Sebastian Vettel has the most wins here with 5. Who will be lifting the trophy today here at the Marina Bay Circuit? One of the interesting things about this circuit was the fact that we went under the grandstand. Well, not at the moment. The track layout has been reduced to 3 miles. Turn 16 and 19 are lost for the moment. We now have a straight there. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Norris, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Ocon, Oscar Piastri, Magnussen, Ricciardo, Stroll, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Perez, Joe, Sargent, Iwasa, and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. And now, it's time to head down to the track.
If we don't want to be stuck near the back for most of the race, you're going to need to push early on. Good luck.
Well, here we are then, trackside then, ready for the Singapore Grand Prix, and it doesn't look like weather's going to affect things tonight. Meant to just be overcast throughout the entirety of the evening here. Of course, we all know just how long a pit stop takes around this circuit, so a one-stop strategy is absolutely the way we're going to try and go this afternoon there. But lining up then, P17 on the grid, Sergio Perez with some penalties. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Stroll gets off to a decent start. It's Kevin Magnussen struggles to put the power down. Look at that, though. Whoa, hello. Into turn 1. Everybody just trying to move around. I get a bit of a contact from the rear as there goes a Yumo Iwasa. He must have had a lightning getaway then, right around my outside at the first couple of corners. Don't want to do a Sergio Perez and Esteban Ocon off the start there. And yeah, Iwasa absolutely flying from 21st place on the grid, making up good ground at the start of the race. You can see he's now going to try and go on the attack here against Sergio Perez. He is going to look down the inside of Sergio Perez. This is the Yumo Iwasa we want to see in this series. They're not afraid to get his elbows out, and luckily for me, he trips over the Mexican, so I'm going to say thank you very much.
Stay alert for threats around you.
Oh, Checo, they're just trying to sneakily poke the nose back at the inside. Unable to make it happen, though, as Sainz has taken the lead then off the start, so Alonso must have dropped backwards. Charles Leclerc, I think, is up to P2 as well, so that's really, really good for his title hopes. As round the outside of Alex Albon will go. Not really sure how we did that one, to be completely honest, but I'm into P16 then off the start. So we have gained 1 place then on this opener. As, yeah, this track is really one that is more about the driver, I feel, than the car still, despite the fact now there are quite a few long straights around this venue as we make our way down in towards the final turns. Will it be Sainz or will it be Charles Leclerc? Could we see Ferrari team orders later on? It is Charles Leclerc, so he must have had a lightning getaway from 4th place. Well, let's ride on board then with Charles Leclerc ready for the start of this one. Lines up P3 by virtue of Alonso's grid penalties, and you can see it's going to be lights out and away we go. And just a better hookup than both Sainz there, who's too busy worried defending from Max Verstappen. And you can see immediately around the outside through the first corner there, Sainz again is just going to be able to try and pinch him on the apex. But Charles Leclerc, as they head out of the first couple of turns, he's going to be down the inside as they make their way out onto the Raffles Boulevard. Carlos Sainz, though, able to hang on to that lead off the start of the race there, as tucking up into the slipstream he goes. To the inside, he'll have a look of his teammate. He just then finds the room around the outside there, sends it to the outside of Carlos Sainz, and Charles Leclerc from 3rd on the grid. That is a critical move to the lead of this Grand Prix. Well, although this track's lap now obviously is much, much shorter in terms of time, this circuit, yeah, is still very much a marathon, not a sprint. It's still one of the longest races on the F1 calendar, so really just trying to settle into a rhythm nice and early on. This car actually sits very nicely over the curbs through that middle sector there. Never really have felt as confident as I can as, you know, kind of take those curbs over the Anderson Bridge. But yeah, we're just watching the back of Kevin Magnussen here. Of course, all focus really now is on Season 2. We're starting to hear some rumours and rumblings about rule changes that could be coming in. So we're kind of just settling in and just trying to pick up points where we can towards the end of the year. Yeah, all eyes on next season. And obviously that means that generally the pace of the car just starting to struggle again against some of our big rivals. Well, the pace Fernando Alonso had in qualifying doesn't seem to be correlating into any decent race pace. Oh, we've got yellows. Oh, I think is that an Alpine? Is it no one at all? There were definitely yellows out temporarily. No one's got issues. I don't know what that was about. But yeah, like I was trying to say, Alonso definitely seems to be struggling a lot more now. He's under pressure from Yuki Tsunoda, who's actually been a bit of a missile around this circuit in recent years, but has been very unlucky in Grand Prix. Sometimes I don't really know why I bother saying anything on this game. Alonso must have heard my comment and has suddenly decided he fancies catching back up with the front runners then. So that's now left Tsunoda at the head of this train. I'm getting a little bit worried. Sergio Perez behind me seems to have finally worked out what he's meant to do behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car again this evening. But yeah, we need to try and make an impact. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're definitely starting to battle more. I think the Alpine now has got the jump on Tsunoda, so it might have actually been Yuki that was holding Fernando up. I just might have looked at completely the wrong time. But we got V-Carbs, we got McLarens, Aston Martins, Hasses, 2-2 Motorsport cars, Red Bull even are locked in this train there as well. We nudged the wall again. Clearly taking some liberties with that this afternoon. So there we go. Everyone Constantine is up. We'll go around the outside of Magnussen. It's a little bit weird there because the AI kind of pinched themselves. But that Haas has got so much straight line speed though. We'll have the inside for the next corner. I think Kevin actually wanted to turn in on me, but we've completed another move. Oh, and now we got yellows immediately. That's Lance Stroll, who looks to be out of the Grand Prix. Who's going to park it in the way of Daniel Ricciardo. Got to get past him. Thank you. And there we go. Another freebie for us. And
back up to racing speed. Come on.
It's a heartbreaking end to the evening quite early for Lance Stroll, so he didn't even get to start the race last year. But as we make our way back through turn 1, 2 and 3, Ricciardo now, he's got no DRS off of his fellow Australian in front, so hopefully he's going to be a sitting duck. So we make our way down the Raffles Boulevard. I really did think we were kind of settling in then for this race, and now suddenly we might be able to complete 3 moves in the space of a lap, as we're going to get the run on Danny Rick to the outside. A little bit later on the brakes. Oh, we actually lock the rear slightly, but we hang on to it. And round the outside we'll go. Big moment as we try and make our way out into the Raffles Boulevard. Daniel Ricciardo, I think he's going to say thank you very much. So he's going to switch to the inside. We're not going to back out of it, though. Oh, that was aggressive. There was no contact made, and I think we took Ricciardo by surprise. Maybe the kind of move he would have done a few years gone by. Well, as we cross 1/3 distance then this afternoon, really our pace at the moment is battling against the Alpine at the front of that next little group. And ultimately, yeah, with Ricciardo hanging onto the back of me, you know, Magnussen and Perez as well waiting in the wings.
Careful, we think you're going to start losing some tyre grip anytime now.
We are really, really struggling to match them. In fact, we're actually losing time most laps here. As you can see, Ricciardo, he's willing to put a lot of pressure on me from behind. But yeah, these tyres are starting to hit the cliff. I'm tempted to try and box early, like sort of the end of lap 13. As you can see, Ricciardo, he's getting really impatient. He wants to get a run on me anywhere he can. I'll just box pick confirming then to the team. We're really trying to make sure we take everything out of the tyres on this final lap. And we've actually taken Ricciardo a little bit by surprise there. Just trying to build up a bit more of a gap there, making sure that he knows he can't make a move. But yeah, I mean, we're needing a lot. We need a 4-second undercut up to the likes of Piastri and Tsunoda. It's not that, like, I think we've got the pace for points, to be honest, but I'd love to be in that fight. I think I'm more worried about is whether Ricciardo's going to do something relentless against me later on in the afternoon. So I just see that. Don't know why I went for the shifter. Maybe I was trying to do a handbrake turn on the exit of the Anderson Bridge. But yeah, we've been able to keep that gap now to Piastri at around the 4-second mark over the last couple of laps. But like I said, we've really been trying to take everything out of the tyre that's left on it. I'm wondering actually what Tsunoda's pace would be like if he wasn't in the slipstream of that Alpine car. But yeah, we are going to be the first one into the pit lane then, so a little bit of an aggressive call here. Often I like to go long, but that's definitely not going to be the case today. 37 miles an hour exactly on pit lane entry. You could let me do that another 100 times and I would never quite get it nailed again. But as we make our way down, though, towards our pit box, of course, we're going to come out in clear traffic. I'm intrigued to see how the gaps are going to kind of spread out with the new ERS balancing.
Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
And luckily, yeah, we don't get a safety car immediately whilst we're in the pits. Only problem I have got is, yeah, I got next to no battery to really try and push on this outlap. But yeah, 12 seconds to Bottas, so let's manage that gap. And of course, yeah, the opening lap will certainly be where we have the biggest advantage over the AI. 2 seconds out of Bottas immediately.
Car ahead by 9.7 seconds.
Let's keep trying to work that. But yeah, we could really try and springboard our way back to the points here, which I would be very impressed with. I had no expectation of pace here this weekend, despite how much I do enjoy this circuit. Oh, just don't hit the wall on the outside there. Well, there we go. Loads of cars now peeling into the pit lane then, so everybody else getting to pretty much half distance then this afternoon. It wasn't even that the tyres were badly worn. I just think I slightly overheated the surface of the tyre. And that's what we were really struggling with. So, obviously, we've also opened up so our Watts has got free reign to pit whenever he feels like in this Grand Prix, which he's going to try and stay out just that little bit longer. Nudge the wall in towards the final corner is not exactly what I wanted to do. But we'll stay ahead of Magnussen then. There is Yuki Tsunoda. Oh, we're going to still be out behind Yuki, but not by much. If we can just get inside that range, I'd be happy, as it's Esteban Ocon, I believe, that is slowing him down. But Tsunoda might now have lost the DRS. Oh, again, we've got to stop slapping walls. Everybody else now into the pit lane, so Oscar Piastri is going to be the driver that we want to try and get the jump on. In fact, we might be side by side with him, or through turn 2 and turn 3 there. The Australian does a very good job positioning his car in exactly the right spot. I mean, surely he's going to have the pace even, over Yuki Tsunoda over the next couple of laps. But, yeah, I think Ocon is just breaking free now of this group, as side by side will go with the Australian. Oh, he doesn't quite have the confidence on his fresh tyres. They take about half a lap to kind of warm up, but we're through. But I think Oscar and I then really need to try and work with each other at this stage of the day. I think he's got the pace to try and get us up to Yuki at the moment. So he's going to have a look down the inside, but not quite commit enough. I was hoping we could try and slipstream each other to get to him. But that might not be the case. Oh, we got yellows out. One of the Mercs has gone for a spin. I would take a safety car now. That would be pretty nicely timed. Who is that? Is that Hamilton? Is it Russell? It's George Russell. We got a red flag.
Keep the Delta positive, and let's have you straight to the pit lane, please. Okay, there's been an incident on track resulting in loose debris. Fortunately, the marshal...
Well, that seems like a very odd call for a red flag, to be honest. It's only one car that's gone for a spin. Russell, I don't think he even had any front wing damage or anything, so he was just kind of parked in the middle of the road there, and I think the FIA kind of panicked. But that's certainly going to make things interesting then for the second half.
To change our strategy for the rest of the Grand Prix if we want to.
Well, I had no idea that rain was on the horizon after the Grand Prix, but suddenly things are going to get very interesting here. The soft tyres don't work that well around this venue, but could we see a switch to wet tyres before the end? Somehow Russell's still ahead of me. It's 5 red lights again, though. It's going to be lights out and away we go. As Hulkenberg, was he up in P8? I never spotted that, so Nico Hulkenberg clearly doing very well as we got a rogue Magnussen. Apparently he's just going to cut turn 1 and claim the place. I'm not having that sunshine. Back down the inside we'll go at turn 3.
Away with it.
Oh, come on, Kevin, you got to back out of that. I saw the line you took down at turn 1 there as Gasly trying to fight it out with Lando Norris a bit further up the road. Max Verstappen is back to the front of the Grand Prix then, so I think everyone's a little bit frantic to try and make moves here off of the restart. This time around, Magnussen down the inside. And this time around, again, we'll hook it up there as Russell going to be caught a little bit napping. For some reason, Alonso is out on hards.
Just watch out for it.
Oh, what is Alonso doing? Oh, down the inside we'll go there. As he, I think, got a little bit pinched. Trying to make sure he gave Yuki the room on the outside. And then tries to send it on me. Going to absolutely send it deep into the next corner there. That got a little bit sketchy off of the restart. But, yeah, if I was going to trust anyone there, it would probably be Formula One's most experienced driver.
In just over 10 minutes time. Rain in 10 minutes.
Oh, that really doesn't bode well, and we know it's going to really start falling as down the inside of Sonoda will go. Try and pick up the place there on the exit of the corner as we'll power down. I really wish this straight was a DRS zone. I'm not really sure why it isn't, to be completely honest, but still side by side with the Japanese driver. We'll make it through. We're up to P9 then, so points now suddenly not only looking possible, but looking really, really on for it. But we have got no battery. Well, I've told the team then to prepare intermediate tyres for if we need them towards the end of the afternoon. Singapore is a really, really difficult track, of course. It's so many corners, so it's not really one that you want to gamble.
He's incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Yeah, I'm not really too worried about it. I certainly can't feel a difference in the car at this stage of the day. But yeah, I'm prepared to make the switch to inters even if the AI don't. Even if it's just a couple of laps remaining, because the delta here can be massive as our top two in the championship, Leclerc and Verstappen,
By 5.7 seconds.
hunting each other down for the lead of the Grand Prix. We got yellows out. Is that Charles Leclerc? I think that's Carlos Sainz then. That's gone for a little bit of a mistake at the top of the hill, so no idea what's happened to the Ferrari. I guess he's just locked up and ran deep into the corner. But yeah, to be honest, over the last couple of... I must have accidentally clicked my rewind button there. But yeah, the last couple of laps, though, we've really just been trying to kind of settle into a rhythm, trying to make sure that we convert this result to a couple of points. I've also obviously had one eye on the sky. Are we going to see any rain before the end of the afternoon? As again, I try and go for the handbrake for some reason. Come on, focus, focus, focus. We've got 6 laps to go. Things are really heating up. Oh, here we go. We've got Lando Norris and Pierre Gasly fighting it out for the... Not for the lead, sorry. They've each won one Grand Prix, but they're certainly not fighting for the lead here. That's going to be really interesting. You can see immediately how much it backs everybody else up.
We might see some rain. ETA about 15 minutes.
Okay, so don't think we need to worry about the rain between now and the end. That's one less thing to factor in. And if we take a look on the mini-map then, Charles Leclerc has made a move for the lead of the Grand Prix, but Max Verstappen is instantly going to come back in him there. Straight back through he'll go. As once again, Gasly trying to put pressure under Lando Norris. There's so much going on towards the end of this race. I can't help but feel that there is still going to be one big twist today. But I'm hoping it isn't a knife in our back. Well, 3 laps to go then. Once again, Charles Leclerc has made the move. And he's back into the lead of the Grand Prix. But we've seen time and time again that Red Bull is just so much quicker than anything else in a straight line. He's going to power back to the inside of Leclerc down the end of the Raffles Boulevard. I mean, this might just be whoever's in second place heading into the final lap has the shot at glory. But we are still just tucked in P8 at the moment. I would happily bring home 4 points. I believe at the moment, Alpine are the only team with both cars inside the top 10. So, yeah, the French team, they're seemingly starting to pick up their performances at the moment. I think it's only, yes, Sauber. Sauber, there must obviously be one other as well, Sauber and Williams, that haven't got a car inside the top 10 here as we start the last lap of the Singapore Grand Prix.
Keep your concentration and let's bring it home.
Will we see Verstappen convert for the first time since Zandvoort, or will we see Charles Leclerc make it 3 Grand Prix victory in a row? He is absolutely hounding the Red Bull as they make their way onto the Raffles Boulevard one final time. Hamilton is just watching on, waiting to see if an opportunity open up to him, but Leclerc, he hasn't got enough. Max Verstappen able to pull away from him down that back straight, so my only guess is that Leclerc's used too much battery and it hasn't got enough in the tank on this final lap there. Looks like Hulkenberg as well is having a battery manage ahead of me. I really hope this gets fixed in the new patch as well, where the AI seem to save a load of battery on the final lap there, because you can see how much pressure now we're able to put Hulkenberg under. Of course, my teammate in the driver career mode, but there is certainly no such affiliation in this series as we'll try and get the switch off the Anderson Bridge. I'm just starting to think that the tyres haven't quite got enough towards the end of this race, but down in towards the final couple of corners, just when we started to think Charles Leclerc might be able to challenge Max Verstappen for a World Championship this season, Verstappen is going to bring a hammer blow here at Marina Bay through the final corners. The Red Bull driver is going to be back on top once again inside this series. For us, though, from 18th place on the grid, we are going to come through for P8. It is another 4 points for the team. I am happy.
It's never easy to make it across the finish line here in Singapore, but they've done so with some style here today to take a remarkable victory.
Another great victory to add to the list. Cool, calm and consistent does it.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
Then Max Verstappen, a 6-point swing back in the Dutchman's favour, and a well-needed 6-point swing at that there. Beats out Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton there. Lando Norris, Pierre Gasly, 5 drivers from 5 different teams in the top 5 come the end of the afternoon, but 17th on the grid to 8th for us. We're happy with. Alpine scored. Haas scored, we scored, VCARB scored, Aston Martin even able to get a point as well there, despite Lance Stroll failing to see the checkered flag. A bit gutted for Ayumu. I think he made a mistake right at the end of the race there, which unfortunately meant he lost out to Logan Sargent and Carlos Sainz. What could have been for him today, pole position, P19. Come the checkered flag. That means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, Verstappen reopens up that gap to 79 points at the top of the table. We've got 6 weekends left, 3 of which being sprints though, so it is all still to play for at the top of the table. And I think for the first time, we're now ahead of Oscar Piastri in the Drivers' Championship, at least for the first time since very, very early on in the season there. The ones that actually scare me is Alpine. Both drivers able to consistently rack up points. Means we're going to be under a lot of pressure from them come the end of the year, as it's still just Iwasa desperately waiting now for him to score his first points of the campaign, though. Red Bull open up their lead as well to 77 at the top of the table. I mean, even Mercedes could be a late threat in that battle. But yeah, we're going to have our work cut out if we want to try and stay ahead of Alpine by the end of the year. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure I leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the US Grand Prix at Texas.
The party in the USA continues right now. The Circuit of the Americas, undulating, high speed, downright thrilling. It is time for qualifying to set the grid for the Grand Prix.
Well, making our way then out into qualifying. Interestingly, both qualifying sessions this weekend are meant to stay dry, but both race sessions are meant to have changeable conditions, so we'll wait and see as to how that affects things. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live from Montreal in our driver career mode earlier on today, would highly recommend going back and checking that out. I can confirm the AI now, they use their hot lap mode in qualifying. Either that or I sucked at Montreal, so we're going to start doing the same again finally inside this game, and that's going to mean that obviously qualifying now comes with a bit more strategy once again, but just trying to keep the car planted through this first sector.
I'm afraid we've been pushed down to P16.
Free practice didn't run too smoothly for us, but yeah, hoping we can try and put that behind us. Of course, yeah, where this is a one kind of session qualifying, we only get one set of the soft compound tyres, so gonna have to do our bank lap on the mediums, kind of see where that puts us, and then hope we can move our way up the order. Last season here, we actually had a really good qualifying effort, but again, that was because we were using hot lap and the AI weren't, so hopefully, you know, we can try and bring this car a little bit further up the order. Qualifying hasn't been particularly brilliant in recent weekends, so we make our way through the final corner, though. Oh, just tipped it in a bit too early. The car gripped up earlier than I was expecting. 33 puts us slower than Iwasa. And now just trying to find some real estate then as we make our way out for our one run on the softer compounded tyres. We've got plenty of cars finishing off their lap times. Owasa, yeah, hasn't really done a particularly good job there. Lines up P21 at best. He's still ahead of me for now, but we're over 2 seconds slower than George Russell, who's currently top of the pile. We've also got to hope that the AI don't get in my way, as Ocon will spot me. And immediately, if we can just hang on with the time we set on the mediums now, we would jump our teammate. Navigating our way into the S's, though. Say, there's so much grip still in these cars. Not when my teammate there parks on the apex. Luckily, we'll get around him. But I think there was an element of luck to that, rather than skill. I've really got to remember in these sprint qualifyings that we've got to get on with our second lap. So just missing the apex there. Luckily, we'll still be able to carry decent speed off the corner, and it again worked quite nicely because Charles Leclerc was trying to dive out of the way. 7 tenths up, though, as we navigate our way through the final couple of corners. Not too sure what Hulkenberg's trying, as we find a little bit more time there whilst trying to avoid the Haas. So we're getting a little bit chaotic right towards the end of qualifying. Obviously, you only get 12 minutes as well to try and do both laps here, so you really don't get a lot of time at all. 2 more corners to go, though. 1 more now. Come on, get the power down nice and tidy. Yes, we will. A second up. P18. Just like we saw last time out in Singapore. And there we go then. It is George Russell who will take pole position ahead of his big Formula 2 rival in Lando Norris. Verstappen P3 there. 5 cars from 5 different teams making up the top 5. That is a Herculean effort by Pierre Gasly to get himself up into 5th place there. Magnussen, a very good qualifying effort at Haas Home Grand Prix as well. We find ourselves in a sour sandwich as both Stroll and Charles Leclerc struggling. Leclerc, he's got his work cut out if he wants to keep his title hopes alive.
It's wet here today and we're expecting the downpours to continue. This will make for a difficult sprint for all the teams. It's 10 to the left and 10 to the right. I'm not talking about a line dance, I'm talking about the corners here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas, overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and turn 12 at this anti-clockwise 3.6 mile track. But we may well see cars struggle to slow down there today as the wet weather interferes with the low grip speed. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Sainz, Gasly, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Ocon, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, Albon, Leclerc, Bottas, Mr. Monaco, Joe, Sargent, Stroll, and Ayumu Iwasa. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Joining me for this one is Naomi Schiff. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel? Things seem comfortable, they seem stable right now, that's a positive, but do they need to be pushed to the next level? Now, those final hours before a race, did you have a routine?
Back of the grid's not what we're aiming for. See if you can make up a few places at the start.
It's nice to see then that Alex Jakes will ask you as many questions as he likes as long as you answer the critical one. Did you have a routine? But yeah, we've got changeable conditions like I mentioned then ready for the sprint. I thought honestly it might be medium compound tyres for the start of this one, but it looks like we're opting for the dries because we will have to make the switch very quickly. I don't even believe if I wanted to that I could start this race on the intermediate compounded tyre. No, it won't even let me, so don't know what that's all about, but we'll try not to worry about it too much. Hopefully there's going to be some grip, but I'm expecting chaos at the start of this one as we wait on those 5 red lights. Then others around me have opted for hards. It is 5 red lights though here in Texas, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go. Surely we'll be able to get the launch on those hard compound runners as everybody fanning out, trying to find some track space down in towards turn 1. We're going to opt for the outside line and just try and send it around as many cars as we possibly can. There are lots of drivers opting for the hard compound tyre at the start of this one, so I don't know whether they believe it's going to hang on better throughout these changeable conditions, or whether they just want more softer tyres ready for the actual Grand Prix. But that seems like a very, very odd call, at least in my eyes there, as Russell will hang on to the lead after the first couple of corners. I think Carlos Sainz has made the move on Max Verstappen as well there as well. We just try and nudge the power through the exit the S's, and immediately you are met with some oversteer.
Right, let's focus now for the rest of the race.
Well, we've only navigated the first sector, but already again trying to make a move happen down at the bottom of the hill, side by side with Yuki Tsunoda. And not able to quite put the power down there. Of course, my big rival still in our driver Carremo took the win at the Monaco Grand Prix yesterday. He's going to try and go defensive on me. Oh, hello, Yuki. Yeah, I was still definitely there, buddy. So I'll try and go the long way around again at the end of the back straight there. Everyone, though, being pretty measured off the start of this one. And we've made up 6 places. Oh, we got yellows out. We got yellows. Someone's got issues. That's a very, very early time to have a mechanical failure, but I think that is someone behind me breaking down. I think it's Charles Leclerc. So Charles Leclerc, his nightmare sprint so far gets even worse. Terrible qualifying. And I believe he's going to be out of the sprint race here. Could we see a safety car because of that? He's definitely trying to pull over. And yet Charles Leclerc out of this, but he doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Let's use overtake and burn off some of this energy. I've got some information on Alonso. Okay, they're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car.
Well, another car may be struggling then. Now Fernando Alonso, we might see him drop back into other drivers' clutches. Well, I don't really see any spray getting kicked off the wheels at the moment, so I certainly think that these medium tyres were the way to go. I am just staggered that the FIA have enabled DRS here as Ricciardo now going to try and pull to the outside of Kevin Magnussen. Is he going to be able to pull off the move? They've been squabbling a little bit here over the last couple of laps. The American team versus, well, some of the likes to believe they might be an American driver, old Ricky Bobby, of course. As you can see there, this time around he'll complete the move and up into P10. But of course, as we know, sprints only award points for the top 8. This Turkey section as well feels like you're on an absolute knife edge right the way through. Car is constantly trying to rotate underneath you. And we are losing time every lap. Oh, using plenty of battery this time to try and get the speed over Kevin Magnussen. We're coming from a long way back. Oh, a bit of a lock up of the rears there, but we slow it down onto the apex thanks to it. So I'm sure Kevin Magnussen there probably saw me coming like a torpedo from the inside line. Down the inside, though, can we switch him off the corner? We'll try third time's the charm. Just about avoid scrubbing the inside wheel. As Kevin Magnussen again will try and switch me off the corner. I'll have the inside, though, to make our way through this final sector. We're up into P11 then, so really are making good progress early on. But it might well be wet until the end of this sprint. Well, Kevin Magnussen, he's got so much straight line speed there. Down the inside he'll go. I'm not going to take that line down, though. Back down the inside of the Dane, as Alonso now will get jumped by Daniel Ricciardo up in front. Annoyingly, it looks like we could be in for a decent battle for P9. But all the point scorers in front seem to be pretty settled. And more worryingly for me, Alpine currently have both their cars in the top 10. Top 8. I mean, how has Magnussen got this much straight line speed, man? Absolutely wild.
Make a mistake and we could still regain the position.
The problem I seem to be facing now is, yeah, we got the pace over Fernando Alonso still, but the AI immediately have had confidence in the dry. I still don't. I'm really struggling to kind of build up, you know, knowing what the rear end's doing underneath us. So we're starting to cause a bit of a train here late on. I really hope all those places we gained early on we aren't just going to lose again. But yeah, that corner is now flat, so we know about that. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got more yellows out. Someone else may be breaking down. It's Magnussen. Kevin Magnussen, as soon as he gets past me, is going to have a mechanical issue then. So heartbreak for Haas. And they'll hope that they can put that behind them ready for the race. But the second Ferrari power unit going up in this sprint really raises questions about them. What it feels like is that the AI are one lap ahead of me in terms of the changeable conditions pace right now, so not good, but we are getting there. Comes Tsunoda down the inside as well. The V car there, yep, on his hard tyres. And we're going to get turned by Oscar Piastri temporarily, who's going to muscle his way still through. Going to try and keep the car down the inside. I mean, we're just a sitting duck right now. We've got nothing absolutely nothing against our competitors. Well, I'm trying to watch the deltas around the lap time to work out where we're struggling, and honestly, it seems to be everywhere. We have just got no pace in this car right now as Hulkenberg going to fly past me as well down the back straight. How many times have we seen a Haas do that this afternoon? But we're running too much downforce, so we're losing speed on the straights, but then we've got nowhere near enough grip through the corners either. We've just completely got the balance of the car wrong in this sprint, and I've got no idea what we can really do about it. Don't think we're struggling with tyre temperature. In fact, they're all pretty good, but the car is just not working the way I want it to. Trying to stay in the DRS of Nico Hulkenberg then as we make our way out into the back straight for the final time in this sprint. It has been a bitter pill to swallow so far this afternoon. And you can see, yeah, even in the slipstream, we've still got Alex Albon taking bags of time out of me. I mean, look how quickly the Williams rocked up to the back of us there. Stroll as well, wanted to have a look. Can't quite make it happen.
Keep focus.
But as we round our way through the final couple of corners, George Russell is going to take the sprint victory here in COTA and steal fastest lap with it right at the end there after a race-long battle with Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri, he might be trying to set fastest lap of the day as well right towards the end of this one, but look how quick the AI are around us. We have got to work out the setup ready for the real Grand Prix, otherwise we are in for a tough old afternoon. Out of the final corner, it is P15 here in COTA. Well, there we go then. George Russell takes the win here in the sprint ahead of Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz there. Verstappen will further pull out 5 points over his big title rival in Charles Leclerc, but of course that can all get changed as well as we move into the Grand Prix. But I mean, take a look at the fastest laps. We were the slowest of anyone on our best lap pace there. We just had nothing for some reason around this circuit, so we've got to go back to the drawing board before we head into the Grand Prix proper. We're going to make some setup tweaks to the car, hopefully try and fix up a couple of bits and pieces, but I am very much expecting Oscar Piastri to be back ahead of me in the table by the end of the weekend. Well, I've gone and made a huge chunk of changes then ready to the car for the real qualifying session. Not convinced it'll make it any quicker over one lap, but hopefully will help us in race pace and management as well there. So as we head out into real qualifying, anything higher than 18th, I'm going to take as a bit of a bonus, but with everyone getting a bit more time to get their laps on the board, I think we're going to see less, you know, Leclerc and Stroll laps where maybe they struggled. What we do have, though, is a bit more confidence because, of course, we've done it once before. As we tip our way through this first sector, front end grip still feels good. Well, I think ultimately what we've really struggled with is lack of feel in the car in that sprint session. You know, we just didn't have the confidence on the drying track to really kind of find the limits of grip in the same way a lot of other drivers were. And I think, yeah, that really did compromise us when all is said and done. But as we make our way through the final lap here of real qualifying, this lap's felt pretty competitive. P17, we're one place better than we were in the sprint. Made sure to learn from my mistakes as well in sprint qualifying, and we've gone out nice and early so we won't get stuck in traffic at the end of our run. We only need a couple of tenths of a second and we can find ourselves ahead of those Haas cars, ahead of the Williams, and really battling it out with the V-carbs. We'll have to wait and see as to what we can deliver here as we make our way back up to turn 1. I always find the braking point so difficult to spot there. But again, we are in the green. Just roll on that throttle a little bit earlier off of the first corner. Didn't need to use the battery that time round as we tip the car into the S's. Completely flat through those. Down one gear on the X there. That was good. Oh, that wasn't, though. Way too wide. Come on. Just never have I felt fully confident around this track. Just never do I feel like I can really get the lap nailed here as we're 2 tenths down at the moment. That's exactly the opposite of what I wanted to try and find. Just roll on the power out into the back straight. Again, nice traction there will provide us with a little bit of an advantage that we can try and carry all the way up in towards the final sector of the lap. Don't let the battery dip too low, otherwise we're going to face the consequences of that through the final part of this circuit there. Really utilise the track width again. It's a fairly flat track after the first sector, but there is still a little bit of undulation as kind of the camber falls away from you in certain places. Oh, that was good. We found a bit of time on the way in and didn't compromise ourselves too much on the way out. 3 tenths of a second. Imagine how good this lap could have been Had I not made the mistake at the start of it. It's just 2 more corners to go. Really try and get the car up over the white line. 1 more turn, get it rotated through. Way too much understeer on the exit. It's going to cost us. It is P14. And there we go then. Max Verstappen gets ahead of both of those Ferraris come the end of qualifying once more here. But Charles Leclerc back in the fight this time round. We were less than half a tenth away. Sorry, we were a tenth away even from Yuki Tsunoda at the end of that session. But we got the pace to fight the V-Carbs, you know, the Alpines as well, if we really get it nailed. So 7 tenths quicker than Iwasa, who seems like his battle, still with Zhou and Logan Sargent late on in the campaign. But hopefully we've got a bit more race pace.
F1 is so popular in these parts now that we race here 3 times a year, but let's give full respect to COTA, or the Circuit of the Americas if you prefer, which laid the foundations for it. It still remains the United States Grand Prix. It's 10 to the left and 10 to the right. I'm not talking about a line dance, I'm talking about the corners here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas, overtaking opportunities into Turn 1 and Turn 12 at this anti-clockwise 3.6 mile track, but we may well see cars struggle to slow down there today as the wet weather interferes with the low grip speed. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. A very happy Carlos Sainz will start second. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Gasly, Ocon, Stroll, Tsunoda, Mr. Monaco, Albon, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Ricciardo, Zhou, Sargent, Iwasa, Leclerc, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Okay, this is Mark. Can you hear me? Listen, a points finish might be too much to ask today, but just give it your best shot.
Well, I think if ever we had a chance to try and score some big points, then surely on a very, very wet circuit, we have got our best hopes at all there. It looks like it's going to be full wet tyres early on. The rain is meant to stop, though, before the end of the race, and it stops very, very abruptly. So who knows what might happen a bit later on in the day. Could intermediates be viable? No, they cannot. Reckons it's 35 seconds slower, but I would have thought, we'll see a switch onto them for the second half of the afternoon. It's a very long weekend here at COTA. It's a long old track as well, and Charles Leclerc starting at the back of the field because of his grid penalties. I'm sure it feels even longer for him. 5 red lights though here on the grid. It's going to be lights out, and away we go for the second time this weekend, trying to manage the wheel spin in the spray. Ocon hasn't done a particularly good job of that as we make our way up in towards Turn 1, and we'll do exactly what we tried to do yesterday and have a look around the outside of a couple of cars there. Stroll just about spots me going clean around his outside, around the outside of Lando Norris as well there, as we get a big moment of oversteer off of the corner, but we have moved up the order once more. They're gaining 4 places off the start of the race. Hamilton looks to be really, really struggling in the Mercedes as well early on, as everybody just tries to settle down into a rhythm there. Sainz, his job is to try and hassle Max Verstappen, give Leclerc any kind of hope, any kind of fighting chance this afternoon to see if he can keep that championship lead at a manageable level then, as down the outside of Pierre Gasly will have a look. Also, we know Alpine are our big rivals in the Constructors. Of course, the team that provide us with our power units. We'd love to get the better of them. Showcase the fact that 212 Motorsports has built a better car this year. As around the outside of Pierre will go, and immediately he's going to try and use his straight line speed. Really try and make sure that you don't lock up when we run deep into the corner. Gasly might say thank you very much there as we get a warning for track limits. We're not going to back out of it though. We are still there with Pierre. Come on, this is a good little battle early on. So around the outside, no, just snagged the front right there and just went straight on down at the corner. Lando Norris will sense an opportunity as well to have a look back through. Come on, we've got to look after the tyres better than this. You can see how much we're oversteering. It is impossible to find grip through that section of road. Well, already then, I'm starting to consider when we're going to make the switch over to the intermediates here. Hopefully, pretty much whenever we box, we could try and take the inters to the end of the afternoon. Obviously, going from dries to inters or inters to dries is quite easy. Going from full wets to inters is a very, very different story. You kind of got to wait for a bit of a drier line to emerge. But yeah, it's a lot more difficult to tell. We know the rain's meant to hang around, though, a lot early on. We're just trying to keep sight of Gasly in front. We've got yellows out. One of the Haas cars has gone for a spin. Don't know whether that's going to be a safety car or a red flag or anything like that. We've seen this game become very kind of eager to throw those out recently. But no, I think that's Magnussen. He gets back going again. Going to be a long old afternoon for him, though, if he's 15 seconds behind. Well, I don't know why as well, but I just have that sneaking suspicion today's going to be the day we get a mechanical failure on this game. Still yet to have one in this My Team career mode. We know that obviously, theoretically, for some reason, the Alpine is meant to be the most reliable power unit inside this game. But yeah, I just can't help but feel that today is going to be the day. I mean, look how much time we lose through there. You just get one slight moment of oversteer, and immediately it's another half a second gone. Well, the rain now is beginning to ease off, and I reckon we're pretty much now ready for a set of the intermediate compounded tyre. We're definitely starting to struggle to get these full wets working where we need them to. Tyre wear isn't that high still, and temperatures are pretty good, as you would hope for in these conditions. But yeah, I think we're going to make the switch now. I'd rather be slightly too early than slightly too late. Always makes me a little bit nervous when I say something like that, and then no one else is opting to peel into the pit lane, but I'm going to stand by my conviction. I think, to be honest, if we want to get a good result here today, we've got to go something against the AI. Otherwise, yeah, we just simply don't have the pace around this circuit. But you can see there's less and less spray being kicked off the tyres as well. So hopefully this isn't the worst decision I ever make inside this game. Please say I have set it to intermediates. I did just panic for a second there. But maybe we hadn't.
Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
We've got to get straight back onto the line that the AI are using, but we've even come out ahead of Kevin Magnussen still. So I guess we get a good benchmark then to see what we're looking like. And immediately, I'm getting the sense the grip is there. I mean, look at the gap already. It's come down 1.5 seconds to Zhou Guanyu. I think we've made a really good call here. I'm just hoping the AI decide to stay out a little bit longer.
Keep it up. We're looking at about 10 more minutes of rain. 10 minutes.
Okay, so it could dry out then, and we still will have a long way to go of this Grand Prix. Is still none of our front runners into the pit lane. Verstappen sets new fastest lap time, but we did go purple through the middle sector as everybody's staying out. This works beautifully. Oh, there we go. One car. Nico Hulkenberg has decided he's going to make the gamble. He's come into the intermediates. So hopefully we're going to see our teammate in the driver career mode make some gains because of it. I think, yeah, we're going to start seeing the AI cycle in. But if we can just gain a couple of spots or even be closer to the likes of Gasly again, I would be happy. Purple again through the first sector. And we just look at the grip we've got.
Spare energy. Okay to use your overtake button.
Gaining in on Zhou Guanyu absolutely everywhere here. It's nice to actually feel like we're the car with some pace for a change this weekend. Stay on the inside we'll go. A little bit of an aggressive one. Really try and force Zhou out on the exit of the corner. Awasta as well. He's beaten out a couple of his big rivals, which is always nice. So let's hope we can make sure we get round him cleanly, as here comes Zhou Guanyu again.
No issues with tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of them.
First time this weekend I've been able to go right around the outside on the brakes. Lando Norris, 147.4. What are we going to be able to do as we make our way through the final couple of corners? Oh, why isn't Awasa boxing? Come on, Ayumu. You've got to be able to make the call, sir. We're going, what, a good 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster at the moment, as we are going to set a 46.7.
Lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done.
We'll be ahead of Daniel Ricciardo, as I think that, I don't know who that is actually. I think that might be the Red Bull of Verstappen making his way back out of turn 1. But yeah, we're definitely getting the undercut, but the top runners again have so much pace. Oh, come on, right the way around Ayumu. Kind of a little bit sketchy on the damp stuff, but we'll make it round. We'll have the inside for the next corner. And if ever there was a sign that Ayumu Awasa needs to box, that is surely going to be the one there. Charles Leclerc still struggling. Verstappen's already got over a pit stop ahead of him. I feel like as soon as we really started to hype up Leclerc's title hopes, Ferrari have gone and absolutely thrown it away. Here we go. Leclerc now trying to look the long way around Bottas as Bottas, oh, hello, just decides, you know what, I'm going to defend that position. I'm going to defend it like my life depends on it here. Still waiting to see a low more of the AI into the pit lane then. As down the inside we will dive Charles Leclerc. Hopefully we're going to have the traction on the exit, which we will do. And that, again, you know, we can go from so far back at the moment and make these moves happen. Still, yeah, really struggling, though, against the AI through there, as it isn't Verstappen, sorry, it's Perez. That's the car that's come out in front of me, so the Dutchman has got a much, much bigger lead over myself at the moment, but out of the final corner then. We're still seeing some of the front runners stay out there.
Yumu is in the pits now.
I had a race like this a couple of years ago on this game where the AI basically refused to box for dry compound. As, oh, hello. Yeah, Gasly there. Still on my inside. So we have undercut the Alpine. And Perez as well then on this lap seems to have been really screwed over as Albon and Tsunoda still fighting. Are those AI on intermediates? Did they start this race on intermediates? Because they are still refusing to pit up towards the front of the order there. Verstappen sets a 45. So there goes any hopes I had of trying to claim fastest lap. Although that was never going to happen anyway. Because of, you know, the fact he's still meant to get dry before the end of the afternoon. Albon in. Stroll and Ocon in. So we are back into the points then today. We've still got Alex Albon. Sorry, Yuki Tsunoda even, that needs to box in front of me. But yeah, how long do those front runners want to go?
The right tyres for the time being.
I mean, Perez, yeah, it's just pushing Tsunoda along at this stage of the day. And, well, I'm not going to complain about it because it's given us a chance to fight the Red Bull. Are we going to see him get a run?
Car ahead. Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push, push.
I will certainly be trying to get past as quickly as I can as down the inside of Checo Perez. Again, another robust move. We were down the inside. We were side by side at the apex, according to F1 rules. That is fair and legal, as can we try and get the run now on Tsunoda? We know that V-Carb's got a lot of straight line speed, so I have to really drain the battery. I'm happy for him to go on the full wet line, as round the outside we'll go. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging.
Okay, good work. Great pass.
Mark, though, loving that move. Well, I can now see Lando Norris on our relative here, and I'm trying to monitor the gap to the McLaren. We only took about 7/10 out of him that lap, which, well, when you think our car's got about a second a lap deficit here, is actually quite impressive. But, yeah, those full wet tyres aren't working out badly. I just can't work out what the AI trying to do.
Got information on Stroll. They've got some kind of mechanical problem.
Is the mechanical issue the driver behind the steering wheel? But yeah, I just can't work out whether they want to then go straight to dries or whether they're just boxing at half distance for inters. It is a very, very odd call. Well, I guess this is another moment of truth time then for the AI. If some of those wet compound runners were kind of locked in on going to half distance, then surely they're going to be boxing pretty much now in this Grand Prix. I mean, McLaren, they have put all their eggs in that basket about trying to stay out here. As there we go, we can see Hamilton, Alonso both peel in. Sainz, though, staying out another one. How long does that Ferrari want to stay out as both McLarens peel into the pit lane then? So clearly Lando Norris happy to sacrifice a little bit of time there and come into the pit lane. I mean, I think we're up to a net podium here, aren't we, at the moment? We're doing a really, really good job if we can get out ahead of these guys. Which I can. Here comes Sergio Perez. Alonso's still going to be out then in P3. So here goes Perez. Well, down the inside at turn 1. Does a very good job of parking it on that apex. But yeah, Alonso still in 4th place. But how long is Sainz going to stay out there? Well, it's always a bit difficult to tell when the circuit basically looks like glass right now. But yeah, I would be, if I was Carlos Sainz, I would stay out 1-2 more laps, and I'd probably gamble it onto a set of the dry compounded tyre. His inters are still working well at the moment, but we're not too far away from the crossover. I would love to go to softs, but they just won't make it. So I think we're going to have to go mediums or hards. And there we go, Carlos Sainz finally is pit, but will still stay ahead of me then. He's been jumped by his fellow Spaniards. As yeah, it is Russell and Verstappen then leading the way at the front of the field. We've got one more pit stop left, though, I would have thought. Transition to dries. And I would guess we're probably going to go mediums. Okay, here we go. Just starting to struggle actually with rear tyre temperature, so I think we're going to make the call. I think we're going to gamble it potentially a little bit early and go to a set of hards. This was not quite what I wanted to box, but we'll have a new set ready to go. And we know we don't really overheat the dry tyres here. I think, yeah, the circuit just moving away from these conditions. I mean, Sainz, like I said, I would have gambled it. I would have gone straight to dries here. At least try and make your strategy work as Verstappen. New fast lap of the day. We were the first car to make the call to inters. And it proved to be the right choice. We're going to be the first car to try and make the switch to dries. We can only hope it's the same story again then as we dive into that pit lane. Very careful not to understeer on the way in. And don't get done for speeding either. This is a big, big risk late on here. As we're going to be way down towards the rear of the field. Lando Norris, new fast lap of the day on those inters, so he's still flying along. The hards are going to take a little while to fire up. As are we going to get a nice tidy stop?
Now, come on. That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting. Up to speed.
I mean, times are flying in. Yeah, like I said, we've got to make sure we get some temperature into these tyres. Oh, that is not good. That is a lot of understeer down at turn 1. Oh, boy. Well, as I've said before many times, the wet-dry line on this game is actually really, really impressive there. As Charles Leclerc clean around me. Not convinced that was clean. Keep the car on the dry line. We got an advantage. Get it on the wet stuff for even a second. We are in big trouble here. So you just see there, it kind of grips up and loses traction and things like that. I don't think it was a bad call, but it might have been a lap or two early. So a few more drivers into the pit lane then. Stroll going on to hards, Hulkenberg as well, and Daniel Ricciardo. As Ayumu Iwasa actually making a good pit call that time round, as Leclerc around the outside of Albon. Points are still definitely on the line. I mean, look at the speed we're gaining on Alex Albon when he's got no DRS to defend himself. I was hoping he'd go onto the wet line, and he did a bit too late there. He just nicked the rear outside wheel on a puddle. But yeah, I think that's a fair warning. We did basically crash into the side of him. That was like Sebastian Vettel at Belgium 2010. Into the side of Jenson Button. Oh, there is no grip. I forgot about that just for a split second. No grip, but we get it down the inside of Albon. Side by side into the Turkey S section. This is not where I need to be. We get a wheel out on the puddle and immediately just met with chronic understeer again. Are we going to see the tyre driver into the pit lane? Charles Leclerc's done it in front of him. Yes, we are. So again, we've made a decent call. This one I don't think was as well judged as the first. Where are we going to come back out though? We've got Norris, Gasly there just in front.
So your ERS is running a bit low. Look into changing your ERS mode in the MFD for a more conservative burn rate. Or you might want to try some lifting or gentle braking to recharge.
Yeah, we definitely haven't gained anything from that pit stop unfortunately, but I don't think we've lost out too badly either. Especially when you have a look at what state the tyres were in. Just monitoring the gaps then as we reach 3/4 distance. Lando Norris is going to have me here. And I'm hoping we've just about got enough pace to keep ahead of Hulkenberg before the end of this one. I really feel like with the race we've driven, with the risks we've taken, I feel like we deserve a point here. But yeah, looking at the bigger picture of the championship, Piastri is definitely going to get back ahead of me. Verstappen, though, he is going to open up that gap over Charles Leclerc again. It came down for a couple of races, but I think we all knew it was too good to be true. Well, that thing I said early on as well about potentially having a mechanical issue towards the end, really hoping that isn't the case. We haven't had the pace today. We haven't had the car underneath us or the setup. But to get, I mean, it's not much. I know 1 point isn't a lot. But I would genuinely feel like it's been one of the hardest earned points I've had so far in this game. Just because of how much we've struggled and how we probably shouldn't have been in a position to do it. Lando Norris, that lap, nearly 2 seconds faster than me.
We need to get to the end of the race on these tyres.
I am not catching that car ahead of us, Mark. We have got to look after the tyres towards the end of this. Hulkenberg, it is going to be mighty close towards the end, but if we keep up the pace we've got, he won't have enough time to catch me. 6 laps to go. Oh, we've got yellows out. We've got yellows. One of the Saubers seems to have gone for a spin. I mean, I'd take a red flag now. It'd be quite funny, right towards the end of the race.
2 seconds.
I mean, they're still not going again. I'm just... the problem is they're not blocking anybody. And I don't think unless they block their teammate, they're going to block anybody. Nope. That's a bit of a shame. Oh, we've got yellows out again. Carlos Sainz. Late on in the day, the other Ferrari seems to be having a disaster, and Cota has turned into a weekend to forget then for the Maranello squad, and with just 5 laps to go, less than that, Carlos Sainz is going to be out of this Grand Prix there, and that's going to promote us up into P9 then. I would take 2 points instead of 1.
Come off ahead of you, there's a yellow flag ahead.
Poor old Carlos Sainz.
Okay, clear. Some information on Perez. They've got an issue with their car, they're going to be slow.
Well, unless he's massively slow, I don't see a way in which we get to him, but Checo Perez now struggling. Everyone running into issues towards the end of what has been a very long weekend. Well, Perez has really dropped back towards the end of this race, but then again, so have I. Lance Stroll, give him another couple of laps. He was actually dragging that whole group of cars up closer to me here towards the end of the day, so admittedly, yeah, we've been a little bit unlucky, unable to find a balance in the car all weekend, but that has been one thing that has gone our way right towards the end of the afternoon here. But Max Verstappen, he was finally able to get the better of Charles Leclerc in a dogfight last time out in Singapore, and he came to Texas this weekend with 1 goal and 1 goal only, and that was pure domination. And that's exactly what the Dutchman has done this weekend. He is going to extend that gap in the championship, and well, I think we all thought there was one hand on it already. He has firmly cemented that hand on the crown. Max Verstappen is going to win the US Grand Prix here at COTA. For anyone that knows just how warm it is currently in the UK, this has been a very, very sweaty race. One, to be honest, that I'm just happy to survive here. But 2 extra points for it as well. I can't complain about that either. I am sweating bullets towards the end of the afternoon. But making our way through the final couple of corners here at Texas. We haven't had the pace all weekend, but we have had some good strategy at play here on Sunday. Through the final corner, it is P9 at the US Grand Prix. 2 valuable points that might prove critical.
He has left the field behind. It is victory for Max Verstappen.
Such an important victory at this stage of the season. Any points you can achieve to go towards the table is really going to mean a lot to the team. So well done as they prepare for the end of the season.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
There we go then. Max Verstappen is going to take victory at the US Grand Prix. They're 30 points from the weekend. All in a day's work for the Dutchman there. Charles Leclerc walks away with absolutely nothing here. Ferrari, a disastrous weekend, but they are Ferrari. Did we expect it to work out any differently when all is said and done there? Russell comes through for P2 ahead of Alonso and Hamilton, with Piastri, Gasly, Norris, Perez, myself and Daniel Ricciardo rounding out the top 10 there. Alpine again will cut down that gap in the Constructors' Championship as well. That means taking a look at the standings, 109 points now, the gap for Max Verstappen. He basically just needs to finish in the last few Grand Prix now, and that championship will be his there. Charles Leclerc, though, still looking to try and cement P2 ahead of Russell and Hamilton. As 3 points in it between Sainz, Perez and Norris. That is certainly going to be a fight to watch out for between now and the end of the year. Piastri 5 points back ahead of myself, and Constructors-wise, we have a 1 point gap over Alpine with just a handful of races to go. That is going to be a tall order to try and keep ahead of there. Mercedes now up into P2 as well in the Constructors, so could Red Bull still be under pressure in that championship? It really depends on how well Russell and Hamilton kick on towards the end of the year. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Mexican Grand Prix.
This is a special place to go motor racing. We have the Foro Sol. The track is warming up nicely, and it is nearly time to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. What an atmosphere we have in Mexico City.
Really happy then with the balance of the car after free practice. Honestly, yeah, I don't think I've really ever felt that confident around Mexico in previous F1 games. And obviously last game, F1 23, I think we won 3 Mexican Grand Prix in a row. All 3 of them through quite a lot of luck, it must be said. But maybe, just maybe, we can return to that form in the My Team career mode. Of course, we have taken our first win on this game back at Albert Park, Australia. That does admittedly now feel like a long old time ago. But yeah, Wassa up in P18 as well, so he's clearly got some pace in the car. It is really nice to see him slowly getting more and more confident towards the end of the year. Come on, what's going to be the gap to Wassa at the end of Sector 2? 3.5 tenths up. So we're doing pretty well so far then on this lap. Like I said, I'd love to be kind of, you know, fighting in and around the top 10 if possible here. This track should hopefully suit our car as well. Just a little bit more as we make our way out of the final corner. Are we going to dip into the 114s? No, we're not. It's a 15-1. We go P15. Well, it might be one of Owassa's most competitive qualifying sessions of the year. George Russell, though, the same cannot be said for him. Clearly made a mistake on his first run. There's still a couple of drivers that I would expect to go quicker than me by the end of the session that we are still ahead of. Just trying to give ourselves the widest possible run to carry the most speed out of the final corner here to start our last lap in anger. I mean, we're a 1/10 out. Surely we can try and get a 114 as we make our way back down towards that first corner. 210 miles an hour, just over as you brake at the 100 meter. We'll tip the car in, get it as close to that apex curb as you can, kind of bobble out over the next couple of corners. They're slightly wide on the exit of turn 3, but we've done all right there. Another 2/10 up early on in this lap time. Brake at the 100 meter board again. Don't really use all of the track width up there, because of course the circuit arcs round to the left and then the right. Oh, a little bit too much curb. Be careful, easy on the throttle. We're still finding time. So I think Charles Leclerc might just have snookered away pole position here. Maybe hasn't give up on his championship hopes just yet as we try and navigate our way through the final couple of corners. Still 2/10 up at the moment. So we pretty much found that time at the start of the lap. We're just going to snag a little bit of a way at the end of it. P17 in the end, but we did do a 114. Well, it is fine margins up and down the running order here. Charles Leclerc pole position by just a 1/10 of a second over Max Verstappen. I mean, yeah, Russell half a second away. Only good enough for P10 there at the end of qualifying. Owassa does out-qualify Daniel Ricciardo. Only 1.1 seconds off pole there for Iyumu. So I genuinely, we haven't quite fully confirmed whether he's re-signing with the team for next season, but I genuinely think he's made a lot of good progress this year, and you guys seem to really like having him in the number 2 role as well. But it's time, though, ready for the Mexican Grand Prix.
In the 60s, Mexico City would be the season-ending race. That's no longer the case, but it is always a party in these parts. Welcome to the Mexico City Grand Prix. We're 2,285 metres above sea level. That is one of the key details of this circuit. It tests the driver's fitness and their engine's efficiency. The other one is the atmosphere. An incredible crowd, a raucous crowd, and there's 30,000 of them waiting for the drivers at the end of this 2.6-mile lap in the Foro Sol. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Max Verstappen lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Perez, Oscar Piastri, Sainz, Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Norris, Hamilton, Russell, Ocon, Albon, Stroll, Bottas, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Mr. Monaco, Joe, Sargent, Tsunoda, Owassa, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
This is not going to be an easy race from this position, but just give it your best shot.
Well, we know we've got that long run down towards turn 1, so we're hopefully going to be able to capitalise today. Mexico, the 2-stop is viable here. I always say it. It's been viable in the last couple of games, so even more so inside F1 24, and that might be what we employ depending on whether we're struggling to get through traffic. Sometimes you've just got to take the risk, especially when the car hasn't got the out-and-out pace. Sometimes you can spring a surprise, or you don't really feel like you've lost out too much. As we wait, though, on the 5 red lights here in Mexico City, it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to put the power down on the long run towards turn 1. We haven't done too well. Zhou Guanyu certainly has, though. He's going to get a little bit caught out behind some traffic as everybody fans out in towards that first corner. There goes Yuki Tsunoda as well. Down around my outside. Can we have a look down the inside of Sargent? No. Apparently, according to the Williams driver there, as through turn 2 and turn 3, we will send it back round him. Oh no, I've been turned slightly. Oh, that was so close. We were so close then, genuinely, to getting turned around. The car just for a brief second started moving to the left, but we managed to flick it back round to the right-hand side there. It is a vicious start to Mexico here on this game. It always seems to be the case, though. So just a little bit sceptical of when Bottas and Hulkenberg are going to try and brake.
Stay alert for threats around you.
In the end, we have gained exactly nothing off the start of this one as Hulkenberg, bit of a desperate lunge to keep the place ahead of Valtteri Bottas. I think, though, Ferrari, yeah, Charles Leclerc's got to the lead of the Grand Prix, and Carlos Sainz has followed him through and up into P2 then. Mexico, obviously, the home of Sergio Perez, so he'll be longing for a really good race today. And Red Bull can really do with it as well, as they're still under pressure in the Constructors' Championship. Round the outside of Bottas will go. Give him a little bit of a pinch. You know you can do it, because Bottas can't tend to race wheel to wheel, as Sainz is actually the one to the lead of the GP by the end of lap 1. He's done a magnificent effort. Well, riding on board then with Carlos Sainz for the start of this Grand Prix, I want to see how he went from 5th to the lead here. And it's going to be 5 red lights, and lights out and away we go. And immediately we'll get the jump on the McLaren car, tucks up into the slipstream of his teammate Charles Leclerc as they make their way down towards someone, gets a little bit pinched for just a second, and they are going to be almost 4 wide in towards that first corner. Carlos Sainz, though, down the middle. He's going to be able to navigate the Red Bull that was on the inside there at turn 1. Max Verstappen just gets a little bit pinched out, and down the middle, Sainz, you don't see many starts like that by the AI. 4 places gained from 5th to 1st, but he is out in front there, leading a Ferrari 1-2. Resume on board then with the action, try and have a look down the inside of Nico Hulkenberg there, obviously my Haas teammate. Say, there's certainly no love like that between us in this series, not that there's much love between us in that series either. Around the outside of the German will go, and up into P15 then, so yeah, the car, though, like I said, actually feels really good around this track early on. I feel like I've got the confidence to push with it, which obviously we certainly didn't have last time out at Kota. But again, this is Mexico. There's a couple of big DRS zones early on in the lap, so DRS is essential. Well, despite quite a frenzied start then here in Mexico, things have calmed down rather quickly in this Grand Prix. Looks like Stroll in P12 is just struggling to keep sight of the Mercedes and the Alpine in front of him. George Russell, I believe that is really struggling so far this weekend with pace and confidence in that Mercedes. But yeah, as always, points remain the goal, no matter how many or how few. Problem is, Alpine here, the Renault power unit works really well around Mexico. Obviously, we saw Gasly in the driver career mode get a podium here as well last season. Don't think he's quite going to do that well today, but you never know what might happen. So yeah, we seem to get a lot of decent power out of the engine right the way through the race. But the problem is, so do Alpine, and they're our big title rival. Well, I think Magnussen just starting to get a little bit bored of watching Lance Stroll slowly drift back from those cars in front. You can see the Canadian's going to try and go defensive. Oh, Magnussen there just moving around a little bit in the braking zone. He's always a bit of a difficult one to try and predict what his next move's going to be. So we could have been close enough there to have a look up the inside of Albon. Oh, we are going to be able to go around the outside, though. The Thai driver perhaps being just...
That brings you up a place.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too generous with giving me space there around the outside. I'm not going to complain, though. We're up into P14. So you just got to try and hug the car through that chicane. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Mexico absolutely should be the top of EA's list of tracks to remodel now. It is so inaccurate. Well, I think we need to start giving Magnussen the hurry up here, because he's just not really making an impact against Lance Stroll at the moment. The Haas car, yeah, it's not that quick in a straight line for some reason around this circuit. He gains a little bit more top end, but again, he just is happy to, well, sit behind Stroll down at turn 1. Little snag of the rears, though, is not going to help my case. Oh, come on, Magnussen again. He just gets right under the gearbox of Lance down at turn 1, but he just doesn't seem to be willing to actually make the move happen. And the problem is, of course, he's basically using Lance and the slipstream to keep me at bay. I'd happily go for a move past Lance Stroll. Done it so many times on this game already. But Magnussen, for some reason, wants to stare at Valvoline logos all afternoon. Again, can't quite roll on the power up here. We'll try and do what we did to Albon, though. Yeah, Magnussen, I don't think if there's a driver you would guess won't give you space, it's probably Kevin. This time around, we're really trying to use a lot of a lot of ERS here as we make our way back down towards turn 1. Come on, come on. I think we're just going to have to completely drain it next time round. Unless we can try and get a run up here. Just doesn't seem to be working for us. I think, you know, I wanted to try and make sure that if we did use the DRS, we keep some in reserve for the rest of the lap to defend ourselves. But, yeah, we've just got to go all out back down towards that first corner. Oh, here we go. Finally, Magnussen trying to make a move on Stroll. Unfortunately, Albon has tried to do the same to me at the same time. We'll power back down the inside of the Williams in towards the first corner, but Magnussen's finally made the move. We've just been waiting to try and recharge our energy pack, basically until it was fully charged so we can go again. But yeah, Stroll now, is he going to be able to try and get back past the Dane next time round? Don't really know why these two have insisted on having a tea party so much early on, but it has meant we've all dropped away from those runners in front. Come on then, are we going to see Lance get a run on Kevin back down towards someone? Why? These two are genuinely colluding and working together here. I refuse to believe otherwise. They will just sit in behind each other down at the end of the straight and really just, I think they're both genuinely trying to keep me at bay at this stage of the afternoon, and I'm not happy about that. Down the inside, no. I might not be happy about it, but I certainly couldn't do anything about it just yet, as Albon will sense an opportunity. And luckily, oh, again, Albon, I was hoping he might be a bit kind, but not twice. He'll defend the position. But yeah, now we've kind of let Lance and Kevin get away, so maybe their plan has worked. What is this? I've never had this before on F1 24.
We're approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time. And gap to the car in front, 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, we might have really tripped ourselves over here. Maybe let my temper get the better of me for a brief moment, as Alex Albon flying past me back down towards turn 1 now. We've got no DRS to defend ourselves. Is it worth just trying to dive into the pit lane a couple of laps early and then maybe trying to get the undercut on the pair of them? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Awasa as well. He's still battling it out. It is admittedly at the back of the field. But it is so nice to see him now, not just the back marker, but kind of competing with other drivers. He's definitely built up confidence this year. Right, come on then, Alex Albon. Are we going to be able to get a run on him? I think we might have problems with the battery here. It is definitely not charging up as quickly as it once was. As here we go. To the outside of the Williams. Not quite there. Thought for a split second he might lock up. You can often tell by the body language of the other car what they're going to do. But as we try and get the power down again out of turn 3. How is that Williams pulling away from me? We've got the DRS. We're on the battery as well. Down the inside for the second time. In about 4 laps, we're going to go for a little bit of a rear locking. And again, I think we've got a box now, I'll be honest. It's not that we're lacking pace or tyre life against the others. I'm just getting really frustrated. Well, like I said, we're going to try and go for a couple of laps undercut here. We've certainly let emotions get the better of us, though, so far this afternoon. And that's really, really compromised us towards the end of this first stint. Tyre wear's actually fine. We could have easily taken these tyres probably for another 4 or 5 laps. But yeah, just want to get some clear air. Hopefully clear our head. Maybe, if we're lucky, get the undercut on Stroll and Magnussen as well. I think the problem is, because I'm so confident in the car's ability here, I want to believe...
Left rear wheel, I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put that behind us now and get back into this race.
Well, I was going to say, I want to believe that we can fight for points. That's going to make things even more difficult.
Pit stops, let's go.
So, oh, we got yellows, I think that's one of the V-carbs maybe out of it. No, might be a different one. I don't know. Someone has brought a yellow flags, and it would be just my luck now if we saw a safety car or a red flag in this Grand Prix. It's the Haas, it's Hulkenberg who's out of it, but nothing of the like. We're starting to see some of the other AI then into the pit lanes, so yeah, that tyre pit stop mishap might really have cost us here, because now we're not going to be able to utilise the undercut. Actually, it looks like we're going to lose out to other drivers, as Kevin Magnussen already making his way out of the pit lane. I mean, look at that, we're out alongside Tsunoda here. So we really have lost out with all of this. Whatever I do in this Grand Prix, it just does not seem to want to go our way. There we go. Ayumu in the pits. Come on, Mark, say it. There you go. Yeah, we've got a few more drivers into the pit lane then, so...
5.3 seconds.
Don't really think we've lost out much in all of this going on, but we certainly haven't gained anything either. As to the outside of Alex Albon once more. We should be right there with Lance Stroll, and now him and Magnussen aren't together. Maybe he's going to be a bit more of a sitting duck. Come on, I'm not going to give up. But yeah, this race certainly, up to this point, the first half has been frustrating, but we can absolutely still capitalise. Come on then, this time round, Stroll and Magnussen. Now they're not under pressure from me, they're happy to fight each other. Or not, Magnussen is just going to let the Aston Martin by down at turn 1. I'm looking at that front running group as well. One of the Alpines, I believe that's Esteban Ocon, has just dropped off the back of that train and is really starting to lose out. Verstappen is on a fight back against, I believe that's still Carlos Sainz leading this. But Charles Leclerc, he needs a win today. He needs a big result. But our Ferrari and Mercedes just focus now on the Constructors' Championship. Oh, come on, we've got nothing at all there as Tsunoda flies back past me in towards turn 1. For some reason, yeah, battery management here seems all over the show. Sometimes we get a good run, other times we don't. I do not want to be stuck behind a V-carb car through the middle sector. That's where we're really strong around this venue. But unfortunately, that's exactly what's going to happen. It honestly feels like the AI get more battery quota than me around this circuit at the moment. As you can see, we're closing on Yuki. This time around, he's actually going to start charging up the battery. Oh, he tries to move, despite the fact I committed to the inside there. So we will send it down the inside of the V-carb. Mark happy with that one. And again, we should be able to defend ourselves off of the corner. Stroll and Magnussen, they just seem to be start fighting again. But so far, yeah, this race, I've never had anything like it. Well, I'm guessing Ayumu as well, looking at the minimap, also had pit stop problems because he's dropped away behind that little group of cars he was fighting with. I also feel sorry, I believe it's for Bottas, because he's basically got no one to fight with between now and the end of the day. Although Albon and Tsunoda seem to want to dispute P15 again. I'm gonna let them deal with that. I'm focused on the two in front. Oh, here we go. Magnussen again to the outside of Stroll at 2/3 distance. Clean around him. How can he go clean around the Aston Martin there, but I watch him every single time not get a run in towards turn 1? I was also thinking about it. Only a Matt212 series could in Kota we score points despite not having pace all weekend. The very next race, we feel like we've got the pace all weekend, and well, unless we get a miracle, we're not going to score. Well, I've been too busy trying to ask Mark who the race leader's going to be. I've just noticed we might really struggle for fuel towards the end of the afternoon, so it's going to be in our best interest to get inside the range of either Magnussen or Stroll, and then really fuel save towards the end of the afternoon. We had issues with this early on in the campaign, where this car had a bit of a drinking problem. They seem to be rearing their ugly head once again. Yeah, Magnussen's got real problems here. He's lost over a second.
Ready to use DRS for the overtake.
Lance Stroll and these two have basically been fighting all afternoon, so definitely something up with that Haas car. Maybe he picked up a little bit of front wing damage. Certainly can't see any on that side of the car, but we'll go clean around the outside through turn 1. And nice to know now, finally, when these two aren't working together, we can absolutely get the better of at least one of them.
So easy.
I want to get inside Stroll's range. I'm happy then to sit behind him and save fuel. Ocon is too far up the road. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows out. I think that's Stroll breaking down. Lance Stroll. A huge mechanical issue towards the end of the Grand Prix. And hopefully the Aston Martin driver's kind of going to stay out the way. Ish. But, I mean, a safety car now will be perfect. Absolutely perfect for us. I don't think it's going to happen, though. As our second mechanical failure of the day. That is karma, though. Admittedly only against Stroll and myself. But yeah, I'm happy to see that, I'll be honest, with the way him and Magnussen have driven today. I need to let K-Mag by, though, and we need to try and save some fuel behind him. Once I get that fuel saving back up to about 0.2 extra, then I'm not going to worry about it too much anymore. And we're going to see ourselves through to the checkered flag. Oh, that was not ideal. Immediately just run a little bit deep. It's quite off-putting when you're trying to fuel save on F1, because of course here your braking zones change and everything like that, but making sure Magnussen doesn't get the 1 second margin either, a real shame, kind of the way this race has fallen today. It really does feel like what could have been, especially with how bunched up the top runners have stayed for the most part. We could have really sprung a surprise. The go fuel number is back about where I want it, so we are going to try and drop the hammer and go for it out of the final corner here up against Kevin Magnussen. We've got to try and get the speed back down towards turn 1. Like I said, I really don't want to sit behind him for any longer than we have to. You can see to the outside we go. We haven't got that impressive top-end speed. Like I said, we've definitely had to manage the battery a bit more than I was expecting to today. I don't know whether it's more worn than I was anticipating here. I mean, it's not... the energy store, 50%. It's not bad, but it's not perfect. But immediately trying to get out of that range of Magnussen as well. We're kind of hoping we can just drop him in an instant. And there we go, immediately then. 3 laps to go. We've dropped Magnussen. Hopefully we're going to be able to keep him at bay.
Really good stuff.
It's quite annoying, to be honest. Looking at the gaps to walk on, we probably could have got the jump on him had we not had to fuel save later on. But, I mean, even then, obviously, it would have been P11. And that's the most painful position you can finish in a Formula 1 Grand Prix in my mind. Well, it took Magnussen about a lap to work out what we were doing here, and immediately he has decided he's going to come back on a tear right towards the end. Round the outside, we'll have to go down at turn 1, but surely the Dane is going to be able to get some decent straight line speed up in towards turn 4 here. We're going to sit defensive, but there's nothing we can do. Magnussen storms back around our outside. The question is, will we be able to save up enough battery to go for it into the final lap of the Grand Prix? If this race has had anything, it has been a lot of slipstreaming and good battles. As we ran through the Florida Sol then for the penultimate time this afternoon, we are still practically pushing Kevin Magnussen along. Verstappen, he has been in hot pursuit of that Ferrari right towards the end. But it doesn't look like he's going to have enough here. Max Verstappen, desperate to try and get another win on the board, just extend that lead. But if it's Carlos Sainz winning this thing, then it doesn't really matter. It will pretty much be the Dutchman's world title for the taking now. With just 4 rounds to go after today. We could not get the run on Magnussen back down towards Stelmon, but we've saved a little bit more in the tank to hopefully get a run up the hill there. You can see he's trying to go a bit defensive. He's going to force us out over the curbs at the top of the hill. Finds the grip. Yeah, I think we were optimistic there, trying to keep it up the inside. And yeah, Magnussen, I think rather annoyingly, is just like going to hang on to that towards the end. Which Ferrari is it, though, that takes victory here today? It is Charles Leclerc, keeping his championship hopes alive for at least one more weekend. Max Verstappen is going to come through for P2 when the dust has settled here, with Alonso walking away with another podium late on in the campaign. Through the final couple of corners, though, Oscar Piastri again is going to outscore me, rather annoyingly. So is Kevin Magnussen. And Kota, we struggled and scored. Today, I felt like we had the pace. Nothing, though, could go right this afternoon. It is P13.
What a performance! He's left the field behind. Charles Leclerc wins it.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we go then. Charles Leclerc once more will keep his championship hopes alive. If anything, it just delays Max Verstappen taking it easy to the end of the year there, and it's fantastic to see for the Ferrari man. P1 here in Mexico. After he got 2 wins in a row, Max bounced back. 2 wins in a row of his own. Charles Leclerc had a terrible time out at COTA, but he is back on top here in Mexico City. Fernando Alonso comes through for P3 ahead of Hamilton and Sergio Perez there, with Oscar Piastri picking up more decent points. Beats out Sainz, Gasly, Norris and George Russell come the end of the afternoon there. P13 for us. Like I said, nothing seemingly was able to go right today, but at least we finished, unlike Lance Stroll and Nico Hülkenberg. That means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, 103 now the gap at the top of the table with 5 rounds to go of the season. I believe that leaves us with 143 available there. So Max Verstappen, yes, still has a bit of work to do before the end of the year. George Russell's bad weekend. He's still ahead of Lewis Hamilton in the Drivers' Championship there, as Perez and Carlos Sainz still duking it out for P5 overall. I mean, yeah, Norris and Alonso, though, aren't too far away. That could be a 4-way scrap before the end of the season as well. Alpine, big points for them. That certainly gives us a bit of a headache in the Constructors' Championship. 3 points now ahead for the kind of the main team there over the team they provide engines to. 7 points between Ferrari and Mercedes, as they are both still, trying to keep Red Bull honest towards the end of the year. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Sao Paulo for yet another sprint weekend. Well, here we are then, heading out into qualifying here from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Yeah, this place I've had a lot of mixed emotions at. On previous F1 games. Anyone that obviously stuck around with the My Team series at the end of F1 23 will know we came here in a 3-way fight with Lando Norris and Valtteri Bottas for a championship. We were, I think, net going to lose the title to Lando by 1 point. Or I think we were even going to tie, and we were going to lose it on countback by virtue of Lando having more wins. And then the engine blew up, so we walked away with absolutely nothing. And that was the very last race we did in the My Team career mode inside F1 23. Hoping we don't get the same kind of luck here today as Verstappen goes to the top of the board, despite it not being a particularly long lap. We are quite the way behind Zhou Guanyu. Might have accidentally used some overtake mode there at the final corner, but hopefully that isn't going to upset the rhythm too much. We go P21, only quicker than a Yumu. Car performance-wise, it is starting to feel like a little bit of a long slog towards the end of the season, just where, you know, Williams and Sauber are still continuing to develop their cars, and obviously we aren't. We are just losing a little bit of performance each and every week, it feels like right now, but hopefully we can still try and fight with them over the course of this sprint weekend. Obviously we got twice as many opportunities to score some points, so we did pretty well at COTA. And despite the fact I lacked confidence in the car all weekend.
P21.
Yep, please don't rub it in, Mark. As 2 tenths up come the end of the first sector there. We did run slightly wide down the end of the Esquido de Lago. But yeah, this lap is slowly coming to us. And just slightly, we're going to lose a load of time through the final corner. Obviously, because I'm going to not use the overtake mode again. So we're trying to navigate our way through. That delta is slowly climbing the right way, as you would expect. With the tyre performance where it's at. So just try and make our way down in towards the final real corner. Alonso goes fastest of anybody, and immediately it's his fellow Spaniard Carlos Sainz, but we'll try and snatch that away from him. Let's see how much time we lose at the final corner. Daniel Ricciardo down to P18 now on a 107.9. We are not going to get anywhere near that. It's an 8.3, and we stay P21. Bitterly disappointed then with that qualifying performance come the end of the session, but Carlos Sainz out-qualifies Fernando Alonso by just 19 thousandths of a second there. In terms of our two fighting for the title, Verstappen ahead of Charles Leclerc, ready for the sprint race, but of course we all know how quickly things can change. 4 tenths clear of our teammate, 3 tenths behind anyone else. I think that goes to sum up this car's performance towards the end of the year, but we can hope to keep it clean and tidy, and maybe, just maybe, recover some places in the sprint.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. It's an unusual anti-clockwise race here at Interlagos where the Sao Paulo locals are packed into the grandstands at each of the 15 corners around this classic 2.7-mile circuit. Two very fast sections bookend the famous and highly technical Sector 2, where getting a good run out of Yung Cao into one of two DRS zones will be key to any overtaking prospects today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, and it's Fernando Alonso alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, Gasly, Stroll, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Sargent, Albon, Ocon, Ricciardo, Bottas, Joe, Mr. Monaco, and Ayumu Iwasa. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Back of the grid's not what we're aiming for. See if you can make up a few places at the start.
Well, unless we lose the place to Ayumu Iwasa, we can't really go backwards over the course of this sprint. But yeah, taking a look at the strategy though, team want me to start on soft compound tyres, which I'm not convinced is going to be the way to go. The mediums, apparently the strategy is only going to be 1.5 seconds slower, and I'd rather carry an extra set of softs into the GP proper. So this is a bit of a big strategy gamble here on the grid, but one I'm prepared to take. It is 5 red lights here in Sao Paulo. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. Oh, immediately, of course, yeah, not getting as good a start as our teammate or Zhou Guanyu, but as everyone tries to form an orderly queue in towards turn 1, we're going to do the very un-British thing and try and barge through there. Ricciardo says absolutely not, and luckily, no damage, and we're able to keep the car pointing in the right direction there as we make our way down the Esquito del Lago then. Looks like Sainz has been able to hold on to the lead, but ahead of one of the McLarens, who has moved up through. So good start there, and I think that would be Lando Norris.
Focus now for the rest of the race.
I mean, most people, the interest this weekend is whether we're going to see Charles Leclerc keep that title fight going into the next race out in Las Vegas. I'm hoping we can actually do a Las Vegas Grand Prix. Obviously, in the driver career mode, we had some weird AI bug where they were locked at like level 20, so kind of completely ruined that entire weekend. So we make a couple of moves, though, down the inside of Zhou and Iwasa. We are at one place, then, off the start of this race. But, yeah, basically, we're going to need to just try and hang on early. Yeah, it's probably going to be sort of after lap 8. I would like to believe that these tyres might come on a little bit stronger. We've got yellows. We've got yellows on lap 4, as we're just trying to hang on with Daniel Ricciardo. I think that's Oscar Piastri that might be falling to the wayside, then. So my big championship rival, no, it's not. It is Lando Norris. So it was Piastri that got the good start then, and Lando Norris, who seems to have ran into problems here. He'll be starting in at the back of the field, ready for the Grand Prix proper. And yet another McLaren issue we see on this game. Meanwhile, we're just desperately trying to hang on to Ricciardo's DRS, which immediately we've gone and lost. We don't quite have the grip here early on in the stint. So I'm sure, yeah, Zhou Guanyu is about to fly past me. We'll try and go defensive from the Sauber car. But he breaks a little bit early down at turn 1, so we'll send it up the inside very aggressively, try and help our teammate out, and maybe leave them to battle each other. But as we get to half distance then here, I mean, this is just very, very lonely at the moment. We've got Zhou Guanyu and Ayumu Iwasa to fight against.
Lost a position, that's us down a place.
Yeah, the medium tyres certainly aren't working here, but I'm not convinced I would feel comfortable going this far on a set of the softs, so yeah, is it going to be worth obviously sticking with Zhou for a couple more laps? And then, I mean, we're basically just waiting to see whether our tyres are going to go back up to pace. But at the moment, it doesn't look likely. Oh, come on, I can't lose the DRS to Zhou Guanyu, surely. Gap gets really, really close to the 1 second mark there, but we're just trying to save a bit of battery late on in the day so we can try and go for an attack on him right towards the end. But yeah, I think a brutal combination of a car that this weekend is really getting exposed for all its weaknesses. We did really well in Mexico, but here, this thing has just got nothing, it would appear, combined with a really bad strategy choice. We took the gamble, we knew we had to, if we really wanted to try and get anything out of this weekend, or at least in the sprint. But yeah, spending my afternoon battling Zhou Guanyu and Ayumu Owasa for last place, I admit was not quite what I had in mind today.
If you think you can get past, make use of the overtake button and see what you can do.
Oh, we got yellows out again, Oscar Piastri. What has happened to McLaren here? Both of their drivers facing mechanical gremlins in this sprint race. And Oscar Piastri appears to be out of it as well then, so... Well, I guess that means it's pretty much guaranteed that we're going to be ahead of them on the grid, as we've temporarily lost the DRS range to Zhou Guanyu. Well, Oscar Piastri, is he pulling over? I don't think he's actually... Is he broken down, or has he just had a puncture here? No, he's definitely broken down. There you go, official confirmation. And with just 2 laps to go, Zach Brown left scratching his head there, as what are they going to do as we head into the race? Alright, come on then, 1 more lap to go here from Brazil. We have not done very well in this sprint race. And I'm basically only hoping that if we can get the run on Zhou Guanyu, it might just recover us anything at all there.
Let's go, final lap.
Still got the stricken McLaren of Oscar Piastri down at turn 1, so we can't make a move in towards the first corner. Not that I think we were going to be able to anyway. As we'll try and close in on Zhou Guanyu out of the Senna S. Are we going to be able to get close enough to that Sauber car down the hill? No, we aren't. And again, we're just going to have to sit in behind him. Looking at the other runners, though, it's been a good day for Carlos Sainz and Ferrari. Although it looks like Leclerc's going to lose out another point to Max Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. So he needs a big result in the main Grand Prix. And basically, I think he basically now needs to win with Verstappen not scoring a point here. But out of the final corner, it is going to be Carlos Sainz that takes victory here in Saturday's sprint in Sao Paulo. Critical points for the Ferrari team once again, as they really want to try and keep Red Bull honest to the end of the year. There, Alonso will come through for P2. That might well be the first ever Spanish 1-2 we've ever had in Formula 1. Out of the final corner, though, are we going to be able to get a run on Zhou Guanyu? We're draining all of our battery as we make the run towards the line. I don't think we're going to be close enough, though. It is super close, but not enough.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
And so the celebrations begin, and well earned they are indeed. It may have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level, at the very top, is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion.
Well, there we go. On the run towards the line then, it wasn't a Spanish 1-2. Verstappen actually got the jump on Fernando Alonso by just 0.5 of a second there. So the Spaniard held on against Perez last year. Couldn't quite do the same against Verstappen this year. That means, yeah, the gap at the top now up to, well, it's opened up by another couple of points there. And as we head into the Grand Prix, I believe there's still, 78, 86, 90, 92, 112 points available. So Verstappen hasn't actually won the world title yet, but he probably will by the end of the Grand Prix. Constructors-wise, though, the gap down to exactly 100 points, though. Can Ferrari continue to close in as we head into the Grand Prix? Leclerc then immediately setting the pace as we start our first flying lap, instantly going quicker than what we saw in sprint qualifying.
P22.
I've kind of decided, unless we go quicker than anybody else that isn't a Yumu, I'm probably going to take some grid penalties here, just make sure we got 1 extra engine in the pool for the final couple of Grand Prix. Basically just give us any kind of fighting chance against maybe other runners that are trying to avoid penalties between now and the end of the year, as again we run slightly wide down at the bottom of the hill. We know obviously both of those McLarens are going to be starting at the back by virtue of grid penalties, so it might be all 4 orange cars at the rear of the field. Yeah, this first lap has not been particularly well hooked up. At least Logan Sargent has decided to join the backmarker struggles at the rear of the field. It still makes me chuckle how badly nerfed Sauber did get done in this game. A 108.7 is slower than I ran in other qualifying, and slower than a Yumu. Well, I've mentioned it before, but I think on last year's game, the AI were actually a bit underpowered through the middle sector. Now they've probably been made slightly overpowered in kind of trying to combat that, so we lose so much time now through the middle sector on this lap, despite the fact I think I'm running slightly higher wing than the rest of the field there. But we need about half a second if we want to go quicker than anybody that is in a different car to our own. So I'm going to put it all on the line as we start our final flyer.
22.
Immediately we find absolutely nothing out of the center S, despite the fact I felt like I nailed it. Dropping time all the way down the Esquido de Lago there as we try and shut the car in. Again, just running slightly wide over the curbs, but we do a better job that time round. We've got to at least get close to the 7s. Well, Charles Leclerc has gone and dumped a couple of extra tenths on everybody else here, making it very clear he doesn't want to give up on these title hopes just yet. Once again, it is ebbed so much between him and Max towards the end of the year there, but we get a nice run out of the final corner. It's not going to be enough though. Quarter of a second up. But here comes, I think that's an Aston Martin who we've given a fantastic slipstream to. No idea who that is. We are last on the grid. What on earth is going wrong here? Well, I think we gave a little bit of a slipstream then to Fernando Alonso come the end of qualifying. He ended up less than 3 tenths away, splitting those Red Bulls. As Verstappen only down in P6 with Leclerc on pole. He's definitely got some work to do as we move into the Grand Prix. Us, I don't want to talk about it. Half a tenth slower than our teammate. We went slower than we did in sprint qualifying. We're just going to put a whole new power unit in the back of the car and pray that that makes any kind of difference.
Formula One returns to Interlagos once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his 3rd championship here in 2012, and in 2016, Max Verstappen treated us all to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil, is a 2.7-mile circuit with 9 lefts and 6 rights for a total of 15 corners. The fastest lap today should have an average speed of around 135 miles per hour, if of course the weather stays dry until the end of the Grand Prix. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position. Sergio Perez lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Fernando Alonso, Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Stroll, Leclerc, Ricciardo, Ocon, Gasly, Magnussen, Zhou, Albon, Bottas, Sargent, Iwasa, Mr. Monaco, Norris, Oscar Piastri, and Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. And now, it's time to head down to the track.
We're going to struggle for a good position in this race unless we can gain some early positions. See what you can do.
I might have forgot to put a new engine in the back of the car, but fear not, because we're going to go aggressive with the strategy here. We're going to try and take the softs as far as we can, and then maybe we'll go on mediums to the end of the afternoon. We had less grip than everyone else yesterday. Unless something crazy happens, I don't think we're going to score points here today. So we're just going to go out all guns blazing and see what we can do then as we wait on the grid for those 5 red lights. Here we go in Brazil. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. There is a Wasser again. Just like we saw yesterday, able to get a pretty decent start. We're going to have a look to the inside of Bottas and maybe make it 4 wide in towards turn 1. We'll hug that apex as best as we can. Make sure we give everybody else the room. But we've only gone and done it there out of the centre as we go. Because unfortunately, yeah, I think that came at a Wasser's expense. Making our way down the Esquido de Lago. I just want to make some overtakes, to be completely honest here. And that's exactly what we're going to try and do. Nope, not there. Albon just wrote late enough then, where I thought he might have a look down or inside, but
Fine, let's try and move forward.
yeah, Charles Leclerc though, I think may now have given up on his title hopes, because he's started this one with some grid penalties. So Verstappen, yeah, ended up with track position there. Why on earth Ferrari have done that, I don't quite know, but I guess they're only really focused on the Constructors' Championship there. It's down the inside of Albon, and then down the inside of Zhou Guanyu, just like we did in the sprint as well. So looks like our fight will continue with Zhou here. Interestingly, it's quite a lot of the AI on the soft compound tyre, so don't know if they've kind of tried to take the gamble, or whether they're doing a 2-stop, or what their plan might be, but we're up to P14 by the end of lap 1, as Sergio Perez leads the way, but immediately then, a bit like we saw in the sprint, just settling down and trying to make sure we stay in the range of the cars in front. Alonso, new fastest lap of the day. As I think Stroll is running up in the points as well, so Doesn't happen often inside this series, but yeah, you can see there's cars battling just in front. That's good for Kevin Magnussen and I. If we could just stay with a group that is fighting for points here, then I could be tempted to try and go hard to the end and undercut ahead of some of these guys. Problem is I don't know how far the hards will go very comfortably. Ah, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We've already lost the DRS again. I mean, the AI, they've just got so much straight line speed here that we can't match. And then we can't gain anything back through the corners as well. So, here you go, Zhou Guanyu. Immediately we're going to let him try to close in on that group in front. I mean, it just feels like we've got no rotation through the front end here. Despite the fact I'm running, I think it's pretty high wing. 31 front wing here is a lot, but it's not working. So here goes Alex Albon. You can see we're certainly running high enough that the AI are constantly able to get runs on me. As Albon will just squeeze us out down the hill. Nice to watch some battling. Zhou Guanyu trying to defend from Alex Albon. And it is going to be the Thai driver that gets past the Chinese driver then down at turn 4. I mean, I think, yeah, if any of us are going to be able to try and drag this group up back to that kind of battle at the end of the points, it's probably going to be Albon. As where did Sargent find the grip to have a look down the inside there? Last year's game, pretty reliably, you'd make up nearly half a second on the AI through there. I mean, it wasn't realistic, but it certainly feels like they're a bit too strong now. I mean, we're basically just sat behind cars waiting for me to drop out of the DRS right now. It's gotta be. I mean, we haven't really had a race this painful in this series since probably all the way back at Japan, where we just had no pace that weekend either. Ayumu seems to be slowing down a couple of other drivers, but even I would argue he's got the pace over me this weekend. As here comes Logan Sargent, down the inside goes the Williams. I noticed the AI brake earlier once they've overtaken you. But yeah, unless he can try and keep us up with Zhou.
Lost the position, trying to keep focus.
Admittedly, yeah, the softs actually haven't hung on too badly here in the first part of this race. As here goes the other Sauber of Valtteri Bottas as well down the hill. Oh, this is not good. This is not what we need, because we're giving Sargent a little chance to break free there. We'll try and use a bit of ERS up the hill. Get a little bit pinched over the curb, but we hang on. But it's certainly not as prominent an issue as it is with the front tyres, but we're definitely starting to struggle with some rear overheating. And actually, yeah, the front right as well starting to do the same. It's down the inside of Sargent will go back up at turn 1. So that might help to explain some of the lack of pace here in race trim, but...
Brilliant, nice move, keep going.
Yeah, it seems like we're definitely struggling more and more with rear temperatures towards the end of this first season. I don't know whether it's we're trying to run the car at tighter thresholds or what, but... it's become a real issue. Well, yeah, I'm staggered just how well the soft compound tyres have hung on. Definitely should have taken them for the sprint race, but we're going to try and pit a little early, undercut our way away from a couple of these other cars, as I think... I thought Sargent might be following me in them, but it doesn't look like he has. Annoyingly, yeah, Wasser has dropped off the back of the field still, despite being on that softer rubber. But yeah, we're going to go to hards to the end then. We could have potentially gambled mediums, but I didn't really know how well they'd go. So we're going to try this out.
Right, let's go, come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Up to speed now, let's get some heat into those tyres.
Clearly had a bit more throttle in than I realised as we tried to make our way out of the pit lane there, as that was a bit scary. Don't really want to bin it in the pit lane, but I could see, I think it must have been obviously Bottas and Sargent battling it out. So yeah, hopefully this undercut is going to be quite possible, and we can get back to Zhou and Albon. There we go, Ayumu Iwasa and Logan Sargent then. They've both gone a couple of laps longer than me, but the first of our other drivers to actually make a pit stop then in this race, so this should give us a rough idea then of what we're doing in comparison to Sargent. I think we've actually got a decent jump on him, which is really reassuring. We're going a good couple of seconds a lap faster than those cars up in front, as Sargent making his way back out of the pit lane then. I mean, in the ideal world, we'd undercut our way back to that group that were fighting for the points. But yeah, I'm not holding my breath. Starting to slowly see more and more cars into the pit lane then. Esteban Ocon, Daniel Ricciardo. They were two of the drivers that I think were fighting in the points. So we got yellows. We got yellow flags out. Someone's got issues. I believe that's a Sauber. We've said that so many times, it feels like, in this game. But I believe that might be... is that Zhou Guanyu? I think that might be Bottas, who is out of the Grand Prix.
They're retiring from the race.
So first Ferrari power unit of the weekend going up. Surprised that isn't a safety car, to be honest. Oh yeah, we have just slowly got cars trickling into the pit lane. Doesn't really feel like it's a particularly rigid pit strategy here, as everyone kind of coming in as and when they feel like it. We've got the jump on Albon though, at least, so we're back ahead of him, which is good. But I don't know. I have genuinely no idea where we're going to properly re-emerge in this race. Hulkenberg and Piastri, the next two into the pit lane, as Alex Albon is immediately going to fly back past me. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find ourselves in the points here anytime soon. But it would have been nice to be close. We've got ahead of Zhou, but yeah, that group in front, I was really hoping we would be nearer than we are. Maybe Albon and I can work together. I feel like we've got just about enough pace to keep up with Alex Albon late on in the afternoon here. The real question is, what's happening with those cars in front? Gasly, Ocon and Magnussen are battling it out. The problem is they've let the V-Carbs get away. And therefore, I think are just disputing P11.
6.4 seconds.
I mean, the other one as well is, will those McLarens finally be able to carve their way through? Norris is up to P16. They've just been so screwed over in this race today, but yeah, we're taking more and more time out of Gasly up the road, but I got to use Albon to do it. Well, again, we're kind of hoping for some hypotheticals towards the end of this race, but now those V-Carbs and Esteban Ocon are bunched back up. Maybe, just maybe, we're all going to be able to get a bit closer. Lando Norris is definitely going quicker than Albon and myself, as you would expect, in that McLaren car. So maybe if he can get past the pair of us, Lando will have enough pace to keep up... Sorry, Albon will have enough pace to keep up with Lando. We would then hopefully still maintain enough pace to keep up with Alex Albon. And then maybe we could all get dragged up there. Gasly, I think, has either got wing damage or mechanical issues, because he is dropping back at nearly a second a lap. But yeah, Lando Norris is going pretty much a second lap faster than me, and I think is probably going to overtake me imminently. Well, just over 10 laps to go then, and we have closed in on Pierre Gasly here, so hopefully Albon and myself, and maybe Lando Norris as well, we're all going to be able to sneak by him. I want to try and make sure that we don't let Pierre kind of get between us here, as there we go, Albon to the outside. We're going to go to the inside of the Frenchman. Nice, decent run back down towards turn 1. Albon, you didn't need to go defensive on me, buddy. I've been happy to stare at that back of that Williams for many, many laps up to this point.
Nice work, mate. That brings you up a place.
I guess we need Lando to try and get round him as well there. Are we going to see Gasly get a run down the hill? No, he's definitely struggling. There's Lando Norris down the inside of the Alpine. Gasly has lost 3 places there in 3 corners. Well, this feels very, very odd to do, but I'm going to let Lando Norris pass me here as we make our way back up towards turn 1, at least if he's going to get close enough. Hopefully he'll then get the run on Alex Albon back down in towards turn 4. And then maybe, just maybe, we can try and drag ourselves right the way back up to those final point scores. Oh, we got a red flag. That'll be a red flag immediately. Carlos Sainz has gone round at the front of the field. Surely, there you go.
Red flag. We'll update you in the pits. Everyone's okay.
And suddenly, everything then in this Grand Prix has changed late on in the day. And we now have a chance to try and score some points. We'll need a big restart here, but I'm so happy we kept a couple of spare sets of soft compound tyres, because now we can try and make the difference.
A free stop, so let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
Well, there we go. We're going to be restarting on lap 30, so a 7-lap sprint to the end of the race. The team wanted us on mediums. Not a chance. Not a chance we are doing that. Everyone else on soft compound tyres as well. It is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out and away we go. And as soon as I've let Lando Norris past, I'm immediately going to get back past him on the run up towards turn 1. Everybody kind of filing to the outside of the corner. So we will say thank you very much and try and get back past Alex Albon as well there. You've got to be really, really clever with your car positioning off of this restart, as I think Leclerc's got the jump on Max Verstappen as well then. Almost 3 wide as we make our way down the hill. But, I mean, what is that? Yuki Tsunoda lets me by, doesn't let me by, then tries to cut back in again late on the brakes. As we make our way up the hill, though, we've got a Mercedes now that has moved to the front of the field. George Russell had a pretty good campaign early on this season, but yeah, Mercedes certainly haven't been a team that has fought for many wins later on over the course of this season, though, as we round our way down through the S's, down the inside of Magnussen. It's a huge manoeuvre. So much confidence, though, on the brakes, and, well, we'll kind of squeeze him out a little bit on the exit as well. I so desperately want to score a point here today, and that's exactly what we're going to try and fight for. Up to P11 then. That red flag restart has been a blessing. Well, I think both Ferrari and Mercedes appreciate here, especially with Verstappen down the order, that whoever wins this, yeah, basically has got a huge extra opportunity to try and get to Red Bull before the end of the year. Even if they just keep it mathematically viable right the way until Abu Dhabi, you never know what might happen there, as unfortunately we've immediately gone and lost the DRS to Esteban Ocon. Maybe we've pushed too hard off of this restart. We'll bring the gap back down slightly. You can see it's just moving around.
Beating our teammate by 4.2 seconds.
Noda, though, couldn't get the run on me back up to turn 1. But we can't get back in the range of Pierre. Sorry, of Esteban even. Are we potentially going to see Ricciardo drop out of the range of the cars in front? That could be useful. Oh, we can't do it. We just can't do it. How agonisingly close are we going to get to points here? All afternoon long we have struggled in both the race and the sprint there. As here we go, Tsunoda clean around my outside that time round. We've got to try and save some battery, otherwise we're going to keep losing places. And maybe I made myself a few enemies off of that restart. Magnussen absolutely trying to lunge it in. We've got to stay with Yuki though, otherwise we're just going to go backwards. I mean, just watching the Delta against that V-Carb, it has got sensational levels of grip and traction through this middle sector there. It actually looks like a genuine front runner. The pace it's showcasing, as I think Sainz now has moved back to the front of the field, but both Mercedes and Ferrari are looking like they're going to take points out of Red Bull here. Could Fernando Alonso be a late fight for the win, as here comes Magnussen now. And the inside goes the Haas driver. Oh, I mean, how does he do that? He was absolutely firing it in far too deep, but then suddenly can get the car stopped.
We need to stay on form.
Somehow we didn't pick up damage in all of that as well going on, as here comes Alex Albon down the Esquina de Largo. Come on out, break him. No, we had to try and commit, but every time we'll fight with someone else, and the car in front's going to pull free. Oh, and then round in the final corner, about to start the last lap of this Grand Prix. I think Albon might have ran into technical issues right towards the end here, because he is dropping away from Lando Norris, who's going to storm around my outside. Back up towards turn 1.
Up for the race.
We know if we could just hang close enough to the McLaren, we might be able to get the run out of the final corner, but I think we just absolutely worked these tyres too hard off the restart and have paid the price ever since then. Hulkenberg now moving past Alex Albon. They're still battling though for the lead of the Grand Prix. Fernando Alonso, he won this race in our driver career mode, and as he makes his way through the final middle sector of the day, it looks like he could be able to make it 2 in a row. Are we going to see the Mercedes, though, get the run on him back towards the start-finish line? Are we going to see Albon and Hulkenberg get the run on me? Because you can just see how much we're losing to Lando Norris at the moment. Alonso, are we going to see him back on top in the My Team career mode here? I don't believe he's won a race yet in this series. Out of the final corner, it is going to be a battle of the battery towards the start-finish line here, as through the Jungsao we go one final time. Alonso is just going to win it at the end of the Grand Prix there. I believe that's his first ever win in this My Team career mode. Out of the final corner for us, though, it is P14.
George Russell has done it. George Russell is the winner.
Well, they showed true grit out there today, not to be outdone by the rough circumstances. Many points that came their way today. A job well done, not the easiest of days, but they walk away with a race victory.
So after a magnificent race, we can now see the drivers making their way to the podium. Once again, it's the Silver Arrows who take top spot. A well-earned victory for Mercedes.
Well, there we go then. Fernando Alonso, he did take the victory on the road by admittedly a 1/10 of a second, but I had no idea he had a 5-second penalty. What did he get that for? Come the end of the day, it was a collision with Perez, a severe collision with Perez. So a heartbreak then for Alonso, who takes the win on the road, but can't quite do enough with it. I'm guessing that was obviously all under the spin by Charles Leclerc at the front of the field. But that means, yeah, George Russell, is going to be your winner today then. Drama at the end of the feature race here with Carlos Sainz finishing P2. Perez in third there. Charles Leclerc beats out Hamilton and Lance Stroll. But I believe that means Max Verstappen is officially Formula 1 World Champion there. Ricciardo and Ocon in 8th and 9th place there. And yeah, Alonso does get 2 points for his troubles by virtue of the fastest lap as well. We come through for P14. Just a brutal, brutal weekend on the whole for us. We didn't quite have the pace in the car. We felt like every single lap we were trying to drag it above where it belonged to be. And ultimately, yeah, we could not quite get rewarded for it. 99 points the gap now with 3 races left to go of the season. It is done. It is over. Max Verstappen is your Formula 1 World Champion there. George Russell, though, I mean, he's given himself a decent room ahead of his teammate Lewis Hamilton late on in the campaign. And if we take a look at the constructors, 91 points between Ferrari and Red Bull, when I believe there's about 130, 140 still left to play for here. So it's not over yet. Red Bull, they need to keep their act together, though, right towards the end of the campaign. For us, though, we further lose 8 points to Alpine. The gap now up to 8. To be honest, I think we're going to need a miracle if we want to try and get the better of them by the end of the year there. And Oscar Piastri still a 13-point lead in the Drivers' Championship as well there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
The walls are close, the speeds are high, and the location is borderline unbelievable. It is time for qualifying in Las Vegas.
Well, as we head out into qualifying then here in Vegas, I'm really hoping those points we scored at COTA don't end up being our last of the season. But yeah, I think if anywhere there was going to be a good shot for us to spring a surprise, hopefully it is going to be this track tonight then as we chuck the car through turn 1 and turn 2. This first lap is going to be a little bit more about kind of winding up the pace. The second one is where we're really going to put it all on the line. But yeah, I've checked more than I care to admit to make sure that the game still isn't glitching out here. I don't think it is. Charles Leclerc almost dipping under the 90-second mark as he finishes off his first lap in anger. Or really throw the car. You've got to try and nudge that curb on the inside, but be so careful that it doesn't put you in the outside wall. This Renault power unit, though, seems to have pretty good top-end speed. Provides that power right up towards the top of the rev range then as we open up the DRS down the back straight. There goes 210 miles an hour, 215 pretty much by the time we get ourselves onto the brakes there as we really try and chuck the car over the curbs through the final couple of corners. Power back down as you make the long run back towards the start-finish line. Ocon down in P20. Iwasa down in P21. Are we going to be able to relegate them any further? We relegate Iwasa. We just nothing. There's no pace in this car anymore. And you combine that with a Haas that struggled recently. It is a long mental game we're playing. Well, I don't really know why, but as we've gone back out for our second qualifying run, then Iwasa has decided he's going to stay in the pit lane. Don't know whether he's got a mechanical issue or he hit the wall or something, but I guess we're not going to get out-qualified by our teammate today, just like we did in Interlagos then. But we need about another half a second if we want to be fighting with some of the other runners. So really trying to tap that curb through turn 1. You can wedge the car over a couple of the curbs here, but it is quite a risky game. So we round our way out of turn 2, finding a 10th of a second already. There we go, Carlos Sainz. The first sub-90-second lap time here is why on earth. AI battling just in front of us. Again, tip the car over the curbs, right up towards the wall on the exit of the corner as we head round towards the sphere. Braking a little bit earlier that time around to find the apex, and it gives you just a better run right the way throughout that section of corners there. Or nudge the inside, that's not good. That we want to try and go quicker than at the moment. They're 3 wide in front of me. What on earth is going on? We're getting a nice slipstream though from it, so I'm not going to complain too much. Hopefully all of these AI are going to move out of the way. There was Magnussen, Leclerc and Esteban there. All in the way still. What is this? What are you doing? All of them 3 wide. They're not even on a lap.
Okay, be careful with the front wing. You've taken some minor damage. Okay.
I might have swiped Esteban Ocon at 190 miles an hour. So stupid. I don't know if we were going to beat anybody else there. We might have got the better of Ocon, but when are the AI going to learn how to drive in qualifying? Well, there we go. Just like we saw in 2023, Ferrari actually looking very, very racy around this Vegas circuit there. Carlos Sainz, the only driver that went under 1.5 minutes. But yeah, we end up P21. I did beat out Ocon, though, because he DNF'd, and Bottas has got a 5-place grid penalty for something over the course of that session, so both Alpines getting themselves in the wars. So I think it just ended up being quite a messy end to qualifying. So let's try and put that behind us, and we'll focus on the Grand Prix.
We're on the glitz and the glamour of the famous strip. It is time for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. 3.8 miles and 3 straights. A good place to do some sightseeing at around 210 miles per hour. 17 corners should provide plenty of interest and lots of overtaking with 2 DRS zones. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, and starting next to them is George Russell. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Perez, Norris, Oscar Piastri, Albon, Gasly, Hülkenberg, Leclerc, Ricciardo, Verstappen, Stroll, Magnussen, Sargent, Joe, Tsunoda, Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Iwasa, and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Okay, mate, I know it's not a great position to be starting on the grid, and it also puts us slap bang in the middle of the danger zone where risk is high. So be careful, pick your battles, and let's see if we can pick a few positions off along the way.
Well, qualifying didn't go very well for us here, but I've got a sneaking suspicion hopefully we're going to be a bit stronger in the race. There is a small threat of rain right the way throughout the evening. I really hope that doesn't happen. To be honest, Vegas is scary enough, never mind with the wet line transition inside this game. So we're going to hope for the best here as we make our way into the Grand Prix. 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Verstappen and Carlos Sainz both through grid penalties. So they've got a lot to do this afternoon, but Charles Leclerc... sorry, it's Leclerc, isn't it, with grid penalties, not Carlos Sainz. So Sainz hopefully is going to fly the Ferrari flag here over the course of the afternoon, as we've immediately made up one spot on Esteban Ocon. Then Karma for qualifying yesterday, as we'll try and see if we can get a run on Zhou Guanyu up this first of the back straights. Don't really know which one you're going to count as the back straight here, as Zhou, I think he wanted to tuck in behind Sargent, but I fancied that as a 2-2 motorsport size gap instead there, as we make our way down into the middle sector. Got to be really, really careful here. So easy to bang your front wing, but if everyone else is going to Constantina up, and I'm going to try and capitalise down the inside of the one American in his 3rd home race of the year there. We'll get past him. And up into 17th place then, so 2 places gained, isn't it? Off of the start of this one then. So, I mean, look at this, everybody. It's a blind corner, and immediately everybody's just stopped. That reminds me of that huge GT3 pile-up at Macau all those years ago. But Sainz already then at the front of the field. Looks to be trying to stretch his legs. Let's not forget Mercedes and Ferrari here. Want to try and make sure they outscore Red Bull by enough points that they can keep the fight going into Qatar. I believe they basically just need to outscore Red Bull here, and then they would still be close enough where they can try and fight with them to the end of the year. I believe they need 103 points if they want to try and wrap up the constructors here, as we'll try and get a run then on Yuki Tsunoda out of the final corner up over the start-finish line. Are we going to be able to move through? Yes, we are.
We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
I apologise to Yuki. I just realised there I accidentally put him way closer to the wall than I ever intended at the final corner. That pinch between 1 and 2, though, was deliberate. Here we go. Try and get a run then on Kevin Magnussen. Of course, not only is it Logan Sargent's home race, but it is also Haas's. What kind of speed are we going to be able to get here, actually, as we make our way down the back straight? 227, 227 is the absolute limit there for this car at the moment. Maybe if we run in lower downforce, we could get up towards 230 as Ricciardo and Verstappen trying to battle it out on the exit of the corner. We're going to get a monstrous run. That Red Bull, I think, has just about got enough top-end speed. Here comes Ricciardo again, trying to have a fight back around the outside. Make sure we keep the wheels in between the white lines. Down the inside of the Dutchman. We were a little bit aggressive. We tried to break up my qualifying line, but we get it stopped. Oh, here we go. Stroll then trying to look around the outside of Nico Hülkenberg as they're going to go almost 3 wide down the end of the short shoot. Are we going to see Stroll make a double overtake? Yes, we are. And Stroll there. What a little move by the Aston Martin, man. Nice to see him finally with a bit more confidence in that car after getting some good points last time out in Brazil. Technically able to beat his teammate Fernando Alonso, mainly because obviously Alonso's penalty late on in that race. But yeah, we're keeping Verstappen at bay at the moment. I think now the championship's wrapped up, I don't think he really cares too much about the constructors, to be completely honest, because yeah, he's just not really making an impact here in the same way Charles Leclerc seems to be able to. Carlos Sainz could be on for another victory in this series, which, yeah, do Ferrari wonders late on in the campaign. Are we just seeing, though, you can see the AI, they really try and use the battery quite late on down the straights. Are we going to see Stroll under pressure, though? Hülkenberg trying to follow Gasly back around his outside. This is a race far more about strategy than pace, to be completely honest, so it kind of plays into our hand. So we're going to try and get a run then on Hülkenberg here out of the final corner. I mean, look how much speed we've got. So we make our way back down. Tiny bit of contact with Pierre Gasly, but we'll try to get to his inside. Oh, Gasly there, the confidence on the brakes to go clean back around me. Gasly again then trying to have a look around the outside of Lance Stroll as Hülkenberg is trying to defend from Max Verstappen. A little bit late on the brakes. You've got to be so careful you don't panic on this game when you make that error. But again then, the AI just tripping over each other down through that final couple of corners. We're going to get down the inside of Gasly and Lance Stroll. Of course, because his Lance Stroll doesn't spot me. And the inside will go, though. We'll see if Gasly will get past him as well, then. Into the points. Feels like it's been a while since I've said that in this series. I mean, yeah, going up against the AI when they've got their DRS is pretty pointless here. Lance Stroll will get back around my outside in towards the final couple of turns. I guess we just got to try and utilise each other here to get closer to Alex Albon.
Now that you're in the wake of the car ahead, try to get past as soon as possible.
I've ended up back behind Stroll for about 3 seconds before Mark gets on the radio about that. But yeah, Verstappen now, maybe I insulted him earlier on by saying he doesn't care, because he's starting to just slice his way through. Oh, Max Verstappen there as well. I was too busy looking at my tyre strategy. Down the inside he'll go, and I'm sure we're going to see him line up the move on Lance. Yeah, Max Verstappen doesn't tend to make many mistakes. He did at Silverstone in the driver career mode, but it's not often. So we have yellow flags out for no cars. What on earth is going on? Is it another Sauber breaking down by any chance? Please don't tell me it's a Yumu. I think it is. Is it? I don't know what's going on. Yes, it is. It's another Sauber mechanical issue. This time around, it's Zhou Guanyu that is out of the Vegas Grand Prix. Are we going to see Verstappen, though, try and get the run on Sir Lancelot as we make our way out onto the strip once again? I do quite like the fact you've got all those neon and, you know, LED lights and everything around the circuit. It does give you a good sense of the atmosphere. But I wonder how much it harms performance around this track. As here we go. There's not room there, Max. Oh, here we go. Stroll and Verstappen then. This is going to be interesting. You can see Max this time around forced to the outside. Stroll's willing to get the elbows out today, and I think we just heard there Max make slight contact with the wall. Are we going to see the Aston Martin go the long way around? No, we aren't. Whoa, unlock the rears. One quick snap of correction, though, and the car just grips back up. And now I've got no idea what's happened to the gaggle of cars in front, but the two Spaniards are broken free here. Oh, I thought Stroll was moving around the other way, but he didn't. We're now going to have the slipstream off of Verstappen. Where is the Dutchman going to try and go here down in towards the final few corners again? This time around we're 3 wide. I mean, I got pinched on the apex there. We pick up a little bit of side pod damage. Somehow Verstappen comes out on top still.
Taking some damage, you might start to notice it soon.
Maybe Stroll didn't realise there and was down the inside of him, but yeah, this is costing all of us a bit of time at the moment.
You're going to be on softs.
I think it's genuinely in our best interest now to let sort of Max get on with it and try and take us to Albon. I mean, all it takes is just for the two AI at the front of a train to go side by side somewhere, and immediately you close in a good 1.5 seconds on them. As here we go. Verstappen, I think, has brought us close enough to Alex Albon in that Williams. So down the inside we'll go. Thank you very much, Max. Charles Leclerc, though, he's having an absolute race of it so far. Clearly, you know, Ferrari's hopes kind of pinned on him having a good recovery drive as Sainz just absolutely walking this thing at the front. Leclerc's all the way back up into P3 then as Albon now trying to fight it out with the McLaren pair. I would love to take some points out of Oscar today.
Hard on the in-lap.
Yeah, I'm tempted actually to go slightly longer and then stop for some softs, because tyre wear here is basically non-existent as well. But if we could take points out of both Oscar and Alpine, that would give us a bit more hope as we head into the final couple of Grand Prix. Are we going to be able to have a look past Alex Albon then as we make our way down this short chute again? As Norris and Piastri side by side just in front. Oh, we almost locked the rears up quite badly, but we get it stopped. Oh, hello, Oscar Piastri's kind of going to open the door for me. But he's kind of opened the door and let me straight through. We run a little bit deep into the next corner. It was a robust move on my championship rival.
Remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
I think we're going to try and stay out at least one more lap here. I mean, the tyres are already at 30% wear, so they really haven't had to do a lot so far. But when so much of this track is straight lines, and of course it is such low track temperature here in the middle of the night, we've got a pretty decent shot. I mean, we could probably no-stop this race if I wanted to. Are we going to see other AI into the pit lane? Lando Norris is coming in, as most other runners are. Perez, Russell, and Carlos Sainz opt to stay out. Everybody else then into the pit lane. So from 20th on the grid, we are going to lead here in Vegas. I'm only going to try and go one more lap, I think, and then we'll move over to the soft compound tyres. But yeah, this feels pretty special inside F1 24. And yeah, I mean, with the last couple of races we've had, leading any race is pretty impressive.
For the hard tyres. Car behind, running hard tyres.
Oh, yellow flag's out. Now would be perfect.
18.6 seconds.
Who is it with issues, though? It's Carlos Sainz! Sainz out of the Grand Prix, the second Ferrari power unit of the night that's gone up. And that really puts Ferrari's title hopes at jeopardy then. Carlos Sainz is out of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. I mean, I would take a safety car or a red flag or anything now. I think the Ferrari driver, though, has gone out of the way of everybody else there. But heartbreak for Ferrari, heartbreak for Sainz, but elation for Fernando Alonso.
We think you're going to start losing some tyre grip anytime now.
The Spaniard now looking absolutely dominant at the front of the order. How good would that have been had we got a safety car there? But Charles Leclerc now up into P2 then of the Grand Prix. So we've got to be very careful we don't get done for speeding. 50 miles an hour on pit lane entry. Be careful we don't get done, as Alonso then to the lead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Should have won last time out in Brazil. They got screwed over by that penalty. We'll see whether he faces the same kind of misfortune here today, as soft tyres going on the wagon.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that. Okay, one stop to go. Just one stop left in this strategy.
I promise you we do not have a stop yet to go still in this race, team. But we've come out in P12 then, so we've dropped a couple of places, but we've got 2 stage softer tyres than anybody else. These next few laps are going to be absolutely race-defining here. We've got to try and get through this gaggle of cars. Immediately purple through the middle sector. Surely we can try and get a run on Pierre Gasly. So we'll try and make sure we balance out our ERS usage as best as we can. We need a little splash more, as we'll go clean around the outside of the Alpine. Piastri now versus Max Verstappen just in front, who is going to come out on top in all of these battles. Surely we can get around Pierre, which we will. Stroll and Albon still tripping over each other on the exit of the corner. That might open up an opportunity for Oscar Piastri to really try and get a run there, but he hasn't been able to capitalise as Stroll around the outside of the Williams. I mean, this track really does give anybody a shot at scoring points there, as Verstappen... Whoa! Verstappen, I think, was trying to defend from me, but he actually went down the inside of Oscar Piastri in the end. We would go 3 wide temporarily back through turn 1 there, as Oscar's almost going to try and swing him out in towards the wall. Are we going to be able to get a run then on the McLaren off of the corner? Surely we've got decent speed here as Max Verstappen again goes defensive late on the brakes around the outside of 1. We can't quite make it 2 though, as still Stroll and Albon side by side in front. This is why these laps are so critical in a race like this, because you've got to try and get through and leave these other cars squabbling there. A little bit of contact with Max, but we'll go down the inside at the very next corner. We just about get in front of him as Stroll nudges the wall there, trying to hang alongside Alex Albon. It is intense, it is physical, and it is a mind game battling here on the Vegas streets. We're going to back out of it and then try and get the run off of the corner. 3 wide with Albon and Stroll as we make our way back out onto the strip. I don't know if we ever saw this in real life, but it's happened now inside F1 24. We got no battery at all though, and I think rather stupidly, I've given them both the DRS there. Then we got more contact with Verstappen, who's trying to barge his way through. I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 cars are going to fly back past me. We almost go into the back of Lance as well. Just about avoid front wing damage there. Inches between us all. Tempers are certainly beginning to flare here on the Vegas streets as Albon now under pressure from Oscar Piastri. Somehow Verstappen has found himself right in the front of this group. I promise you, team, I am not boxing again, as we'll try and have a look back down the inside of Stroll. Hey, come on, mate, I'm there. You've got to give me some room. It's around the outside. We'll try and go. That Stroll, yeah, clearly he's got his real-life awareness stat inside this game, and it's got to be about 4 there. Almost puts himself inside the wall. I mean, this is ridiculous with 10 laps to go. Around the outside of the Canadian. I'm so scared to do it now, because you never know what he's going to try and do against you. Down the inside, come on, come on, come on. Absolutely force him out there. I'm not willing to play games with Lance. Oscar Piastri again down the inside of Max Verstappen. This is a fantastic race for me to lose my voice on. As Piastri just snagged the brake there. I kind of panicked as to where he would re-emerge in the road. Really nice run though at the final turn. We've got to try and get past these guys if we want to make sure these soft tyres last to the end of the race. So are we going to be able to get a run on Albon? No, he's going to try and look for a move on Verstappen.
15.9 seconds.
Not quite able to get close enough to his former Red Bull teammate. So you can just see that Albon again trying to do the Lance Stroll battle tactic against myself. This time around, though, he gets fully back in front. I mean, that's just dangerous. Trying to put me right in the wall. What is Albon doing? More wheel-to-wheel battling with the other drivers. Verstappen's gone around the outside of Oscar again, trying to defend his P7. I mean, this race is going to take about 5 years off me life, the way it's going. And here we go, these two side by side. Are we going to be able to try and do anything? Not there. Piastri backs out. We almost hit the inside wall. Right, come on then. I think Piastri and I both want to get the run on Verstappen this time round as we make our way down the straight. We are just going to drain the battery entirely as we'll try and get the run past Max. Are we going to be able to get the speed over Oscar Piastri? Down the inside we'll go. Pretty much wheel to wheel with him as we both break at the 100-meter board. He tries to pinch me again to that inside curb. Oh, a huge moment of oversteer on the exit where we make the move happen. Oscar, though, is surely going to be able to get the run back on me as Verstappen seems to, I think, have got a little bit tripped up, battling with Alex Albon behind. This gives both Oscar and I a huge opportunity.
So let's box this lap, box this lap.
I think Oscar realises that and just decides to slot back in. I think we're about to watch Oscar Piastri fly back past me once again, then down this back straight. There he goes. Max Verstappen in hot pursuit as well there. Down the inside goes the Dutchman. I think Wally's trying to have a look down the inside of Oscar Piastri as well. I'm looking on the mini-map, though. Charles Leclerc might genuinely still be able to win this race. He is taking decent time out of Alonso, but he's only got 7 more laps to close in as Verstappen trying to have a look down the inside of Oscar again. I mean, why couldn't these two fight behind me rather than getting back from front before they did all this? Trying to just sit in behind Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen over the last couple of laps and just let things calm down here. But with 4 laps to go, that might have proven to be a little bit of a mistake because now they've both been able to get away from me here. We're not going to quite be in the DRS range just yet as Oscar tries to have a look back around the outside of Verstappen again. Down in towards the final few corners. You can see a little bit of carbon fibre getting kicked up from the Red Bull's diffuser, but yeah, suddenly I think our soft tyres starting to hit the cliff here. 4 laps to go from Vegas as Piastri will try and go back around the outside of Verstappen. Remember, we need to try and beat Oscar here if we want any chance of beating him overall in the Drivers' Championship. There is a lot at stake. The same can't be said for Verstappen, at least personally, but Red Bull look to still be losing points to Ferrari. So here we go, Verstappen again to the outside of Oscar. We just get a couple of laps of calm, and then it all just kicks back off again here in Vegas. As Verstappen the long way around, he'll make it work. Right, come on then, Oscar. I've got no more time to really mess around, buddy, to be honest. We need to try and get on with it. I need to start claiming the track position here as around the outside of the Australian will go. We're going to have most of the slipstream from Max Verstappen then as we make our way down. A little bit more splash there just as he goes defensive as we try and commit. 3 wide again. We'll give them all plenty of room, but we'll make it round the outside there as Verstappen, slaps the wall on the inside as well. We had to try and get all the way around him. Otherwise, I think he was going to wash out into me. But we are through and back into P7 once again. Can we run away? probably not. 2 laps to go then here from Vegas, and now we are really starting to try and position ourselves ready for the end of this race. Verstappen clean back around my outside once again. Can't help but feel the soft compound tyres maybe hitting the cliff towards the end of the race there. As you can see, the Dutchman able just to put the power down, able to get the traction over me at the moment. And again, it's just going to inch away, but this car can take curbs so well around this venue. We've really set up the car quite nicely to balance itself over a lot of them. But now, Max Verstappen, he's just running away from me as we make our way down this kind of... Well, it's not really a straight, but it is completely flat out. The Dutchman, we've got to stay in the 1 second detection point by the time we're back in that DRS zone. And you can see it's not going to happen. Verstappen, late on in the day here, I think he's just going to wave goodbye to us. And we're going to be left vulnerable to Oscar Piastri and Lance Stroll behind. Here comes Oscar. Clean around the outside. He's going to be able to go there. Where is Stroll and Albon? They're a little bit further back. So maybe Piastri can drag me back in towards the clutches of the Dutchman as we're about to start the final lap of the Grand Prix. Someone that has already started that final lap is Fernando Alonso at the front of the field there. He's absolutely walked away ever since Carlos Sainz's mechanical failure. It looked like it was going to be Sainz versus him, and even then it was a long shot for Fernando.
Lap of the race, final lap.
But yeah, once that Ferrari power unit went bang, Fernando Alonso has never really looked back there. A huge moment of oversteer through the first couple of corners. The tyres are gone. You can hear us wheel spinning absolutely everywhere off of the first couple of corners. Oscar Piastri, we needed to outscore him today, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen as Stroll will sail it around my outside as well. Oh no, Albon! We just understeered a little bit wide there, and Albon decided he was not going to give me any room on the exit of the corner. Apparently that's my fault. I don't want to leave here without a point, surely. This has been easily one of the most dramatic races of the season. Contact absolutely everywhere. I'd be staggered if anyone's made it through this race without colliding with another car at some point here. But Albon might now be losing the DRS to the Aston Martin in front of him. We're still under pressure from one of the Alpines as we nudge the wall again. Come on, we've got to try and get a run. We've got to try and get a run on Alex Albon, but I don't know. I don't think he's in the range of Lance Stroll in front of him, but he's just pulling away from me. We have got no battery as we make our way down this back straight there, and we haven't got anything. We're not even inside the DRS range of Alex Albon here. We're going to go 3 wide down in towards the final corners. The soft compound tyre has not worked out for us today. Alonso is going to take the Grand Prix victory. Charles Leclerc P2. We aren't going to walk away with anything though, and once again, bad luck strikes in this series. The tyres fell off, and we come through for P12.
The old master has done it again. Fernando Alonso takes the checkered flag.
To overcome the difficult circumstances they face throughout this race today, it's not easy, and it really shows a lot of maturity, and you can use this, you can draw on this as a driver moving forward and boost your confidence through the rest of the championship.
It's time to present the top drivers with their trophies for today's Grand Prix. And there are a lot of people in the paddock very happy with this result. It's Aston Martin on the top step.
I don't know how many times I'm going to say it towards the end of the year, but how much bad luck can we seem to get inside this series? Fernando Alonso takes the win here on the Las Vegas streets, 4.4 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc. He is definitely my driver of the day there, from 11th on the grid to a very comfortable P2 come the checkered flag there. Perez beats out Russell in a drag race to the line that could prove pivotal come the end of the year there, with Norris splitting the Mercs, Hamilton ahead of Verstappen, Piastri, Stroll and Alex Albon rounding out your top 10 there. We took the gamble with the tyres, and unfortunately it did not pay off. Ayumu Asa, a very lonely race, beats out Hulkenberg with just Sainz and Zhou Guanyu failing to see the finish. That means in terms of the Drivers' Championship, Verstappen, yeah, an 87-point lead at the top of the table. George Russell looking pretty much locked in for P3 now, ahead of his teammate there as Perez rejumped Sainz. Alonso back ahead of Lando Norris as well. And yeah, there could still be some battles between them towards the end of the year there. Constructors-wise, 94 now the gap between Ferrari and Red Bull. I believe, yeah, we've still got like 100 points available. 103, I think, between now and the end of the year. So Red Bull need to score 10 points in the final 2 Grand Prix, and that will be it, done and dusted for them. We are 8 back now from Alpine as well, so just continuing to lack those final little bits and pieces that we need right towards the end of the year. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready in Qatar. As we make our way back then onto F1 24, it's been, what, 5 days, I think, since I last played this game. I must admit, I feel a little bit rusty. However, you guys have been screaming at me in the comments to all of these videos that we need to start using the overtake mode again in our qualifying run. So that's exactly what we're going to do as we return here to Losail. Down the inside of Kevin Magnussen at the first corner. Really don't want to end up battling the Haas right the way around this lap, but we will swoop through. But yeah, it's been genuinely quite interesting coming back on this game again. It's the longest break I've taken, obviously, since the game launched. So, admittedly, yeah, I know it's not very long. And the game obviously hasn't been out for very long. But, yeah, it has been quite funny, obviously, trying to get back up to speed in free practice. Let's see what we can do, though, in sprint qualifying. I guess we can kind of use the sprint to prepare ourselves for the main race. Making our way up, though, in towards this fearsome final sector. Completely flat through the first, completely flat through the second. Oh, just about flat through the third. We did run it ever so slightly wide over the exit curb. Down 1 gear through the final one as we try and make sure that we use all of that overtake mode around the course of the lap. Ayumu Asa has done a 23.3 right now. We are going to do a 22.8. Half a second clear of our teammate, and we were on harder tyres. Well, with less than a minute left on the clock, then we've come back out on our set of these soft compound tyres here, ready for our final lap in anger. Hopefully we're going to get a nice slipstream from Valtteri Bottas back down to turn 1. It won't quite be as good as Kevin Magnussen's there, as Bottas kind of panics, trying to work out where I'm going. See, he can jump out of the way, but we should have more grip throughout the entirety of this lap. You can see immediately finding a 10.5 through the first corner, and another 10.5 through the second. This is good. Hopefully we're going to be able to elevate ourselves back up the order. Now we are using that overtake. Maybe our days of back row starts are going to be left behind just a little bit. Come on then, making our way in towards this final sector once again then. We are just finding time around the lap at the moment. Luckily we haven't quite got enough top end speed to actually bring the car up into 8th gear, which does make it slightly easier right the way through. See, completely flat that time round. Just down the 1 gear to get yourself the rotation as we make our way in towards that final turn. We've definitely used a bit more battery over the course of the lap, but we're going to roll on the throttle lead. It's going to be a 1 second improvement here. A 21.9 puts us P10. I will take that. There we go. Charles Leclerc fastest at the end of that session, ahead of Alonso and Max Verstappen there. It is P10 for us between Perez and Lance Stroll. Arguably the 2 of the 3 worst number 2s so far this season. Ayumu only 3/10 away from Bottas and Logan Sargent. He's pretty much there, and when you consider the lack of car performance at the moment, theoretically, I'm honestly impressed with how well he's doing. It's pretty much decided that he will be staying with the team through ready for Season 2. But yeah, let's get into the sprint race.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. Losail International was built for 2 wheels, but today we race on 4. It's a fast, flowing track, 3.3 miles, 16 turns, just the 1 DRS zone, but it is a long straight, and you can expect overtaking. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Fernando Alonso completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Russell, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Ocon, Gasly, Tsunoda, Albon, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Joe, Magnussen, Bottas, Sargent, and Ayumu Iwasa. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
With your grid position, we should be able to bring home a better result than last race. Come on, you can do it.
Well, yeah, I think after the last sprint weekend we had at Brazil, it's a welcome return to be a bit higher up the order. Once again, 10 laps ahead of us, though, to kick things off this weekend. And maybe, just maybe, we can score some points. Either that or the car's not going to have the pace, and we're going to end up going backwards. It is 5 red lights here for the sprint. And it's going to be lights out, and away we wheel spin. Can tell I'm a little bit rusty on this game. Ocon and Stroll immediately will dive past me in towards turn 1. They're going to go 3 wide with Hamilton. Didn't end up going too well for Lewis last year here, did it? So we just check up a little bit. Gasly says thank you very much, and there is contact in front then. So we've had an absolutely terrible start to this Grand Prix as Hamilton and Ocon make contact again out of turn 2. We're going to try and go on a fight back, though, around the outside of the second Frenchman. Kind of, almost-ish, thereabouts. Hey, hello. Still there, Pierre. Clearly not happy with me and my defending antics. Sergio Perez has done a good job off the start, though, to move himself all the way up into P6, as it is still Ferrari that lead the way. Charles Leclerc at the front.
Let's try and move forward.
Remember, though, Ferrari, they need to cut the gap down to Red Bull here by, I believe, down to 88 points. By the end of the sprint. So it might be the Red Bull wrap up the constructors here on Saturday, in a similar vein to how Verstappen wrapped up the driver's cycle here last year. Obviously, he has already claimed that driver's title. I believe it was back at Sao Paulo, wasn't it, a couple of rounds ago. So Brazil's long legacy of title decides in the 21st century continues to live on. Oh, well, we have definitely got a bit of a straight line speed problem at the moment. Tsunoda got really, really close to me on the run back down towards turn 1. Luckily, it looks like Ocon might be struggling to keep up with those cars in front. I guess we've kind of got to find a weird balance now. If we use overtake mode in qualifying, it would appear that we've got slightly less race pace. If I don't use overtake mode in qualifying, it appears we've got slightly more race pace, depending on, obviously, in comparison to where we qualify with other cars. So it's a really, really odd balance now. It's almost like you need to use half the overtake in qualifying to kind of find a good balance with the AI, but, you know, we're still trying to figure it out. I mean, maybe EA could just build us a game that works in the first place. Well, they're still battling out just in front there. I think that's Russell and Sergio Perez trying to dispute, I think, P6. Getting slightly worried, though, that Ocon heard what I said, because he's really trying to up the pace now. He has dropped out of the range, though, of Hamilton in front of him. So I think if we can stay in the range of Ocon, it should give us a chance just to recharge the battery slightly. But yeah, maybe qualifying kind of highlighted the car's strengths rather than its weaknesses. So you can just see more Constantina up in front. Ocon is dancing on that limit of 1 second, as am I.
Behind, 5.7 seconds.
Oh no, here comes Yuki. Here comes Yuki. Nothing we can do. That V-carb so quick in a straight line. That's what we can do, apparently. Tsunoda then maybe getting a bit too optimistic with his approach down to turn 1. And we hang on. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. That's going to be a front runner. Oh, that might be a red flag.
On the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
What on earth has happened there? Verstappen's gone for a spin.
To positive, and let's have you straight to the pit lane, please.
Will I hang on to the position? I can't imagine. So I'm guessing Verstappen just dropped it, trying to defend from the cars behind. But that's given us a restart then.
Actually a free stop, so let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
Yeah, no chance we're going to restart this one on a set of the mediums. We may as well take the extra grip for a 4-lap sprint here. I think we had the same, didn't we, in Austria in the driver career mode. We had a red flag in the middle of the sprint race. Unfortunately, I haven't gained all those spots, but it seems like we're split between softs and mediums. It's 5 red lights again, and it is going to be a lights out, and away we go. And I've done an even worse job than I did first time round on trying to put the power down. There goes Gasly around the outside in towards that first corner. So we've got more yellow flags out. I think a Red Bull hasn't gone. No, that can't be. That's a V-carb that must be breaking down off of the restart then. So Ricciardo out.
They're retiring from the race.
I've never had that before inside the F1 game. I guess Ricciardo was meant to be breaking down anyway, as we go 3 wide with the Alpines there at the top of the hill. But yeah, Ricciardo out before we even make it to turn 1. Oh, just running ever so slightly into the back of Lando Norris. We'll try and go clean around his outside. Out through the next couple of turns. Are we going to be able to have a look to the inside at the top of the hill there? Really just trying to... Oh, don't want to try and force him out. Don't want to do a Max Verstappen to him on the exit of the corner there. But Lando Norris still not giving up. We'll try and switch him off the corner. Not quite able to there, but we have gained from that red flag. So I guess we can't complain. Oh, we got a lock up. That's George Russell, I think, who almost rejoins into the side of his teammate. I'm sure Mercedes hoping that their 2 drivers don't make contact again for the 2nd year in a row, but that's going to leave them side by side with the 3rd Brit, Lando Norris, watching on. We've got more yellows out. Who's now got a mechanical? It's Carlos Sainz. And that might mean that Red Bull are going to be champions then, because I believe Ferrari needed to finish this sprint race with both cars there mathematically if they wanted a shot. So Ferrari's hopes and dreams literally going up in smoke here. We're just trying to hang on to these lads in front, and maybe we can score a point. Well, I can't believe then for the 2nd week in a row, Carlos Sainz is going to have a mechanical failure, and it looks like it is going to gift Fernando Alonso an opportunity to take a victory. Charles Leclerc still in hot pursuit as we round our way to start the last lap of this race. I think we might just have lost the DRS range to Lando Norris. Yes, we have. So I think we're going to watch him and George Russell duke it out for that final point, because he's practically pushing the Mercedes along here at the moment. I must admit, I'm staggered. I mean, how warm is that tyre?
Push, push.
40% wear inside 3 laps is absolute insanity, even in F1 24. So clearly the soft tyres don't work around this track, unless obviously you really want to hang on to them a whole lot better than we have done. So I guess we're going to be defending from Gasly and Ocon on this final lap here. But yeah, it's been one of the weirdest sprint races we've ever had inside F1 24. Another red flag, and, well, split strategy, which doesn't happen often. Making our way, though, up in towards the final couple of corners here. Aston Martin, we saw it in the driver career mode. Fernando Alonso able to really kick on strong towards the end of the year here. A title challenge or anything like that is impossible. But Alonso, as he rounds his way through the final corner, he is going to win the sprint race here in Qatar. Should have done it in Sao Paulo, but unfortunately was robbed with a penalty. The final corner. Alonso takes the win. We're going to come through for P10. There we go. Alonso victorious in the sprint. 4 tenths clear of Charles Leclerc there with Verstappen in P3. Oscar Piastri in a Red Bull sandwich there ahead of Stroll, Hamilton, and George Russell, your final point scorer. That means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, obviously, yeah, Verstappen still with an 86-point lead over his big rival. Alonso might actually jump Carlos Sainz here by the end of the year, by virtue of these fellow Spaniard constantly breaking down. Unfortunately for me, yeah, Oscar Piastri is just slowly stretching away. But with that result, yeah, I believe that does mean Red Bull are your Constructors' Champions. There's only 88 points available now, so Red Bull have wrapped it up for the 2nd year in a row in the sprint here in Qatar. But let's move into real qualifying. Well, the sun has now set here in Qatar as we make our way out into real qualifying then, as we roll on that throttle at the final corner. We are going to continue to use the overtake mode. It's nice, to be honest, just to fight a little bit further up the order. I have made some minor setup tweaks, though. Obviously, Qatar's a bit of a weird one, although it's quite high speed. You have to run really, really high wing angle to get the car to work around this circuit. You know, that final sector basically needs to be flat out in both qualifying and race trim. So yeah, we've taken a tiny bit of wing off to hopefully give ourselves a little bit more fight down the straights. But ultimately, yeah, I just feel like, again, tyre management here is going to be really, really difficult. Obviously, we're trying to put all of our eggs in the Season 2 basket with all the upgrades going onto the car. And we can only hope that that ends up delivering for us. A long way up on Ayumu Iwasa at the moment as we make our way through the exit of Sector 2. That time around, we just about hanging between the white lines. Is that corner flat? It is, okay. That gives me a little bit more confidence then. Ready for the second run. Iwasa's time, though, definitely not a representative on a 1:23.9, so I'm guessing he made a little bit of a mistake somewhere. We're going to run a 22.4. It puts us P12. Tell you what, yeah, so far this lap has been pretty much even with the first one we did. We are seeing a few other drivers improve around us, so we're down to P14 then. Not a bad effort by Kevin Magnussen to boost himself a little bit further up the order, but yeah, I mean, the fact that this is completely flat right the way through now, absolutely insane, so we know we can carry that knowledge into future Grand Prix here as well. We are going to see a minor improvement, about a 10th up, but will it jump us up the order? We go P13. We only re-overtake Kevin Magnussen. Well, there we go. Title hopes might be completely in the bin for Charles Leclerc and Ferrari, but he has still taken both poles this weekend there. Norris, George Russell and Hamilton, all with big improvements as well as we head into the main event, so clearly use that sprint race to try and get themselves more up to speed. I don't know what happened to Iwasa. He was like 4 tenths down in pretty much every sector relative to what he should have been able to do, so bit of a shame after I hyped him up in the sprint, but we've got 29 more laps ahead of us here from Qatar. Anything can happen, so let's try and survive.
Welcome back to Qatar. There was talk of a new circuit, but we're back here once again at Losail, under the lights. 3.3 miles, 16 turns with a single DRS zone at the exit of turn 16. It is a fast and flowing track with plenty of overtaking expected through the DRS zone down into turn 1. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position and Lando Norris lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Russell, Hamilton, Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Gasly, Mr. Monaco, Magnussen, Ocon, Albon, Hulkenberg, Joe, Sargent, Perez, Bottas, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, and Carlos Sainz will start from the back of the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Okay, let's see if we can push for a top 10 position today.
Well, I love Mark's optimism, but yeah, I'm not convinced we'll see that. I think, unfortunately, Vegas was probably our last chance to score points this season, and, well, that didn't quite run as smoothly as I wanted it to. We do line up, though, P10, because obviously Sainz has got penalties and both V-carbs as well, so clearly, if you're Italian, or sorry, racing for an Italian team, you can't survive here in Qatar without some kind of mechanical issue. But lining up then on the grid, medium to hard is going to be the way to go today. It is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. We've done a better job on the launch this time around as Oscar Piastri goes absolutely nowhere down in towards turn 1. We've got Magnussen trying to look around my outside in towards that first corner. But we're going to make a place. We've gained a place off the start of this one as Alonso and Stroll side by side just in front. Gasly there, oh, just squeezed me out a little bit. I tried to keep a foot in, maybe a little bit more optimistic than I ever should have been here. Qatar, I've said it before, definitely doesn't feel as fun and fluid as it did on last year's game. It seems to be one of the only tracks where it actually feels more understeery for some reason inside F1 24, despite how much more front end you have inside this year's game. But Charles Leclerc still leading the way at the front of the field. Verstappen still, whoa, in P5. So that's one way to try and get some heat into the tyres on lap 1. Oscar Piastri there wanted to try and recapitalise immediately. But we need to try and stay in the range of Gasly in front. That train at the front of the field is going to be absolutely critical. Well, what's going to be critical then early on this afternoon is trying to hang with Pierre Gasly here. Not too worried about keeping Oscar Piastri at bay, simply just because I think that McLaren's going to be far too quick, as proven by the fact his teammate is just setting new fastest lap. Here we go. Are we going to see Piastri get close enough? He's gaining on me. Not as much as I was expecting, though. As, yeah, Gasly ourselves, we're just kind of sometimes able to match the others, you know, the top runners, and score good points. Sometimes we're just lacking that little final bit, and it can really, really cost us. But obviously we need to try and outscore Alpine here. So there is a lot at stake. Oh no, here comes Oscar Piastri. I don't really think we can do a lot this time round. We've got no battery to try and defend ourselves. Back down towards Salmon, and the McLaren will swoop through. Hopefully him and Gasly can have a bit of a battle. Of course, technically in the Drivers' Championship as well, Oscar Piastri is still my main rival. This is going to be a very, very difficult job. We're going to need a lot of luck if we want to outscore him before the end of the year. Oh, damn it. That's not gone well. How have we let Oscar Piastri by and immediately he's pulled out a 1 second margin over me? I mean, Gasly, yeah, he's going to be fighting with him. I think Pierre might have just lost the reins to the cars in front. But, yeah, we have just simply not got pace once again. It is a bitter, bitter slog towards the end of Season 1 in this series. But I guess our battle's going to be with Ocon. And we are still fighting for a point, which is nice. Now we've got to start getting strategic then. Esteban Ocon, I'm sure, is about to fly past me. Yep, there you go.
9.6 seconds.
I don't know whether he'll have the pace to run away, though, in the same way Piastri was able to. So this could be really, really critical in this race. He certainly will if I've got no grip like that through turn 1. We need to keep Albon and Magnussen back. Where am I going? No, the front left takes an absolute beating around this circuit, and that's exactly what's happened so far, 42%. It's not actually overheating yet. I've managed to get the tyre pressure just about right. But good news is we can seemingly keep up with Ocon. Bad news is, I don't know if Pierre can do the same with Oscar. He does seem to be dropping back slightly, but I don't know if we'll have the pace to get back to him. I had, I'll be honest, completely forgot that Perez was in that group of cars behind me, and now it looks like Sainz has come through as well. So, yeah, Ocon and I trying to fight for the final point, I think is very quickly going to become Ocon and I trying to hang on to Perez here. Looks like Gasly might have just dropped back as the front group now starting to split up. But yeah, I don't think it's long before we're going to see Perez flying past me. And now to add to our troubles, tyre wear warning light has flashed up. Simply lovely. I mean, we're not overheating the tyre, but it is just obviously through so many right-handers here. You really do put an absolute pounding through it, so yeah, this is not looking good at the moment. I don't really feel a two-stop is viable. We might have to go for it. We'll try, well, we'll still go to the hards ready for our second stint. We might try and undercut Ocon here. I don't see a world in which those tyres, though, last 20 laps to the end. But I guess we've got to throw caution to the wind. Maybe we get a well-timed safety car or something like that a little bit later on in the day. But yeah, once again, it feels like kind of the limitations of this car slowly revealing themselves. I think it's quite clear as well. Iwasa really is struggling tonight.
Let's go now, come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
Well, maybe we can get back with Esteban Ocon. Maybe we can try and get to the cars in front and drag ourselves down. But yeah, this is a brutal, brutal Grand Prix. Once again, I'm just waiting, well, for Season 2. There's cold tyres. Well, that doesn't bode very well either. Then engine warning light has just flashed up now as well in this Grand Prix. I mean, we're trying to push on. We're trying to hang for as many opportunities as we can here. But it really does feel like, and yeah, unless we get a well-timed safety car, it's going to be a long old push to the checkered flag. Well, I said it, I remember, back at Spain, but it really does feel like, yeah, maybe there, Qatar, potentially Silverstone to a lesser degree. The AI, their tyre wear is not simulated correctly inside this game. Obviously, we've got all these new physics and tyre parameters and things like that, which are, you know, a good addition. But it's only really good if everyone is on a level playing field, and yeah, definitely the AI at the moment aren't inside F1 24. We have got a few cars into the pit lane, including one of those Alpines. So where are we going to come out relative to them? That is Ocon.
Play around with the RS modes in the MFD, or lift sometimes and ease onto the brake pedal for some manual recharge.
How have I not even undercut the Alpine, man? Yumu into the pit lane then, as well as a handful of other cars, so...
Yumu in the pits. Yumu is in the pits now.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, no idea what's happened to Hamilton, but he seems to be really struggling as well here. So we are going to re-emerge just outside the points. I think still Perez and Sainz hanging on out there, so we might still be ahead of them. But yeah, oh, come on.
2.5 seconds.
Well, that ain't right. But yeah, it is so difficult to try and find a balance round here. I think we're going to have to two-stop, unfortunately. Yeah, we're basically just praying for a safety car or a red flag. Here we go. Sainz and Perez making their way out of the pit lane. We're going to get ahead of Sainz. We might just be in Perez's DRS for a lap or two. Maybe he can drag me up to Ocon. I mean, yeah, looking at the tyre wear, though, we're already at, I think, 25%. So, Yeah, no chance that a one-stop's going to be viable. Yeah, like I said, it's fine if the AI are in the same position as you, but there's no chance Perez could take those mediums 15 laps here. Well, I feel less sad now about how quickly Oscar Piastri was able to pull away from me early on in the Grand Prix, because he's now actually fighting it out almost for the win here.
By 30.8 seconds.
I will also say I'm quite impressed with how well our slightly older hard tyres have hung on to everybody else's. I won't be pitting until we've pretty much guaranteed ourselves not to be in the fight for a point. Otherwise, there's no point doing it before then, or if we get a safety car or something like that still. But just over 10 laps to go. Perez and Ocon now really starting to battle. Where on earth am I going? There we go, Sergio Perez. This might be the easiest overtake he ever has to make in his life. Down the outside of Esteban Ocon, back in towards Turn 1. Sainz and Hamilton having a bit of a battle out behind me as well. But unfortunately, yeah, now we have lost the DRS to the pair of them. So we'll have to wait and see what Ocon's pace is like. But it really is brutal. It doesn't take long once you fall off the back of one train of cars to immediately be in the clutches of the next. Here goes Lewis Hamilton clean around the outside. I'm honestly surprised Sainz hasn't been able to get to me as well there. Back down towards Turn 1. 8 laps to go. We are counting those laps down desperately. But we need to try and stay with Hamilton. But we're going to try and be really strategic here. Then Hamilton has immediately escaped the DRS. So we're actually going to let Sainz by and try then to claim the DRS off him. Maybe he's got the pace over the Ferrari.
Trying to keep focus.
Sorry, over the Mercedes even. Obviously Ferrari next year for Lewis Hamilton. But yeah, as we round our way through these final couple of corners, I'm tempted honestly just to box for a set of softs pretty soon. We know they won't last long, but maybe try and snooker away fastest lap. It is Oscar Piastri with that fastest lap, so it could make good sense. Now it's Hamilton immediately, though.
The car behind has newer tyres than you. Maintain the gap if possible.
I mean, is this just turning into a drive until the tyres explode challenge? I don't know. Well, we've got 5 laps to go, then tyre wear warning light has just flashed up as well. Yeah, you look down at that HUD at the moment, it's starting to resemble a bit of a Christmas tree here towards the end of the day. I mean, there's no real point in us pitting, is there now? We're not going to be able to recover anything from it. So, yeah, this has turned into a drive until the tyres explode. They are at 61%. What will they be by the end of the race? Is it going to be 100? Oh, we got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone at the front. I think that's Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri, after such a good recovery drive, with just a handful of laps to go here, it doesn't look like he's going to see the finish here in Qatar. I mean, it might well be Lando Norris. I haven't really been able to keep track of what's going on with that front group, as he's going very, very slowly through the middle sector. Is it going to be Oscar? Is it going to be somebody else? Could we get a late safety car? That would be glorious in helping me out.
Okay, they're out of this race.
It is Oscar Piastri who's out, so I guess we get one freebie back again towards the end. But what a shame for McLaren. Well, I believe it is still Fernando Alonso who leads this race at the front of the field. Surely Lance Stroll isn't about to get his first ever Formula 1 victory. VCARB, though, have done a really, really good job in this race on the whole.
11.2 seconds.
So, yeah, they've actually recovered from pretty much the back of the fields to P12 and P14 provisionally. I have just let Tsunoda by in the hopes that we can get back past him, back down towards someone there, as I think that's Lando Norris making a move for the lead of the Grand Prix. Are we going to see Fernando, or will it be Lando here? I think, yeah, he's actually opened up a little bit of a margin almost immediately then.
Let's go, final lap.
I might have made a mistake letting Tsunoda by, although we should be close enough by the time we get back down to Turn 1. Oh, you really wanted to move across me in the braking zone. Yuki Tsunoda or Max Verstappen, you decide on that one. But Lando Norris through to the lead of the Grand Prix. Update on our front left tyre, 76%. So I'm not confident it might still blow up on this final lap of the Grand Prix as well here, but yeah, I think Iwasa's struggles go to show the lack of pace we've had in the car this weekend. Yeah, certainly never have we really been in the fight for points. Luckily, Ocon now out of the top 10 as well. And Gasly, I think he's only going to be able to walk away with 1 or 2, so it's not impossible that we can beat them by the end of the year as well there. But through the final corner, Lando Norris is going to be back on top once again here for McLaren, stealing that victory away from Fernando Alonso right at the end of the afternoon. Here comes Tsunoda trying to get a run on me up in towards this final sector of the lap there. Red Bull this weekend haven't quite had the out-and-out pace to really challenge the, front runners, your Ferraris, your McLarens, and your Aston Martins there. Sainz will snatch fastest lap on the very last lap as well of the Grand Prix, but through the final corner, from 10th on the grid, it is P12 come the checkered flag. Another brutal race.
The wait is over. Lando Norris takes the checkered flag.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance.
Well, there we go then. Despite not winning the Grand Prix, Alonso takes the most points from the weekend there. Happened in Miami IRL as well. Lando Norris was the first ever driver to win a Grand Prix, but not score the most points from the weekend there. Fernando, though, he comes through for another P2 ahead of Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Russell, Stroll, Perez, Hamilton, Gasly, and Carlos Sainz will round out your top 10 there. It was a brutal race for us. Somehow we still made the one-stop work. But yeah, really lack pace relative to everybody else there. Championship-wise, we're 22 back from Oscar, so not really convinced we're going to be able to do anything by the end of the year. Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz now tied. Perez and Alonso only 3 points between them, so there's a lot still to fight for other drivers in the championship. Ferrari have a 14-point lead over Mercedes as well, so that could still come down to the wire, and we need a 10-point overhaul over Alpine in that season finale. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're back later on tonight live with Co-op. This series will return very soon as well, though. But yeah, we'll be back next time out, ready for the season finale out in Abu Dhabi.
Welcome to qualifying. It is time to have some laps at the limit in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I've opted to avoid taking grid penalties then here, just in case we do actually have some decent qualifying pace. Of course, overtake mode is back in full usage. But, yeah, I think that was just a bit of a glitch, because I had a look afterwards as well. And the R&D graph was completely up in the purple. It didn't drop off right at the end. So I think F124 just doesn't want me earning any R&D points right towards the end of this first season. Clearly, all the other teams view me as a threat, and I've lobbied to EA and Codemasters there. But to make our way out into qualifying, we've got to try and get a good lap under our belt. We're going to try and use most of our battery by the end of the second straight. There is 210 miles an hour, way too much oversteer into the first part of the chicane, but it will be allowed to roll on the throttle early on the second part. Going to make our way down this second of the straight, get down to 10% battery, and then, yeah, basically we're just going to try and use it out of the final couple of turns. On through the final couple of corners, I must admit, I do still absolutely prefer the new version of Abu Dhabi than the old one. Hamilton, top of the board. We only go just over a second away, though, which, to be honest, is pretty good going. Well, we've got a fresh set of boots then on the wagon, ready for our final qualifying lap of the year here. P15 at the moment, but there are still a couple of drivers behind me that you would expect to go a whole lot faster.
Down into P15.
George Russell is definitely one of them, only down in 20th place at the moment here at the end of his first run. But we're just going to try and be very, very frugal once again with the battery through part of this lap. It is just about trying to use it to give yourself that slingshot off of the corners there as braking down at the hairpin. Looks like, luckily for us, Alpine don't seem to have a whole lot of pace as well in their car at the moment. It's a 10th up as we make our way out onto the back straight. Again, well over 200 miles an hour. This thing has got so much speed right up towards the top end. want to try and break at the 100-meter board, and that time round we really were good with the cadence braking and allowed the car to rotate itself into the apex, 4 tenths up as we head out onto the second of the back straights. This time around we're going to really drain the battery, try and claim any advantage we possibly can there, and purple through the middle sector, so we are clearly not running much wing around this venue, and it is working for us at the moment. Just a handful of corners to go as we make our way back down under the hotel. Just keep it planted. It's so easy just to get some oversteer through these final couple of corners then. It's just understeering slightly as we make our way in towards the penultimate corner of the lap. Just trying to drain the battery everywhere. Make sure we get all of the usage out of it. Plenty of curve through the final corner. 4 tenths clear. It's P12. It's not bad. I'll be honest, I'm pretty happy. Well, there we go. I think that might be the first time I personally have tied with an AI on this game. Daniel Ricciardo there and myself, inseparable by the end of Saturday's running. Alpine, though, 13th for Esteban Ocon, 18th for Pierre Gasly. I'm a little bit gutted that Sargent was so far ahead of Iwasa by the end of the session there. I don't think Ayumu really got a clean, tidy lap on the board. But again, P5. We need P5 here if we want to beat Alpine.
It's time then for one final race in this year's Formula One World Championship. 2010 saw 4 drivers in contention for the title coming into this race, with Sebastian Vettel prevailing to become the youngest world champion to date. Is the one last sting in the tail awaiting us today? It's time to find out in the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. We have 16 corners here at Yas Marina Circuit, 7 to the right and 9 to the left. It's a total lap distance of 3.28 miles, 2 long straights and overtaking opportunities throughout the lap. And we expect average lap speeds of around 123 miles per hour. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Fernando Alonso, Perez, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Verstappen, Tsunoda, Bottas, Hülkenberg, Sainz, Gasly, Albon, Norris, Sargent, Ocon, Zhou, Iwasa, Hamilton, Magnussen, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, delighted to say that we're joined today by Anthony Davidson. Well, it's the last race of the season, but there's still plenty to prove out there. How important is getting the right mentality for this season closer?
Yeah, a lot of races to cover, but it's the same for the drivers. It comes at you thick and fast, and you've got to pace yourself as well to get to this point in the season. If it has gone your way, it's a great time to just enjoy it. There's nothing that can change in the championship pecking order, of course. If you've won the championship already, go out and enjoy this race and send yourself off through the winter break. If it's been a bit of a year to forget, you can try and take a bit of solace in this Grand Prix, end on a high and carry that energy into next season.
Right, mate, it's the final race of the season. There's nothing to lose here, so go out there and enjoy it.
Well, yeah, we haven't got anything we can really lose in terms of the championship standings, but we can gain that 1 place in the Constructors. All that extra prize money will go a long, long way for 212 Motorsports. It's a simple one-stop strategy. There are grid penalties galore, so we actually find ourselves lining up P7. A bit gutted for Lewis Hamilton. Obviously took that pole position to head into the final race with an opportunity, and has ended up lining up at the rear of the field anyway. So P5 is the position we are aiming for this afternoon, but obviously Alpine might find themselves up the order as well. It is 5 red lights here in Abu Dhabi, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Alonso not getting off to a good start. Neither has Oscar Piastri, though. As Verstappen, I think that is, trying to storm down the inside at turn 1. We aren't going to make it easy for him, though, in that Red Bull. Already obviously won the world title. So Alonso and Sergio Perez banging wheels just up in front. So both Red Bulls getting themselves in the thick of it here. Look at Lance Stroll, maybe waiting for an opportunity to try and pounce here as well. As a little bit of wheel banging with Verstappen. You know what the Dutchman's like for just trying to get our nose in anywhere he possibly can there. But as we make our way out to the back straight, then Russell and Leclerc, both of them have had a pretty strong season up to this point, so I'm sure they'll be happy to take a bit of a break over the winter, but yeah, we gained 1 place then off the start due to Oscar Piastri.
Okay, now stay alert for threats around you.
Yuki Tsunoda has just gone round the outside of Verstappen then, so that's quite funny. A little way behind us, but yeah, we've got to try and obviously stick with these cars early on. We've really lacked pace in recent weeks, but Abu Dhabi, for whatever reason, seems to be working for us early on, so we've got to utilise that. I think Verstappen is a little bit hungry early on this evening, potentially fancies getting a run on me because he's using a lot of battery very early on. We're trying to do the same to keep him at bay. Annoyingly, I think Stroll has just about got enough pace to hang with his teammate Alonso, otherwise he would be rather easy pickings. But yeah, I can't believe we've almost completed 3 seasons between this and the driver career mode already. The game's only been out about 5 weeks. I do sincerely hope you guys are still enjoying the content. But yeah, well, there we go. I think Stroll's about to lose that range to Fernando Alonso just up in front of him. That gap opens up to about 1 second and a half, a tenth. So hopefully now, yeah, we're going to start seeing ourselves gaining in on Lance Stroll. The only problem I have got is, yeah, Verstappen is looking racy behind me. Obviously, he started a little bit further down the order than he would have wanted by virtue of those penalties. Here goes the Dutchman down the outside. But like I said, world title or not, I don't care. I'm prepared to fight him for this. And like I said, I mean, if Max gets ahead of me, my only concern is then he's just going to walk off. So we want to avoid that as best as we can. I mean, that Red Bull is just relentless every time, no matter how much battery I use. He always seems to be able to get the speed over me. Again, I'm going to get the elbows out, though, on the exit of the corner. Verstappen forced to back out of it. Annoyingly, though, all this has done is letting Lance Stroll get away, so I think Verstappen's about to sail past me. So might Yuki Tsunoda. They both get around me down at the end of the next straight, so this is really not working well at the moment. There's a bit of a gap behind Oscar Piastri. We'll just regroup, recharge the battery. Oh, there we go. You can see Verstappen up the road as well. Down the inside of Lance Stroll just 1 lap later. So unfortunately, yeah, the Dutchman is absolutely walking away. We've got to hope that Yuki can now stay in the range of Lance, but yeah, as we said, that P5 is kind of everything that really matters here. It's kind of P5 or bust. There's a huge gap as well that's opened up behind Carlos Sainz. I think that's one of the Saubers, yeah, that is causing an almighty train a bit further back. So hopefully at the very least points are still doable. But annoyingly, I'm already starting to get Qatar vibes from this race. I just don't quite think we've got enough to keep up with a lot of cars. And this is kind of the horrible balance we have to find on this game between using the overtake mode in qualifying and not. If I do, then we kind of find ourselves a little bit higher up than we can really keep up with. If I don't, then we kind of find ourselves lower than we should be able to keep up with. So I really don't know what to do about it. There goes Piastri. There goes Sainz. So down to P10 then in this race. I mean, if we can just keep up with these guys, then I'm not too worried. Hulkenberg and Bottas fighting it out behind me. But it is just, yeah, trying to keep up with them is the issue. Oh, here we go. This could do us some favours. Sainz and Oscar Piastri now having a little bit of a battle. No, they don't. I mean, are they? I can't work out whether they're battling or whether they're just kind of giving each other space right now. But yeah, it does give us a little bit of a chance to recharge up the battery pack. But yeah, if we can stay in the range of these guys at least until the pit stop, I could be tempted to dive in a lap or two early and try to undercut. I think the other thing that annoys me as well is obviously once you lose the DRS to the AI, is how quickly then you drop away from them. We just missed out on the DRS to Piastri. But because it's so overpowered around this track with those 2 straights back to back, we've already lost over a second to him. Now I'm just worried that we're going to fall back into the clutches of the cars behind. We've got to at least finish the year with a point, surely. We've got yellows out. I think that's a Haas. I think that might be Kevin Magnussen out of the Grand Prix. Oh, so disappointment then for them. And the Dane in his final round of the season. Still don't know, obviously, whether he'll be keeping his seat ready for the next campaign. Magnussen, our first mechanical failure of the day. Don't think we'll see a safety car, though. Although the new Abu Dhabi circuit is much better than the old one, it can still seemingly provide quite lonely races sometimes. And so far, this one, I mean, we've basically either been going backwards or been by ourselves. We're going to try and dive into the pit lane 1 lap early to see if we can give ourselves a bit more breathing room from Gasly behind. It's actually the 2 cars behind Hulkenberg, though, of Norris and Hamilton, that I'm far more scared about here, because they're going to be rapid, as they've now been able to work their way through all of the back markers. There's none of our front runners into the pit lane then, so we are going to be the first car into the box so far tonight. Make sure we get it over the white line. Don't hit the pit lane wall on entry. Oh, that was close. We absolutely nailed that one. 48 miles an hour on the line as we watch all of the team scurry out of the pit box into the pit lane. Come on, nail it. We want a good pit stop to finish off the year. We've had a lot of rusty pit stops so far.
Okay, mate, that's it. Go, go, go. That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
That wasn't bad, to be fair, as we try and make our way out of the pit lane. That was probably the most on-the-limit pit exit I've ever had here in the United Arab Emirates. But we've made it out clean and tidy. Well, loads of cars then into the pits, so we're going to move back past most of the cars we should do. There's Yuki Tsunoda, I think that is, re-emerging from the pit lane. Annoyingly, I think he's just going to stay in the range of his teammate Daniel Ricciardo. Not quite. But yeah, I mean, how on earth Tsunoda is that much faster than me here? V-Carb clearly have got a decent car around this track. There we go, most of the field then have pit in now, so as we get over half distance, we're going to have a rough idea of where we re-emerge in this Grand Prix. Hamilton and Norris might have got an undercut on Nico Hulkenberg here. Gasly was still going to be out ahead of as well. Oh no, it looks like Hamilton and Norris have got the undercut on both of them. So we've got a 4-second gap. Looks like Stroll's been screwed.
0.8 seconds.
We're a bit closer to Lance Stroll again, but yeah, we are just, I mean, we're going to be watching that gap to those two behind absolutely plummet. Now watching that group of cars a little bit further up the road, and they seem to now just be tripping over each other a little bit more. Carlos Sainz has moved his way to the front, so I think Yuki Tsunoda was holding them all up just a little bit. So we've got more yellow flags out further back. That is one of those Alpines, so I think that might be Esteban Ocon that is out of the Grand Prix. Works well for me, at least that eliminates one of their chances at scoring points this afternoon. And Ocon, our second casualty of the night. Well, one of the advantages we seem to be facing at the moment by having the loneliest race I've ever had is that we are now starting to take a little bit of time out of those cars in front. And Hamilton and Norris aren't really gaining anything behind me either. Get to Stroll temporarily now under 3 seconds, so I'd love to get back inside the range. Unfortunately, yes, Sainz is gone, and I feel like the Mercedes of George Russell will be doing the same. But I would still take a battle with Piastri, Yuki, and Lance. But it seems like all of those cars up in front, they seem to be getting their ducks in a row at the moment, and now we're losing time again to everyone. They're just all slipstreaming off of the Mercedes of George Russell. Hamilton and Gasly, as well as Lando Norris behind me now. They seem to have worked out what they're doing again and are closing in as well. Charles Leclerc absolutely looks set to dominate this one come the end of the afternoon, as Alonso seems to be fighting now with both of the Red Bull cars. But yeah, I for a few laps I thought we might be able to move forward again. I think, yeah, if we get a point here, we should be quite happy. Oh no, engine warning lights just flashed up with 4 laps to go. Oh, don't give us a mechanical failure in the very last race of the season. We have managed to go through every race in this campaign without an issue. I think we've even finished every race this season as well there, which is quite an impressive feat, to be honest, for me. Normally I bottle it at least once over the course of a campaign, but yeah, no mechanical failures just yet. Please don't let that be the case here in Abu Dhabi. But we haven't genuinely raced a car now in nearly 20 laps. This might actually be the loneliest race I'll ever do.
Out for a bit of understeer when trailing the car ahead. They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past.
What car ahead, Mark? We haven't battled anyone pretty much throughout the entirety of this race. What car am I worried about getting some dirty air off of? Is he foreshadowing Norris and Hamilton now under 3 seconds away? 2 laps to go. I mean, yeah, I can't wait to see how short the edit is on this video. Round in the final corners then to start the last lap of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. It has been quite a topsy-turvy season, this race though. I cannot believe just how impossibly boring this final race has been. I mean, in many ways, I'm just happy that at the very least we're scoring a point out of it. at least as of right now. But Charles Leclerc, he has walked away and not looked back come the end of the afternoon tonight. Verstappen with some penalties, and obviously Hamilton as well, really to give the Ferrari man a window. And, well, yeah, he is absolutely romped away there. Looks like Alonso isn't going to finish on the podium either for Aston Martin. I think Verstappen has done enough right at the end. They're still battling in front. Stroll and Tsunoda, I can just see swapping places as Lando and Lewis just behind me might do the same. And on a weekend where Hamilton, you know, could be saying farewell to Mercedes, the fact that he's not going to be able to snooker away that win, I'm sure, is a little bit disappointing there. Obviously, we'll go through, we'll find out what all the driver transfers are ready for Season 2 down the line as well. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners, highlight of the year, gotta be Australia. Such a ridiculous race, and to win just our 3rd ever round in this series as well was absolutely insane. Charles Leclerc, though, is going to win the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and maybe, just maybe, next season is going to be able to make a championship fight against Max Verstappen. But through the final corner, it's not going to be enough to upset Alpine, but it is P10. We get one last point.
The man from Monaco will win again. Charles Leclerc takes the checkered flag.
They've won the championship, and now they sign off in style as winning the last race of the season as well. Brilliant stuff by this driver today, and you carry that momentum through to next year as well, of course. So it's for all now to try and stop what they've created.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we go then. Charles Leclerc wins the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Pole position. Didn't get fastest lap, interestingly, but he will walk away with the full 25 points there. Not that it makes much difference, but I'm sure he's happy to add an extra win to his tally. Verstappen in P2 ahead of Sergio Perez there, so despite actually starting further back, the Dutchman able to get the better of his teammate. Alonso, I'm sure, a bit gutted. He just didn't quite have enough to keep those Red Bulls at bay come the checkered flag there. Sainz beats Russell, Piastri, Stroll, Tsunoda. And yeah, I'll be honest, I'm happy that we can pick up one final point to finish off the campaign. Championship-wise, well, Max Verstappen, it is all the fours for the Dutchman in the end, clearly referencing Lewis Hamilton come the end of the year there. A 76-point lead over Charles Leclerc. Russell hangs on to P3 ahead of a disappointing final race for Lewis Hamilton, who beats Perez and Alonso there. Sainz gets the jump on Lando Norris. Yeah, really both of those fights towards the end of the year, kind of a bit curtailed by all those penalties. And yeah, Oscar Piastri beats out myself. If there was another round this season, which based on that one I'm happy there isn't, we couldn't beat anybody else. Now mathematically we couldn't lose, we couldn't gain come the end of the year. Gasly beats Stroll ahead of Ocon and Yuki Tsunoda, who gets the better of his teammate Daniel Ricciardo. Both kick Saubers there, 1 point between them. Unfortunately, yeah, their battle kind of was completely screwed by Sauber getting nerfed into the ground on this game. Albon makes it to double digits ahead of Hulkenberg, Ricciardo. Magnussen and Sargent score some points, and just Yuma Iwasa, who was unable to get out of the starting blocks in his rookie campaign there. Red Bull, the gap in the constructors, 97 points come the end of the year. Ferrari with that win get the better of Mercedes, with McLaren in 4th ahead of Aston Martin. Alpine beat ourselves there, only 9 points in it come the end of the year, and I think we had more points than all of the teams combined behind us there of Sauber, VCarb, Williams and Haas. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. I'm going to take the weekend off. We're going to return on Monday with pre-season testing as well there. So yeah, massive thank you to everyone for the support throughout Season 1, and we'll be back very soon ready for Season 2.